Defiance, The Bielski Partisans by Nechama Tec. Read by Isaac Darlin. Chapter 1. Before the War. An excited crowd surrounded the new arrivals. The crowd demanded to know who had come, who was left behind, what was happening to them, who else will arrive, why were they not yet here? Question upon question kept piling up. Coming all at once, they were hard to follow, impossible to answer. Here and there, among the noisy, haphazard efforts to tell, to connect, one could hear sudden outbursts. Relatives, friends, and acquaintances were finding each other. This was May 1943, and the center of this commotion was a group of Jewish runaways from Lieder Ghetto. Disheveled and exhausted, most were too bewildered to talk. Passively, in silence, they simply looked on. One of the arrivals, Moshe Bayrach, remembers that a loud voice ordered, "Arrange yourselves in rows and stand still." Then we see a group of people coming toward us. At the head is Tuvia Bielski, followed by his brothers, Asael, Zeus, Arksik, about 14 or so, Malbin, Grisha, and others. Tuvia does not walk erect, not with a military bearing. His shoulders are a little stooped. He wears a leather coat, an automatic weapon dangles from his left shoulder, yet he salutes us in a rigid military fashion. I see that he is trying to say something, but he is choking. There are tears in his eyes. Then he says in Russian, "Comrades, this is the most beautiful day of my life because I lived to see such a big group come out of the ghetto. I don't promise you anything. We may be killed while we try to live, but we will do all we can to save more lives. This is our way. We don't select. We don't eliminate the old, the children, the women. Life is difficult. We are in danger all the time. But if we perish, if we die like human beings." In our group, there was a man over 60, and we carried his grandchild on our shoulders. What he said was simple, not flowery or showy. He talked about the difficulties in the forest. All must be quiet. All must learn how to live together, how to take orders. After this speech, we were divided into small groups, each joined an already established group. About the man, Raja Kaplinsky, another runaway, says, "Before I met Tuvia, I thought that a partisan commandant would be a big rough fellow, perhaps with a bushy moustache. Instead, the man walking toward us was tall, graceful, with a smile that seduced all of us. The warmth and the way he received us was touching. I was all alone. My family was sent to Siberia. Tuvia was like a magnet that pulled us toward him. I had a feeling that with him I was totally secure, that danger could not reach me, and that around him all will be well. This is the kind of effect he had on most people, Jews, Christians, even anti-Semites. This man had something that attracted and conquered people. When he got on the horse with his leather coat and the automatic gun, we called him Yehuda HaMaccabi. A 16-year-old youth, part of a small group that had searched for the Bielski camp, also recalled. We hear the approach of horses, then in Russian, "Halt, password." We give the password. Among the 6 riders, we recognize Tuvia Bielski. He asks, "Where are you from?" "We are coming to you. We are from Lieder." "Who from Lieder?" My mother knew him. She said, "Sima, thank God that you left. Wonderful." He did not ask if we had arms or anything. It was so special. I cannot forget it. It was cloudy and dark. We did not know in what world we were. I felt like a robot, and suddenly this welcome. It stayed with me always. About the base itself, one of the arrivals said that, "When we came, we saw the camp, men, women, children, all without yellow patches, smiling. Something I had not seen in the ghetto. The first impact was deep, and I am not embarrassed to admit that tears of joy ran down my cheeks. People surrounded us. Friends and family members hugged and kissed. They cried. Then the Bielski brothers and others from the headquarters came. Tuvia, with his tall figure, broad shoulders, set apart from the rest. Clearly, he was happy to see us. After a warm welcome, he checked the conditions of the few weapons we brought. Most of us had no guns. Because of this, one could notice disappointed looks on some of the faces. Then we heard loud whispering. Another package arrived. These hostile remarks were meant for those of us with no weapons. I was one of them. I felt right away that because we had no arms, we were a burden. But when I thought about the ghetto with the shameful Star of David sewn into our clothes, I felt free. It felt like paradise. My first day at the base passed in constant wonderment. All I saw seemed amazing. I looked at one tent and then at another, and thought how quickly we, as a people, adjust. This is how it was in the ghetto, and this is how it was in the forest. Water. I saw the 2 dug-up holes, wells in the forest. It was a puzzle. Everything was a puzzle. How did they do it? How? Will another time and another place answer some of the hows? For 3 generations, Stankiewicz, a village in western Belarusia, had been home to the Bielski family. Located between 2 larger towns, each room had a small window and an unfinished clay floor. From the outside, a door led into the main room that functioned as a kitchen, dining room, living room, and bedroom. To the right of this big room was a large built-in stove that served as a cooking stove, an oven, a heater, and a place to rest. During the winter months, the warmth emanating from its stone surface made it a cozy sleeping place. Next to the stove, a door led to the smaller room, and a few wooden beds hugged the remaining walls. The center of this room was dominated by a rectangular table with 2 wooden benches at opposite sides. At the ends of the table stood armchairs reserved for each parent. Although the furnishings were sparse, the room was crowded, without a free wall, devoid of a single luxury item. David and Bela had 12 children, 10 sons and 2 daughters. They were more fortunate than most of their neighbors because death claimed only 1 of their infant sons, while the rest grew into good-looking, healthy individuals. Born in 1906, Tuvia was the 2nd oldest son. His 2 brothers, Asael and Zeus, were respectively 2 and 4 years younger. Because of limited space and the number of children, each bed had to accommodate more than 1 occupant. In warm weather, the barn offered additional sleeping space, easing the overcrowding. Though casual visitors wonder how such a large family could fit into this limited space, the Bielskis gave no thought to this matter. At 81, Tuvia Bielski remembered well the few years he spent in Nowogrodek, at the Cheddar religious school of Rabbi Giselle. Wistfully, he spoke about his enjoyment of study and how eager he was to stay on. Tuvia's formal schooling, however, was short-lived and sporadic. It ended when he was 13. In his case, as with his siblings, a prolonged education would have meant more money and the loss of much-needed time. The Bielski children had to help in the mill and on the farm, but Tuvia found less formal ways of learning. During World War I, the German army occupied this part of the country, and some soldiers came to stay in a house left unattended by its owner. Each day, for 2 years, the boy would spend some time with these men. He wanted to learn German. The soldiers must have liked him because not only did they tolerate his presence, but they also rewarded him with food and cigarettes for his father. After the Germans left, Tuvia knew how to speak their language and remembered it for the rest of his life. Not all of Tuvia's brothers and sisters were as interested in studying, but they all approved of education. They particularly valued learning that involved Jewish life and Jewish history. The Bielskis observed Jewish dietary laws and celebrated religious holidays. Friday evening would signal an interruption of heavy work. Minimal attention had to be paid to the animals. Each Friday night, Bela would light the traditional candles and serve a festive meal. On Saturdays, the family would walk to a nearby village or town and join other Jews for religious services. This was followed by visits with friends and relatives. Religious observance, however, was free of fanaticism. The parents put no religious pressure on any of their children. Family loyalty and the exercise of authority were 2 important traditions. The father, as head of the family, was officially in charge. The mother's influence followed closely behind. Among the children, sex and age determined their importance. Because men were more valued, the sons had less trouble implementing their wishes than the daughters. Of the brothers, the oldest had to be listened to, and when the oldest son left, the one next in age would step into his position of authority. Although firmly established, these traditions were sometimes threatened. For example, Bela was more forceful and energetic than her husband, and did not always agree with him. But because the authority rested with David, she was careful not to contradict him, at least not openly. In the end, acceptance of this and other traditions prevented conflicts from bursting into the open. As the only Jews in Stankiewicz, the Bielskis were different from their neighbours. At the same time, their healthy, attractive appearance, together with an independent spirit, defied their neighbours' prejudices about Jews. And so, within their village, the Bielskis stood out first because they were Jewish, and second because they did not conform to the stereotyped images of Jews. The Bielskis were also different from most Polish Jews. As peasants, they belonged to a small minority. In pre-war Poland, more than 3/4 of the Jews lived in urban settings, with less than 10% engaged in agricultural pursuits. In Belarusia, Jews were first mentioned in the 15th century. The majority were petty merchants and craftsmen. Only a small minority were farmers and peasants. Frequently poor, Jewish peasants had to combine farming with other occupations to make ends meet, usually different crafts. Regardless of occupation, most Jews in Belarusia had very modest incomes. As a majority, the Belarusians were involved in agricultural jobs with limited landholdings. Only a few were craftsmen or merchants, and they too, regardless of their occupation, were economically disadvantaged. Historically, this region had changed hands many times. During the Second Partition of Poland, 1793, Belarusia fell under Russian rule. For over 100 years, a succession of Tsars would exploit these territories as they tried to make them an integral part of Russia. After the 1918 rebirth of Poland, this region once more became part of Poland. From then on, Poles who lived here were a privileged minority. Most identified with the so-called intelligentsia, a label applied to school principals, government officials, the clergy, and the nobility. Although Belarusia was not free of anti-Semitism, Jews found more acceptance here than in other parts of Poland. While growing up, the Bielski children were exposed to several cultures: Belarusian, German, Russian, Polish, and Jewish. They had many relatives and friends who lived in the surrounding villages and towns, including Lida and Nowogródek. The mill itself attracted a variety of customers, mostly Belarusians, Poles, a few Jews, and Russians. Although not intimate, relationships with these customers were friendly. In Stankiewicz, the Bielskis were on good terms with all their neighbours except one, a man whose land bordered the Bielski property. He had a reputation of being nasty and greedy, someone to be avoided at any cost. Each year, this neighbour would mow a few inches of the Bielskis' meadow and claim it as his. With a touch of pride, Zeus Bielski explains, "We grew up among the peasants, we knew them, we knew how to fight. My father was quiet, gentle, mother was also a friendly person. Father used to say that with fine people we have to be good and proper, but with bad people we have to be bad. We would not let others push us around. We were never afraid. That was the kind of family we were." However, David Bielski's reaction to this particular neighbour was less belligerent. He felt that the amount of land lost was so small it was not worth bothering about, and advised his sons to ignore the matter. Tuvia and his brothers disagreed. To them, it was a question of principle. One summer day when he was about 15, Tuvia, followed by his younger brothers, came to cut the grass. They were to start working at the edge of their property, near the neighbour's meadow. The man burst out of his hut, screaming at the top of his lungs that this was his land and they were trespassing. With a chuckle, Tuvia remembered. He thought that if he screamed, I would get scared. In his hand he held a scythe. He shouted, "I will kill you!" But I stood there laughing, which made him more furious. When he came closer, I reached for my scythe and with it hit his. He lost his balance, landing on his back. When he was on the ground, I began to hit him with my hands. 4 farmhands came to look. They stood there amused, laughing loudly at the man's misfortune. That day I gave him such a beating that we did not see him for 2 weeks. I was young then, a teenager, but I was big and strong. I was not afraid of the non-Jews and fought hard whenever one of them tried to wrong me. But neither courage nor hard work improved the Bielskis' economic circumstances. To the young, it was clear that a move away might offer new opportunities and at the same time ease the family's financial burdens. In the 1920s, the oldest son, Chaim Velvel, left to seek his fortune in America. Soon he was followed by another brother, Nathan. With the departure of the two brothers, Tuvia took over the position of the oldest. Then Tuvia had to leave. In 1927, he was recruited into the Polish army. He became a sharpshooter and participated in army exercises with distinction, yet only advanced to the rank of corporal. The existing anti-Semitism offended Tuvia's sense of justice, and he was quick to voice his objections. When a Polish soldier whom Tuvia suspected of being slightly retarded called him a dirty Jew, he grabbed the man by the collar and ordered him to stop. The Pole continued by adding more anti-Semitic slogans, and Tuvia reached for a knife. He hit the man over the face with the handle of the knife and let go only after the soldier, whose face was covered with blood, became silent. Several soldiers witnessed the scene. At first, they joined in the name-calling, but they stopped abruptly when they saw Tuvia's handling of the man. This incident was followed by several hearings before different superior officers. Each time Tuvia defended himself, saying that as a Polish citizen he could not tolerate anti-Semitic abuse. The Polish army did not expect this kind of behavior from a Jew, and the case was dismissed. The army did, however, offer Tuvia some opportunities for personal growth. He was befriended by two upper-class Jewish youths from Nowogródek, the Lipuna brothers. These young men helped polish Tuvia's manners and instilled in him a taste for better things. Highly intelligent, he had a natural curiosity that was in part expressed in a facility for languages. He spoke Polish, Belarusian, and Russian, each without a trace of an accent. He also knew German well. This fact in itself endeared him to many Christians. Although he was not particularly religious, Tuvia identified strongly with Jewish traditions. He enjoyed studying the Bible and would commit entire passages to memory which, on appropriate occasions, he would quote. With his military service over, Tuvia returned to Stankowice. He became more aware of the surrounding poverty and tried to add to the family's income by renting another mill. When their income still proved inadequate, he continued to search for more profitable opportunities. Eventually, Tuvia became convinced that a proper marriage would solve his problems. In 1929, at 23, he went to Nowogródek to seek the services of a matchmaker, Shaden, who specialized in a high-class clientele. He did not consult his parents, explaining that they were too busy and he did not want to bother them. With the help of this matchmaker, Tuvia chose Rivka, a member of a prominent Jewish family in the nearby small town, Subotniki. As an owner of a general store and a big house, Rivka was rich. Without a trace of embarrassment, Tuvia explained that the store and the house, rather than the bride, were responsible for his selection. Tuvia and Rivka did not seem a suitable match. The bride was considered an old maid, 8 to 15 years older than her husband, depending on who tells the story. She was plain, with a stocky figure, and moved awkwardly. Although Rivka was unattractive, her intelligence, education, and good upbringing compensated for her appearance. In contrast to Rivka, Tuvia was very tall. Though broad-shouldered, he was nevertheless slim and had an expressive face, a well-formed straight nose, and a clearly delineated mouth. His intelligent blue eyes had a dreamy look. Whenever Tuvia smiled, these somewhat distant eyes would give way to an animated expression of curiosity. While men were drawn to Tuvia's independent spirit, vigor, and alertness, women found him irresistible. Rivka fell in love with her dashing suitor and gratefully took on the role of a doting and obedient wife. After the wedding, Tuvia moved to her house. Rivka continued to run the business, but tried hard to give the impression that her husband was in charge. Unobtrusively, she offered him lessons in social skills and tried to share the benefits of her superior education. She was successful. Tuvia's manners, speech, and interests became more refined. Although he knew how to work hard, he preferred the easy life and took advantage of his newly created leisure opportunities. Tuvia's position and personal charm allowed him to associate with the leading citizens of Subotniki, many of whom were Christian Poles and Belarusians. He would meet these new friends for cards, chess, and political discussions. As a teenager, Tuvia had for a short time belonged to one of the Zionist organizations that were active in the surrounding communities. Later, too independent to identify with a particular political party, he was nevertheless attracted to and curious about political conditions in the world. Unpressured by work, free of financial worries, he had time to pursue his interests. He read a lot and eventually acquired a reputation of someone worth talking to. In the mid-1930s, a teenager, Herzl Nachimowski, recalls taking a trip with his father to Subotniki to meet Tuvia Bielski. Herzl remembers Rivka only as an old and unattractive woman. About her husband, he says that, "When I talked to him, I realized that he knew Talmud, literature, and so much more. I had the feeling that the place was too small for him. All of it, the store, the petty life of a small town, was not enough." On the way home, I asked my father, "What is a man like this doing in such a primitive place? How did he end up here?" I was told that he had married for money. This was not unusual. I knew that he was a person who had broad interests. He lived in a fine house and no doubt made an adequate living. He dressed very well. He made a very good impression, but the place was not big enough for him. Hungry for knowledge, Tuvia subscribed to two papers, the Polish Express Porony and the Yiddish Moment. In the late 30s, he came upon Albert Einstein's article, Under the Shadow of Death, which made him conscious of the Nazi threat. Tuvia was convinced that Hitler would try to introduce his anti-Jewish policies to other places. Although he was interested in the fate of the Jews and expected trouble from Germany, he had no intention of leaving. His life in Subotniki was comfortable, and he was aware of his good fortune. Despite the age and appearance difference, Rivka and Tuvia had a harmonious marriage, one dominated by Rivka's deep love and Tuvia's respect and approval. In Stankiewicz, after Tuvia's marriage, Asael stepped into the position of eldest son. He was not as tall as his older brother, but he had a well-proportioned body. He had a straight nose, and his deep-set blue eyes were framed by bushy eyebrows. A sensuous mouth added to his otherwise handsome appearance. Born in 1908, Asael was a straightforward, honest Ulan and a loyal and devoted friend. Unlike Tuvia, Asael was socially unpolished. He had difficulties expressing himself, had no intellectual curiosity, and had no desire to expand his limited knowledge. Asael was deeply attached to the countryside and its people. He had a strong love for the Jewish people, yet his Jewish identity in no way interfered with his many close Belarusian friendships. Shortly after Asael stepped into Tuvia's position as the eldest son, their father's health began to deteriorate. His mother and the rest of the family came to rely more and more on Asael. Among his new duties was the marriage arrangement of his sister Tajba, who was to wed an upper-class man. The class difference of the two families made this union unusual, but Tajba's good looks were an advantage, while the bridegroom's personal limitations diminished the value of his superior social background. Avramael, Tajba's bridegroom, was uneducated and may not have known how to read and write. A typical peasant, he had no social aspirations and few interests, and never ventured beyond his native village. Within his well-educated, well-travelled family, he did not amount to much. Avramael had a sister, Charja, who was a high school graduate, quite a distinction for this time and place. She had a reputation for being a socially conscious intellectual. Charja tried to put her convictions into practice by educating the local peasants and easing their lot in any way she could. She heard that Asael was struggling with bookkeeping. Since he fit into her definition of the needy, Charja offered to teach him accounting. Asael fell madly in love with his teacher. Painfully aware of the social and intellectual gap between them, he did not dare make his feelings known. Unlike the Bielskis, Charja's parents owned a large mill. Over the years, they had also bought land from the Polish nobility who, hard-pressed for funds, were willing to part with their property. Their holdings were substantial and required the hiring of farmhands. Charja knew that her father's employees earned 2 zlotys for a 12-hour day. She also knew that these wages resulted in the labourers' abject poverty. To her, it did not matter that these were the going rates and that her father treated his workers well. She also failed to consider that without such jobs, the unemployed would be in worse shape. Charja resented what she perceived to be the exploitation of the working class. She established contact with other communists and began to agitate against local employers, including her father. Because pro-communist activities were then illegal in Poland, Charja's involvement with communism could have had serious repercussions. In fact, Charja was formally charged with political subversion. Her parents succeeded in bribing the local authorities, and instead of prison, she was put under house arrest in a village close to Stankiewicz. Confined to her house, she was glad to continue her lessons with Asael. Charja realized that her pupil was in love with her, but did not give it a thought. She was preoccupied with much more important matters. Before Charja's brother was to marry, her mother asked for a dowry as customary. As head of the Bielski family, Asael was the official negotiator. During these discussions, he said that if he were to marry Charja, he would not ask for any money. His remarks were treated as a joke. Marriage between an upper-class woman and lower-class man was likely only if the woman was particularly ugly, an old maid, or both. Charja did not fit any of these categories. She was slim, with large, sparkling eyes, eager to take in all the world. With boundless energy, often on the move, she had a vivacious and a somewhat mischievous smile. Not surprisingly, Charja had many suitors who were close to her social and intellectual level. A match between the uneducated, awkward peasant Asael and the attractive, sophisticated, politically active Charja would have been out of the question. Charja and Asael continued to meet as teacher and pupil. Beyond this one joking allusion to his feelings, Asael never spoke about Charja in a romantic way. Already close to 30 by local standards, a ripe age, Asael should have been married. Yet no eligible young woman and no matchmaker got any sign of encouragement. Asael's life revolved around his family. He was hard-working and had little time for leisure. More important, he avoided most social activities because he felt comfortable only with those he knew very well, usually family members or those he did not regard as his social superiors. Daughters of the Belarusian peasants fit into this last category, and because these women found Asael attractive, his contacts with them would lead to sexual liaisons. These affairs, however, did not translate into lasting attachments. Asael's deep love for his family and his equally deep involvement with Jewish traditions would not allow this to happen. 4 years younger than Asael, his brother Zeus was more ready for marriage. Over 6 feet tall and immaculately groomed when not at work, Zeus exuded an animal-like masculinity. He was easily aroused by women, and they in turn welcomed his advances. Soon, a Jewish girl from Nowogrodek, Sil Borovsky, caught his eye. She would be responsible for Zeus's move to Nowogrodek. Later, she became his wife. With the departures of Chaim Velvel, Nathan, Tuvia, and Zeus, the Bielski household had shrunk. Of the 2 daughters, Tajba moved to her husband's village, Duza Izwa, and her younger sister Estelle, a more adventurous spirit, went to Vilna, where she eventually became a bookkeeper. Except for the 2 sons who emigrated to America, for the rest of the Bielski children, Stankiewicz acted like a magnet. For years it would be a place to come to, a place to celebrate, a place to mourn, and a place to hide. Chapter 2. The Russian Occupation. The Russians were coming. The air was filled with enthusiastic shouts, laughter, and hand-clapping. Here and there a flower could be seen flying, as if searching for a safe landing. The crowd and the flowers were welcoming the Soviet soldiers who, whether walking or sitting on top of military vehicles, seemed surprised, perhaps even embarrassed by the tumultuous greetings. Some smiled, others waved tentatively. Most just looked ahead as they passed the lines of excited people. The Russians had not expected such a reception. After all, they had come uninvited. To the beleaguered Polish government, their presence was a hostile act, closely identified with Germany's 1939 attack. Stalin and Hitler were allies. Their cooperation led to the Soviet acquisition of more than half of Poland, which the USSR saw as compensation for its World War I losses. For the Germans, this transfer of territory represented peace on eastern borders and freedom to wage war against Western Europe. Both Germany and the USSR were winners. The real losers were the Poles. To them, it made no difference whether part of their country belonged to the Germans or to the Russians. Either occupation was a national defeat, a time of national mourning. Not surprisingly, Poles were conspicuously absent from this welcoming crowd. Not only did they refuse to greet the invading troops, but they resented those who did. They were particularly critical of the Jews, accusing them of disloyalty and communist collaboration. For Jews, the arrival of the Red Army had a very different meaning. The Russian troops shielded them from a German invasion and a threat to their lives. Jews were glad to see the Soviets because they would protect them from the German occupation. Chaja, who was one of the happy greeters, concedes that, as far as the Poles were concerned, they saw that we were enthusiastic about the arrival of their enemy. They resented it. They did not understand that we were happy only because we did not want the Germans. The Jews were not ecstatic about the Russians, nor were they pleased that Poland ceased to exist. If given a choice, most of us would have preferred Poland to Russia, but we were afraid of the Germans. Critical of what they interpreted as Jewish approval of the Russian occupation, the Poles did not mention that the majority of enthusiastic greeters were Belarusian. The Belarusians welcomed the Soviet takeover. They were neither Belarusian nationalists nor particularly proud of their Polish citizenship. From 1793 to 1921, this part of Poland had been under Russian control. Unlike the Poles, who never reconciled themselves to the loss of their independence, the Belarusians were easy to govern. Consecutive Tsarist regimes showed their appreciation by singling out the Belarusians for special privileges. With World War I and the rebirth of Poland, this favourable treatment came to a halt. At that point, the Polish government showered the Poles with all kinds of social and economic advantages. From the 1939 Russian takeover, the Belarusians might have expected a return to a more favourable past. The political climate seemed ready. Stalin wanted to consolidate his grip over the newly acquired territories, and fearful of opposition from his arch-enemies, the Poles, he courted the Belarusians. But the Soviets did more than just cultivate prospective allies. With a special show of democratic procedure, they tried to politicize the newly acquired territories. They kept introducing new measures whose real purpose was to curtail freedom, but which were presented as special benefits. Voting on all these issues was compulsory, and the outcome was predictable. Over 90% voted in support of any and all changes. Already in the fall of 1939, this part known as Western Belarusia was officially annexed by the USSR. Such political maneuvering was coupled with punitive measures directed at actual or potential opponents. Elimination of the Polish leadership became a top priority. In their eagerness to be effective, the communists failed to differentiate between Polish leaders and non-leaders. Eventually, many Poles became targets of persecution, with deportations to Siberia the most common punishment. From communist-occupied Poland, including Belarusia, about 1.5 million Polish citizens were forcibly transferred to the USSR. According to some estimates, about 50% were Poles. The rest were Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Jews. Soviet persecution of Jews, although more selective, was also substantial. From the start, the Russians outlawed Zionism as a political movement. This step was followed by arrests not only of Zionists, but also of non-Zionist leaders. Jewish community centers, regardless of their political coloring, were shut. Soon, Jewish businessmen were added to the politically undesirable category. No matter how insignificant a Jewish business establishment was, its owner automatically became a bourgeois capitalist. Inevitably, some early supporters of the Russian takeover became disenchanted. For example, Chaja experienced a conflict between her identification as a communist and as a Jew. In the end, she realized that communism was not for her. Exposed to many rumors and few facts, some Jewish businessmen took fate into their hands and moved to different communities, where with changed identities, they continued to live undisturbed. As a wealthy store owner, Tuvia Bielski was automatically placed into the category of bourgeois capitalists. Before the authorities got to him, he ran away to Lida. There, with the help of a Belarusian friend, he became an executive in an enterprise that collected and transported scrap metal to foundries. Before Tuvia left Subotniki, he urged his wife, Rivka, to join him. She refused. She would not part with her house and store and continued to stay even after the Russians confiscated most of the property. Somehow, Rivka felt that her watchful presence would keep her possessions intact. In Lida, Tuvia's life was soon tied to Alter Tikhtin, a prosperous businessman who also had eluded Soviet authorities. Before the war, Tikhtin and his wife had lived in the small town Grudek. A close-knit, caring family, like most traditional Jews, they valued education and sent their son and daughter to the best private schools. Lilka, the younger child, was particularly pampered with special governesses and servants. In 1938, the family's carefree life came to an abrupt halt when Mrs. Tikhtin died of a heart attack. Stunned by this loss, the children rallied around their father who, stricken with pain, vowed never to remarry. When grief began to affect Tikhtin's health, a doctor advised him to take a prolonged vacation from home and everything that reminded him of his beloved wife. Tikhtin went to Otwock, an elegant but quiet resort not far from Warsaw. Recovery took 7 months. On the way home, he met Regina Maitis, a divorcee in her mid-40s. Well-dressed, attractive, and educated, she lived in the city of Vilna, 12, where, as a seamstress, she supported herself and her teenage son, Grisha. Tikhtin, at once charmed and intimidated by Regina's cosmopolitan manners, was flattered that she paid any attention to him. Finding her irresistible, he conveniently forgot his earlier pledge never to remarry. Nor did he pay attention to his children's pleas to weigh more carefully such a serious step. In less than 2 months, Regina Maitis became Mrs. Tikhtin. Regina was strong-willed and cold, protective of her own family, a teenage son, a mother, and 2 sisters. She apparently had no affection left for anyone else. Besides, she knew that Tikhtin's daughter had disapproved of the marriage. Perhaps she was also envious of the girl's appearance. Lilka had a tall, willowy figure, thick chestnut hair, and large, wide-open hazel eyes that looked in wonderment at the world around her. Lilka and Regina took an immediate dislike to each other. It proved to be an unequal battle, with Regina mistreating the young girl. No one, including Lilka's father, dared interfere, and Regina was rarely challenged. Quite naturally, she became the wicked stepmother and transformed Lilka into a veritable Cinderella. Some are convinced that Regina physically abused the girl. Lacking self-confidence, Lilka grew into a retiring, timid teenager. The family's move to Lida robbed her of the few friends she had. In this new place, only one of the Jewish schoolgirls paid any attention to her. Soon the two became inseparable. For Lilka, her friend's home became a home away from home. From this new friend, Lilka heard that one of the rooms in their apartment was rented by an exceptionally handsome man. The girl promised to introduce this tenant to Lilka, but he was away on business, and for a long time the 2 friends were faced with a locked door. Both knew very little about this absent tenant. As they waited, they engaged their imaginations, weaving fantastic stories about this stranger's life. The longer he stayed away, the more mysterious and attractive he seemed. Finally, when the door did open, Lilka met Tuvia Bielski. It did not matter that he was about twice her age. Lilka was overwhelmed. To her, his looks and manners seemed a perfect mixture of intelligence and goodness. The moment she met Tuvia, this 15-year-old girl fell madly in love with him. When Lilka was introduced to Tuvia, she did not realize that he was in love with Sonia, her stepmother's younger sister. After the Tikhtins moved to Lida, Regina invited her 2 sisters and mother to join her. Tikhtin rented an apartment for them and paid for their living expenses. Originally from Russia, Regina was born into a prosperous, well-educated family. Its women were destined for a life of leisure. During the Russian Revolution, her family ran away, and shortly after they reached Vilna, their father died, leaving his wife and 3 daughters almost destitute. In the strange city of Vilna, they had to find a source of income. Regina and her sisters learned how to sew and in no time acquired an upper-class clientele. In those days, however, educated and intelligent women would not work as seamstresses, since it was not a particularly valued occupation. For this reason alone, as soon as Regina became Mrs. Ticktin, she stopped working. Similarly, when the rest of her family joined her in Leader, her two sisters also gave up working. Considerably younger than Regina, Sonia was tall and slim. She moved gracefully, sliding rather than walking. She had a light complexion with a see-through quality, alert blue eyes, a small nose, thin but well-curved lips. Sonia's face was framed by light blonde hair. Some remember her as beautiful, noble-looking, a woman of the world. Although uniformly praised for her beauty, intelligence and style, Sonia's personality was another matter. When describing her character, some felt uneasy, hesitant. Their comments follow a similar path. I am not sure if she was nice. She had courage, she had guts, she was talented, she was a snob. People did not like her. She made others feel inferior. She did this on purpose. Very beautiful, not warm. She always kept a distance from people, but there was something about her, something classy. Others emphasized that she was particularly good at cultivating those who were useful to her. In Leader, which to her had to be a provincial town, Sonia felt at ease in the company of local dignitaries. She knew how to attract men. Although in her 30s, a ripe age for a single woman, she seemed in no rush to transfer her love affairs into marriage. Tuvia was an exception. Lilka felt that Sonia pushed herself on Tuvia, that she would not let go of him. Whatever the reasons, Sonia and Tuvia's love affair became serious. Soon Tuvia wrote a letter to his wife in Subotniki. He explained that because for 10 years Rivka did not become pregnant, and because he wanted children he was asking for a divorce. No other woman was mentioned. He even said that he loved her and was unhappy about his request. To Rivka's cousin who read the letter, it was clear that Tuvia was concerned about his wife's feelings, trying hard not to hurt her. According to Jewish Orthodox law, a man is entitled to a divorce, particularly from a childless wife. Rivka had no choice. Shaken, she went along with her husband's request. As the formalities were being finalized, she behaved in a dignified way. There were no accusations, no public tears. If Rivka knew about her husband's mistress, she never mentioned it. As always, so in this last stage of their marriage, she remained an obedient wife. For Tuvia, an escape from Soviet authorities had led to a breakup of a marriage and the beginning of a new one. When labeling businessmen like Tuvia Bielski and Alta Ticktin as undesirable, the communists were objecting to their occupation, not their Jewishness. Similarly, when shutting down Jewish schools and different cultural institutions and when deporting Jews to Siberia, the Russians claimed that these moves were dictated by political expediency. But not all Jews were threatened or punished. Many remained detached from and unaffected by the political upheavals, while some even benefited from the Russian occupation. The communists claimed that they wanted to improve the lives of the underprivileged, no matter who they were. In reality, most beneficiaries were Belarusian, some were Jewish, and practically none were Polish. The Poles were excluded in part because of the traditional Russian-Polish hostility, and in part because Poles had a relatively high social and economic position in Western Belarusia. Of the different communist programs, one encouraged the participation of the poor in governmental bureaucracies and in state-owned industries. In the Bielski family, all except Tuvia were entitled to such special privileges. In Nowogrodzek, Zus Bielski received a well-paying administrative job. In Stankiewicz, as a poor peasant, Asail was offered a seat on the newly established village council. In his case, as in so many others, a history of poverty rather than special talent was responsible for this honor. Other communist programs helped the underprivileged by offering them access to free education. In pre-war Poland, high school and trade school attendance was costly, automatically excluding the needy. Jews, with their traditionally high esteem for education, were particularly impressed with the Soviet-sponsored learning opportunities. For the poor Jews in particular, the offer of free education transformed dreams into reality. Because of Poland's pre-war anti-Jewish discrimination, in addition to offering concrete benefits, these Soviet-sponsored occupational and educational opportunities did away with civil rights violations. Such communist innovations compared very favorably with what Jews had to endure in Nazi-occupied Poland, but, as Germany's allies, the Soviets were carefully avoiding mention of Nazi atrocities. As a result, only some in Russian-occupied Poland knew what was happening in the rest of Poland. In Western Belarusia, people received only sporadic and selective news. A certain amount of information about German terror came via Jewish refugees from Poland who, eager to elude danger, searched for escape routes. With very limited options, Jewish refugees continued to pour into Russian-occupied Poland, hoping that they could then move to a more permanent haven. By issuing visas to remote places, a neutral country could serve as a stepping stone for such a move. An unusual set of circumstances had made Lithuania, with its ancient capital, Vilna, a neutral country. Before World War II, Vilna had been a Polish city, legally and culturally. Lithuanians, however, felt that Vilna had been taken from them illegally, that it was rightfully theirs. Their national ambition was to make Vilna their capital. When, in accordance with the September 1939 Soviet-German non-aggression pact, the Russians occupied Vilna, they imposed on the then neutral government of Lithuania a treaty that gave the Russians the right to station troops in that country. In return for this privilege, the Soviets gave Vilna and parts of the surrounding territories to the Lithuanians. To Polish Jews, Lithuania's and Vilna's neutrality promised an escape route to safety. At first, most contacts between Russia and Lithuania were friendly, and the official law that forbade movement between them was only sporadically enforced. For Jews searching for refuge, such border conditions offered an opportunity first to transfer to neutral Lithuania and from there to a more permanent and safer place. Hopes were shattered when in the summer of 1940, after an artificially created incident, the USSR annexed Lithuania. No longer neutral nor independent, Lithuania stopped being a Jewish haven. Unable to move on, the majority of Jewish refugees remained in Russian-controlled Poland. Moshe Bayrach was one of those refugees. Shortly after the Nazi takeover of Poland, he and 6 Jewish youths ran toward Russia. On the border, they were caught by German guards who beat them mercilessly, but this did not prevent them from reaching the Russian-occupied town of Bialystok. After many unsuccessful attempts to find a neutral haven, Moshe Bayrach and his friends sat at the Lida train station. Dejected, with no place to go, they waited. A Jewish man approached them. "Why are you so unhappy? You are young, the world is big. What is the matter?" "The world is big, but it has no place for us," Bayrach replied. The others nodded in agreement. "Don't lose your spirits. There are still Jews around to help," the stranger said. "We need a place to stay, food to eat." "It will be done," the man said. He brought them to the nearby town of Zoludek and placed each of them with a different Jewish family. The Jews of Zoludek were eager to help. They collected money and used it for bribing local officials who legalized these young men's stay in Zoludek. In the end, each found not only a warm home, but also a job. These refugees would then supply the Jews of Zoludek with information about conditions in Poland. More news would come via other refugees from German-occupied Poland who continued to pour into different communities. Dora, a young girl from Warsaw, moved in with the Bielski family. She and Avramael, one of the Bielski sons, fell in love and married. Dora was eager to tell about Nazi atrocities. In her adopted family, she found willing listeners who accepted all she told them. Others, however, were less receptive. Why, they argued, would the Germans want to murder all the Jews for no reason? Occasional selective killings, perhaps. Total annihilation made no sense. Whether they listened or not, believed or not, understood or not, soon all Jews were confronted with the reality of a German invasion. On June 22, 1941, over the radio, Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov told the Russian people that Germany had attacked their country. The German onslaught was sudden and massive. It came from the air and the ground. German troops were streaming in simultaneously from several directions, and Soviet authorities and civilians were taken by surprise. The Red Army issued contradictory orders or no orders at all. This resulted in a chaotic situation that prevented combat. On the second day of the invasion, Tuvia Bielski arrived promptly in the office of the military commander in charge of mobilization. He recalls, "I was put in charge of writing notices to others who had to be mobilized. We worked until lunchtime. Suddenly, about 50 planes flew over the town, dropping incendiary bombs. In a very few minutes, the entire place was on fire. The commander called us in, ordered us to leave the burning town and regroup in a forest about 5 kilometers from there. We were to continue working. We carried out his command, but soon after we began our job in the forest, another wave of planes flew over the area and set the woods on fire. The major called us in and said, 'Friends, you are on your own.'" 32. With this military service behind him, Tuvia went home, only to find his house on fire. Together with his wife Sonia, he salvaged some belongings. The Germans kept up the pressure and continued to bomb the town. To escape death, people were leaving for the countryside. On June 24th, Tuvia and his wife went to the Bielski home in Stankiewicz. Tuvia's 2 brothers, Asael and Zeus, called up by their army units, were also caught in a web of confusing directives. Zeus, a sergeant, walked with 5 of his men until they came close to the city of Bialystok. There, threatened by bands of unattached soldiers, they turned back. They looked in vain for someone to direct their next moves. In the end, frustrated, they decided to separate and each went home. Hungry, exhausted, with swollen feet, Zeus reached Nowogrodek, where he was reunited with his wife. She was 8 months pregnant. The city was bombed, the atmosphere tense. Afraid of more destruction, the couple went to the Bielski home in Stankiewicz, which seemed a relatively safe haven. Asael, too, without fighting the enemy, roamed aimlessly around the countryside and then returned to Stankiewicz. While some Jewish soldiers unsuccessfully tried to fight, Jewish civilians were bewildered as they watched the disorderly retreat of the troops. To them, this looked like total capitulation and the end of the USSR. With their initial shock behind them, the Jews realized that time was running out. Although they might not have believed that the Germans intended to annihilate all Jews, they knew that under the German occupation, their lives would be in danger. Many felt it would be safer to run away with the retreating Red Army. Of the Bielski family, Estelle and Joshua did just that. They spent the rest of the war in the USSR. The majority, however, did not make it. Of those who wanted to leave, some did not, because others in their family refused to join them. Riva Reich, from a well-to-do family in Stolpce, urged her relatives to follow the retreating troops. But her mother, who had been a fugitive during World War I, refused to leave. Riva pleaded with her husband to run away with their baby, but her husband would not listen. The entire family continued to stay in Stolpce, but even a willingness to leave was not enough. Most Jewish efforts to run away were frustrated. Some who wanted to leave returned because the roads were being bombed. Others had reached places that were already occupied by the Germans and turned back. On the Russian border, the Red Army stopped most people from entering. The Russians did not want to admit Jewish fugitives. Hirsch Smolar, a longtime communist and journalist who spent 7 years in Polish prisons because of political activities, credits this policy to Stalin's distrust of foreigners. He thinks that the Russians were murderers. They asked the Jews to dig trenches and then they left them there. I was left this way too. They simply ran away without us. I wrote about it to Russia, but they suppressed this kind of information. It seems that even in the disorderly conditions of the retreat, the Russians favored the Belarusians. During the Soviet occupation, many Belarusians enlisted into the Soviet army, while many others cooperated with communist authorities in other ways. When the Russian-German War started, most Belarusians who wanted to reach the USSR were given the opportunity to do so. In the confusion of the massive German attack, many Russian soldiers gave up fighting. No one knows how many had no choice and submitted to the enemy, and how many deserted because they did not want to fight. For political reasons, successive Soviet governments have refused to disclose what must have been massive desertions. Some of these Soviet deserters succeeded in disposing of their military clothes and in settling down as civilians. Others who originally had come from Western Belarusia went back to their homes, where they resumed their former lives. As the Red Army continued to retreat or break up, As the Jews continued to look for solutions, the Germans kept up the pressure. In some places, German parachutists preceded the Russian rearguard. Local governments fell apart in the disorder of runaways, bombing, fires, and total breakdown of communication. In this sea of confusion, in some communities, the haphazard Soviet retreat created a political vacuum. In several places, even before the Germans arrived, Belarusians and Poles began to abuse and rob Jews. Anti-Semitic outbursts plus continuous bombings of cities made the countryside seem safer and more attractive. In addition to Tuvia, Zeus, their wives, and Asael, other relatives and friends came to Stankiewicz to the Bielski home. Whoever reached it was welcome. The modest hut was terribly overcrowded. Instead of 2, each bed had to accommodate 3 or 4. The mill and barn were converted into temporary bedrooms. The young particularly approved of these unconventional sleeping arrangements. Enjoying each other's company, they preferred not to think about the future. One of these arrivals was a young cousin who remembers how Bielski warned her guests about the possibility of attacks by local anti-Semites. She recalls her aunt's words, "We are just as strong as the Christians. We should not let them harm us. They will come and try to rob us. We ought to defend ourselves." And so Stankiewicz, an overcrowded Jewish enclave, was ready to fight. During the night, men took turns as guards. A few nights passed, and no one came. On July 1st, a German army unit arrived. The soldiers camped on the Bielski land and established a headquarters in the backyard. These first Germans were quite friendly. They were followed by another unit. The officer of this second group issued an order. All Jews who are not permanent inhabitants of Stankiewicz must return to their homes. They must leave within 15 minutes. Any Jew found after that time will be shot. This order left no doubt. It had to be obeyed. Chapter 3. The German Invasion. On a day in July 1941, a German officer stood at the door smiling. "Will you put me up for one night?" Charja knew enough German to understand. But what could she reply? Afraid to say yes, afraid to say no, she nodded in agreement, but made no move. The man brushed past her. She followed, listening to him. "I like your house. It looks better than the others. My men are settled for the night. I am glad that you don't mind." Then, as an afterthought, he added, "Don't be afraid of me. I will not harm you." The house belonged to Chaha's sister, Rachel Boldo. Like so many others, the Boldos left in a hurry for the countryside. They joined their relatives in the village WWII. Independent and ready to help, Charja volunteered to watch the house. A girlfriend whose home was hit by a bomb moved in with her. They had expected the Germans. After all, the Germans had so very recently forced the Red Army out of this part of Poland. And yet, when faced with a real live German, the two friends were apprehensive. The stranger must have sensed this. Reassuringly, he continued to talk. "I will prepare the food. We will eat together. You have nothing to worry about right now. All I want is to eat and rest." His words and invitation elicited only a tentative, whispered, "Thank you." The officer surveyed the kitchen. Satisfied with the lighted stove, he added wood to the fire and reached for pots and other utensils. He opened a few cans and emptied their contents into the pots. While the food was warming, he invited the two friends to join him at the table. He was in command, as if the house belonged to him. The food looked inviting, and he served generous portions. Although hungry, Charya and her friend had a hard time swallowing. The man responsible for the tension was obviously enjoying his meal. He ate with enthusiasm, and as he did, he looked closely at the women before him, shook his head, and said, "What a shame, such pretty girls, a terrible shame." Then again, to no one in particular, he repeated, "What a shame, too bad, a terrible shame." This one-way conversation came to an end only when the German excused himself and went to bed. Left alone, the two friends sat brooding. Nothing was said. A quiet good night ended their silent conversation. In the morning, the man got up first. When the three met, he was ready to leave. He thanked them for their hospitality and continued in a familiar vein. "It is a shame, and you are so young and pretty. I feel sorry for you. You should know that difficult times are ahead of you, very difficult times." When he was gone, Chaja found a few cans of food and an unsigned note. Be very, very careful. She welcomed the food, but those written words made her uneasy. Why, Chaja wondered, was he so concerned about her? To be sure, this was war, and war meant hardships. Besides, Chaja had heard about German mistreatment of Jews. Still, this did not necessarily mean that personally she had something to fear. She was confident she could deal with the Germans, yet this officer's strange warnings left her with a lingering anxiety. Then, through the window, Chaja saw two Belarusian policemen approach the house. How quickly they change masters, she wondered. Without much thought, she slipped through the back door and out of their reach. Inside the house, the policeman roughly ordered Chaja's friend to come with them. After that day, Chaja did not go out. In the evening, her friend returned. She looked harassed, disheveled, and distracted. All day long, she was forced to clean offices that had been vacated by the Soviets. German and Belarusian policemen had watched her. Any attempt to rest or slow down met with beatings. After she finished working, they had ordered her to stand on a table and sing the Jewish anthem, Hatikva. When she refused, they grabbed the broom out of her hands and hit her with it. The broom landed on her face, head, and the rest of her body. She cried, which only made them intensify the blows. Convinced that they would kill her, she gave in and climbed on the table. Still hitting her, her tormentors now demanded that she dance and sing. She did. Chaja kept silent. Irritated, her friend asked, "Why don't you say something?" In a measured voice, Chaja replied, "To me they will not do that. I will not allow it." "How?" her friend wanted to know. "I will run away. I will not serve the Germans." From then on, whenever the police came to collect Jews, Chaja would hide. Quite independently, Riva Reich, another young upper-class woman, also refused to submit. A mother of an infant daughter, married only for a year, Riva soon faced a tragedy. A few days after the Germans came to Stolpce, they arrested a group of prominent citizens, Riva's husband among them. This happened without provocation or warning. When the police came to make the arrest, the couple was still in bed. His mother admitted the policeman and brought them to her son. They took him in his pajamas. In less than an hour, Riva was at the police station with her husband's clothes. The policeman on duty would not accept the package, explaining that the prisoner was well provided for. Among the arrested were a few Christians, an error. They were let go, and they told Riva that her husband was tortured and in bad shape. To free him, Riva began to make the rounds among all kinds of officials. Some she contacted assured her that her husband was well. Others admitted that he was ill. Still others promised to arrange his release. She paid money for the news, money for the promises, but nothing happened. Among the different stories was also the truth. With the rest of the arrested Jews, he was executed in a nearby forest, only a few days after he was taken from their home. Eventually, Riva accepted this last version. When she did, she became determined not to give in and, keeping her baby with her, concentrated on avoiding the Germans. This eventually made her join the defiant Bielskis. At first ordered out of Stankiewicz, Tuvia and Zeus Bielski returned to their respective homes in Lida and Nowogrodek. After Tuvia settled his wife with the Titkins, he went to Nowogrodek. Tuvia wanted to compare the two towns, Lida and Nowogrodek. In Nowogrodek, Zeus and Tuvia barely had time to greet each other when they were stopped by a native policeman. Wearing an armband labelled "Police," the man pushed them toward a group of about 50 Jewish men and, helped by other native policemen and Germans, led them away. They were soon joined and surrounded by a group of civilians, mainly Poles. To get the attention of the Germans, this crowd shouted in broken German and Polish, "Every Jew is a communist. We are grateful that you came to free us from the Jewish yoke." One of the German officers answered in Polish, "Under the German rule, the only Jew you will see will be on the movie screen. We will settle our accounts with them." Satisfied, these civilians followed until they reached an office building. Here the officer who had spoken to the crowd asked them to line up at the building's entrance. He supplied each with sticks or leather thongs and instructed them to hit every Jew who came out of the gate. Jewish men were ordered to carry furniture and move it to the next building. As they did, they were beaten by the civilians. Tuvia and Zeus towered over the other workers. Their height together with their broad shoulders suggested strength, and the civilian tormentors avoided hitting them and concentrated on the remaining Jews. When the furniture was transferred, the prisoners were told to arrange themselves in rows. This was in preparation for a new job, another house and more furniture to be moved. And though the day was coming to an end, their work seemed to be continuing forever. Tuvia whispered to Zeus, "I am going to run away." "Me too," came the answer. Under the cover of darkness, the brothers disappeared. Before they parted, each vowed never to let themselves be caught by the enemy. This decision contained no special plans, no specific steps, but it was firm. By the summer of 1941, when the Germans invaded Russian-occupied Poland, they were experienced in Jewish persecution. Not satisfied with the amount of destruction, they wanted to accelerate the process of Jewish annihilation, the so-called final solution. For that purpose, the Germans introduced an important innovation: separate killing units, known as the Einsatzgruppen. These units consisted of 3,000 SS men specially trained for murdering Jews and other enemies of the Reich. The Einsatzgruppen would follow on the heels of advancing armies and trap large Jewish population centers before the prospective victims had a chance to learn of their fate. In the mass executions that followed, the Einsatzgruppen were assisted by the German army and local collaborators. Pockets of Jewish populations, particularly in urban centers, were overlooked by these killers. These omissions were only temporary. They were followed by selective murders of the Jewish elite. Later on, these policies of annihilation came to include all Jews. Though exposed to the most threatening situations, some Jews were determined not to submit to the German terror. The Bielski family fit into this category. On one of his visits to Nowogrodek in July 1941, Zeus recalls seeing a public execution. He first became aware of a commotion, with people running in different directions. He hid behind a wall and saw a group of about 50 Jews, surrounded by German soldiers and policemen. They stood in 5 rows, frightened, crushed, and helpless. A German officer arrived in a small car. He questioned the soldiers. They seemed to answer in the affirmative. I could not hear them. The German drew his gun and shot into the air. Immediately thereafter, there was a burst of machine gun fire and some Jews fell. There followed another shot into the air, another burst of machine gun fire, then more Jews fell, and so on. I noticed Slutsky and his son in the last row. They were distant relatives of my wife. The son turned to his father, horrified. "Father, they are killing us." He no sooner uttered the sentence than both were dead. That day, in full view of the community, the Germans shot 50 men, most of them prominent leaders and professionals. Chaya only heard about these killings. While in Nowogrodek, she continued to play cat and mouse with the authorities. Whenever they came looking for people, she would disappear. Soon, afraid that her luck might run out, she decided to join her family in the village WWII. In villages like Stankiewicz and WWII, where the Bielskis, Charger, and other Jews felt safer than in towns, disturbing news and rumors began to arrive. Particularly shocking was the fate of the Jews in Horodische, a nearby small town. On October 21, 1941, the town's 3,000 Jews were ordered to assemble in the marketplace. Out of the 3,000, the Germans selected 50 craftsmen. The rest were subdivided into 2 groups. First, able-bodied men and women. Second, the children, the old, the weak, and the disabled. This second group was ordered to climb into trucks. The first group had to follow on foot. Together they were all taken to the outskirts of the town, to a large pit, where they were put in smaller groups. Each was then told to move to the edge of the pit. On reaching the edge, each group was gunned down. The 50 craftsmen were spared. They heard about the killings from Belarusian peasants whose job was to cover the bodies with soil. Of these 50 survivors, 7 were sent to Baranowitzy. Yehuda Simsonowitz was one of the 7. During the massacre, he lost 36 relatives. In Baranowice, Yehuda contacted members of the Judenrat and told them what happened. They shrugged in disbelief and advised him not to spread such horrible rumors. A Judenrat was a Jewish community council appointed by the Germans that often included pre-war community leaders. The Germans assured their appointees that as Judenrat officials they would mediate between the occupational authorities and their Jewish constituents. In reality, the Germans demanded total obedience to orders from these officials. But the mass murder in Horodische was not an isolated event. Rumors continued to circulate about groups of Jews who were collected from hamlets, villages, and small towns, only to be executed not far from their communities. Added to these grim stories was talk about the establishment of ghettos. According to one version, these closed Jewish quarters would contain only the youths. The old and the children would be killed. Others argued more optimistically that the work of the young would protect the rest. Most Jews equated contributions to the German economy with the possibility of staying alive. There were disagreements as to whether permission to live would extend to a family's less productive members. The Germans supported all kinds of optimistic views, emphasizing the need for devoted laborers. Induza Izwa Chaha and her relatives, including her parents who were close to 70, refused to submit to the Germans. But beyond a general desire to act, they had no specific plans. The change of season limited their options. As 1941 was coming to an end, it took away what little warmth there was. The forest and the countryside, hospitable during the summer, became cold and uninviting. And so, apprehensive about the future, Chaja and her relatives waited. Known for their independent spirits, members of the Bielski family soon began to defy the authorities more openly. A Belarusian, a Stankiewicz neighbor, Kushel, had joined the newly established police in Nowogródek. To curry favor with his new masters, Kushel accused Asael, Tuvia, and Zeus of communist collaboration. At this point, the three brothers were often in their home village, and a warrant was issued for their arrest. Ironically, another Belarusian policeman warned the Bielskis about the impending danger. Without hesitation, the three disappeared in different directions for safety. Because they were born and raised in this part of the country, the Bielskis were familiar with the surrounding forests, villages, and roads, and knew many local people. Some were close friends, others were friendly or hostile acquaintances. Political upheavals would blur the distinction between friend and foe. Therefore, as a special precaution, each brother pretended to be Christian. Because their changed identities would be effective only for those who did not know them, they tried to alter their appearance. Tuvia, for example, grew a bushy moustache. Familiarity with the area and the people produced more advantages than disadvantages. It often meant knowing which farm needed laborers. A shortage of farmhands had been created when many Belarusian men left with the Red Army. Tuvia and Zeus benefited from this situation by offering their services in exchange for food and lodging. Asael went to the village Dokudovo, where he worked as a mason. After a few weeks, informers caught up with him and he ran away. He went to the forest, close to his native village, and would visit his family only at night. Occasionally, Zeus too would stay for a few days with his wife in Nowogródek. During one of those visits, the police came to arrest him. Warned of the danger, Zeus slipped out of town at night. On the outskirts, a 10-year-old Polish boy accosted him, saying, "You dirty Jew, how dare you use the sidewalk? You know you are forbidden." Zeus slapped him hard and escaped through the fields toward Stankiewicz. That same evening, Zeus cautiously approached the Bielski hut. Through a window, he saw the room in total disarray, with many objects strewn all over the floor and furniture. A trusted neighbor told him that the police had just left his parents' home. They were looking for the three brothers, Asael, Tuvia, and Zeus, and when they did not find them, they arrested their father instead. The rest of the family had gone in search of help. Next day, without any explanation, David Bielski was freed. This capricious gesture was followed by the arrest of the younger brothers, Avramael and Yakov. No reason was offered and the two were sent to prison in Nowogródek. Bela Bielski appealed to the local priest and influential Belarusian farmers and asked them to sign a statement testifying that Avramele and Yakov were decent men who never did anything wrong. She went to the Judenrat in Nowogrodek and begged them to intercede on behalf of her sons. They promised to do so, but nothing happened. She delivered food packages to the prison without ever finding out if Avramele and Yakov received them. Through friends of friends, she was introduced to the prison administrator. In the past, this man had freed Jewish prisoners. For him, the release of Jews was a business. Before Bela met him, she collected a few valuables she had and offered them. The man made it clear this was not enough. He wanted 100 rubles in gold, an astronomical sum for Bela Bielski. She sold everything she could. She borrowed money from relatives and friends, but was still short. Negotiations with the prison official were deadlocked. Desperately, unsuccessfully, she tried to raise more money. Then she heard that her sons were to be transferred to another prison. Probably the two brothers saw in this move an opportunity for an escape, and in October 1941, Avramele and Yakov were shot trying to run away. In Russian-occupied Poland, including Western Belarusia, Jews who evaded the initial killing waves were exposed to more gradual persecutions. In part, these resembled the steps used in Western Poland. First, Jews were identified, then their property was confiscated and they were barred from gainful employment. Jews were separated from the rest of the population and forced into ghettos. Their extreme overcrowding and poverty led to the spread of disease, epidemics, starvation, and death. Each of these stages was in turn accompanied by selective killings. Although the Jews in Western Belarusia had heard about mass murder and some even witnessed executions, they had no way of knowing what a specific German raid or action would bring. An action could lead to executions, compulsory temporary work, or transfer to another community. Even when a raid did result in murder, one could not be sure how extensive it would be. This uncertainty and instability applied to all aspects of Jewish life, including ghetto transfers. A ghetto had shattering effects, sometimes ending with death. Yitzhak Rudashevsky, a young teenager, captured the tragedy of a ghetto move. The streets streamed with Jews carrying bundles. People fall, bundles scatter. Before me, a woman bends under her bundle. From the bundle, a thin string of rice keeps pouring over the street. I walk burdened and irritated. The Lithuanians, Nazi collaborators, drive us on, do not let us rest. Here is the ghetto gate. I feel that I have been robbed. My freedom is being robbed from me, my home, and the familiar streets I love so much. I find my parents, and here we are in the ghetto house. Besides the four of us, there are 11 persons in the room. The room is a dirty and stuffy one. The first ghetto night, we lie three together on two doors. I do not sleep. In my ears resounds the lamentation of this day. I hear the restless breathing of people with whom I have been suddenly thrown together. People who, just like me, have suddenly been uprooted from their homes. For Tamara Rabinowitz, the forced move to the ghetto resulted in an active defiance of Nazi orders. It has been engraved in Tamara's memory. We packed 4 valises and 2 knapsacks. We took a bundle of pillows and a cover and tied it to the valises and dragged it behind us. The bundle fell apart. I bent down to tie it together. Suddenly, I felt that my back was burning as if it was on fire. I raised my head and saw a German standing in front of me with a whip, at the end of which were iron balls. He hit my back with it. That is why my back was burning. I did not understand what it was. I looked at him, and he looked at me with cold, laughing eyes and said in German, "You dirty Jew, go to the ghetto." I told him, "I am a Jewess, but not dirty because I wash." For an answer, he gave me 3 whips over my face. Blood started pouring out of my mouth. My husband gave me a handkerchief and told me quietly to leave the bundle on the street. As I wiped my face, I noticed in front of me a young woman with a baby in her arms. I saw a German come close to her with outstretched hands, and he took the baby from her. I thought to myself, by chance I met a bad German. This one is trying to help this woman. She had no packages, nothing, only the child. A beautiful baby, blue-eyed, laughing. I thought, what a good German that wants to help. Before I finished my thought, I saw that he took the baby, threw it into the air and caught it with the thin part of his weapon. Blood poured out of the little body. The mother jumped at the man and pushed her nails into his eyes. He had time to take out his gun. He shot her. She remained on the pavement on top of her baby. The Germans stood there laughing. Right then, Tamara and her husband resolved not to work for the Germans or stay in the ghetto. To them, the town Stolpci, because of its small size, seemed like a haven. German brutality, they felt, might be limited to big centers. While they put into effect their decision not to work by hiding, their escape from the ghetto had to wait. Only after 3 months of planning did they succeed in running away. On the outside, they were faced with a journey filled with danger. Most of it they made on foot. Penniless and exhausted, they reached the Belarusian town of Lida. In Lida, they were protected by Lichtmann, the head of the Judenrat. Many more refugees benefited from Lichtmann's help. He would legitimate their stay by issuing special papers entitling them to jobs and food. Eventually, the Germans learned about Lichtmann's crimes. They executed him and appointed another Judenrat head. Most people had a hard time grasping that the Nazi anti-Jewish measures were part of an overall plan. Jews and those who were ready to help them often thought that some communities would be safer than others and that the Germans might overlook certain places altogether. Anton Schmidt, a German sergeant stationed in Vilna, who risked his life to save Jews, subscribed to this last view. Schmidt was convinced that small communities would shield Jews from German atrocities. At considerable risk, he would arrange illegal Jewish transfers to small Belarusian towns, away from Vilna. A Vilna ghetto inmate, Engelstern, was assigned to Schmidt's home as a servant. After he started working, he noticed bread, cheese, sausage, and other foods scattered around the house. Although hungry and eager to feed his family, he was afraid to touch any of these things. He suspected that this was a provocation and that the German wanted to catch him and accuse him of stealing. Only later did some Jews tell Engelstern how caring Schmidt was and that the food was a gift for his Jewish employee, just one of those gestures he was known for. One way in which the Germans controlled Jewish lives was by issuing working papers that protected an individual and his or her family from raids and from death. Periodically, however, without any warnings, the Germans would issue new documents that automatically made the old papers obsolete. Those who were not covered by the new documents became useless people. This happened to Engelstern, and he knew that as a useless person he had no right to live. He turned to Schmidt. "My family and I are lost. I have no papers to protect us. Can you help us reach Belarusia?" As if it were the most natural request, Schmidt replied, "No problem. I am taking a truckload of people tonight. Be ready. You and your family can come." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Engelstern's thanks. That night, a truck full of Jews left for Woronowo, a small town in western Belarusia. The Engelsterns were among them. For the Vilna fugitives, Woronowo proved a dangerous place. Aware that there was an influx of refugees from Vilna, the Germans were determined to eliminate them. An action did the job. Most refugees were caught and executed, yet Engelstern and his family managed to escape to Lida. During a raid there, Mrs. Engelstern and her 2 daughters were taken away, never to be heard from again. This blow only strengthened Engelstern's determination to fight for his life. While he was trying to put this resolution into effect, the selfless rescuer, Anton Schmidt, was losing his battle. Schmidt was accused of aiding Jews, and a military tribunal sentenced him to death. He was executed in April 1942. The Bielski brothers belonged to the small minority of Jews who from the very beginning refused to become ghetto inmates. To elude the enemy, they were constantly on the move. When they had no place for the night, they would sneak into a barn or pigsty and sleep there without the owner's knowledge. Though cautious, they had many close calls. Tuvia recalls one of them. "I knew Kisely, the head of a particular village. I would visit him whenever I was in the vicinity, tell him where I was to be found, and ask for information of interest to me. One winter night I was visiting Kisely at home. I was sitting quietly and peacefully. Here they won't betray me. Once, I had been invited to his son's baptism. My attendance at that affair had reaffirmed our friendship. Suddenly, I saw two policemen outside the window. They were headed for the house. The door was opened quietly by the son of the house. He stuck his head in and whispered, "Run, Bielski, they're after you." The forest was not too far. I hid easily. The police actually asked for me, and kissily said that indeed I had been there but had already gone. Despite many dangers, Asael, Tuvia, and Zeus kept in touch. Frequently, the connecting link was their younger brother Arksik, who was 13 at the time. He was familiar with the area and had a special talent for locating his brothers. Toward the end of 1941, he brought them shattering news. While Arksik was busy feeding the animals, he noticed a truck of German and Belarusian policemen drive up to their hut. He hid in the barn and saw his parents being led away. Soon the Bielski brothers learned that their parents had been taken to the prison in Nowogródek. Béla's and David's arrest coincided with the establishment of the Nowogródek ghetto. Zeus's wife, Searle, was also confined in the ghetto. He pleaded with her to leave and wanted to find her a place with Christian friends. She rejected the offer. After all, she insisted, thousands of Jews live in Nowogródek. They cannot all be wrong. Not wishing to upset her, he did not press. Zeus did not imagine that the Germans would be so quick and efficient. Shortly after the establishment of the ghetto Nowogródek on December 7, 1941, there was an action. This raid resulted in the murder of 4,000 Jews. Among those who lost their lives that day were the Bielski parents, Tuvia's first wife, Rivka, and Zeus's wife, Searle, as well as their baby daughter. For the Bielski brothers, the pain that followed these losses was mixed with guilt and regret. If only they had acted. If only they had insisted on moving them in time. If only. As they mourned, this tragedy became a turning point. Now more than ever they would concentrate on not submitting, on freeing themselves from the German clutches. This renewed resolution applied not only to them, but also to those who were dear to them. They knew that to succeed, they needed weapons. Arms would reduce danger and increase independence. But the Germans had strict laws against the possession of arms. Ownership of weapons was illegal, and all civilians caught with a gun were committing a crime punishable by death. The danger surrounding the acquisition of weapons made them rare and prohibitively expensive. Still, some people did possess arms. Usually the owners were locals who collected weapons left over by soldiers of the two retreating armies, the Polish army in 1939 and the Russian army in 1941. Frequently, these owners refused to part with their treasures, and when they did, they expected to be paid exorbitant prices. Gun transactions took place only among those who trusted each other. Occasionally, a friend would sell a gun at a moderate price as a favor. Less frequently, a gun would be offered as a gift. From a friend, the rich Belarusian peasant Vilmont, Tuvia received as a present a pistol whose trigger would occasionally stall. Although of questionable reliability, this pistol was an expression of true friendship. Asael acquired a submachine gun from a Belarusian peasant in exchange for used clothes. Also a friend, this Belarusian was more interested in doing a favor than making a profit. Such generous transactions, however, were rare. For the next 3 years, the Bielski brothers would devise ingenious ways for collecting arms. In Lida, the first collective execution of Jews occurred on July 5, 1941, when 200 prominent men were murdered. The realists felt that this murder was only a prelude to more Jewish destruction. Others argued that these killings were committed in part in the heat of battle, and therefore were unique, unusual events. Soon, however, news about more mass executions challenged this last conclusion. Such news came together with rumors about the establishment of ghettos. From a distance, Tuvia had predicted the same fate for Lida as for all the other communities. More persecution, more killings. He spoke to Alta Tikhtin about the need to plan for the future, but his brother-in-law refused to listen. When confronted with the possibility of closed quarters, Alta said, "There is no other alternative. We'll have to go into the ghetto. It's not too bad. Somehow we'll survive. Let's not be smarter than the others. We will live just like the rest will." "Don't you see it may mean death?" Tuvia demanded. "They cannot kill all of us. What will be with the majority of the Jews will be with us," came the answer. "Perhaps," Tuvia conceded. "But how do you know you will not be among the dead?" "I will take my chances," was all Alta was prepared to say. Tuvia's wife, Sonia, sided with her brother-in-law. She could not see herself living in the forest or village. She was a city person. For her, even Lida was not much of a town. It was too confining. When the Jews of Lida were ordered to move to the ghetto, Sonia, together with the rest of her family, began to pack. Tuvia forbade her to go. He had made arrangements with his friend, the rich peasant Vilmont. Sonia was to stay in his house. She was to work there as a seamstress for the entire family. Tuvia and Vilmont felt that Sonia's blonde hair and blue eyes could easily support the story that she was a relative from town who had come to the village to rest. While Sonia stayed with the Vilmonts, Tuvia would occasionally visit her. Sometimes these visits involved an overnight stay. When this happened, Vilmont's neighbours and trusted friends were on the lookout for police. Their warnings, it was hoped, would give Tuvia enough time to escape. Once, when Tuvia and the rest of the household were at breakfast, they noticed 2 carts of policemen and gendarmes approaching. Quickly, these men jumped out of their vehicles and dispersed all over the village. Then 2 of them came to Vilmont's yard. The farmer's wife, pale and frightened, asked no one in particular. "What will happen now?" Tuvia replied. "Be calm. When they ask if all of us belong to the household, say yes." Without knocking, one of the policemen burst into the room. Hardly glancing at Tuvia or anyone else, he screamed, "How dare you let the dog loose? He attacked us!" Vilmont's apologies made no impression. Fuming, the policeman began to write a report. A law was broken. The accused Vilmont tried to suppress a smile. Never before was he so happy to pay a fine. Neither the war nor the events that followed diminished Asael's love for Chahya, who continued to stay at her sister's house in WWII. Although he had practically no opportunity to see her, he was preoccupied with her welfare. On December 8, 1941, Asael sent Chahya a message about the mass murder in Nowogrodek, urging her to run away. He explained that Jews were being collected in many villages and shot close to their dwellings. Asael's warnings led to an exodus from WWII, with various family members going in different directions. Chahya made her way into the forest with her 2 teenage nephews, Pinchas and Joseph Boldo. Soon, snow and freezing weather forced them to search for less exposed shelter. After several unsuccessful attempts, they came to Chahya's friend, the Belarusian peasant Piotrus. Chahya and Piotrus had shared an interest in the Communist Party. Financially better off than Piotrus, Chahya would supply him with books and other reading materials. Their heated discussions and work on behalf of indigent farmers created a special bond between them, and Chahya knew she could count on Piotrus's friendship. He welcomed her and built a special hiding place by enclosing part of a pigsty with a wall. The area was well camouflaged, but cold. Once a day, in the evening, Piotrus would come to the hiding place and bring potatoes, milk, and whatever else he had. He would also take away a bucket of refuse. Piotrus did not object when Chahya and her nephews were joined by her old mother and niece Luba. More people reduced the amount of oxygen, making breathing more difficult without sufficiently raising the temperature. One day the weather was particularly uncooperative. Snow and heavy winds made the shelter unbearably cold. Chahya was ill with a high fever, but kept this news to herself so she wouldn't upset the others. Toward evening, the snowstorm became more vicious. It was as if the wind and snow were waging a furious battle. On that unlikely night, Asael came to see Chahya. She was feverish and her body shook. "I will get you help. I will be back," Asael said and rushed out. He knew that he could not get a doctor since none were in the area. A trip to the pharmacy, some 15 kilometers away, seemed the best solution. The weather prevented him from moving fast. When he finally reached the pharmacist, he skipped the greeting. "You must give me the best medicine for bringing down fever. My girlfriend's body shakes and she cannot speak." More emphatically, he added, "My brothers are in the forest. They have guns and know I came here. If anything happens to me, they will take care of you. There is no need to threaten. I will be glad to give you whatever you need." Without fuss, the man busied himself with the medications. He explained how to use each. As he handed over the package, he said, "Bless you. I pray that this war should be over. We must help each other in these difficult times." More relaxed, no doubt grateful, Asael stepped into the uninviting black and white night. Only when Asael convinced himself that the medication had done its job did he leave Chaja. Now that Asael was giving rather than taking, he was less self-conscious. He gave not only to Chaja but also to her family. In those days, anyone in their mid-40s was already considered old. Older people, particularly those close to the age of Chaja's parents, were a definite liability. They were less mobile, less adaptable, and therefore burdensome. Indeed, some young people abandoned their parents. They reasoned that without older people to worry about, they had a better chance of surviving. Some parents urged their children to leave them behind. Older parents accepted the view that on the outside, in the forbidden Christian world, they would interfere with their children's safety. Selflessly, they wanted their children to live even if this hindered their own possibilities for making it. Asael treated Chaja's parents with utmost consideration and respect. It was as if some of the love he felt for their daughter spilled over to them. For that, Chaja was grateful, but gratitude did not translate into love. Chaja had a boyfriend who was her social and intellectual equal. He remained in the Nowogrodek ghetto. When Chaja's Belarusian protector, Piotrus, went to town, he would smuggle her letters in and out of the ghetto. In his letters, Chaja's boyfriend urged her to come and live with him. Like so many other ghetto inmates, he was convinced that if he would work hard, the Germans would spare him. The same, he thought, would apply to Chaja. Why look for adventure and danger on the outside? As a city person, unused to the countryside, like Sonia, Tuvia's wife, he could not see himself living in the forest or village. But Chaja disagreed with his assessment. To her, the ghetto represented enslavement and death. She loved her boyfriend, but she also loved life, and here was Asael. Socially and intellectually her inferior, he offered freedom and a chance to live. This promise of life, Chaja knew, included her family, even her old parents. Did she have a right to disregard it? Although crude and unpolished, Asael was sensitive to Chaja's needs. He did not pressure. He waited. She must have given a sign, for on one of his visits he brought her a present, a pistol. Chaja knew that this was the most expensive present that one could have imagined. With my parents' approval, we decided that if we came out of this war alive, I would marry him. That was our engagement. From then on, we were like a couple. By 1942, the Germans accelerated the pace of Jewish destruction by coordinating their anti-Jewish measures. In addition to the increased raids on ghettos and the mass murder that followed, they became more watchful outside the ghettos. Many Jewish fugitives fell into their hands. Those caught were executed, as were the Christians protecting them. More outside raids made a stay with peasants more dangerous. Although much less convenient, the forest seemed to offer greater protection. Still, Chaja continued to remain with Piotrus. To make her life more comfortable, Asael moved her mother and niece to the home of friendly Belarusian peasants, the Kots. Other members of Chaja's family found shelter with other Christians. Some went to the forest. By March 1942, 9 people had joined Asael in the forest near Nowogrodek. Among them was his sister Tajba and her husband Avramale, Chaja's nephews Pinchas and Yosef, and the Bielski brothers Zeus and Arksik. This group could no longer exchange work for food. It would have been hard, if not impossible, to find work for 10 people. The cold weather eliminated most farm jobs, and the increased persecution of Jews made an offer of the few remaining jobs unlikely. Continuing anti-Semitic propaganda had had some effect on people's attitudes. Regardless of how they felt about Jews, the local non-Jewish population became afraid of the severe punishment that inevitably followed the discovery of aid to Jews. For these reasons alone, it was difficult for Jews to find work, but Asael's group had to eat, And so, at night, a few of them would venture into a farmhouse, where, guns in hand, they asked for food. Those who had no weapons carried sticks in the shape of shotguns on their shoulders. Owners of these artificial guns stayed outside the hut, but close to the windows. The idea was to make the peasants think there were many of them and that they were well armed. For Jews on the run, time had capricious and complicated effects. Time led to experience and important lessons. It taught them that in the winter the forest was more hospitable than they had thought, but time was also destructive. With time, the Germans became more vigilant, more persistent. Because of such stepped-up persecutions, the Jewish fugitives had to be more ingenious. They needed to be stronger. They felt that cooperation with other German opponents, particularly partisans, could give them extra protection. Rumors about partisans, filled with images of strong and brave men, continued to circulate and inspire confidence. The Bielski brothers, particularly Tuvia, wanted to explore the possibility of cooperating with such men. At the start of 1942, Tuvia contacted a trusted friend, a Belarusian communist, Misha Radzecki. Highly intelligent and well-educated, Misha came from a poor Belarusian family. In pre-war Poland, his communist activities got him into trouble and he spent several years in a Polish prison. During the German occupation, Misha was denounced for his communist past and became an outlaw. He avoided capture by staying in different villages and hamlets. Misha was glad to see Tuvia and felt that together they had a better chance of standing up to the Germans. Together, Misha and Tuvia continued to move from place to place. They tried to locate partisans or make contact with underground figures. They felt good in each other's company and were eager to cooperate. Tuvia, however, noted that his friend was received with open arms in the houses they visited, while he felt like an uninvited guest. As a Jew, he was regarded with suspicion. The two friends talked about it. Tuvia feared that later his friend might feel burdened by the presence of a Jew. He became convinced that the differences between them would grow and cause trouble. Tuvia knew they had to part company. He realized that a group of Jews with common needs and common expectations would be a better solution, and that the strength of such a group and ultimately its survival would depend on size, organization, and weapons. These ideas and their execution developed very gradually. In the meantime, the Bielski brothers continued to meet. One day, Asael and Tuvia stopped at the Kots to pay a visit to Chaha's mother. They were received warmly. Generous offers of food and drinks were mixed with gossip and animated talk. Toward evening, the two brothers departed, each going in a different direction. As usual, when Chaya's mother retired for the night, she put her dentures into a glass of water. Before the village had a chance to wake up, a contingent of Belarusian and German policemen descended. They encircled the Kots' house, and a few intruders burst inside, shouting, "Where are the Bielskis?" This question was accompanied by blows. Kot answered, "The Bielskis were here, but they've gone. How dare you give them refuge? How can I not? They're armed, they come and take what they wish." The police searched everywhere. One of them found the glass with the dentures. "These are Jewish dentures. Are they Bielskis?" "No, they belong to a relative. She left them here for safekeeping." Pointing to Chaja's mother, they asked, "Who is this old lady?" "My godmother." "And the girl?" "My granddaughter." They paid no attention to the answers. They were preoccupied with the Bielski brothers. Convinced that Kot knew where they were, the policeman arrested him. In prison, Kot was tortured. He could only give them the facts. The Bielskis had been in his house and left. After a few days, he was released. Kot suffered from multiple fractures and serious wounds and was confined to bed. In less than a week, he was dead. News about Kot's fate travelled fast. This news, continuous searches by the Germans, and severe punishment of those who dared to aid Jews made help to Jews more scarce. Jewish fugitives were becoming more helpless and more vulnerable. The forest now seemed to offer more safety than a stay in a Christian home. Still, Piotrus's protection of Chaha continued. Toward the end of March 1942, Chaja left, but she did so at Asael's insistence, and only because he felt her hiding place was unsafe. By this time, Asael's group grew to 14, including Charja's parents. Only a few were armed, but even if they had more arms, not many could have used them. Asael and Zeus taught some members how to shoot. This was done without ammunition, since it was too precious to be wasted on training. Besides, one had to be careful about noises that would attract attention. This enlarged group followed the established pattern. Under the cover of darkness, a few men would venture into the village for food. Intimidated by the guns, the peasants would hand over whatever provisions they had. The Germans avoided the forest, particularly when dark. The group took advantage of this and did most of their household chores in the evening, including cooking. Their meals were made in a large pot that hung from a branch. A fire was built underneath. They slept in tents under a tree. These tents served only as temporary shelters and were built out of branches, which were covered with all kinds of material. Although the tents offered protection from the cold and wind, they were less reliable when it came to rain or snow. No one undressed for the night. It was warmer and safer to sleep with clothes on, a habit followed by most partisans. The group's survival depended in part on its ability to move. The peasants, their food suppliers, were poor and therefore unable to feed a large group for an extended time. Not to overburden them, the group would collect food from different farms. Besides, if these natives thought that a group of Jews had settled close to their village, they might be tempted to report them to the authorities. The Germans demanded from the local population the delivery of Jewish fugitives. To assure compliance, in addition to punishments, they offered special rewards. The group's movement was also dictated by chance meetings with civilians. One could never be sure whether these occasional encounters would lead to denouncement, and a change of location decreased the chance of discovery. Inevitably, life in the forest led to tension. Zeus argued that Charja's parents would bring disaster on the entire group and urged Asael to send them away. Not only did Asael refuse, but he replied that if Zeus didn't like it, he could leave. He did, and took his younger brother with him. After a few weeks, both returned. Tuvia continued to roam the countryside alone. Like other places, Sonia's home at the Vilmots became more exposed. Tuvia urged her to join him, but she refused, saying that she would leave only if her family from Lida accompanied her. Although the Lida ghetto was officially closed, for a while people were able to smuggle themselves in and out with relative ease. Because the authorities were actively looking for Tuvia, a trip to the ghetto was dangerous. Even his bushy moustache was no longer an adequate disguise. Disregarding danger, Tuvia visited the ghetto twice. Each time he met Alta Tictin, and each time he tried to persuade him to take his family and leave. Tuvia promised to make all the arrangements. Tictin refused, arguing that danger would avoid them and that German killings were selective and temporary. The women were not consulted, nor did they know exactly when the meetings took place. Then, on May 8, 1942, all ghetto inmates were ordered to assemble in the central section. The Tictins, Regina's mother and sister, and her son, Grisha Maitis, were among them. Grisha worked as an electrician at the military base, and his job entitled him to some protection. It was not clear who and how many members of Grisha's family were covered by his papers. During this action, the Germans and their collaborators split the Jewish population into two groups. Grisha, Regina, Lilka, and Alta were pushed into the smaller one. Grisha's grandmother and her daughter had to join the bigger group and became 2 of the 5,670 ghetto inmates murdered that day. Grisha's papers saved Regina, Lilka, and Alta. The May 8th mass murder, more so than the urging of Tuvia Bielski, convinced Alta Tictin that it was time to leave. He sent word of his decision. The ghetto was more closely watched, and Tuvia could not enter. From the outside, he orchestrated the Tictins and Grisha's escape. For Tuvia, this step marked the beginning of a long, drawn-out battle to save them and many others. Chapter 4. The beginning of the Bielski Otriad. From March 1942. Asael, with 13 followers, continued to elude the Germans by staying in the forests, close to the town of Nowogrodek. When collecting provisions, they made an effort not to rob poor peasants, but instead took from those they thought had extra food. Familiarity with the area and with local farmers helped them decide who was an appropriate target. Bowing to tradition, the men handled the acquisition of food while the women prepared the meals. All ingredients were cooked together, with potatoes most plentiful and with meat and fat at a premium. The mainstay of each dish was potatoes with very little fat or meat. Depending on availability, different kinds of vegetables, cereals, and flour also found their way into the same pot. How a dish tasted depended on what the men were able to collect rather than on personal preferences or the cook's skills. Even a basic item such as salt was a problem. The peasants themselves were often forced to do without it. In mid-May 1942, Tuvia Bielski's group came to Asael's base. The new arrivals included Tuvia's wife, Sonia, and 4 members of Sonia's family. Sonia's sister, Regina Tikhtin, Regina's son, Grisha Matis, Regina's husband, Alta Tikhtin, and his daughter, Lilka. That evening, Chaja welcomed them by serving them dinner first. Regina was unimpressed. Sure of her sister Sonia's unconditional support, she immediately requested 2 kitchens, one for Asael's and one for Tuvia's group. She added that the 2 brothers, young Arksik and Zeus, could each choose either group. Without fuss, Chaja agreed to the division of uncooked products. Then and later, by giving in, she succeeded in keeping the hostile undercurrents in check. Chaja's tolerance allowed the men to stay out of these squabbles. It also gave the Bielski brothers the freedom to enjoy their reunion. With the loss of their parents and 2 brothers, family closeness was even more important. Following the forest custom, a tent was put up for the new arrivals. They were to share this one place. For Lilka, who had fallen in love with Tuvia the moment she first saw him, sleeping in the same tent with him and Sonia had to be a painful experience. But the girl would not confide in anyone. She acted as she always did, in a retiring, subdued way. She remembers being asked by Tuvia, "Why are you so unhappy?" To this she would answer with a vague smile and silence. For a while, this enlarged group of fugitives continued to follow the habits established earlier by Asael's people. Inevitably, peasants would come to the woods to collect mushrooms, berries, or wood, and some would see the Jewish refugees. Guards were posted around the Bielski base. When a stranger was noticed, this would be reported to the leaders, who had to decide whether to stay or leave. Usually, it was safer to move on. One was never sure if a particular intruder would report them to the authorities. The Bielski men could kill those met by chance and thus avert potential trouble. But this was not how the group wanted to act. Their policy was to avoid people. When that was not possible, they would try to get away. The group would move to a new location under the cover of darkness, traveling through side fields and side roads. On their way, they sometimes had to pass through water. This they did only after the swimmers among them examined the depth of the water. All washing took place at the banks of the nearest river, toward the end of the day. The same river gave them drinking water. Their nomadic existence made digging for wells impractical. Asael continued as the head of the enlarged unit, but he would frequently defer to his older brother Tuvia, who was always ready with advice. He was concerned about the group's vulnerability, lack of arms, the disproportionately high number of older people, and the high number of women. Their situation, he felt, could be improved by acquiring more weapons and more young men. He suggested that they recruit armed young men from the surrounding ghettos. Asael and Zeus agreed, and together they decided to bring some youths from ghetto Nowogrodek. This decision called for special arrangements. A messenger had to be dispatched. Entering and leaving a ghetto involved serious risks. Because the Bielski group was mobile, finding the unit could be a problem, and it was therefore advisable to have a stable stopover place outside the ghetto. Someone's home would be the best solution. From there, ghetto runaways could be picked up by the Bielski people and transferred to the forest. A Belarusian peasant, Konstanty Kozlowski, nicknamed Koschik, agreed to go to the ghetto and bring back a group of young men. He also offered his home as a stopover. For years, as a youngster, Kozlowski had lived with a Jewish shoemaker from whom he had learned the trade and the Yiddish language. He spoke Yiddish fluently and had an affinity both for the Jewish culture and its people. He hated the Germans with a passion, was opposed to their murder of Jews, and welcomed any opportunity to defy them. A widower, Koschik shared his home with his 3 grown sons. They lived in a hutor, an isolated farm. Kozlowski's hutor was located not far from the village Mokrek, 11 kilometers from Nowogrodek. Because of its location, away from other dwellings, a hutor offered special safety. Indeed, Koschik's home soon became a meeting place for runaway Jews and Russian partisans. He also continued to act as a courier and guide, not only for the Bielskis, but also for other Nazi opponents. His services were free of charge. Koschik supplemented his meager income with illegal commerce that included the manufacture of vodka and the sale of all kinds of black market goods. His family supported his anti-German position. His brother, a Belarusian policeman, supplied important information to all who were opposed to the Germans, including the Bielskis. In the summer of 1942, carrying a letter to the Bielskis' cousin, Yudel Bielski, Koschik smuggled himself into the ghetto Nowogrodek. This letter urged Yudel to organize a group of young men, if possible with arms, and to come with them to the forest. After Kozlowski contacted Yudel, he hid in the ghetto and waited. In less than 2 days, he and 7 young men, none of them armed, were on their way to the forest. With Koschik as their guide, the 7 youths reached the hutor safely. From there, well-fed and rested, they went to the Bielski base. Their arrival increased the group's size to 30. Asael, Tuvia, and Zeus agreed that the time had come to organize into an official partisan detachment, an otriad in Russian. Other men concurred. As was customary at the time, women were automatically excluded from all political decisions. Familiar with the name of the Soviet General Zhukov, commander-in-chief of the Western Front, they decided to call themselves the Zhukov Otriad. Later, they were identified by another official name, yet unofficially, they were always known as the Bielski Otriad. The establishment of the detachment called for the creation of a few formal positions. Tuvia became the commander, responsible for running the Otriad, formulating its policies, and maintaining its security. Asael, as the second in command, was in charge of the day-to-day activities of the unit and the armed men. Zeus was appointed head of reconnaissance in Russian, razvidka. He would collect information affecting the group's existence and safety. His job required familiarity with the area and the local population. A number of young armed men were assigned to the razvidka. Pesach Friedberg, one of 7 young men from the recently arrived Nowogrodek ghetto group, was appointed chief of staff. He was soon demoted to the position of quartermaster. As quartermaster, he was in charge of the distribution and allocation of goods within the Otriad. Seniority, rather than ability, helped him retain this second position. Lazar Malbin became the chief of staff. He arrived from the ghetto Nowogrodek soon after the group of 7. When Tuvia met Malbin in the forest, he had already heard of his qualifications. He knew that Malbin belonged to a well-to-do family, was well-educated, and was fluent in several languages. Particularly important for his chief of staff position was his command of Russian and Polish. He also had had a few years of military schooling and had served in the Polish army. Malbin was a controversial figure, described by some as susceptible to alcohol and women. Others praised his organizational skills and his willingness to remain in Tuvia's shadow. Initially, Malbin's job was limited to the clarification of policies and the writing of official letters to the Soviet partisan headquarters in control of the region. He would later initiate bureaucratic procedures that created a semblance of order and stability. With time, Tuvia came to rely more and more on Malbin's advice and talents. A physical impediment kept him permanently in Tuvia's shadow. Malbin was a stutterer, and his speech would deteriorate greatly when he experienced any emotional stress. He was totally devoid of charisma. Still, his education, military experience, and organizational skills, as well as his unbounded admiration of Tuvia, made him suitable for the position of chief of staff. Toward the end of his life, in his 80s, Malbin rather immodestly said that with the exception of Tuvia's position, he should have had all the other jobs. He thought highly of himself, but admired Tuvia and refused to outshine him. even by as much as a suggestion or a word. As head of the Otriad, Tuvia was a strong leader. He alone would assign people to positions of power. Still, Tuvia became the commander in a special, almost casual way. When the men agreed to form an Otriad, they appointed Asael their leader. Asael declined the honor in favor of his older brother Tuvia. At this early stage, the selection of the commander did not seem very important. The decision was made mainly by Asael and Zeus, who felt that to avoid misunderstandings, one person should be responsible. Tuvia was the oldest, so they felt he should be the leader. Jewish families traditionally deferred to the older brother. Malbin was convinced that had either of the two other brothers become the leader, it would have been a disaster and the Otriad would not have survived. Another partisan echoes this statement by saying that only Tuvia could have assumed the top leadership. Tuvia knew how to give orders. He also knew how to be a diplomat. He knew how to deal with people strongly and gently. He would simply tell them, "If you want to live, follow me and do as I say. If you don't want to, go wherever you wish and leave me alone. If you stay with me, you must obey me." 17. Comparisons of the brothers suggest that Tuvia was more sophisticated. Asael and Zeus were peasant-like. Tuvia was intellectually superior to both of them. He knew how to conceptualize. He was the man of ideas, the one who made the decisions. The two would only carry out his orders. One of the Bielski partisans, not particularly grateful, at times even critical, nevertheless said that Tuvia had an exceptionally warm Jewish heart. He was very intelligent, while the other two brothers were less so. Actually, no one I interviewed, not even the wives of Asael and Zeus, claims that either of the younger brothers would have made a more suitable commander. And while Charger prefers to think that Asael's modesty prevented him from continuing as head of the Otriad, she at the same time admitted that he was a poor speaker and awkward with people. Once Tuvia Bielski became the commander, his consistently stated goal was the group's enlargement. He argued that expansion would strengthen the unit and promote its survival. It is not clear if Tuvia was convinced that a larger Otriad would result in greater safety or if he supported the group's expansion because he wanted to save more lives. Shmuel Amarant, a partisan and a historian, writes that from the beginning, Tuvia was eager to accept into his unit as many Jewish fugitives as possible, and that he continued to implement this policy despite vigorous internal opposition. Indeed, as the difficulties of securing supplies increased, the tendency and desire to divide the camp into separate closed groups grew. Some wanted to take advantage of the superiority that stemmed from their possession of arms, or their experience, or their good relations with the local population, and leave behind the useless people. Tuvia Bielski took no uncertain stand against these trends. His attitude carried the stamp of national responsibility and the understanding of the needs of the moment. He insisted in every case on the integration of all Jews reaching the camp, whether or not they possessed arms or were able to fight. He repeatedly said, "Would that there were thousands of Jews who could reach our camp. We would take all of them in." 22. Acknowledging that Tuvia was responsible for the policy to expand, some think it was a risky choice and by no means an obvious one. In the view of one partisan, post factum, it seems to have been the right decision. Had we remained a small group, we could not have made it. So the goal was to become a big group. Zeus was against this policy. I remember he would even ask, "What do you want to do? You want them to kill us?" My mother was also against the enlargement of the group. But the policy to expand continued due to Tuvia's pressure. Tuvia insisted that if we were bigger, we would have a better chance of survival and we would be more secure. I am not so sure that the idea of saving was already there. Of course we wanted to save the relatives, the close friends, but at first I don't know how important this was. At least I did not hear much about it. Toward the end of 1942, the Germans had stepped up the mass killings. This intensified German destruction of Jews coincides with Tuvia's greater involvement with saving them. He would openly insist that saving lives was more important than anything else. He would repeat over and over that it was better to save one Jew than to kill 20 Germans. This was a position he never budged from, no matter what the circumstances or the danger. To some of the young men, such views were unacceptable. Many valued armed resistance and would give him little support. Only much later did these former fighters recognize the wisdom of Tuvia's attitudes. Unanimously and consistently, those who were familiar with the WWII talk about the internal opposition to saving lives, but almost all refuse to name those who were a part of this opposition. Still, the resistance to Tuvia's ideas about the enlargement of the WWII and the saving of lives had some rational validity. People had come to the forest because they wanted to live. They were convinced that a large number of children, women and men who were unarmed might bring disaster on everyone. Also, they felt that one could not find enough food for so many people. Tuvia Bielski would not let himself be influenced by their concerns, and good-naturedly answered them, "Why do you worry so much about food? Let the peasants worry. We will get what we need from peasants and let more Jews come." Tuvia must have known that there was some truth to their reasoning. He had to know that by accepting unarmed people he was taking a big burden upon himself. But it was clear to all that precisely this kind of a Jew had no other place. On the other hand, too, Tuvia had to have a lot of patience and understanding toward these helpless and dependent men, women and children who were on the run and who possessed no guns. With his calm, Tuvia Bielski tried to influence those around him. At times of great danger, he remained patient and quiet, and because of it, we did not have many victims. During the German occupation in Poland, including Western Belarusia, there was a conspicuous absence of Jewish leaders. By 1939, some prominent members of Jewish communities had already succeeded in escaping. Abroad, they failed to organize into an effective political body and could not mobilize the world's attention to the Jewish plight. Similarly, inside German-occupied Poland, a variety of conditions accounted for an absence of an effective Jewish leadership. One was the German policy of murdering prominent Jews. Another, less direct blow to the emergence of effective Jewish leaders was the 1939 German order that required some members of the pre-war Jewish self-governing bodies to form special councils or Judenrat. The makeup of these councils shifted continuously. Some members were murdered, others resigned. More often than not, those who resigned were also murdered. Still others committed suicide. Those who retained their jobs for any length of time were viewed by the Jewish population with suspicion. Some called them traitors. Others saw them as helpless and hence useless as leaders. Either way, German connections contaminated these leaders' reputations, depriving Polish Jewry of a potential pool of authority figures. A possible source for leadership was the Jewish underground. Most ghettos had some kind of an anti-Nazi organization, but in their case too, powerful forces undermined the usefulness of their leaders. Jewish individuality, which had expressed itself in a diversity of political parties, worked against the establishment of a unified authority. In some ghettos, an unwillingness to compromise retarded agreement while reducing the effectiveness of underground leaders. More important than Jewish individuality were German measures that deliberately destroyed Jewish communal life and isolated the Jews physically from each other and from their neighbors. Social upheavals often create leadership gaps. The two together promote the appearance of charismatic leaders. This has been true for most revolutions, the French, the Russian, the Cuban, and others. Tuvia Bielski was this type of charismatic leader, a man who was obeyed because of his exceptional personal qualities rather than because of official or traditional rights to a position. Perhaps Tuvia's insistence on saving Jewish lives was a gut reaction, based on strong feelings rather than on rational calculations of risks. When presenting his views to the opposition, implicitly, Tuvia had argued that self-preservation was intricately connected to the preservation of others. He insisted that by enlarging their group, by taking in more people, the unit would gain in strength. Tuvia's leadership qualifications have been attributed to a great appearance, now we call it charisma. Tuvia was the most handsome of men, very masculine. When on a horse, Tuvia really looked great. He knew how to keep a distance between himself and the people. They respected him. Another partisan refers to Tuvia as a meteor and wonders how, without any prior preparation, he was able to perform a seemingly impossible task. He then continues by saying that it was a miracle. I don't understand how he did it. Somehow, Tuvia sensed that we were all in the same boat. He understood that we had to help each other and that by helping each other, we had a better chance to live. Abraham Weiner, who had the opportunity to work closely with Tuvia, feels that as a leader, Tuvia Bielski was filled with the national pain and the national love, the pain and the love for Jews. He devoted his soul, his brains, and everything else to the rescue of Jews. He saw a chance, a great opportunity in his ability to save. He was grateful that he could save Jews. For him, it was a privilege. Hirsch Smoller elevates Tuvia's leadership to national prominence. Curious about the origin of Tuvia's anti-German position, Smoller inquired and was surprised by the simplicity of Tuvia's answer. We knew what they did with the Jews in Germany, so why should they spare us? I knew that we must save ourselves. Smoller thinks that the ideas about arms or fighting had to come later. First, he had to save. Tuvia had a strong instinct. Common sense told him that the Jews were trapped, that they were endangered. In 1987, 2 weeks before his death, Tuvia spoke about his wartime aims. It was simple. The Germans caught my father, mother, and 2 brothers. They took them to the ghetto, and from there they were taken to their death. The enemy made no distinctions. They took anyone and killed them. So would I imitate them? Just by killing some Germans? Any Germans? It did not pay. To me, it made no sense. I wanted to save, not to kill. I saw that the Jews did not listen to each other. They were quarrelsome, unruly. They did listen to me. They had respect. So I had to save them. Tuvia's accomplishments as a commander and the achievements of his Otriad could not have been attained without internal and external cooperation. Not everyone was opposed to expansion and rescue. Asael and Malbin both strongly approved of these aims, and many others were in favor. Some who supported these policies were no doubt swayed by Tuvia's arguments. People felt very strongly about him and would remark that Tuvia had charm. He gave us all strength. We felt more secure with him. He was very close to people. He loved them. Tuvia was hard and soft at the same time. When any one of us was in trouble, he was always there. He would always help. One felt safe with him. Among those in favor of accepting more people were some who only wanted to save their own family and friends. Others, among them Asael and Malbin, had a sense of national responsibility and expressed their opposition to the enemy through their determination to save Jews, any Jews. Undoubtedly, the policies of expansion and rescue were interpreted and put into effect differently at different times. Inevitably, many steps occurred between the ideas and their translation into reality. At first, the basic motivation of those who came to the forest was to stay alive. Now people idealize and exaggerate the motivations. Our aim was to survive. When we left for the forest, we felt that it was close to the end, and so we wanted to live. We did not plan to fight the Germans. We thought about staying alive. This is not an isolated view. Zorak Arluk distinguished himself as a fighter in the Russian partisan group Iskra. He too insists that if someone tells you that when he went to the partisans, he was motivated by a desire to fight and by a desire to take revenge, that is incorrect. All of us left the ghetto in the hope of staying alive. We hoped just for a chance, and if not to survive, at least one wanted to die differently from the way most Jews were dying, not to be shot in a mass grave and not to go to a concentration camp. I think that these motivations were similar for all who ran away from the ghetto. They did not leave to fight, they left to live. In fact, the 3 Bielski brothers ran away and became fugitives because they wanted to be free and protect their own lives. Only when they began to feel relatively safe did they consider helping others. At first, these others were family members or people they loved. Later, and in part as a reaction to the persistent German mass murder of Jews, their determination to save became stronger. At that point, they enlarged the circle of those they wanted to save. Tuvia, Asael, Malbin, and those who agreed with them were able to transcend both the principle of self-preservation and their desire to save only their families and close friends. They were determined to save all Jews regardless of who they were. They and others who developed similar attitudes to rescue certainly did not object to bringing in family members and friends. What they were opposed to was the exclusion of others because they lacked family and friendship ties or did not live up to other criteria such as age, sex, or the possession of arms. In contrast, members of the Bielski Triad who objected to an unqualified acceptance of Jewish fugitives continued to focus on their early commitment to self-preservation and, in some cases, preservation of those particularly close to them. Absorbed in their own survival, they did not identify with the overall plight of the Jewish people, in part because the three most powerful men in the Triad, Tuvia, Asael, and Malbin, wanted to save as many Jews as possible, and regardless of who they otherwise were, this policy prevailed. Were determined to save all Jews regardless of who they were. They and others who developed similar attitudes to rescue certainly did not object to bringing in family members and friends. What they were opposed to was the exclusion of others because they lacked family and friendship ties or did not live up to other criteria such as age, sex, or the possession of arms. In contrast, members of the Bielski Triad who objected to an unqualified acceptance of Jewish fugitives continued to focus on their early commitment to self-preservation and, in some cases, preservation of those particularly close to them. Absorbed in their own survival, they did not identify with the overall plight of the Jewish people, in part because the three most powerful men in the Triad, Tuvia, Asael, and Malbin, wanted to save as many Jews as possible, and regardless of who they otherwise were, this policy prevailed. Inevitably, the expansion of the Triad created internal strains. To continue to exist, the group had to make internal and external adjustments. An important part of such adjustments and a key to the group's survival was mutual cooperation. Chapter 5. Escapes from the Ghetto. True to its policy, the leaders of the Bielski Triad soon invited another group from Nowogródek Ghetto. This group was to join relatives and friends already in the forest. Among the invited was Sonia Boldo, an outgoing and attractive young girl who had an uncle, an aunt, two cousins, and a close friend, Tuvia Bielski, in the Triad. When the Bielski guides entered the ghetto, word about their presence spread rapidly. Rumor had it that Sonia Boldo was about to run away. Right away, she was watched by the Jewish authorities, the Judenrat. In Nowogródek, most ghetto officials were opposed to illegal departures. If an illegal escape was discovered, it could mean death for those who stayed. The Germans often employed the principle of collective responsibility. The letter that Sonia received from her uncle urged her to come to the forest. It also suggested that later she would have a chance to bring her parents. Although tempted by this last possibility, Sonia was reluctant to leave. Her parents urged her to go. The final push came when, in desperation, her mother said, "Go. It is better to be killed by a German bullet in the forest than to be slowly stifled here." Sonia Boldo left with a group of young people on August 20th, 1942. That evening, her father supplied the Belarusian guards with generous quantities of vodka. Drunk and unable to attend to their duties, these guards did not turn on the searchlights that covered a large area around the ghetto. With two guides as leaders and a small bundle in hand, each runaway passed through a freshly made opening in the ghetto wall. Outside, after hours of silent walking, they came to the Bielski base. It was dark. Sonia remembers being startled by the sudden appearance of two armed men. The discovery that they were Jewish made her proud. In no time, the group was surrounded by a mass of people, all hungry for news. The information they received made some cheerful, others sad, still others disappointed. Then Sonia Boldo was whisked away by her friend Tuvia Bielski. Excitement banished all tiredness and all desire for sleep. When Sonia met Asael, she jokingly asked, "Do you have another commander for me, another Bielski?" "Yes, there is another one. He sleeps with someone, but if you have sense you will get him. 3 Chaha answered. Wasting no time, she took her friend to Zeus Bielski. Zeus was tall, strong-looking, well-groomed, and sure of himself. He exuded masculine power. Obviously interested in women, his entire manner conveyed appreciation of the opposite sex. In the forest, for many women, Zeus acted as an irresistible sexual magnet. After she met him, Sonia's reaction to Zeus was very similar. I was shaken. I never saw a man like this. I was very attracted to him, but I was also afraid of him. Somehow I suspected that he was more than I could handle. That first night, Zeus put his fur coat on the ground next to Sonia's sleeping place, but nothing happened between them. Sonia insists that for a long time Zeus continued to court her and she refused to become his mistress. When she did consent, they became an official couple. This was the start of a marriage that has lasted until the present. Sonia claims that she became Zeus's wife on condition that he would help bring her parents from the ghetto. He did. Zeus liked women and was not about to give up his habits. Sonia complains that the women pushed themselves on him. They thought if they would sleep with him, they will be saved. Everyone thought so. Was I better than the others? No, I was the same. And so he would go from one woman to another, from one to another. Jealous, humiliated by Zeus's infidelity, Sonia would banish him from time to time. Each time he returned, she took him back. With so many women, why did he bother to come back? She has an explanation. I think that he stuck to me because I did not sleep with him right away. If I had, I would have been like the others. She refers to him as her Tsar and thinks that she could not give him up because he was her first man. Besides, she emphasizes that, except for his infidelities, he was good to her and to her parents whom he had saved. She had much to be thankful for. Before the war, Zeus could have never dreamt of marrying Sonia Boldo. Educated, beautiful, and rich, she belonged to a world beyond his reach. War and the forest narrowed the social gap that separated them. As one of the leaders, Zeus gave Sonia prestige and protection. She, in turn, offered him an upper-class illusion. In Sonia's case, family concern and pressure brought her into the forest. Sometimes the most obvious source of support, the family, would prevent people from running away. Family attachments and loyalty kept some people in the ghetto because they refused to part from relatives who could not and would not even try to live on the outside. Indirectly, family closeness pushed some people toward death. This had almost happened to the attractive and enterprising young girl Persia Levitt, later Bayrach. Quite early, the Germans had forced Persia, her family, and the rest of the Jews of Zolodek, a small town close to Lida, into a ghetto, isolating them from surrounding communities. At first, the ghetto inmates were exposed only to sporadic killings. German soldiers would enter the Jewish quarters and shoot at random. The unpredictable nature of these attacks convinced many ghetto dwellers that these were the only threats they had to face, and that avoiding these visitors, they would be safe. Also, at first, despite German prohibitions, contacts between the Jews and their Christian neighbours continued. Belarusian peasants would smuggle a variety of farm products into the ghetto in exchange for clothing and household articles. Not only did these transactions prevent starvation, but they also resulted in an exchange of information, usually about local rather than world news. At the beginning of 1942, the Zolodek Jews began to feel more vulnerable. To cope with their mounting insecurities, they devised ingenious hiding places. Persia's parents and their neighbors became owners of a well-camouflaged bunker. Persia's parents felt that they could not have survived on the outside. Both were in their early 50s. They thought they were too old to struggle. Persia's sister, a polio victim, had a limp and was convinced she had no chance of making it in the Christian world. Persia feels that these attitudes testify to the Germans' success in making them lose hope and self-assurance. While Persia's parents were sure that as a family they could not save themselves, they wanted Persia to try. They argued that her youth, health, and non-Jewish looks would help her stay alive. An otherwise obedient daughter, Persia refused to listen. Family love and loyalty held her to the ghetto. Then came May 9, 1942. the liquidation date for the ghetto Zoludek. The raid began at dawn without any warning. Most Jews could not reach their hiding places, and in the confusion, families became separated. On that day, most of its 1,500 inhabitants, including Persia's family, were shot on the outskirts of town. The Germans spared 81 men, all craftsmen and professionals. Permission to stay alive was also granted to the wives of these men. This entire group was transferred to a nearby work camp. From there, under police escort, some were brought into the ghetto to clean and sort out the remaining Jewish possessions. Officially, except for these laborers and the Belarusian policemen, the ghetto was empty. But not quite. The liquidation of the ghetto took only a few hours. It was followed by an eerie silence, punctuated by sporadic shootings. In less than 2 days, many of the hidden had no food and no water. Inevitably, some would leave their bunkers. They had hoped to make it. But after most departures, those who were left behind would hear shots. They must have made the connection that going out, more often than not, meant dying. Yet many continued to take the risk. After all, what did staying in a bunker mean? How long could people last without food, without water? Soon the difference between a continuous stay in hiding places and being shot at became blurry. The size of the hidden people must have continued to dwindle. Persia had lost her entire family when they were taken out of the bunker. Once more she managed to reach her hiding place. There, in the end, she was left only with 2 children, 10 and 12. Dejected, this little group did not complain. None spoke. Then one day, from a small opening in the bunker, Persia recognized a Belarusian policeman, a mere acquaintance. She crawled out of the place and approached the man. "Please, Mr. Policeman, shoot me. I don't want to suffer." Shocked, the Belarusian said, "I don't want to. I will help you. Come, let me take you back to your hiding place." Persia had no strength to argue. She turned around and the policeman followed. When they reached the bunker, he showed no surprise at seeing the children and told them to wait. He returned carrying a bucket of water and 2 loaves of bread. As he watched them drink and devour the bread, he talked. From this man, Persia heard about the 81 Jewish men who were spared and that one of them was Moshe Bayrach. Because Bayrach was single, the Belarusian suggested that he could claim Persia as his wife. Later, under the cover of darkness, he removed Persia and the children from Zoludek. The youngsters were placed with relatives in another ghetto while Persia became the official wife of Moshe Bayrach. Moshe was glad to take care of Persia. This might have been his way of thanking the Jews of Zoludek for the help they gave him. He had come there as a penniless and sick refugee, and they took care of him. Persia and Moshe knew each other, but were not romantically involved. Both were young, both overwhelmed by the destruction around them. Protected by Moshe's papers, they moved to Ghetto Lida. Without quite knowing how it happened, from a fictitious couple, they became lovers. Their marriage has lasted for almost 50 years. Persia, like so many other young people, could concentrate on her own survival only when she lost her family, when she could do nothing for them. But in her case, as in most others, without outside help, she would not have made it. Her safe move from the ghetto would not have happened without the Belarusian policeman or Moshe Bayrach. Later, when she and her husband left for the forest, they both made it because others were helping them. Of those who tried to save themselves, particularly if they had no help, only very few made it. Most were caught trying to escape. Of those who tried again and again, fewer and fewer succeeded. Sulia Rubin, a teenager at the time, belongs to this small minority. In Nowogrodek, the Germans had forced her to do manual labor without pay, like the majority of Jews. Sulia had to clean German offices and apartments. Independent and proud, she found it hard to submit and was constantly on the lookout for solutions. She established contact with other youths who were also defiant and eager to oppose the Germans. Rumors about Russian partisans and the Bielski brothers began to reach the ghetto. Sulia and her friends would have liked to join either group, and they knew about ghetto departures to the forest, but only after they happened. All such escapes were illegal, dangerous, and surrounded by secrecy. Without direct contacts to the outside, Sulia and her friends continued to dream. Then someone gave Sulia a letter from her friend. Israel Kotler. He wrote that he had recently joined the Bielski group in the forest and urged her to do the same. In effect, this was a proposition to become his girlfriend. The letter contained instructions on how to leave the ghetto, the general location of the Bielski group, and a description of a place where she could safely stop over on her way to the forest. From this stopover address, she would be picked up by the Bielski people who would then bring her to the forest. Kotler urged her to commit all this information to memory. This letter must be destroyed. Sulia did as directed. Although she was planning to escape with a friend, because of the danger involved, she did not bother to share the detailed information. Each morning, as a part of her work detail, Sulia would leave the ghetto. On the designated day, she and her girlfriend detached themselves from their group, yet someone must have seen them leave. In less than 20 minutes, they were picked up by a Belarusian policeman. At the police station, the girls were asked where they were going. Following a pre-arranged answer, both said they were searching for food and lost their way. The interrogators were skeptical. They suspected a partisan connection and were determined to get to the truth. The two friends were taken to one cell. During the interrogation, the policeman concentrated on Sulia. When Sulia stuck to her initial story, she was beaten. She tried not to scream. Eager to see her humbled, the policeman became more violent. She was afraid she might break, but then she devised a system. Each time the painful burning sensation of broken skin was about to become unbearable, she willed herself to pass out. Unconscious for much of the time, Sulia's bruised body stopped pressuring her to speak. She revealed nothing. When the Belarusians realized that they could not make her talk, they transferred the girls to the German police. There, the Nazi in charge was an older officer, Wolf. A ruthless and skilled interrogator, he soon discovered that Sulia's case was different. During World War I, as a German soldier, Wolf had been stationed in the same region. Among Wolf's pleasant memories from those faraway days was a Jewish dentist, Sulia's mother. Despite the lapse of time, Wolf was still benefiting from her excellent dentistry. When he realized the connection between his dentist and the prisoner, he wanted to help. Wolf stopped the investigation and had the two girls transferred to a special prison. From there, the two were whisked away by one of Wolf's trusted assistants, who returned them to the ghetto. Taking advantage of her semi-official position, Sulia hid whenever the authorities were collecting people for work. As her body began to heal, she planned another escape. Eventually, with guides sent by Bielski as a part of a larger group, she made her way into the forest and stayed there until the arrival of the Red Army. Anyone who wanted to escape from a ghetto had to take into consideration not only guards but also the weather and time of day. Because darkness offered extra protection, ghetto departures were usually scheduled for evening. Evening and bad weather were a good combination, since guards were reluctant to search in bad weather. Still, extreme weather conditions could backfire. One Jewish youth from Lida Ghetto left at night in the middle of a snowstorm. When his group reached the outside, the storm became so severe that they could hardly move. Attacked by the wind, blinded by snow, they lost their sense of direction. After hours of useless searching, they realized they were moving in circles. Afraid to be caught in the daylight, they were relieved when they finally managed to return to the ghetto. This youth, like Sulia, is part of the small minority whose initial failure to escape did not prevent a later successful move to the forest. He also survived in the Bielski Otriad. An escape from a ghetto did not easily translate into a permanent stay in the forbidden Christian world. Some people knew how to escape, but not how to remain on the outside. Mottelberger was a young man who lived in the small town of Vizilub, close to Nowogrodek. 2 days after the Germans took over the town, they arrested him along with other young men. The Germans demanded a ransom for their release. After the Jewish leaders collected valuables and obtained the men's freedom, Mottel slipped out of town. He went to Nowogrodek, where he was welcomed by relatives. But here too, shortly after his arrival, the authorities caught up with him and forced him to join a road repair crew. The work was strenuous, and the pay was in the form of meager food rations. Mottel was not bothered by the hard work or the inadequate pay. He resented the lack of freedom, and feared the possibility of death. His initial contacts with the Germans had made him particularly sensitive to all signs of danger. At the start of December 1941, he heard from a Belarusian peasant that ditches were being freshly dug on the outskirts of town. Suspecting the worst, Mottl ran away. The next day he heard about the big action, in which 4,000 Jews from Nowogródek ghetto were murdered. Convinced that this was only the beginning, Mottl roamed the countryside alone. Though he felt at home in the rural surroundings, he had no close friends among the local people. Those he turned to for help were mere acquaintances or total strangers. Although some of them took pity on him and fed him, they were reluctant to let him stay overnight. To avoid freezing to death, Mottl would slip into a barn, a pigsty, or any closed-in place he thought was empty. Constantly on the move, he limited his wanderings to a small area, the locale he knew best. He felt uneasy about transferring to a less familiar territory. With time, however, those who at first were moved by Mottl's plight became indifferent. He was running out of people to turn to. By March, Mottl reached a dead end. Without any prospects for aid, discouraged, he attached himself to a Jewish working team and with them returned to the ghetto Nowogródek. Once more, Mottl's relatives welcomed him and furnished a place to stay. Though comforted by their generosity, Mottl remained restless. With the approach of the summer, he began to sense another disaster. It was based on a premonition, yet he was able to convince a friend that it was an imminent threat. At the beginning of August 1942, Mottl escaped from the ghetto, this time with a friend. On August 7, 1942, he heard about the second big action in Nowogródek. Now the smaller and partly emptied ghetto was filled with Jewish refugees from surrounding communities. Outside the ghetto, Jewish chances for survival were also drastically reduced. It was bad enough to be chased away without food. Now there was the constant and real possibility of denouncement. As if to compensate, the weather improved. With warmth and dryness, a tree, a ditch on the edge of a country road, or even an open field could serve as a resting place. Fields and gardens were also hospitable by offering food. Mottl and his friend tried to take advantage of these favourable conditions. Still, they had no way of escaping from the ever-present suspicions and rejections and felt like hunted animals, fearfully avoiding all people. Soon they were overcome by dejection and futility. This time, hostility from others rather than lack of food and shelter pushed Mottl back into the ghetto. While a return to the ghetto gave him the longed-for acceptance, it failed to eliminate his craving for freedom and safety. Experience had taught him how hard it was to blend into the Christian environment. He was convinced that without outside help, there was no point in trying. So he waited. Help came sooner than expected. He became a part of a group of young men invited to join the Bielski group in the forest. This was Mottl final ghetto departure. It transformed him into a partisan, a position he held until the arrival of the victorious Red Army in the summer of 1944. Mottl's determination not to give up, though strong, was not unique. As long as there were Jews in ghettos or camps, some would try to escape. With time, the Germans increased their watchfulness over all ghettos and work camps. But considerable variations existed within this general trend toward tighter controls. The Germans in charge would decide on the specific details of supervision. For example, throughout its history, the Nowogródek ghetto was more closely watched than the Lider ghetto. Nonetheless, efforts to run away continued even under the most difficult circumstances. Luba Rudnicki and her group illustrate the complexities not only in leaving but more so in staying alive outside the ghetto. From a well-to-do Nowogródek family, Luba, in 1939, at 24, married a dental student, Janek Rudnicki. During the German occupation, he found employment as a dental technician. His job placed him in the category of health professionals and gave him temporary privileges. During the first big action in Nowogródek, December 1941, Luba lost her parents and all her siblings. In her case, deep mourning was followed by a total indifference to life. Around that time, a Pole, Jarmalowicz, came to her saying that he would like to rescue her and her husband. The man explained that Luba's father, before he was murdered, made him promise to save Luba and her husband. He explained that he was simply trying to fulfill his promise. Though Luba had known John Malowitz for years, they were not close friends. Besides, the man had a reputation as an anti-Semite. Suspicious of the man's motives, numbed by the loss of her family, disinterested in life, she refused the offer. This proposition was followed by one from Mrs. Sagawicki, a Polish woman and Luba's friend. This woman was ready to save Luba and her husband. Excluded from this offer was Luba's brother-in-law Meir, who had what was considered a typical Jewish look. Sagawicki felt that his appearance was a giveaway and therefore would interfere with the success of her mission. Luba again refused. Her decision was unrelated to her brother-in-law, as she explains, "I was not even ready to talk about rescue. I would not leave the ghetto because I did not care to live." Without quite knowing how and why, Luba's dejection began to lift after the second big action in Nowogrodzek, August 7, 1942. Mrs. Sagawicki was still there, willing to aid. Her husband was a prisoner of war in Germany, and she was bargaining with God. If she saved Jews, God would protect her husband. This time her plan included Luba's brother-in-law and two more ghetto inmates, Dr. Tamara Ziskind and her lover, Dr. Berkman. Tamara's husband, Dr. Ziskind, stayed in the ghetto. At this point, the stepped-up pace of Nazi persecution required more caution. Luba and her companions were now to stay with Mrs. Sagawicki's niece, Zosia, next to the village Trapiniwo and near the small town of Uja. Before they reached their destination, they went through several elaborate steps. When they came to Zosia's farm, they moved into the barn, supposedly away from the inquisitive eyes of neighbors. But this hiding place proved too exposed. A neighbor questioned Zosia as she carried a pail of food into the barn. The food, and even more so the amount, aroused the neighbor's suspicion. Thinking she might alert the authorities, Zosia decided that her charges should spend their days in the forest and return to the barn only at night. Anxious about safety and concerned about the approaching cold, the 5 fugitives decided to build a bunker in the forest. By storing food supplies in it, they hoped to reduce direct contacts with Zosia and the accompanying ever-present perils. In the forest, the 3 men, Janek, Meir, and Dr. Berkman, took turns digging. When they were almost satisfied with the size of the hole, they hit water and had to start all over. The second attempt was successful. Once they finished digging, they lined the walls with wood, and on the left and right wall built bunks. With straw and covers, these bunks served as comfortable beds. They also built special wooden boxes for food storage. A small stove, supplied by their protector, was placed in the middle, with an opening to the outside. The top of this hiding place was well camouflaged with leaves and branches. At first, water was a problem, but this too was solved by digging a well. In the end, they had a well-designed refuge. Soon word reached the 5 fugitives that Dr. Ziskind, Tamara's husband, was on his way. Although aware of his wife's affair with Dr. Berkman, he still chose to join her. Dr. Ziskind had no trouble passing as a Christian. Dressed as a peasant, he would not have been recognized as a former ghetto inmate. Yet, the unlikely happened. Less than a mile from his final destination, Ziskind met a Belarusian policeman, an old public school classmate. The policeman made the arrest. At the police station, they wanted to know where the prisoner was going, whom he was meeting. Dissatisfied with Dr. Ziskind's answers, they tortured him. The painful interrogation continued, yet the prisoner refused to talk. He did not give in, but his body did. In less than a week, Dr. Ziskind was dead. Their protector, Zosia, brought the fugitives the news. Through his Belarusian contacts, Tuvia learned about the Rudniki group of fugitives. One day, he and his wife, Sonia, paid them a visit. Tuvia admired their bunker and said that only intelligent people can build this way. He appreciated people with brains and higher education. Luba Rudniki was a cousin of Tuvia's first wife, Rivka, and the divorce did not disturb Luba's and Tuvia's friendship. From this visit, Luba remembers Tuvia's parting words. "This may not be the time for change because our group is scattered, but in the spring you should come to us. If you decide to do that, go to Kozlowski and he will direct you to our place." Tuvia's invitation came with a detailed description of the location of Kozlowski's Huta. Luba stored it in her memory. The five settled for the winter in their new bunker. From the ghetto, they had brought jewelry that Zosia exchanged for food. In addition, they stored enough firewood to last a couple of months. They had to be prepared for the snowy season when movement was restricted. Snow-covered ground left footprints, an invitation to danger. It was safe to walk only during a snowstorm so that the falling snow would cover all tracks. During the winter, the five fugitives rarely ventured out of their bunker. Their isolation was occasionally interrupted by others who also benefited from the forest's protection. One of them was a Jewish youth, Joska, a gun owner. He identified himself as an independent partisan and a fighter. Dangling casually from his shoulder, his gun looked menacing. In the forest and countryside, all armed men and women called themselves partisans. When Zosia introduced Joska to her charges, his first questions were, "How can I help you? What do you lack?" With his eyes glued to Joski's gun, Dr. Berkman answered, "Weapons. We need weapons." His four companions nodded in agreement. "If you have money, I may be able to get some." With Joski as their go-between, the five soon acquired 3 guns. Without any discussion, all assumed that these weapons belonged to the 3 men, not the women. But this did not prevent the entire group from feeling stronger and more independent. Now they also felt like partisans. Zosia thought that as gun owners her charges might wish to meet other armed men. She told them of a partisan she knew who had been trying to assemble a large group of fighters. "After all," she said, "you may want to unite forces. One never knows what can happen." The 5 agreed that there was no harm in meeting. Luba would have preferred if these people did not know the location of their bunker. Her companions laughed at her excessive caution. It turned out that there were only 3 armed men, all Russians. One had married a local girl. It was not clear whether they were former POWs or Red Army deserters. Although they spoke about fighting the Germans, they only visited homes of Belarusian peasants who, afraid of their weapons, gave them food and drink. The 3 Russians were glad to meet the 5 fugitives. They were particularly interested in Dr. Berkman. In this part of the country, especially in the forest, a doctor's skills were rare and highly valued. One day, Luba and her friends woke up to shooting sounds. From their Russian contacts, they heard that the Germans had attacked the Bielski group. These men did not know how many had died, only that Zosia's mother was among those killed and that her farm had been burned down. The Bielski Partisans had stayed at her farm. Immediately after this, Zosia disappeared and was never heard from again. Luba and her companions lost an important link to the outside. Only Joski and the 3 Russian men continued to visit. Soon Joski also disappeared without a trace. He was probably killed. The 3 Russians invited Janek and Dr. Berkman to join them in their nightly expeditions in search of food. Because of his typically Jewish appearance, Meir stayed in the bunker with the women. The 2 men became a regular part of these nightly ventures. On a cold winter day, 2 of the Russians came to the bunker explaining that the 3rd had been hurt in an exchange of fire with Germans. They needed Dr. Berkman's help, but asked Janek to come along. The 2 men, each carrying a gun, followed their Russian friends. Luba, Tamara and Meir stayed in the bunker. In less than an hour they heard a shot and then another. Luba's immediate reaction was, "The Russians killed our men." "Why do you say this?" Tamara wanted to know. "Because if it was a fight with the Germans, there would be more shooting." Luba turned to her brother-in-law. "Go out, see what happened." In silence, Meir reached for the 3rd gun, a defective weapon. It made a lot of noise without hitting any targets. The women waited. A shot was heard, this time quite close to their bunker. Luba jumped up. "They killed Meir, let's run away!" On the outside, the 2 women faced a blanket of snow that came up to their waists. Movement was difficult. Then they heard voices. The Russian partisans were next to the bunker, calling for the women to come up. Their voices were becoming more threatening, more insistent. Clearly, the protection offered by the darkness could not last. The women decided to make their presence known. Luba remembers, "I don't know what got into me. I am retiring and shy as a woman. They were very drunk. They smelled. I began to stroke one of the men, saying, Vanya, what happened? We are friends. Today is the Red Army Day. We have an order to shoot all the Jews. We killed one of your men. One ran away. We killed also the brother. We came to take the one that ran away. I understood that if one was alive, he would come here and I had to be rid of them. I went over to the other Russian and said, We are women alone. You know we cannot stay here, but it is not good for you to be here at this late hour. Go rest, then come back later and we will be with you. When Tamara started to talk, they were rough with her. You are only the doctor's whore. You shut up. Luba continued to speak to the two men gently, seductively, promising that they would all have a good time. Later on, the men left. Now they knew that at least one of their men was alive. Whoever it was bound to come back, and they had to wait for him. It turned out to be Janek. Luba recalls, My husband came, but how I don't know. The snow was deep, without knowing the direction too well, he came. He was all confused, yet asked where Meir was. I told him that he was not here. He did not even hear me. Then the three of us left. We walked in such a way that the footprint should not be clear. We moved about 1 kilometer from our place, and then we sat down. We heard the Russians come back. We heard their shots. We heard their curses. Then they left. Although the Russians left, they would be back. Now the bunker was useless, and the three fugitives' only hope was Tuvia Bielski's group. The road to Bielski led through his contact, Kozlowski. They walked in the direction of his place, and it was still very dark when they reached it. Though friendly, Kozlowski insisted that he could not keep them. The Germans were searching for Jews. They had just left his hut and might be back. All he could do was direct them to another contact, another Belarusian peasant. This second man was also afraid. He told them that the Bielski unit had been attacked but had already regrouped in the forest of Zabielowo. He was ready to take them to the forest and from there direct them to the Bielski base. At dawn, between branches of huge pine trees, Janek, Luba and Tamara saw a clearing. On the snow, scattered over a large area, were hastily erected tents. Coming closer, they could distinguish men, women and children. They wore tattered, messy clothes, the Jewish fugitive uniform. These people seemed busy. They carried what might have been food or water. The three then heard aloud, "Who is there?" The voice belonged to a man with a gun, a guard. He spoke Russian, but Luba answered in Yiddish. He seemed satisfied that he had not stumbled on enemies. They were joined by another man, another guard. The first one volunteered to bring them into the camp. Word about the new arrivals travelled fast. Entering the clearing, they were surrounded by a curious but not particularly friendly crowd. Then the three began to recognize a few familiar faces from their town, Noah Grodek. Others were strangers. Unaccustomed to seeing so many Jews all at once, a bewildered Luba thought, what next? Next Tuvia, his brothers and other men came to greet the newcomers. All were armed, with some weapons dangling from their shoulders or attached to their belts. Only now did Luba remember that in addition to losing Meir and Dr. Berkman, they had also lost their guns. Her thoughts were interrupted by Tuvia's friendly greetings. "Welcome, welcome. It is so good to have you with us. Together we have a chance to make it. You will see things will work out." He must have noticed their anxiety. He must have remembered from his past visit to their bunker that of their group two were missing. Tuvia asked no questions. With special warmth, he continued to say how glad he was that they came. Enveloped by this hospitality, the three sighed with relief. Some of their most pressing apprehensions began to recede. Then, as a final welcoming gesture, Tuvia placed Janek in charge of a group of 25 people. In Zabielowo, in the winter of 1943, the Bielski group had over 200 people. Many were older, some were women and children. In a roundabout, painful journey, Luba and her two companions became a part of this Bielski detachment. A refuge in the sea of Jewish destruction, the Bielski group continued to grow. Chapter 6. The Partisan Network. After being exposed to German terror, the Jews in Western Belarusia remembered the Soviet occupation as being the good old days. They would ask, since the Russians were good to us in the past, why should the Soviet partisans not be good to us now? Now that we have a common enemy, the USSR has even more reason to protect us. Jews expected the Russians to help. Even independent and apolitical people like Tuvia Bielski waited for this to happen. For quite some time, however, no one in his otriad had met these likely protectors. In the meantime, as the group grew, it had to contend with different kinds of dangers. Of the newcomers who joined them, only a fraction had weapons. This meant proportionately fewer guns. Soon, ammunition even for this small number of weapons began to dwindle. When the supply became dangerously low, the Bielski brothers decided to act. They thought that by interrogating friendly peasants, they would find out who among them had hidden ammunition. On a hot summer day in 1942, a day the Bielski scouts expected to be free of raids, the three brothers set out for the countryside in search of ammunition. After a few unsuccessful attempts, the scorching sun made them stop for a swim near their native village, Stankiewicz. Refreshed with their guns close by, they rested on the banks of the river. Familiarity with the area and the people made this place at once safe and dangerous. Safe, because they knew who their friends were and where to go. Dangerous, because they were known and could be easily recognized by a foe. Alert, their surveying eyes spotted three people who turned out to be two men and a boy, all strangers. With guns in hand, the brothers considered moving away. But then they heard the boy shout, "Bielski, wait!" They did not recognize the youngster and hesitated. Should they retreat or stay? They waited. The two adults approached cautiously. They had friendly yet tentative smiles. They were armed and introduced themselves as Russian partisans. One, Gramov, explained that he was a leader of a larger guerrilla group. Neither the unit's location nor its size was mentioned. Such sensitive information could not be shared with strangers. Tuvia mentioned his and his brother's names. Then he too explained that they were part of a bigger detachment. These brief exchanges were cordial, free of tension. The Russians' openness and manner made Tuvia test his luck. He told them about their search for ammunition and asked if they could help. Gramov nodded. "Sure, I know a farmer who has bullets. A lot. He will give it to you because he is my friend. We will bring you to the place." It happened so quickly and with so little effort. In no time, the Bielskis had a generous supply of bullets. As they were concluding this transaction, the boy came shouting, "The policeman Kuznicki is here. He's just arrived at his father's house." A son of a wealthy Belarusian peasant, Kuznicki was an enthusiastic Nazi collaborator. He would denounce and deliver to the authorities both Jews and non-Jews and had been responsible for many deaths. Those who had any reason to fear the Germans tried to stay out of his way. Tuvia knew about Kuznicki and told his new friends about him, suggesting that the man ought to be eliminated. "Let me do the job. I will get him and you will back me up," Zeus called out eagerly. Agreed. This was to be his first partisan deed. With Zeus at the head, they marched to the policeman's hut. Zeus burst into the kitchen, leaving the others behind, close to the door. The policeman was at a table, eating with his father and mother. Within easy reach and leaning against the wall was a rifle. No one uttered a word. Zeus quickly put his gun under the man's chin. "Stay still," Zeus ordered, and with his free hand he grabbed the rifle. Those behind him ran into the room, pointing their guns at the older Kuznickis. They screamed, "Don't make a move!" No one even tried. Turning to Gramov, Tuvia said, "Take the prisoner and his rifle." The two Russians went out with the policeman between them and the rifle in Gramov's hand. Through the open door, the others saw them enter the field and disappear into the nearby forest. A shot rang through the air, and the two partisans returned without the policeman. Nothing was said. The parents sat vacantly watching the fields. They did not change positions or the direction of their gaze as their uninvited guests left the house. The 6 men took advantage of the forest's hospitality, where the protection of the trees relaxed them. They were eager to talk, eager to share. Gramov related his POW experiences. The Germans had made him work on a Belarusian farm. There he had heard about other POWs who, like him, were farmhands. Only after a friend, a Belarusian peasant, gave him a loaded gun did he contact these other men. It was winter, and together they decided to organize an escape in the spring of 1942. There were 6 of them. 2 men had guns, the rest were armed with daggers. They kept moving around close to the woods. Friendly natives were supplying them with food and important information, which led to an attack on a small police station that yielded guns and ammunition. It also resulted in the deaths of several policemen. Encouraged, Gromov continued to collect young men and hoped to establish a large fighting unit. Tuvia admired the man's enterprising spirit and told him about their Otriad and how it continued to grow by taking in all Jewish fugitives. Then Tuvia asked, "Why don't you join us? We are 3 brothers, brave and strong, as we proved to you just now. Let's work together." Together? Gromov was surprised. Then with a touch of irritation he added, "You'll work by yourselves. Gather more people around you and lead them. You want to enjoy the fruits of my labors?" "We haven't got enough arms to even make a start," Tuvia said. "That's something else. Here is Kuznicki's rifle and take more." The Russians were armed young men capable of defending themselves. They were not about to unite with a group consisting of dependent civilians who had to be protected. Still, Gromov gave the brothers 6 rifles and a 7th that lacked a trigger. It was indeed a generous gift. After this transaction, still friendly but somehow uneasy, the 2 groups parted. They never met again. Kuznicki's rifle actually belonged to Zeus. Whoever took a weapon away from an enemy became its rightful owner. This was an unwritten partisan law, but partisans were guilty of breaking this law and many others. Independence, freedom, mobility, and violence were all a part of Russian partisan life. How much there was of each depended on who these partisans were. At different times, different kinds of people were drawn into the woods. After June 22, 1941, following the outbreak of the Russian-German War, entire Red Army divisions collapsed under the massive onslaught of the German army. Thousands of Soviet soldiers moved to the forests before they were caught by the enemy. Others, an overwhelming majority, surrendered to the enemy and became POWs. German treatment of these POWs was ruthless. Many fell victim to mass executions. Others died a slower death as concentration camp slave laborers. Estimates for Russian POWs who perished in German captivity run into the millions. During the Soviet occupation, some Belarusian men enlisted in the Red Army, while others cooperated closely with communist authorities. With the outbreak of the Russian-German War, the Soviets either took with them or were followed by many of their Belarusian co-workers. Many farms were left without male workers. At the initial stages of that war, spectacular victories assured the Germans of their military superiority. Feeling invincible, the Germans had little reason to fear the humiliated and defenseless Russian POWs and saw in these captured men a solution to their labor shortages. The Germans felt secure enough to release some of these prisoners of war in order to satisfy the demands for farmhands, skilled laborers, and others. Highly controlled and supervised, such selective releases of prisoners in no way implied a changed policy. Rather, these were exceptions motivated by self-interest. At this initial stage, the Germans recognized the economic potential of these Russian prisoners of war and used them to their own advantage. The Soviet government was also quick to see the benefits that could accrue from their former soldiers. The USSR felt that these men could help them fight the enemy from within. As early as July 1941, the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party urged the formation of an anti-German partisan movement. With headquarters in Moscow, one of the first steps of this organization was the creation of a school for saboteurs. The central staff of the partisan movement was established in spring 1942. Marshal Voroshilov became commander-in-chief and Ponomarenko, the first secretary of the Communist Party in Western Belarusia, was appointed chief of staff. Specially trained men were sent by Moscow to organize a guerrilla movement in the thick Belarusian forests. These government-sponsored organizers found many more former Soviet soldiers than they had anticipated, but had a hard time controlling these partisans. Scattered throughout different forests, consisting of small splinter groups, these early Russian partisans lacked weapons, leaders, and discipline. Avoiding confrontations with a superior enemy, they limited their activities to finding food and shelter. At first, only very rarely would they attack Germans, and only if confronted by an easy target. The main inducements in such cases were weapons. Instead of fighting the Germans, these early partisans would rob each other of arms and anything they considered valuable. Rivalry and greed would sometimes lead to the murder of unarmed civilians. Partisan encounters with local peasants were limited to food collection. Peasants reluctant to supply them with food were robbed. News about peasant partisan contacts circulated widely, and occasional partisan military actions led to exaggerated ideas about their actual and potential strength. In the absence of real evidence, rumors about the partisans' heroic escapades continued to multiply. Because of this wide publicity, from the outside, Russian forest dwellers appeared a formidable force. Talk about guerrillas alerted the Germans to the threat of these forest people. The Germans became concerned that more POWs would be joining those already there. To prevent this, they began to collect POWs who worked on farms close to the woods. The Nazi authorities explained these moves as selective transfers to new jobs. In reality, these men were sent either to concentration camps or directly to their deaths. But the POWs were not fooled by such official assurances. Suspecting the truth, many escaped to the forests where they established contacts with the remnants of the Soviet army and other POWs. In the forests, they were soon joined by Belarusian men. At first, because the Belarusians lacked a strong sense of nationalism and had no intention of fighting the Germans, they assumed a friendly posture toward their new masters. The Nazis had been initially successful in recruiting Belarusian volunteers for work in Germany. Only gradually, and only after Belarusians had learned about Nazi atrocities against the Jews and the Russian POWs, and news about abuses of foreign workers by German employers reached Belarusia, did the supply of these volunteers begin to dwindle. Belarusian men refused to enlist for work in Germany. By 1942, short of labor, the Germans began to use force. Work deportations were first limited to the urban population, then extended to the countryside. Belarusian young men retaliated by running away to the forests where they connected with existing partisan groups or formed their own special units. About the same time, Jews added variety to the forest dwellers. Almost without exception, they were ghetto escapees. Some ran away before or during an action. Unlike the Russian and Belarusian partisans, not all these Jewish fugitives were young men. Some were older men, some were women, with or without children. Most did not even know how to handle weapons. Moreover, in pre-war Poland, most Jews lived in towns and cities and could not easily adjust to the life of a forest fighter. Jewish fugitives became easy targets. Not only were they at the mercy of German raiders, but they also had to rely on the goodwill of other forest dwellers much better equipped for this kind of life. Frequently, Jews would reach the woods only to encounter new forms of persecution. Some were robbed, abused, and even murdered. Robberies were sometimes motivated by greed rather than anti-Semitism, yet, more often than not, those who expected to find treasures were disappointed. The Soviet government made no effort to protect the Jews. At the early stages of the partisan movement, Stalin wanted to establish control over the unruly forest bands. Communist leaders were concerned with what to them were more pressing partisan problems: heavy drinking, haphazard robberies, and chaotic violence. The situation was therefore unpredictable. Some Russian otriads would welcome Jewish fugitives, others would persecute or reject them. But no matter how they were treated by other forest dwellers, ghetto runaways had to overcome many difficulties. German terror loomed everywhere, and because this terror pushed them into the forests, they continued to come. At first, the Belarusian woods became a haven for Soviet deserters, former POWs, Belarusian men, and Jewish ghetto runaways. Later, these different groups were joined by other types of people. Although diverse in terms of nationality and ethnic origin, these early forest dwellers did have a few things in common. None were making an ideological statement, and very few were motivated by the desire to fight. They came to the forest because they wanted to live, isolated from meaningful contacts with the outside. Within the ghettos, many Jews continued to cling to the idea that Russian partisans would protect them. Only very slowly did reality force them to change their ideas about this protection. Some came to realize that only young men with guns could count on membership in a Russian otriad. Most did not know, or preferred not to know, that in some cases even armed Jewish men could not join a Russian otriad. For many young men, the road from the ghetto to a Russian unit was long, with unexpected, hazardous detours. Jashka Mazowi's experiences illustrate this long and unusual path. Originally from a small town, Mazowi lost his entire family at 16 during the liquidation of the ghetto. As part of the remnant of Jews considered by the Germans a temporary economic asset, Mazowi was transferred to Lida ghetto. In Lida, in the summer of 1942, he heard about Russian partisans. Although this information was vague, Mazowi was determined to escape from the ghetto. He explains what happened. We organized a group of 6 youths. Our goal was to run away, go to the forest, build a bunker there, hide in it, and at night go for food to the peasants. The 6 owned 1 rifle, 1 revolver, and ammunition. On the outside, after a safe escape, these few weapons made them feel free and powerful. Elated, they entered a village. When they came close to the police station, they were suddenly fired at. Each ran in a different direction. 3 of the youths were hit by bullets and fell. 2 were caught. In the confusion, all the guns were lost. Only Mazowi escaped. Aimlessly, he roamed the countryside. With darkness came fear. To him, every sound signaled disaster. Even the noise of his footsteps became a serious threat. I saw a hutor. I knocked at the door, trying to decide what language to use, Russian or Polish. Poles hate the Russians. A man opened the door. I spoke Polish and told him I was a Jew and that I ran away from the ghetto. What should I do? He obviously knew Polish and looked at me, then turned around. I thought that this will be the end. He moved to a cupboard, took out vodka, gave me half a glass, a cutlet, and said, "Here, eat and drink. This was the first vodka I ever had." He spoke. "You are young. The Russians wanted to kill me. I am a settler. I moved around and they did not catch me. Move around. Don't go to the ghetto and you will survive. You have a chance." "Where should I go?" "I will tell you which huta to go to. They will give you food. Make yourself a place in the forest, a bunker. At night, people will give you food and you will live." He gave me courage, food for the road, and I left. During the day, I stayed in a small forest. The day seemed to last forever. How will I make it? At night I went into the huta he told me to go to. They gave me food. The next day it was easier. It did not seem so long. The day after even easier. This is how it was, a week or 2, I don't remember. Still, I was afraid. It was cold. I knew already where to go. I had special places where they would give me food. Once on a very dark night, I walked and walked. I lost the way, the hutas and all. I saw only unknown places. In the dark, I came upon a small, poor-looking hut. The man gave me cold potatoes, no doubt the only thing he had. He said, "Listen, there is a group of men here that moves around. They are Russians and say that they are partisans. Go to them." "What are you telling him?" the man's son interrupted. "They kill all the Jews, don't go." I wanted to know more and was told that they were Russian officers who stayed behind after the Soviets left. They move from place to place, get food, don't fight, just eat. When Mazowi told his hosts he wanted to meet these Russians, the son agreed to take him there in his horse-drawn wagon. Mazowi was brought to a lighted hut. When he approached, he noticed a man with a rifle. Without any greeting, this man ordered him inside. There, sitting on benches around a table, were 8 men busy talking, drinking, and eating. Close by, leaning against the wall in a straight row like soldiers, stood 8 rifles. Continuing to drink and eat, the men turned toward Mazowi. One asked, "Who are you? What are you looking for?" "I am a Jew. I ran away from the ghetto. I want to join Russian partisans and fight the Germans, Mazowi said. Don't you know that we shoot Jews? The man asked. How come? I am young. I want to fight. Why don't you kill Nazi collaborators instead? Pointing to a space next to him, the man simply said, Sit. He poured vodka into a glass and placed it in front of the youth. Another man's pocket produced what turned out to be a document from the Polish underground. This too was placed in front of Mazowi with an order to read it aloud. He did. The men seemed satisfied with Mazowi's knowledge of Polish, but said nothing. When they were ready to leave, they asked Mazowi to join them. Although he was afraid they might kill him, he followed. On the way, one of the Russians volunteered an explanation. We took a Jew into our otriad. We trusted him and treated him well. He ran away on the sly without telling us. Because of what he did, we shoot all the Jews we meet. This was not encouraging news, but Mazowi decided to wait and see. Only when these men gave him a gun and tried to show him how to use it did he know they had no intention of killing him. Acceptance into the otriad gave Mazowi a feeling of power, and with this feeling came a desire to fight. Mazowi became a member of the Iskra, Spark, otriad. The group started with less than 10 men and grew to 300. Mazowi stayed with them until the Red Army came in the summer of 1944. Later, as a member of Iskra, he would have some unusual encounters with the Bielski otriad. News that 5 of Mazowi's companions were killed reached the Lida ghetto, but it was not clear what had happened to him. Most people concluded that he too had died, but under more mysterious circumstances. Those who had no intention of leaving felt that their decision was justified by this incident and used it as an example of what Jewish runaways can expect on the outside. Those planning to run away did not change their minds but became more cautious and took more time to prepare. None lost their sense of humor. Ironically, they nicknamed Mazowi Jashke, the savior. Among those who heard the story and continued to plan a ghetto escape was Zorak Arluk. Born in 1914 in Lida, Arluk had served in 2 armies, the Polish and the Russian. His initial decision to escape from the ghetto was triggered by a direct exposure to mass murder, the May 8, 1942, action in Lida. Arluk was spared because he was employed as an electrician in an SS construction agency, but he knew this was only a temporary exemption. Arluk and some 30 youths decided to organize an underground group. On Sundays they would meet in hothouses maintained for the high German official, the Gebietskommissar, Hanweg. Here, away from prying eyes, they would discuss the hows, when, and ifs connected to their future partisan life. Beyond a general idea that there were Russian partisans, they knew little else. They had heard enough to realize that without weapons, their chances of making it on the outside were slim. Most ghetto inmates were poor, and the young in particular had no funds. Arluk's group decided to collect money from the few who had a little to spare. Lack of funds was only one of their problems. Internal opposition was another. The Judenrat and some ghetto inmates objected to all illegal activities. They were convinced that hard work would result in their survival, and any resistance would lead to death. They argued that the entire community would perish because of a few sinners. Without money, and with this strong opposition, Arluk and his group gave up the idea of a unified underground and settled for smaller, partly independent, loosely connected groups. Eventually, he and some friends succeeded in buying arms from local peasants. As they familiarized themselves with these treasures, they tried to establish contact with Russian partisans. Then, a special event propelled Arluk into an escape. He and one of his co-workers, also an electrician, were asked to do repairs on a train that stopped at the Lida station. When they finished and the train pulled out, Arluk's partner realized he had forgotten to remove his toolbox. He reported this to the SS man in charge. In a measured voice, the German warned, "If by tomorrow morning you do not bring the tools, I will kill you." In the ghetto, Arluk, his partner, and others spent many hours frantically looking for replacement tools. Next morning, the young man showed his boss the new box, and the German methodically checked its contents. The Jewish youth stood waiting. Without warning, without any visible anger, the SS man began to hit him. Powerful blows landed on the youth's head, face, and the rest of his body. As the German continued, it was clear he was seeking out the victim's hands that so desperately tried to protect sensitive areas. The blood-covered youth tried to suppress all expressions of pain. The assault produced its own eerie sounds. The blows were coming faster. Staggering, trying to stand up, the victim fell. The SS man waited. On the ground, the crumbled figure did not move. With an expressionless face, without uttering a word, the German turned and left. Arluk's eyes were glued to this scene. He recalls, "I decided that I had had enough and that I would not work for them anymore. I climbed down the ladder and told the German supervisor that I was not feeling well. He ordered me to go to the doctor in the ghetto and bring a letter saying that I was sick. I walked some 5 kilometers to the ghetto. I went to the doctor, a Russian woman. I told her the truth. I am healthy, but I decided to leave and look for partisans, and I must have 2 days off. Give me a letter that I am sick." She gave it to me. This incident occurred on Friday. Arluk was determined to leave by Sunday. He contacted 3 friends, Melzer, Wielski, and the physician Dr. Gordon, who had all been planning to escape together. They agreed to leave Sunday morning at 4. At 2, Wielski told Arluk he had decided to stay. He had a young cousin, an orphan, whom he felt he could not abandon. Of the 4, Wielski knew the area best. He also had access to Belarusians on whose friendship he could count. Arluk reached for his gun and pointed it at Wielski. "If the Germans won't kill you, I will. We decided to leave today and we will." Wielski began to cry. Still weeping, he said, "I will come with you." The move out of the ghetto was uneventful. A little later, the 4 were sitting in a Belarusian hut that belonged to Wielski's friend. The owner, a woman, was happy to see him alive. Right away, she placed in front of them generous amounts of meat, cheese, bread, and milk, for ghetto escapees a feast. As they enthusiastically devoured these delicacies, they told her about their plans to join Russian partisans. "This can be done," the woman said. "Not far from here, a group of Russian partisans stopped over tonight. I will send my farmhand to see if they are still there." Eager to establish contact, the 4 friends followed the peasant. When he brought them to the place, 2 men came out of the darkness and ordered, "Hands up, put down your guns and all bundles." They did. Among the items was Dr. Gordon's medical bag with instruments and medication. The 2 men gathered up these things and asked the 4 to come inside. In the room, a huge table was covered with drink and food, and several men were eating, drinking, and talking. Their guns leaned against the wall. In contrast to the 2 guards who had brought them in, the men seemed relaxed and friendly, worried about their confiscated weapons, yet pleased with the warm reception. Arluk was overcome by a mixture of trust and fear. Asked to explain their appearance, the 4 told the truth. They were ghetto escapees, eager to join an Otriad. The Russians wanted to know if the 4 could shoot. Did they know how to ride a horse? Were they familiar with the countryside and the forests? Satisfied with the answers, they seemed particularly delighted that Gordon was a physician. The 4 were accepted into Iskra, the same unit Mazowi had joined a few months earlier. The men they met were only a fraction of the group. Since Mazowi's acceptance, Iskra had grown to 100 members. When Mazowi and Arluk joined Iskra, they did not know about Jewish partisans. Like most Russian detachments, Iskra was mobile. Since it was not burdened with older people and children, it could travel with relative ease. Its members also had more opportunities to stay over in villages, because the local population would welcome them much more readily than they would Jews. When Russian partisans travelled, they would stop in villages and farms to eat. For the Bielski Otriad, meals had to be prepared at the base in the forest. Young men would go on food expeditions, while older people, women and children were excused from such jobs. This task alone put extra burdens on the young men. Feeding the entire Bielski Otriad was much more difficult than feeding a group of young men. If one had to rank the priorities of partisan life, food was second only to safety. Like safety measures, the acquisition and distribution of food also changed constantly to adjust to changing internal and external conditions. Because provisions had to be confiscated, often by force, this created problems for the takers as well as the suppliers. Some partisans were bothered by the moral issues created by these transactions. One of them feels that a partisan was something between a hero and a robber. We had to live and we had to deprive the peasants of their meager belongings. These natives were punished by the Germans and by us. At least if they were all pro-German, it would have been easier. This usually was not the case. Often we took by force from poor peasants who were not even pro-Nazi. At times, Russian partisans would take a horse in one village and then sell it for vodka in another village. I would have understood had they taken a horse in one place and sold it for wheat in another place. But most of the time, this was not the case. These men were fond of vodka. Less sensitive to the peasants' plight, another forest fighter emphasizes that partisans tried to take provisions from those whom they suspected of being pro-German. Having said this, he adds, "We also took advantage of some of the special situations. Peasants were required to supply the authorities with a portion of their farm products. In every village we had our people who spied for us. When a transport of food was going to be delivered to the Germans in town, we would attack it, confiscate the provisions and bring them to our camp. This way, we would divert the goods that were supposed to go to the Germans." Although occasionally the confiscated food would have gone to the Germans, as a rule, food collection by guerrilla fighters was a form of plunder. The peasants were robbed anyway by the Germans. They were poor, they were deprived. Yet we had to do it. They would not have given us on their own. We were in a predicament. Sometimes we would take away their last cow or their last horse. Responsible for feeding his people, Tuvia was aware of these inherent problems. The partisans had to eat. The Belarusian peasants could ill afford to feed themselves, the Germans, and the different forest dwellers. The partisans and the natives were caught between these different requirements, and Tuvia had to balance these needs. In the end, he doubted that he had successfully resolved the difficulties. "Although I tried very hard to prevent robberies," Tuvia recalled, "in truth, the line distinguishing robbing from taking, upon which our very existence depended, was very thin. The partisan ethics dictated that taking essentials was permissible, whereas taking anything that could be termed luxuries was robbery. However, there was a vast difference in the concept as defined by us and that of the farmer who complained about the Żydzi, Jews. There was also a gap between their idea of right and wrong and that of the partisans. There was also a distinction between the attitudes of the one who commands and the one who executes the command. These dilemmas and contradictions would appear, disappear, and reappear under different guises. Never completely resolved, they lasted as long as there were partisans, with Russian, Jewish, and Belarusian partisans all competing for the peasants' meager resources. What happened next was probably inevitable. In the summer of 1942, news reached Tuvia that a Russian otriad headed by Viktor Panchenko had decided to annihilate the Bielski camp. The Jews were accused of robberies, and the Russians thought the complaints were justified. Their own confiscation of goods they did not define as robberies. Tuvia called for a meeting of his people and explained the situation. He suggested that before the Russians acted on their threat, the two sides should have a chance to talk. Tuvia and his advisors called on a peasant who was sensitive to their problems and also a friend of the Russian commandant, Viktor Panchenko. This Belarusian arranged a meeting at which Tuvia was to speak for his group and Viktor was to act as the accuser. Viktor, formerly a lieutenant in the Red Army, was the head of the powerful Otriad Oktyabr, named after the October Revolution. Courageous and enterprising, he was able to collect a group of ex-Soviet soldiers and disenchanted Belarusian peasants. Under Viktor's direction, attacks on Belarusian and German police stations yielded arms and ammunition. The villagers liked the easy-going and dashing Viktor and were happy to supply him with goods and important information. With his charm, Viktor knew how to neutralize hostile bands. He had established his authority around the towns of Lida, Nowogrodek, and Zdzienciol. On a pre-arranged day and place, the two commanders met, each surrounded by his armed men. Tuvia admits to being apprehensive about the outcome. Much depended on the interpretation of facts and goodwill. Of the two, the Russian had more authority and power, and Viktor spoke first. He described several robbery accusations against the Bielskis and concluded, "We've decided to shoot you." Calmly, Tuvia took over. "I am the commander of the Soviet company of partisans named for Marshal Zhukov. We are not robbers. If you are a true Soviet leader, you should know that it is in the interest of our homeland to fight the German enemy together. Our homeland does not differentiate between Jews and non-Jews. It only separates the loyal, disciplined citizens from harmful, destructive bands." "But we were told that you rob villages," Victor said. Tuvia continued. "We can clarify this, and should your accusations prove untrue, we are duty-bound to fight together." Panchenko nodded in agreement and listened as Tuvia added that as natives, his partisans were familiar with the area and spoke the different dialects peculiar to this part of the country. All this could be an asset for the Russian partisans and the struggle against the enemy. It was clear, however, that first they had to settle the problem of robberies. Jointly, they devised a system. For a few days, neither Otriad would go to the village that accused the Jews of robbery. After that, they would together approach one of the peasants who complained the most. On the appointed night, Victor knocked on the window of the hut asking for bread, and the owner's weepy voice answered, "I have no bread, dear ones. Last night the Jews took from us all we had." Victor was furious and drew his gun, but Tuvia stopped him. "It's never too late to do this. First ask him what did the Jews take." When Victor did, the farmer called a girl who supposedly was in the house at the time. She said, "The Jews were here past midnight. They took bread, shortening, onions, salt, butter, eggs, and even the cloth from the table." Because of their initial agreement to avoid the village for a few days, Victor knew that the Jews had not been there. The peasants were clearly lying. Fuming, Victor burst inside and confronted the peasant. "From now on, should a fighter partisan come, whether he be Russian, Polish, or Jewish, you are to give him everything he asks for: food, boots, even furs. You were as good as dead a minute ago, and my friend prevented me from killing you. Why did you tell lies about the partisans?" To this there was no answer, and when Tuvia introduced himself as Bielski, the peasant paled and began to shake. Partisan justice demanded an execution. The peasant had to be aware of this fact. The peasant was indeed lucky that Tuvia Bielski valued life and not death. This incident ended with an understanding. For the purpose of food collection, Victor divided the area into two parts. The Bielski people could gather provisions from farms close to and around the towns Lida and Novogrodek. The Oktyabr Otriad, Panchenko's unit, would take foodstuffs from and around the town of Zdzięciol. With this agreement in place, the people were less likely to falsely accuse either Otriad. News about the Bielski-Panchenko cooperation travelled fast. This news not only helped legitimate the existence of the Bielski group, but indirectly made life easier for other Jewish fugitives. Local peasants and Russian partisans were less likely to rob Jewish fugitives. Now they would direct them to the Bielski Otriad or tell the Jewish partisans about them. Altogether, this made for an easier road to the Bielski camp. A personal though guarded friendship developed between the two commanders. 36 years old, less impressionable, Tuvia had a gift for anticipating the future. Good-natured and generous, not yet 25, Victor would seek advice from the older man. Like so many others, Tuvia was drawn to this energetic young man. He was also keenly aware that their friendship gave a protective cover to the Bielski Otriad. The younger man became a frequent visitor to the Bielski base, and Tuvia recalls one such seemingly casual call. "Victor told me that in an isolated hamlet on a farm there was a group of armed Jews who robbed at night and did nothing during the day. The peasants in the surrounding area were angry and complained. They hadn't handed them over to the Germans yet because they were afraid of reprisals. They wanted to know if Panchenko was their protector as well. If he was not, then they would get rid of them quickly." Victor thought that this Jewish group should join the Bielski Otriad. If they didn't, he would have to liquidate them. Tuvia liked the idea of incorporating this group into his unit. While giving him a chance to save lives, it would improve the fighting power of his Otriad. With a few armed men, he set out for their place. The Belarusian owner of the farm, though friendly, claimed total ignorance about Jews. Assurances that no harm would come to them had no effect. Only when Tuvia drew his gun did the man say, "Look around, maybe you will find them." "Where?" "In the granary," came the answer. On entering the hayloft, the men called out in Yiddish, urging the people to come out. They were greeted with silence. After several futile attempts, they began to search the place. Then one of the Bielski men, Ben Zion Gulkowitz, saw a wooden door in a corner in the ground. When he lifted it, the door revealed a hole. They guessed this to be the hideout entrance, and again they spoke Yiddish. This too produced no reaction. Ben Zion slipped into the pit. Inside, to the side of the opening, he saw a group of men, each holding a rifle. One of them stepped forward, introducing himself as Israel Kessler, the group's leader. A native of the small town Naliboki, Kessler was a professional thief. Before the war, he spent several years in prison. When the Germans occupied western Belarusia, Kessler had refused to submit to their rule. Like the Bielskis, he never became a ghetto inmate. Instead, he collected a group of Jews from Naliboki and from the work camp Dworzec. Through his connections to Belarusian peasants, he acquired guns and ammunition and a place to stay. On this farm, he had 15 Jews with him. Only a few were women and children. At the beginning of the war, Israel had lost his wife and children. To this hiding place, he brought Rachel, a young, attractive woman who regarded him as her savior. Kessler had heard about Tuvia, and others in the group knew him personally. Bielski explained the situation and finished by saying that they would have to join his otriad. Otherwise, they would be shot by Victor's men. Kessler laughed. "We can shoot too." When Tuvia insisted, he said, "Give us a chance to discuss this." Tuvia agreed. "I'll give you half an hour, but your answer must be positive. I endangered myself in coming here. I am not a child. I have only the final goal in mind." Kessler and several men went out to confer privately. They came back with a suggestion that 4 of their men would visit the Bielski otriad and check out if they indeed wanted to make the change. Tuvia lost his patience. "You will come and join us. If not, I am ready to divest you of your arms right now." The Bielski Partisans made a belligerent gesture. One of the Kessler men interfered. Now, there is no need for that. We will come with you." No one objected. Then someone said, "We will go with you. But before we do, we have to settle some business with Albelkiewicz, a head of a village." "What is the problem?" Tuvia inquired. "He is the leader of a gang that opposes partisans and Jews. He has already handed over to the Germans 20 Jews, women and children. He lives about half a kilometer from this village. He has arms." The idea appealed to Tuvia. It would give him a chance to stop some future murders and check out the skills of his new partners. The Kessler and Bielski men went to this place and posted guards around the collaborator's hut. 5 Jewish partisans entered playing the part of an anti-Semitic band that was eager to deliver Jews to the authorities. Pesach Friedberg was selected as the speaker of the group. Neither his looks nor his speech could identify him as a Jew. Ostensibly, they were looking for runaway Jews. The owner of the house greeted them like kindred souls. Relaxed, he returned to his bed. The rest of his family continued to sleep on beds that hugged the rest of the walls. Pesach sat on the collaborator's bed and asked pleasantly, "So, what is new with the Jewish business?" "We make a living and the Jews are being caught," came a half-joking answer. "Then you must be one of us. How many Jews have you killed?" Pesach wanted to know. "I don't kill. It is not worth soiling my hands. I just turn them over to the police and they put an end to them," the man explained. Pesach continued, "How many Jews have you caught so far?" 4 days ago, a woman, 2 children, and 2 men. Several weeks ago, 11 people. I don't remember exactly. 2 more several days ago. I chased them on horseback. We took a gun away from one of them, gave it to the police. Then he added, "Oh, I put the women, the children, in the storage room. Kept them there all night. In the morning they were almost frozen. I tied them up like sheep and took them to the police station in Dworzec." Tuvia could not resist saying, "Man, you're a human being and have a conscience. How can you catch live people and turn them over to certain death at the hands of the Germans? Doesn't your conscience bother you? What are you talking about? Hitler decreed and we must carry out his decree. He sounded surprised, but as yet he did not guess the true identity of his visitors and continued to tell them that he was the leader of a special guard, responsible for clearing the area of Jews. Now Pesach lost his temper and slapped the man in the face with all the power he could muster. I am a Jew too. Enough of playing around. The Belarusian knew he was trapped. He pleaded for mercy, then argued that after all he did only what the authorities wanted him to do. He did not make the laws. It was not his fault. Quickly, his visitors shot him and the entire family. They searched the hut and found arms. Before they left, they made a large sign and attached it to the door. In Russian it said, "This family was annihilated because it cooperated with the Germans and pursued Jews, signed the Bielski Company." On the way to the Bielski Otriad, they eliminated another family also guilty of Nazi collaboration and the murder of Jews. There too, they left an announcement that these people were shot because they had cooperated in the death of Jews. The success of these undertakings led to other anti-collaborator moves. One involved the Marcinievskis. This was a large Belarusian family who for years had worked in the mill that belonged to Chaha's parents in WWII. When the Germans came, they appointed the older Marcinievski manager of the mill. This new boss was determined to become the mill's legitimate owner. Greedy and anti-Semitic, the Marcinievski family wanted to kill all who in the future could claim the mill. They were also actively pursuing other ghetto runaways. One of the Marcinievski sons became a policeman. Together with his brother-in-law, a forester, he had been catching Jews, transforming the entire area in and around WWII into a Jewish death trap. Whenever they heard about a Jewish hideout, they would tell the authorities. Chaga recalls, the Bielski Otriad reacted. One day we waited for Marcinievski, the policeman, to come home. We watched the house. When he returned, we killed the entire family. This policeman's brother-in-law was a forester who searched the woods for Jews. He bragged that he could recognize the Bielski brothers by their footsteps and was confident that he would catch them. This forester and his family were also eliminated. A similar fate befell the Stichkos, a Belarusian family who had worked in the Bielski mill for many years. The Stichkos had also been destroying Jews and trying to eliminate all the Bielskis so that they could become the legitimate owners of the mill. The Bielski Partisans shot the entire Stichko family and left their usual notice. Tuvia was convinced that, when the peasants realized that a group of Jewish partisans was tough, then they would try and help us as much as they could. This happened only after they realized that we meant business. Indeed, the natives were impressed with the efficiency of the Jewish partisans and with their courage to stand up to Nazi collaborators. They also became fearful of reprisals, and many refrained from harming Jewish fugitives. Fewer denouncements and less dangerous roads offered more and better opportunities for escapes. Of those who took advantage of these improvements, only some ended up in the Bielski Otriad. An unknown number joined Russian partisans, roamed the forests in small groups, or found shelter with local peasants. Chapter 7. Rescue or Resistance. Tuvia was not interested in military glory. To live, to keep his people alive, to bring more Jews into the Otriad, these were his goals. He would avoid talking to the non-Jewish partisans about his main preoccupation, the saving of lives. To them, he presented himself as a guerrilla fighter and continually repeated that he had come to the forest to wage war against the enemies of the Soviet Union, the Germans. And when Panchenko suggested that they cooperate in anti-Nazi moves, he readily agreed. Their joint military ventures began in the last quarter of 1942 and continued into the second half of 1943. Although such anti-German moves were initiated by Panchenko, the two Otriads each carried the same burden. Publicly, Tuvia continued to emphasize his personal commitment to anti-German activities. In reality, he and his group were under pressure to participate. A refusal could have endangered the very existence of the Bielski Otriad. Russian partisans would not have tolerated an unwillingness to fight, especially not from Jews whom they suspected of cowardice. At this early stage, all forest dwellers were united in their hatred toward the Germans and their collaborators. These feelings of hostility were supported by equally strong ideas that it was important to fight their common enemy, the Germans. Russian partisans were very belligerent when they talked about their enemy. Killing Germans was equated with patriotism. Hero worship was common. How much of a hero a person was depended on how daring and life-threatening the person's opposition was to the Nazis. But this high value placed on fighting the enemy did not correspond to actual combat. Their belligerence was merely verbal. Inevitably, however, these favorable ideas about guerrilla fighting came with a devaluation of those who could not wage war. Non-fighters were subjected to ridicule and contempt. The disheveled and hungry ghetto runaways in particular were sometimes greeted by Russian partisans with a sneering, "Why did you work for the Germans instead of fighting?" The forest was pervaded with ideas that fighting and causing damage to the Germans and their collaborators was good. Even young ghetto runaways, after they were accepted into a Russian otriad, would soon become strong advocates of the wage a war ethic. In their case, as with others, the admiration of anti-German fighters came with a disapproval of non-fighters. One of these young Jewish partisans admits, "I looked at the Bielski otriad with its 1,000 Jews, most of whom could not fight, and thought, so what, but they do not fight. I believed that they should have fought the Germans. As a Russian partisan, I felt self-important." The idea that waging war against the Germans was more important than saving lives was implicitly accepted by many others. And while the degree of such acceptance varied, to some extent, it was always there. Indirectly, support for this ideology sometimes had tragic consequences. The actions of known Jewish partisan fighters reflect this attitude. Dr. Icheskel Atlas, Alter Durecki, and Hurst Kaplinski each distinguished himself as an outstanding partisan leader. Each courageously battled the enemy. By the end of December 1942, they had all been killed in action. During their short careers as partisan leaders, the three operated in and around the huge Lipichanska forest. With its jungle-like growths, islands of swampy terrain, and irregular, poorly built country roads, this forest promised safety to many of the persecuted. Lipichanska Forest became home for both Jewish and Russian partisans. It also became a haven for ghetto runaways, many of whom were older people, women, and children. Small family clusters or units of unattached fugitives were scattered all over this forest. Disorganized and unprotected, these groups lived in primitive bunkers. Some would beg for food from surrounding farms. The few who had guns would get their provisions by using force. Still, the very few who brought some money or valuables with them would exchange these for food. Unaccustomed to life in the forest, many fugitives were attacked by unruly partisan bands and robbed of their meager belongings, and some were murdered in the process. Without the support of a large group like the Bielski otriad, many died from cold, starvation, and epidemics. A survivor of a family camp tells how Russian partisans robbed them of their few weapons. For them, no arms meant no food. They lived in a poorly constructed bunker, with water seeping through every corner. The few children with them were barely dressed, ravaged by hunger and fever. The adults helplessly awaited the children's and their own deaths. Only a fraction survived. The three Jewish partisan leaders, Atlas, Durecki, and Kaplinski, had witnessed the plight of these Jewish civilians. Concerned, each in a different way, tried to help these poor, defenseless people, with warnings about danger, with food supplies and moral support. Dr. Atlas became very depressed during one of his visits to such a half-starved and defenseless family camp. He told the people he could take 10 of them with him, but they all had to be fit for combat. He explained that all his men were fighters and were taking revenge for the suffering of the Jewish people. He is quoted as saying, "We are lost, but we must fight." Like so many other Jewish leaders who fought the Germans, Dr. Atlas identified with the Jewish plight. Yet hardly any of these leaders devoted themselves to saving Jews. The help they offered was sporadic, not organized, and hence not very effective. Their commitment to wage war interfered with their desire to curtail Jewish destruction. It was as if their preoccupation with fighting the enemy made no room for saving Jewish lives. They might also have thought that in the long run fighting would save more people. In comparing Tuvia Bielski and Dr. Yechezkel Atlas, Hirsch Smoller believes that they are the two most important symbols of Jewish resistance: the Jewish fight for existence and the Jewish fight for revenge. Atlas stood for revenge and Bielski for life, for the biological existence of the Jews. Faced with a choice between saving and fighting, a choice that seemed clearer in hindsight, Atlas and others like him opted for the latter. The great value placed on fighting the Germans appeared under different guises and penetrated the most unexpected places. In some ways it reached even the Bielski Otriad. It was in part expressed in the relatively high prestige enjoyed by those who had arms. The bulk of the Otriad, the unarmed, were placed into a less valued category disdainfully called malbush. Malbush is a Hebrew term for clothes. No one seems to know how the term acquired its negative meaning. Of course, this did not necessarily mean that in the Bielski Otriad fighting took precedence over saving lives. It only meant that fighting carried with it prestige and status. An astute leader, Tuvia had to be aware of the value most others placed on fighting, and so only in the privacy of his inner circle he would repeat, "Don't rush to fight and die. So few of us are left. We have to save lives. To save a Jew is much more important than to kill Germans." In the Bielski Otriad, saving lives became intricately connected to a moderate involvement with fighting. As one young partisan from the Bielski Otriad asked, "If we perished, who would protect our families?" Disputes over the relative value of saving a life or fighting the enemy have continued until this day. Raja, who is convinced that saving lives was more important, tells of her exchange with a Jewish partisan who accusingly said, "You in the Bielski Otriad sat in the forest without fighting. I asked, 'Tell me, how many Germans did you kill?' 2. Then I asked, 'How many Jews did you save?' This last question was met with silence. Raja continues, "They have been writing about Jewish resistance, uprisings of different kinds, but not about Jewish rescue by Jews. All the time I have been arguing about why no one writes about the heroism that was involved in the rescue of Jews. As far as I am concerned, this is a holy thing." Only recently have others come to similar conclusions. One former forest fighter told me, "For 40 years we had discussions about what was more important, fighting the Germans or saving Jews. We came to the conclusion that our heroism was not heroism. When I was fighting with guns together with other partisans, this was not heroism. Heroism was to save a child, a woman, a human being. To keep Jews in the forest for 2 years and save them, this was heroism." Among all partisans, a discrepancy existed between the value placed on fighting and the actual number of attacks on the Germans. It was as if the pressure to oppose the Germans lost its momentum somewhere on the way to the real strikes. This lack of correspondence between ideas and actions was probably responsible for some of the exaggerated claims about extraordinary anti-Nazi escapades. Until 1943, in Western Belarusia, attacks on the Germans by Russian partisans were rare. The few anti-enemy moves that did occur were in the form of sabotage that included the destruction of trains, bridges, telephone lines, and other installations. At first infrequent and sporadic, such ventures became more coordinated and more common after the arrival of specially trained men from the USSR. With time, more partisans were parachuted into the area. Others had come in planes that landed at secretly constructed airports, close to the forests. Before 1943, however, only a handful of this new breed of partisans reached the forest. On balance, throughout their entire history, partisan combat activities have been highly exaggerated. Many of the anti-German expeditions that were planned and discussed by Russian partisans never materialized. Whatever military encounters between the partisans and the enemy did take place, they reflect the overall characteristics of guerrilla warfare, particularly its avoidance of direct enemy confrontations. And so, even when attacked, partisans preferred not to fight. Instead, they tried to disperse, thinking they would regroup later. Only when these tactics were not possible, only when the partisans had no choice did they fight. As in western Belorussia, so in other places, moves initiated by guerrilla fighters were usually in the form of sabotage. On rare occasions, and not by design, sabotage did lead to direct confrontation. Tuvia had a particularly warm feeling for the youthful Jews who fought within the Russian Otriads. Moreover, the Bielski Otriad participated in armed resistance to the Germans. The joint military moves of the Bielski and Oktyaber Otriads might have satisfied Tuvia's need to stand up to the Germans. In some way, Tuvia's armed resistance supported his sense of freedom and independence. One important anti-German move happened shortly after the 1942 harvest. The German law required each peasant to deliver a portion of his farm products to the authorities. In contrast to the treatment of the farmers, estate owners were divested of their entire holdings. Some estate owners were murdered, the rest were banished or sent to concentration camps. Confiscated estates were then run with cheaply paid or unpaid slave labor. What an estate produced went directly to the authorities. The 1942 harvest was rich, and the granaries were filled with wheat. Unable to confiscate this large amount of food, Victor and Tuvia, in a jointly planned operation, decided to burn the fruits of the harvest. The plan was to set fire to all the estates at once, under the cover of darkness. At each location, partisans were posted to prevent people from extinguishing the flames. The authorities and the local population knew that the partisans were responsible for the job, but then something surprising happened. Just as the fires were at their peak, planes flew over the area and bombed the flames. Evidently, these were Russian planes that were on their way back from an enemy attack. The pilot probably understood the meaning of the fires and decided to lend a hand. The Germans were overcome with horror. It looked like there was a link between the partisans and the Russian command. In reality, this partisan army cooperation happened by chance. Convinced that the Bielski Otriad had had a hand in these fires, the Germans were even more determined to eliminate the three brothers, particularly Tuvia. They promised a substantial reward for Tuvia's capture or for information leading to his arrest. Depending on who tells the story, the sum offered differs, ranging from 50,000 to 1,000,000 rubles. A realistic figure probably comes closer to the 50,000 level. This eagerness to catch Tuvia only underlined his importance. The local people got the message. Their fear and respect grew, as did their contempt for the ineffectual enemy. Now that the partisans had destroyed an important food supply, they wanted to prevent the Germans from recuperating their losses and collecting food from the farmers. Consequently, the purpose of their next operation was to hurt the enemy and silence the peasants who grumbled, "You take, the Germans take, how shall we survive?" The partisans decided to deprive the Germans rather than the natives. The plan was to lie in ambush, wait for cars filled with provisions, and attack. They selected the road leading from Nowogrodek to Nowojelnia. Loyal natives supplied the partisans with information about the enemy's whereabouts. Although they saw it coming, the partisans missed the first small vehicle. Success came only with the appearance of bigger trucks and much more important loot. Tuvia remembers. Boom! Boom! The first vehicle stopped. We had hit the wheels and the driver. From our side came a hailstorm of bullets. 8 German and White Russian police jumped from the vehicle, fell to the ground and began to return machine gun fire. Suddenly, a hooray from Panchenko's people. The enemy is overwhelmed. I don't know how many of them were running away screaming and shooting. The enemy was retreating. We got up and pursued them, but most of them disappeared among the trees in the forest. We decided not to miss the opportunity to gather the loot. We swooped down on the machine guns, the boots and the fowl, as well as on the boxes of ammunition. All this took only a few minutes. Our booty on hand, 2 machine guns, 4 rifles, and thousands of bullets. Trembling with excitement, we left the area and went into the forest. The first armed victory, and it was ours. A less successful move is remembered by the Bielski partisan, Pinchas Boldo. Initiated by Victor, the idea was to destroy the Yatsuki train station and kill the Germans who guarded the place. We arrived at the rails in the dark. There was a small building in which there were Germans. From our positions we could see them well. We even had a machine gun. Actually, it was in our way, and it contributed to our defeat. Instead of going into the rooms of German's house, all bullets went over the roof. The enemy had realized that they were being attacked and they opened fire on us. Not one German was killed, and neither were any of us. Somehow they did not imagine that we were so close to them. Their bullets went far past us into the forest. They thought that we were in the forest, some distance away from them. None of us died, but we did not succeed. On balance, the Bielski-Panchenko cooperation gave a measure of security to the Bielski Otriad and led to its expansion. But expansion also meant older people, women and children, and eventually resulted in a curtailment of movement. Tuvia felt that by dividing his people into coordinated subgroups, he would improve the Otriad's mobility. And so he created subunits of 20 to 25 people. Usually, a person's group affiliation was based on family relations and friendships. People were free to choose those they wanted to join. Tuvia stepped in when these preferences violated the principle of safety or denied a place to those who were alone and whom no one wanted. Each group had to be properly balanced. It had to include young armed men, older people, women, and children. The correct mix was determined by the commander. Because each person belonged to a group, evacuation could be more efficiently accomplished. Each group had a leader and several other positions with specially designed functions. For example, Tuvia insisted that military protection and food distribution not be in the same hands. He felt the separation of these two basic functions would avoid abuses. Each unit was assigned to a particular space. Each had a special pot in which to cook its meals. Similarly, provisions were assigned to each group. The expansion of the Otriad required more frequent food expeditions, which meant more danger. The authorities were eager to cut off all partisan food supplies, and especially those of the Bielski Otriad. Partisan food collections, known as Bambioshka, took place at night. From the Bielski Otriad, every night 1 or 2 groups were sent out to bring food. A group consisted of 10 to 12 armed men. One of these men acted as the leader. Some of the participants had to be familiar with the side roads and the particular villages. Of course, one had to select people that first of all were not afraid and second of all to whom the peasants would give food. When a group reached a village, it would first collect provisions from the richest farms. As one partisan explains, this was possible because in each village we had a peasant, usually himself poor. He would give us information about the other peasants. This way we knew what each had, how many horses, cows, etc. Such a peasant we called legal shik. We took nothing from him. Sometimes we would give him some of the booty. Some of the rich peasants tried to hide their products. We would search, and if this was the case, we took more from them. Toward the end of 1942, horse-drawn wagons, confiscated from farmers, were used for food expeditions. When a group left a village, it had to subdivide and prepare the goods on the way back to the camp. For example, cows had to be killed and cut into manageable portions. All this had to be done quickly. At dawn, a group was expected to be back at the base. Daylight was the partisans' enemy. Food expeditions were both risky and unpredictable. One never knew if all those who set out would return, nor did one know what they would bring back. Some items were chronically in short supply, especially bread. It was impossible to find enough. People longed for bread and continuously talked about it. When a bambioshka was about to return, people would run out to see what it brought. They would touch the goods, and if they came upon bread, they would not leave. They would form a line. Those at the head would get some bread, but those behind would not get any. This would lead to resentment and envy. By October 1942, the Bielski Otriad, which by that time numbered about 200 people, established a base in the 2 connecting forests, Perelaz and Zabielowo. Because of cold weather and the threat of snow, they decided to build more permanent quarters. The Otriad tried to collect more food to last for part of the winter. A more permanent forest home or bunker was called a ziemlanka, a name derived from the word soil. In part, it was a dug-up rectangular space. When finished, 2/3 of the bunker was in the ground and 1/3 above. The upper part consisted of wooden sticks or branches that touched each other, forming a pyramid. These were in turn covered by sheets of bark, leafy branches, or other materials that kept out extreme temperatures and helped camouflage the place. If constructed properly, the inside walls of such a ziemlanka were lined with wood. This in turn prevented the soil from crumbling. Instead of beds, around the walls were wooden bunks covered with straw or leaves and, if available, flour sacks. In the middle, between the 2 rows of bunks, there was an iron stove with a pipe leading to the ceiling and outside. In the winter months, this stove would cook the food and heat the place. Depending on size and need, a ziemlanka could accommodate up to 40 people. In preparation for their first winter, 1942 to 1943, Tuvia wanted these ziemlankas to cover a wide area. He felt that by scattering them, he would be spreading the risks. If the enemy discovered one bunker, the rest had a chance to remain unnoticed. Each bunker was large, accommodating 30 to 40 people. One was to serve as a hospital. For most of the people, this was their first forest winter. This alone created anxieties and fears. People were high-strung, and emotional imbalance led to much grumbling. Complaints were frequently directed at the most vulnerable among them, the newcomers. A few made arrangements to stay in more protected places with peasants. This method was used by part of the Boldo family. The Bielski brothers and their families could have found more comfortable quarters with some of their Belarusian and Polish friends, but they did not. They would not abandon the people. Not only did they themselves stay in the forest, but they insisted that those close to them should do the same. Others, the majority, had no choice and remained in the forest. For those who stayed, tensions mounted as the temperature dropped. New people continued to come. With so many new arrivals, not everyone wanted to take the old and the children. After all, they were special burdens. Each bunker had a leader. Each tried to have fighting men that would be easy to run away with. There were conflicts. Tuvia made the assignments and arrangements. One day, Tuvia was confronted by a representative from a group of 12 fighters that included Mottelberger, the Lubchansky brothers, Pesach Friedberg, and 8 others. Attached to this group were also 12 non-fighters. Among them were wives and sweethearts. This representative came to ask permission to dig separately because his group did not want to be detained by those slower than they. On the surface, this seemed like a reasonable request, and it was granted. At first it turned out well. Not to be shamed, other diggers worked faster. But this became a prelude to something else. When the digging was nearly finished, a representative of the same group, this time one of the Lubchansky brothers, came with new requests. His group's fighters wanted to decide themselves whom to include and exclude from their bunker. This clearly could lead to the elimination of hard-to-place individuals, usually non-fighters. The group also wanted to control their own food supply. They wanted more autonomy and were trying to create an otriad within an otriad. "And what if I will not go along with your demands?" Tuvia asked. "You will," Lubchansky replied in a threatening voice. Asael jumped up. "Will you fight us?" "We will if we have to," came the answer. Furious, Asael pointed to his submachine gun. To this, Lubchansky said, "Our rifles shoot too." Asael and Zeus were ready to attack the man. Tuvia stepped in and prevented a fistfight. Instead, he called for a general assembly and presented the case for a review. He summarized the situation and then asked for reactions. The first partisan to speak up said that permission to dig separately was a divisive step that should not have been granted. Therefore, the entire Otriad was to blame for what had happened. No sooner did he finish when Viktor Panchenko made an unexpected appearance. Naturally, he was curious about the meeting. Tuvia filled him in and asked for advice. He knew that Viktor would condemn the rebels and that his opinion carried weight. Unhesitatingly, Viktor said, "You took them out of the ghetto, you trained them, you spent all of your time with them, and now they dare rise up against their commander? Shoot them, here and now." Tuvia turned toward the assembly. "Who would like to express an opinion?" "You're the commander, do whatever you please," came the answer. Tuvia asked Panchenko to help him divest the rebels of their arms. Having received Victor's consent, Tuvia announced that the Lubchansky group should turn in their arms immediately. They did not move. The three brothers approached them carrying their submachine guns, followed by Panchenko with a revolver in hand. Tuvia grabbed each man's rifle as Panchenko placed the revolver to the man's head. All 12 rifles were collected. This happened quickly, in total silence. When it was over, the crowd just stood there stunned. Above them, they heard their commander's voice. All 12 members are exiled from the company because of insubordination and are to leave the area within 12 hours. Should they not leave, they will be shot. There will be discipline. We cannot exist without it. If we cannot achieve order by ordinary means, it will be done by force. With this, he formally dismissed the assembly. Almost immediately, word reached the Bielski brothers that the rebels were in disarray. Their wives and non-fighting relatives were shocked. They were accusing the rebels of insensitivity to their own welfare and that of the Otriad. There were quarrels and name-callings. Then a few of the rebellious 12, with Pesach Friedberg among them, came to plead with Tuvia. Clearly, Pesach had changed his mind when he said, "Let them go to hell, but I do not want to be with them." Tuvia yelled at him, "You're big and fat like an oak, but where was your head? Couldn't you slap your friends down before they brought this trouble down upon themselves?" The verdict remained intact. The commander was unmoved. People continued to come and plead, and the circle of those who tried to intervene widened. Then a delegation of 7, representing the entire Otriad, came with a message. "The entire company wishes to beg your pardon." Once more, Tuvia reassembled his people and made the following announcement. "If all of you will take on the responsibility for the future behavior of the transgressors, I'll agree to take them back." The crowd murmured its approval. The dispute was over, but only 2 weeks later were the rifles returned gradually, one by one. There were no more objections. Order and discipline were restored. The Bielskis continued to remain in the 2 adjacent forests, Perelazes and Zabilowo. Neither was very big or very dense. In terms of size and promises of safety, these wooded areas did not stand up to the huge Lipichanska forest. In November 1942, a group of Jewish fugitives went from the Bielski Otriad to the Lipichanska forest. The group consisted of fugitives from Nowogrodek ghetto, non-fighters, with pregnant women and children among them. They arrived at their destination at the beginning of December while a large raid was in progress. Most perished. This group was escorted by 6 fighters from the Bielski Otriad, among them Lazar Malbin and Mottelberger. After about a month, disheveled and hungry, the 6 escorts returned to the Otriad without the civilians. Different versions of this event appear when one tries to move beyond the known facts and into the whys. Tuvia says that a group of runaways from Nowogrodek ghetto came to their Otriad when winter preparations were in progress. The Bielskis fed them and let them stay over. Next day, another group of Jewish fighters, part of the Russian Orlansky Otriad, also passed. This second group had just completed a military mission and was returning to their base in the Lipichanska forest. The fugitives from the Nowogrodek ghetto decided to go with this second group. Tuvia continues, "We did not oppose their decision. We even sent an escort to accompany them. This group came to a bad end. Most of them were killed in hunts, escapes, and wanderings. But why did they need an escort if they were going with Jewish partisans? Chaha Bielski says that they were, indeed, fugitives from the Nowogrodek ghetto. She then explains that because they came with children and old people, it was decided to bring them to Lipichanska forest. There were many family camps there. We did not know that there would be a raid. At the time, we were in small forests, and Lipichanska was very big. We thought that they may be better off there than here in the small forests. We did not see it as a bad thing." But then she adds, "Each bunker had a leader, and none of them wanted to receive them. There were too many people at that time. I am not saying that it was right what we did. We should have built more bunkers and settled them with us." Mottelberger, who seems to dislike Malbin, blames the incident on him. Mottel feels that Malbin talked Tuvia into sending the 40 people away from their camp, most of whom were unarmed women and children. These people were told that it would be safer for them in the Lipichanska. They had no choice. They had to leave. They arrived during a raid. I don't know what happened to them. Isha Lewin Shaw, a Bielski partisan, cries when she talks about them. Like Berger, she thinks that Tuvia was pressured into sending this group away. Although she refers to this event as heartbreaking, she nevertheless says that they felt that in Lipichanska they would not be as easily detected. When I brought up this incident with Sonia Bielski, Zeus's wife, she hesitated at first and then said, "They had relatives there. They wanted to leave because we had too many people, men and women. I don't remember the reason. They did not like the Bielskis. They must have left on their own. We never sent away anyone. This was a tragedy. When they came, there was an oblawa, a raid." The news about the raid had a shattering effect on the Bielski people. Some blamed themselves for not preventing the move from happening. The entire Otriad, and especially Tuvia Bielski, had learned a hard lesson. News about this raid came in December 1942, along with a warning that the Bielski camp was to be attacked. Hurriedly, in the middle of the night, they all left and went to the Krapiniewo forest, close to the town of Ivje. In this new location, they could erect only a few primitive tents. The soil was frozen, which made digging particularly difficult. As soon as they were settled, word reached them that the Germans were about to liquidate Ivje ghetto. Before 1939, Ivje had been a small town with a Jewish population of less than 4,000. On May 12, 1942, the Germans murdered 2,000 Jews and forced the remainder into a ghetto. Most of these ghetto inmates were convinced that they too would soon be killed. Here, with support from the Judenrat, the people began to prepare for an eventual ghetto breakout. They managed to buy a few arms. Baruch Kopold, a teenager at the time, remembers, "We kept guard in the attics at the edges of the ghetto to see what was happening. We were all young, the Judenrat helped us, as did the Jewish police. If they saw any suspicious moves by the enemy, they were supposed to cut the wire that surrounded the ghetto and run." Kopold belonged to an underground group of 50. His was one of several such groups who cooperated loosely with each other. Although at the end of 1942 the group was in a precarious position, Tuvia decided to save the Ivje Jews. He sent 4 armed men to the ghetto to warn about the impending end of their community. The 4 were to urge the people to come to the forest. In the meantime, instead of leaving with his people, Tuvia and about 20 of his men stayed to prepare the place for the Jews from Ivje and show them how to live in the forest. As planned, as soon as the Ivje Jewish guards saw the Germans and their Belarusian helpers come from one side, they cut the ghetto wires from the other side and escaped. When the Germans reached the ghetto, they found very few people. Tuvia and more than 20 of his men received the Ivje runaways in the Zabilowo forest. These fugitives wanted to stay together. Tuvia recalls, "We instructed them on life in the forest, guided them, divided them into sections and helped them choose leaders from their own group. They had only 4 rifles, so we chose armed people of our own to accompany them on their first trip to forage for food." As for the rest of the Bielski Otriad, the rumoured raid on Perelaz and Zabialowo never materialised, so most returned to their abandoned bunkers. Regina Tichtin had a flu and fever. She and a few others asked Tuvia's permission to stay over in 2 hutas close to the Krapiniewo village. Although uneasy about their safety, Tuvia consented because he felt sorry for them. For protection, he sent a few fighters with them, one with a machine gun. In all, there were 12 people. Chaha describes the event. "These were Belarusian homes. They gave us permission to come because we had arms. They knew that we could force them to. We entered the 2 houses. I prepared breakfast. We began to clean the guns. Only a few stayed with us. Israel Kotler, Lova Volkin, Itzhak Bach, and Sonia, Zeus's wife, were in one house. In the second were Sonia Bielski, Tuvia's wife, Regina, her sister, Grisha Maitis, and a few other fighting men. The 2 houses were close to each other. The name of the village and the forest was Krapiniewo. We went to rest and did not post guards. Everyone wanted to rest. No one gave orders." The 4 men who went to warn the Ivje ghetto returned, hoping the people were already on their way. Chaya was anxious. She reasoned that if the ghetto runaways would come by their place, they might be followed by policemen. Therefore, from time to time, she went to check for any suspicious signs. Each time she left the house, the freezing weather forced her back in after a few minutes. But then she saw hundreds of Germans and policemen in white fur coats surrounding the place. They wanted to take us alive. There was probably a denouncement that the Bielski brothers were there. I burst into the house and screamed, "We are surrounded!" Sonia, Zeus's wife, slept in her boots. She jumped off the bed and screamed, "I am lost! I am lost!" I dragged her with me, saying that it is better to die from a bullet than to be taken alive. Only Kotler had time to run away with us. Outside, Sonia fell into a hole filled with potatoes. It was covered with snow. We did not see that it was a hole. She screamed, "Go save yourself, leave me." The Germans still don't shoot. They want to take us alive. I heard the screams, "Hurrah, Bielski! Hurrah, Bielski!" Then Israel Kotler began to shoot at them. I dragged Sonia out of the hole and took her with me. We moved on, realizing that the Germans were coming closer. I began to shoot as well. We were trying to keep them at a distance. This way we came close to the forest and entered it. Then they began to shoot. At that point it seems that they attacked the two houses. Grisha Matis, Regina's son, Lova Volkin and the others continued to shoot until they ran out of bullets. When the enemy took over, they found only one partisan who was alive, Lova Volkin. After the Germans took him, they set fire to the two farms. In Zabielovo, while training the Ivja people, Tuvia and his men learned of the attack and quickly left for Trapiniewo. On the way, Tuvia and his fighters heard shots. Soon the shots became less frequent and then stopped. At the edge of the forest, the Bielski partisans saw the two burning houses and witnessed the departure of the Germans and Belarusians. Then the Jewish partisans approached the burning ruins. Their search was disappointing. It yielded only parts of dead bodies. Lova, the partisan manning the machine gun, was injured. The Germans brought him to a hospital. They tortured him to make him divulge our secrets and the secrets of other partisans. In spite of the horrible pain, he told them nothing. They abused him, cut his flesh, but he did not surrender. After 3 weeks, they hung him in the middle of the town of Nowogrodek. A note attached to his body warned that this would be the fate of all Jewish partisans. During the Krapiniwo attack, 9 members of the Bielski Otriad lost their lives. The 3 who survived were Charja Bielski, Israel Kotler, and Zeus's wife Sonia. This attack interrupted the training of the fugitives from Ivja ghetto. The Germans announced that whoever returned to that ghetto would be admitted without any punishment, and some of the fugitives did go back. The Germans kept their promise for less than 2 days. After that, most of the inmates were murdered, and a few were moved to Lida ghetto. In the Bielski camp, the death of the 9 partisans shook up the entire Otriad. Particularly affected were the relatives of the dead, especially Tuvia Bielski, who lost his wife. Some say that Tuvia was a broken man. He was in a deep depression because he loved her very much. This loss pushed him out of the Otriad. Zeus went with him. More than 40 years later, Sonia Bielski, Zeus's wife, is still hurt when she remembers. Zeus told me that I should go to my parents, that he could not leave Tuvia. 1 week the 2 of them were riding around. I went to my parents. I said that this was the end. If he can leave me to be with his brother, then I don't need him. 6 weeks I stayed with my parents. Tuvia used to drink before the death of his wife, and he knew how to hold his liquor. In the forest, most people found solace in hard liquor. Vodka, most partisans felt, kept them going. When Tuvia returned to the Otriad, he was deeply depressed and his drinking became heavy. People were concerned about his sadness as well as his drinking. Lilka Tiktin and her father Alta were particularly worried. Regina's and Sonia's deaths had cut their official family link, and Tuvia remembers Alta's pleading, "Do not become estranged from us." He reassured his former brother-in-law by moving back to the Ziemlanka they used to share before the tragedy happened. In love with Tuvia from the day she met him, Lilka insists that not she but he asked her to be his wife. Still, she admits that she grabbed the offer. 17 at the time, innocent and very beautiful, Lilka recalls her father's warning. "I see that your relationship with Tuvia is not innocent. If you open the door, you will go from hand to hand. He did not believe that Tuvia will stick with me. Alta Tictin was both right and wrong. Lilka remained the official wife, but she did have a lot of competition. Tuvia was very successful with women. Most of the women were after him, and he tried not to disappoint them. Lilka admits to much suffering. The women used to come to my bunker and proposition him. He was not a person to tell me or to humiliate me. I am sure he did it. He never came to me and said, I slept with this one or that one. Sometimes I knew and I reproached him. Is this fair? She is supposed to be my best friend. He used to say, I don't talk about these things. You want to find out? Not from me. Sure, it was terrible because I wanted to be the only one. It was killing me. Yet, when asked how her husband felt about her, she says, I think that he was crazy about me till the last minute of his life. Before he died, he could not talk, but communicated to the children that the only obligation they had was to watch over mother. He was a kind, fine man, very generous. He taught me a lot. Although many young women in the Otriad would have been happy to become Tuvia's mistress, he did not limit his sexual escapades to the camp. In the surrounding villages, he had all kinds of women, some Belarusian, some Polish. In the forest, with so many women throwing themselves at him, he seemed not to have even tried to move his relationship with Lilka to another plane. He did what he liked, and he liked women. A tragedy brought Lilka and Tuvia together. Other events continued to cement their relationship, and their marriage endured for more than 4 decades. Chapter 8. Eluding the enemy. The 25 guerrilla fighters of the Iskra Otriad arranged themselves in a circle. The man responsible for this assembly stood in the middle and seemed to tower over them, not because of actual height, but because of some intangible inner strength. His self-possessed manner matched his vigorous voice. I bring you greetings from our fatherland. To continue defeating the enemy, we must make changes. From now on, I will be in charge of this Otriad. Your commandant will be second in command. Some of the men seemed to be shifting in their positions. Others bowed their heads. Did they search the ground for the words so unexpectedly thrown at them? There was movement, but the distance between the man inside the ring and those around him remained the same. Casually, as if it was the most natural thing, Sinichkin reached for his belt. Then, with revolver in hand, he continued, Whoever is against this change, let him come forward. All motion came to an abrupt stop. The men stood still, very still. Embarrassed, avoiding each other's eyes, they listened to the new commander's order to disperse. This was the beginning of 1943, right after the German debacle at Stalingrad, a turning point in the German-Russian War. On February 23, 1943, Stalin issued a special appeal to the Russian partisans urging them to continue their courageous battles. Also about that time, the Soviets increased their efforts to utilize the partisan movement in the war against the Germans. Sinichkin was a part of this renewed effort. In a group of about 20 men, he had parachuted into western Belarusia. Capable and well-trained, he quickly reorganized Iskra. Sure of his effectiveness, he turned to another partisan group and then to another, bringing them together into more effective fighting forces. With the rank of general, he became a commander of a partisan brigade. Along with other partisan commanders, Tuvia was invited to meet Sinichkin. At this gathering, their host emphasized how proud the Soviets were of the partisans' achievements. To make their successes more effective, Stalin had sent special organizers. Tuvia heard that the great commander Platon had arrived. He and Sinichkin had come to reorder and unite different companies and make them part of brigades that would all work together according to a unified plan. Every disturbance caused to the enemy would be helpful to the front. It was necessary to cut rails, burn bridges, cut telephone and telegraph lines. It was also necessary to make the availability of food difficult for the Germans. Tuvia was struck by the differences between this and other assemblies. Here he noticed definite order. Each commander gave a report about his detachment, while a secretary kept records of everything that was said. Definite new bureaucratic ways for conducting meetings. Sinichkin showed a special interest in the Bielski Otriad and assigned it to his own brigade. Similarly, the arrival of General Platon, who was in charge of Russian partisans in the Baranoviцы region, further emphasized how much importance Moscow placed on an integrated partisan movement. The meeting in the Sinichkin brigade was followed by a get-together at General Platon's headquarters that involved a few hundred commanders, Tuvia among them. Many had a chance to speak with the general. When Tuvia's turn came, he jokingly said that an important man like Platon should have clothes to fit his position and that he could take care of this matter. Platon laughed. "Done! Let me see you do it!" Toward the end of his life, when he was 81 years old, Tuvia concluded this story with a chuckle. "Our Jewish laws say, 'Do not take bribes,' so I did not take. But the laws do not say, 'Don't give,' so I gave." Winning the war, although a top priority, was only one of Stalin's objectives. Beyond the defeat of Germany, the USSR had other political agendas, some tied to Poland's destiny. Once Stalin felt more secure about the outcome of the war, he began to press his allies, the United States and England, for recognition of the Polish-Russian borders as specified in the Ribbentrop-Molotov Agreement. This called for a return to the USSR of the Polish land occupied by the Red Army in the fall of 1939. Stalin's aspirations, however, went beyond that. He also wanted a Moscow-sponsored government for all of post-war Poland. Determined to win both militarily and politically, Stalin set out to bureaucratize and politicize the Russian partisan movement. And Western Belorussia, with its extensive forests and thousands of forest dwellers, became an important part of his plan. As the Soviets consolidated their control over the partisan movement, they established two separate centers of power, one military, the other political. With time, the Russian partisans gained control not only of other partisan groups, but also actual sections of the forests. This control spilled over to adjacent towns and villages. By mid-1943, it was not unusual for local authorities to avoid these partisan enclaves. Such territorial takeovers were uneven, frequently punctuated by exceptions and changes. Although they were losing ground against the Red Army and were often hesitant about confrontations with guerrilla fighters, the Germans never faltered in their dealings with civilians. German military losses went hand in hand with crueler treatment of defenseless civilians. Themselves suffering from defeats, the Germans would strike out and hurt those who were close by and too weak to openly wage war. Often without a shred of evidence, the authorities would accuse some peasants of partisan cooperation and destroy entire communities as a reprisal. When the Germans discovered that partisans had received food or shelter in a village, or if a German was attacked in the vicinity of a village, its inhabitants were quickly punished by death or deportation. Through swift and vigorous punitive measures, the Germans had hoped to stop or reduce partisan operations. Actually, these retaliations seemed to have the opposite effect. Whenever an anti-German incident happened, and if people found out about it in time, some young men would flee into the woods to join the partisans. More men in the forests only helped expand the anti-German forces. In 1943, the Germans stepped up their attacks on local villages, murdering and forcibly transporting Belarusians and Poles for slave labor. As a result, the Moscow head of the partisan movement, Voroshilov, and his chief of staff, Ponomarenko, issued a directive to save all civilians. With this, as with other directives, there was no guarantee if, when, and how it would be implemented. Until the very end, the partisans would comply only partly with Moscow's orders. A gap between what the government wanted and what the partisans were willing to do continued. Still, a directive, even if partly enforced, offered some benefits. Jews who roamed the countryside and the forests were supposed to be helped by this directive. Ironically, only after the Germans stepped up their persecutions of non-Jews were the Jewish fugitives entitled to some protection. For the Bielski Otriad, the Soviet call to help civilian refugees left some unsolved problems. Tuvia still had to convince the Russians that he and his people were useful supporters of the USSR. He did this in several ways. The Bielski-Panchenko cooperation in anti-Nazi moves helped project their image as fighters. In addition, the Bielski Partisans served as guides for their Russian counterparts. Familiar with the area, the Jewish youths knew how to avoid dangerous roads and were glad to share this knowledge with their fellow partisans. Also, the special relationship the Bielskis had to many of the local people helped them collect crucial information that they often passed on to Russian detachments. While the USSR was winning the war, the Jews were losing it. By the beginning of 1943, most Jewish communities in the region had ceased to exist, among them Mir, Niswiz, Ivje, Zolodek, Zizhensyol, and others. The Lida and Nowogrodek ghettos, although still in existence, had lost most of their people. Mir, Niswiz, Ivje, Zolodek, Zizhensyol, and others. The Lida and Nowogrodek ghettos, although still in existence, had lost most of their people. Tuvia knew that it was only a question of time before all of them would be murdered. Struggling hard to protect the people in his Otriad, Tuvia fought equally hard to save Jews who were not a part of his group. Executions of Nazi informers by the Bielski Partisans led to a drop in the number of denunciations. Fewer denouncements made the roads less dangerous, not only increasing the chances of survival of those who escaped from the ghetto, but also giving courage to others to try and come to the forest. The Bielski Otriad also continued to send guides to the remaining ghettos. In addition to Kozlowski and other locals, there were also Jewish partisan guides, among them Orzechowski, the Oppenheim brothers, Gulkowitz, Druk, and others. Sometimes these guides took people out according to lists. Those whose names were on the lists were usually relatives and friends of people already in the forest. Tuvia, for example, sent an invitation to his friend Chaim Dworecki, his wife, and his 2 teenage daughters. The Dworeckis were forced into the Lida ghetto during the liquidation of the Ivja ghetto. In his letter, Tuvia wrote, "It does not interest me if you have a gun or not. You are coming with your wife and children. Nothing is important. Just come." They did, penniless and without guns. If a person on a list was not available, guides had instructions to take a substitute. At first, Tuvia would have preferred young men with arms. This specification, however, was never enforced. Soon it was altogether dropped. Sometimes guides were told to bring anyone willing to come. Although most guides were honorable, courageous young men, the situation left room for corruption. For example, at the suggestion of the partisan Abraham Weiner, who was a student of the historian Shmuel Amarant, Tuvia invited Amarant and his wife. The guide who was entrusted with bringing them took someone else instead because they paid him. No matter how hard Tuvia tried, he could not fully control his guides from the forest. Many of those who ended up in the Bielski Otriad did so only after long and painful wanderings. While searching for shelter, some had lost their families and met with rejections from Russian partisans. Some stumbled on the Bielski Otriad by chance, others were directed to it. To make it easier for these roaming fugitives, Tuvia Bielski sent special scouts out to look for them. And whenever these scouts heard about Jews in need of protection, they would try to find them. Their searches included people who were hiding alone or in small groups in the forest, or fugitives who had overstayed their welcome with peasants. One example was Hannah Berkowitz. During an action in Lida, her husband had urged her to run away with their baby daughter. At first she was kept by a Christian woman. Then, because of outside threats, she left. Friendly peasants told her about the Bielski Otriad and said that she would be accepted there. But finding the Otriad was a problem. After much suffering and many rejections, she met by chance the Bielski scout and guide, Yakov Druk. The man was very friendly and took her to the Bielski camp. She recalls, "Tuvia received me with tears in his eyes. 'Where are you coming from?' he wanted to know. I told him my story. 'So few of them saved themselves,' he said. He accepted us. He was so moved. At one point they were searching the forest for Abraham Weiner because someone reported that he was in need. They brought him to the camp with a teenage girl. Weiner remembers, I arrived in torn clothes without shoes. I had rags around my feet. The girl too was in rags. We both looked very disheveled. People around us said, "Here we have more Malbushim." They were annoyed. But Asael's and Tuvia's attitude was very warm. Tuvia turned to me with, "You will live in our place." This made a deep impression and stayed with me all the time. What did I think? I thought that I had met the Messiah. How can one think in any other way? But not all those who joined made an effort to adjust. Chaha remembers a grandmother who came with a 2-year-old grandchild from the Lida ghetto. At the beginning of 1943, the grandmother found life too hard in our place. She did not have a brassiere and said that she could not live without it. She was going back to the ghetto. Asael approached her, this I remember, and screamed at her. "How can you think about a brassiere at this time? At least don't take the child. Leave it here." She left with the girl and both were murdered. Although some Bielski partisans moved to Russian Otriads, they knew they would always be welcomed back. Indeed, the Panchenko-Bielski cooperation was soon cemented by a romantic tie that developed between Victor and Bella, a Bielski partisan, a young woman from a nearby ghetto. In the forest, Bella's good looks, winning smile, boundless energy, and generous giving disposition made her a favorite of many. Men in particular found her charming. No one was surprised when the equally attractive Victor Panchenko was smitten with Bela. More than 40 years later, her voice becomes a bit softer when she describes him as a fine man, good-looking, good-natured, with a Russian soul. During his visits to the Bielski Otriad, he fell in love with her, and Bella reciprocated his feelings. In less than a month, she moved to the Oktyabr Otriad and became Victor's official mistress. Some feel that their love affair resembled the ancient story of Esther, the Jewish heroine who, through her attachment to the king, saved her people. On several occasions, Bella intervened with Victor on behalf of the Jews. Sometimes this intervention led to an acquisition of arms, medication, and special privileges. Tuvia was aware of these benefits and hinted that Bela became Victor's mistress because she wanted to help her fellow Jews. Highly principled, warm and outgoing, now over 60 and married, Bela denies that her love affair with Victor was motivated by anything but love. Sometime in February 1943, Bela came to talk to Tuvia. Distressed, she asked, "Will you take me back? I want to leave Victor." "What do you mean? Of course. This is your home. It is a pity you left in the first place. You belong here. You should have stayed with us." Although the Bielski Otriad had profited from Bella's love affair with Victor Panchenko, Tuvia did not hesitate for a moment. He asked for no explanations, and Bella was too upset to offer any. Political rather than personal changes were responsible for the breakup of this love affair. For a few months, their happiness flourished. Then, around Christmas, 2 Ukrainians joined the Otriad, and when Bella listened to their talk, she heard that as avid anti-Semites they were attacking defenseless Jews. More often than not, their assaults ended in the victims' deaths. Bella recalls, "When I heard this, I was hurting. I was appalled. I told Victor. He tried to get out of it, minimized the importance, but he did not stop it. Then the Ukrainians began to talk against me. I heard that too. Victor did not take a firm position. He might have been afraid of them, or maybe they influenced him. He hesitated. Then they said that he should get rid of me. They threatened to elect another leader if he did not." When Victor failed to act, Bella told him she was going back to the Bielski Otriad. Victor agreed to this and promised her that in her absence he would take care of the situation and then she would return. They remained friends and Victor would come to visit Bela, but she never rejoined him. The arrival of the 2 Ukrainians demonstrated some of the changes taking place in the Russian partisan movement. Before 1943, Russian partisans would shoot anyone suspected of Nazi collaboration. But then a new directive came from Moscow. All who want to join the Russian partisans should be accepted. By taking all the able-bodied men, the Soviets wanted to deprive the Germans of their much-needed manpower and speed up Germany's defeat. Although not officially sanctioned, anti-Semitism among Russian partisans affected the fate of Jewish fugitives. To many Jews, even the potential fighters, it denied membership in Russian Otriads. For those who were already part of Russian detachments, it made life more difficult. Indirectly, anti-Semitism led to an expansion of the Bielski Otriad. Some who were rejected by or mistreated as members of Russian detachments came to the Bielski camp. Tuvia explained how at different campsites he tried to cope with large size and limited movement. Our camp was spread out in sections, over an area of over 10 kilometers. I used to think of the biblical phrase, "Should one part of the camp be attacked and overcome, the other part will remain." This strategy was used by our forefathers, I always remembered it, and used it in planning our activities. Tuvia was busy visiting these scattered groups. He felt that his personal appearances helped reduce existing tensions. In fact, while making the rounds, he dealt with many accusations about favoritism and unfair treatment by different group leaders. Patiently listening to the people, he would smooth over the rough edges of these conflicts. Through his show of concern, Tuvia earned his people's loyalty. This loyalty and approval, in turn, helped him establish a firmer grip over the Otriad. Tuvia knew that an orderly and well-run unit prepared him for all kinds of eventualities and dangers, ranging from enemy attack to health epidemics. Indeed, one day, at the start of 1943, Dr. Eisler, the camp physician, diagnosed the first case of typhoid fever. Before he had time to do anything about it, a delegation came to Tuvia, demanding that the patient be shot. They argued that the sick man was useless and dangerous to the rest. Dr. Eisler objected to this kind of treatment. He explained to Tuvia that if there is one case, many more might already be infected. If they will shoot this man, who knows how many more will have to be killed? Tuvia understood and gave Eisler a free hand to act as he saw fit. The doctor decided to put the sick man into an empty Zemlanka. As he and his helpers were transporting the patient on a primitively constructed stretcher, their path was blocked by a group of fighters. At the head was Srulik Salanter from Ivja. Known for his arrogance, Srulik spoke up. "You are not going to take this man anywhere. I will not allow you to save his life and risk ours." In a split second, Dr. Eisler reached for his gun. Directing it at Srulik's head, he said, "If you dare to go for your gun, I will shoot." The effect was immediate. Salanter moved away and his supporters followed. As if from nowhere a crowd appeared. Somehow they knew what it was all about, and most sided with the doctor. The patient recovered. Later, and for as long as they stayed in Zabielowo, this bunker served as a hospital. An authoritarian and strong leader, Tuvia made all the final decisions. Before he did, however, he would consult with his two brothers, Asael and Zeus, and his chief of staff Malbin. He felt that each of the three was qualified to give different advice. When it came to military strategy and organization, he valued Malbin's opinion. Asael, a hard-working and courageous fighter, was devoted to the Otriad. Tuvia would consult him about different threats and send him on dangerous missions. Zeus was in charge of intelligence. With a group of riders, he would travel all over the area collecting important information. Frequently, the very survival of their group depended on the material gathered by Zeus and his men. One of the central activities was watching the camp. Whoever was assigned to watch duty was supplied with a gun. Men and women both took turns at guard duty. Sentries were organized in circles. One was inside the camp. Then there was a ring around the camp some 100 meters on the outskirts. There was another ring further away, a few kilometers outside the camp. The camp was subdivided into groups. Each group had a leader who was a fighter. It was his responsibility to select people to watch. Anyone who came close to a guard would give a proper password. Frequently, Jewish fugitives were ignorant about passwords and would use common Yiddish and Hebrew expressions. Guards were supposed to shoot at an enemy's approach. Such shots would retard the enemy's attack and alert the people to danger. Any shooting automatically exposed the sentry to peril. Some watchmen had, indeed, paid with their lives. In February 1943, a group of young men went on a food expedition into the Nowa region. As sometimes happened, they each had had a few drinks, which made them less vigilant. Part of their captured loot included some freshly killed chickens. On the way to the base, the blood from the chickens dripped, leaving spots on the snow-covered road. In the morning, these red dots brought Belarusian and German policemen to the forest. Oppenheim, an old man of 60, was keeping watch. When he heard the sleighs approach, he thought it was Tuvia returning from a meeting. Once he realized his mistake, it was too late. The policemen did the shooting, and a bullet hit Oppenheim's nose. He fell. His attackers kicked him to see if he was alive, but he made no move. Some say he fainted, others that he pretended to be dead. When the policemen continued on their way, Oppenheim managed to crawl into the Ziemlanka that served as a hospital. His wound proved superficial. The shot that hit Oppenheim announced the assault 1 kilometer from camp. When the enemy moved closer, ready to attack, the second guard began to shoot. This sentry, Ephraim Kopelman, tried to keep back the aggressors. Indeed, by the time a fatal bullet ended his life, all the people of the Otriad had dispersed into the forest. The police arrived at an empty camp. They destroyed the bunkers and took away cows, horses, and wagons filled with provisions. Tuvia reached the camp after the attack. He says, "On this sad day there was one note of cheer. The police had not discovered our hospital. When I visited the patients that evening, they welcomed me joyously. I inquired if all was well. They said, 'Yes, friend commander, we are all well.'" 32. Because the assailants had killed only one guard and injured another, they were bound to come back. Therefore, on the next day, the Otriad moved some 15 kilometers from Zabielowo to Boczkowice. There, unable to dig the frozen soil, they improvised primitive tents. But soon this place proved dangerous. The same happened with another and yet another site. Every few days they had to change places. Even at this difficult stage, with 300 people on the move, the Otriad sent guides to the ghettos urging the people to come. These letters of invitation argued that one was not likely to die from cold. At 49, Alter Tiktin, Lilka's father, was considered too old to fight or go on food expeditions. Alter disagreed with this assessment. Feeling vigorous, he resented being a burden and insisted on going with the young for food collections. Tuvia discouraged him. "Think of Lilka. How would she feel if something happened to you?" "Nothing will happen," was Alter's stubborn answer. Alter maintained this position, and this exchange was constantly repeated. In March 1943, Abram Polansky was scheduled to lead a food mission in the Nowogródek region, and Alter was eager to join it. This time, reluctantly, Tuvia consented to his request. 9 young men, Abram and Reuven Polonsky, the Sumanskys and others, all good fighters, were going. Alter Titkin was the 10th. News about the trip made Lilka unhappy. She begged her father to give up the idea, but he would not hear of it. The father-daughter confrontation ended on an unfriendly note. In a huff, offended, Alter Tiktin left to join the 9 young men. That evening, as Lilka sat close to the fire, she saw her father come toward her. Excited that he had listened to reason, she said, "I am happy that you decided not to go. You realized that I was right. I just came back because I thought that I did not say goodbye to you the right way." Lilka remembers that he hugged me, he kissed me, he waved to me as he was leaving. Then he and the whole group disappeared from my eyes. As planned, the Jewish partisans filled their wagons with all kinds of provisions. When they were ready to turn back, they realized that darkness might give way to light earlier than expected, and daylight meant danger. They were a few miles from the town of Nowogródek, close to the police station. To play it safe, they decided to postpone their return. In a nearby hutor, the Polonsky brothers had a Belarusian friend, Belarus. They went to his place and asked if they could stay over. Belarus welcomed them, served them food and drinks, and arranged accommodations for a good rest. They, of course, posted sentries. The hamlet was attacked. Belarus had informed the police about the presence of partisans in his house. He had sent one of his sons to Nowogródek to inform. When our friends awoke in a panic, it was too late to fight. They were all shot. The only one to remain alive was Abram, who had hidden in the chicken coop under the oven. When he heard the police and their commander leave and the family celebrating, He came out of hiding and announced, "You will all pay dearly for this. The partisans will settle accounts with you." At once an axe wielded by one of the Belarus sons came down on his head. Tuvia states, "We could neither forgive nor forget. If we do not take revenge upon such collaborators, what would become of us? Every farmer would feel free to inform." The scouts that we sent out to investigate came upon a group of Jews hiding out in a remote farmer's hut. One of them told the scouts that Belarus's godmother had been an eyewitness. The Bielski partisans questioned her. At first she denied that she had seen anything, but after a good beating she told all. In 2 weeks they had assembled all the evidence. Asael was in charge of the next step. He collected 24 fighters, among them Pesach Friedberg, Israel Yankielewicz, Michal Leibowitz, Ben Zion Golkowitz, and others. When Dr. Eisler asked to be included, Zeus warned him, "You should not be coming. We are going to finish them off." "I want to examine their bodies to see if they are really dead," Eisler answered. He was allowed to go. At midnight, Asael's men surrounded Belarus's house. 4 went inside with Asael at the head. As soon as they entered, they announced that this was a visit to avenge the death of their comrades. 4 rifles pointed in the direction of the peasant. Belarus wrestled with the rifles but was quickly overwhelmed. The rest of the family had no more luck. In a few minutes, all were dead. One of the fighters, Michal Leibowitz, with Asael's permission, exchanged his jacket for a coat that hung on the wall. They freed the animals, set the entire farm on fire, and left a note explaining the reason for the attack. They followed Tuvia's orders not to appropriate anything. He wanted everyone to know that this was an act of revenge, not a robbery. Except for the coat, nothing else was taken. Later, in the coat's pocket, they found a letter from the Nazi commander of Nowogrodek. In it, the German thanked Belarus for helping to eliminate Jewish bandits. He also expressed the hope that Belarus's neighbors would follow his good example. From the letter, it was clear that in appreciation of the deed, Belarus was rewarded with 50 marks. People continued to come to the Bielski Otriad. Since most of these newcomers were unarmed, this created a greater need for weapons. Some guns were bought with money collected from the new arrivals. Luba Rudnicki, for example, gave Tuvia a watch and jewelry with which to buy 2 guns, one for her husband and one for her. Some weapons were confiscated during anti-Nazi moves, some were given as presents by friendly peasants, many were taken by force. From time to time, peasants would tell about each other's possession of arms. The Jewish partisans would follow these leads and make the owners give up their treasures. Occasionally the information was false, and the partisans demanded guns from people who did not have them. In general, the local population was caught in the middle. At night, the partisans would come with their demands. During the day, the Germans. The peasants were afraid of both. With time, the partisans became more powerful and took over entire areas, and the Germans stayed away, making it easier for the local population. Contact between the Bielski Otriad and the ghettos involved more than bringing out inmates. Some entailed important exchanges of goods. In Lida, inmates who were employed in the military hospital would smuggle out all kinds of medication and give them to Tuvia's guides, who would bring them to the forest. Stolen radios and batteries were occasionally included in these transfers. By April 1943, the unpredictable nomadic existence of the Bielski group was temporarily halted at a place called Stara Huta. After several weeks, this respite came to an abrupt end when guards reported sighting a truckload of German soldiers moving toward the camp. This was followed by an order to collect all who could not fight and move them deeper into the forest. The fighters, rifles in hand, were covering their retreat. They waited for the enemy. Their aim was to delay the Germans' entry into the forest. Then the truckload of soldiers turned around and left. This was strange. Did the Germans see the partisans? Did they go for reinforcements? With no answers, the camp had to relocate and transferred to the Yasinowo forest. Later, the scouts learned that the scare had been a false alarm. The Germans had lost their way. They had not even seen the Jewish partisans. With time, bigger numbers and better organization enabled the Russian partisans to inflict more serious damage. Derailment of trains and destruction of bridges and telephone lines weakened Germany's supply routes and curtailed the army's ability to fight. The Germans began to concentrate more vigorously on destroying the partisan movement. The spring of 1943 brought more frequent enemy attacks. The Bielski partisans continued to move. And because the Otriad was subdivided into groups, special scouts would ride over the area to maintain contact between the different subunits. Even at this stage, the Bielski detachment kept growing. Among the new arrivals was the partisan Grisha, someone Tuvia had met in one of the villages. A non-Jew, a Russian Cossack, Grisha asked to be admitted into the Bielski Otriad with his Jewish wife, Malka Zilberman, her father, and 2 brothers. They were members of the Lenin Otriad, where Grisha was the politruk, the person in charge of propaganda and political education. At that time, Grisha suffered from a hand injury. He felt that the doctors in the Bielski Otriad could do more for him than those in his Lenin Otriad. This transfer required official permission from the commander of the Lenin Otriad. When this was granted, Tuvia appointed Grisha as head of a subgroup. Soon word reached the partisan headquarters that the Germans were preparing a major assault on the Lipichanska forest. At approximately the same time, 4 partisans from that forest came to Tuvia. They were the spokesmen for 22 Jewish fighters, all members of the Orlansky Otriad. They asked to be accepted into the Bielski Otriad. Although these Jewish partisans had distinguished themselves as fighters, they were afraid that during the expected big hunt, their Russian friends would take away their weapons. By joining the Bielski group, they wanted also to escape from constant exposure to anti-Semitic abuses. They asked Tuvia to arrange the official approval for their transfer. Eager to help, eager to acquire young armed partisans, Tuvia went to talk to his superior, General Platon. By the time he reached the headquarters, Lipichanska forest was under attack. Platon himself was nervous. Tuvia mentioned but did not emphasize anti-Semitism or the discrimination that came with it. Instead, he spoke about the advantages that an acceptance of these partisans would have for the struggle against the enemy. He argued that with the approaching German raid, these fighters could be exploited for the good of the country. Later, there would be enough time to investigate the situation properly. They could be admitted temporarily. Platon liked that. "You've done well," he said. "You're a good Bolshevik and a loyal fighter. We must conserve our fighting powers in order to carry out Stalin's orders. Take them. We'll clarify matters later." With a written order from Platon to temporarily accept this group, Tuvia returned to his base. It was hard to find provisions, but as one partisan explains, Russian partisans resented the Bielskis because they collected so many unarmed people whom they saw only as a burden to be fed. I had occasion to go twice on a food expedition and realized how much hostility the Russian and Belarusian partisans showed towards the Bielskis. Some Russian partisans felt that the local population was becoming more hostile toward all guerrilla fighters only because the Jews had been confiscating too many goods. Jews were accused of robbing the local people of forbidden items. There was a certain amount of truth to these accusations. Some Jewish partisans would take honey, eggs, and meats from villages that were friendly toward the partisans. This was forbidden. At Russian headquarters, it was assumed that these luxury items could be confiscated only from pro-Nazi villages. Unable to fully control his people, Tuvia tried to keep the hostility in check by bribing some of the Russian commanders with an occasional leather coat that he succeeded in smuggling out of a ghetto or received from a member of the Otriad. The Bielski Otriad also tried to buy goodwill by extending its hospitality to Russian commanders. Sometimes the arrival of a partisan officer was connected to official or semi-official business. One day, an official visit was paid by an Otriad commander who happened to be a stutterer. The chief of staff, Malbin, also a stutterer, and Tuvia were entertaining him. As was customary, each man had a few drinks, and although each knew how to hold his liquor, their talk was gaining in volume and animation. Then, flushed, the Russian tried to say something. He found it difficult to bring out the words. His stuttering was in the way. Malbin, eager to rescue him, tried to say something. He too began to stutter. For the partly intoxicated guest, this was too much. Furious, he jumped up and drew his gun. He was not going to tolerate the insult. Pointing at Malbin, the weapon was ready to defend the man's honor. In a split second, Tuvia placed himself between the two men. Shaken, Malbin listened as his commander explained that his chief of staff was a stutterer and that an unfortunate misunderstanding had happened. Perhaps not quite convinced, yet embarrassed, the Russian returned his gun to its place. Avoiding each other's eyes, the men exchanged a few words that resembled an apology. With many more unspoken words hanging in the air, this uneasy gathering came to an end. Alone, Tuvia and Malbin still said nothing as each went in a different direction. In mid-1943, feeling pressured and aware that a German attack would lead to a loss of lives, Tuvia, after extensive consultations, decided to bring his people to the Naliboka forest. Unlike the Lipichanska woods, the Naliboka forest was not under attack. There were some similarities between the two places. A huge jungle-like forest, the Naliboka also had many marshes and swamps. Here too, no humans had ever ventured into some of its more remote parts. Whatever roads crisscrossed the area were poorly built and hard to travel. At the edge of the forest and scattered within it were small towns and villages. Huge size together with its other special features made the Naliboka woods partly inaccessible. This very inaccessibility was particularly attractive to anyone who wanted to hide from the enemy. The Bielski Otriad now numbered about 700 members. To this large group, the Naliboka forest promised immunity from persecution. As usual for this journey, Tuvia divided his Otriad into smaller parts. Each included wagons with a few basic belongings, cooking utensils, shovels, covers, and foodstuffs. The majority had to walk. They traveled at night and rested during the day. On the way, more Jewish fugitives joined them. They also lost some people. On the way, Russian partisans asked for fighters, and Tuvia tried to accommodate them. He asked for volunteers, and in no time, 50 young people stepped forward. Among them, Dr. Tamara Ziskind. Some, particularly the young, were frustrated. In the Bielski Otriad, most of their energy had to be devoted to getting food for the people, and those who wanted to fight were to take advantage of this new opportunity. Although sorry to see them leave, Tuvia did not interfere with their decision. Reduced by 50, the Otriad continued its journey. Whenever a group stopped to rest, guards were posted around it. People would get their food from the leader of the subgroup, and cooking was done in groups. Soon, food began to dwindle. They passed villages that could have supplied food, but they had to be careful about taking anything from them. They had to balance the need for provisions with the need for safety. Food rations were becoming smaller and people were hungry. It was not easy to keep the Otriad moving. Some were discouraged, ready to give up. One of the Bielski partisans, Moshe Bayrach, recalls, "Once we were caught in a terrible rain, even the wagons were stuck. It was awful. It was pouring all night. We were soaked through. Tuvia moved around us and tried to keep up our spirits." They had to use side roads, making the journey much longer. The rivers Niemen and Bieroza crossed their path and many did not know how to swim. As a precaution, people would tie themselves together before negotiating a water crossing. One of the Bielski partisans, Raja, is convinced that no one else except Tuvia could have succeeded in bringing the people to their destination. Seeing the move as a miracle, she paints a picture of what occurred. "It took a few weeks of walking. Of course we were searching, groping. I thought that it was a job for Moses and for no one else. We were about 700 people. This huge group moved along. Not all of them listened to Tuvia. Some got lost. We had to search for them. Some could not keep pace. It was like a herd that did not listen to its shepherd. Tuvia had courage, even nerve, chutzpah. He had so many problems, so many difficulties. It was a miracle. One could write books about that move alone. I remember because I stayed next to him. He was exhausted, depleted of all strength. It almost killed him. To have the responsibility over a camp of that size where everyone wants something else and where no one listens. Each one did what he wanted. It was a heroic deed. To this day, I cannot understand how he accomplished it. Nothing came easy. As Bayrach remembers, when we tried to come into the forest, Russian guards, would not let us in. They claimed we had no permit. Tuvia negotiated. After half a day, we were allowed to enter. As soon as the Otriad reached its destination, Tuvia began to organize guides to visit Leader Ghetto. They were to bring more people and medications. Food collections were even more problematic in this new base because of distance and bad roads, but food missions were planned immediately. In this new and strange environment, exploring, learning, and building went on and on. Chapter 9. The Big Hunt. When the Bielski Otriad reached the Naliboka forest in summer 1943, the Russian partisan movement had already granted it some legitimacy. Tuvia and his people had come to a place more fully controlled by the Soviets. Here, many guerrilla detachments had already established their bases, including the headquarters of General Platon, head of the Russian partisans for the WWII region. At that time, the Soviet partisan movement had also adopted a more liberal recruitment policy. From the Jewish perspective, this was a mixed blessing. As an open invitation to all able-bodied men, this policy was a most welcome development. On the other hand, because this invitation included Nazi supporters, it led to stronger anti-Semitism. From that point, anti-Semitism among Russian partisans could be traced to two immediate sources: the acceptance of men with a pro-Nazi past, and a reaction to the stepped-up German anti-partisan raids. Inevitably, such attacks led to hardships and losses. Relying on an old tradition, instead of blaming the enemy, the partisans blamed Jews for the problems created by these attacks. Jews then were caught between these anti-Semitic partisan practices and the official Soviet policy of acceptance that gave them a right to exist. Not surprisingly, they emphasized and relied on the official policy, and as this policy became more firmly established, despite some flare-ups, it improved the conditions of the Jews in the forest. All along, Tuvia was sensitive to official and unofficial undercurrents and tried to use them to his advantage. In his contacts with the Russians, he would lean on the official policy of non-discrimination. With high-ranking partisans in particular, he would argue that Jews were Soviet citizens, Soviet patriots, who had come to the forest to defend the USSR. Tuvia had behaved as if, from the communist perspective, his Otriad was a most welcome development. Actually, he had never asked for permission to collect Jewish fugitives. Had he come to the partisan authorities with such a request, they most probably would have refused. Especially at the early stages, the Soviets felt that civilians in the forest were a burden, an obstacle to their struggle with the Germans. But the Bielski Otriad was simply there. The Russians were faced with an established fact and did not know how to react. Tuvia knew how to deal with them. He would say to them, "Remember, when our people come back, they will ask what you did with the Jews." They had to tolerate it. Like most charismatic leaders, Tuvia was spontaneous. He felt free to pursue an agenda that required him to save as many of the doomed Jews as possible. In addition to using his personal ties and diplomacy, Tuvia tried to counteract the negative effects of anti-Semitism by making his group useful to the partisan movement. In the Naliboka forest in particular, because the group was stationary, he was able to offer different services to neighboring Otriads. For these services, the Bielski Otriad received a valuable commodity: food. Bread continued to be in short supply, a sought-after luxury. In the Naliboka camp, the Bielski partisans transformed one ziemlanka into a bakery, producing large quantities of bread. Russian partisans would buy bread and pay for it with grain, flour, or other goods. Profits from these transactions belonged to the entire Otriad. One Bielski partisan, Oppenheim, a man in his 40s, was a talented locksmith. He came to the forest with his son from Novogrodek ghetto. When the Otriad was not on the move, Oppenheim was busy reconstructing weapons, specializing in the creation of gun parts. Weapons that had missing parts or that misbehaved found their way into Oppenheim's magical hands. His success earned him the reputation of a wizard gun fixer. For his inventions and solutions, he was paid with food. These profits also went to the Otriad's general food storage. Another partisan, Mordecai Berkowitz, A blacksmith established a workshop that offered all kinds of services, especially fixing horseshoes, and partisan riders would seek his help. For this work, too, the Bielski Otriad was paid with groceries. In the forest, a chronic shortage of physicians always existed, and the Bielski detachment was glad to share its medical staff. Russian commanders and their mistresses would seek out the services of these doctors and would bring gifts, usually in the form of food. These too helped feed the rest of the people. Although a welcome addition, such earnings could not eliminate the need for food missions. Surrounded by jungle-like growths and swamps, the new base was less accessible to the enemy, so there was no need to spread the ziemlankas over a wide area. People were assigned to dig rectangular spaces for ziemlankas, each to accommodate 20 to 40 people. As usual, the part of the ziemlanka above the ground was covered with sticks and tree branches. Because these living quarters were in close proximity, the camp had one communal kitchen, with a specially appointed cook. Each person was entitled to 3 meals a day, although the type and amount of food depended on availability. Here, feeding a group of about 700 was more challenging. The partisans did not want to antagonize the local people who lived in or close to the woods, so food had to be confiscated from faraway farms, and each partisan detachment was assigned a special area. For the Bielski Otriad, this meant traveling about 100 kilometers from the base. Depending on road conditions and dangers, such a mission might take up to 3 weeks. Only the young and vigorous could undertake these journeys. At any time, not more than 20% of the Bielski people could participate in food expeditions. This meant that relatively few individuals had to feed large numbers. It also meant more frequent food missions. Because of great distances, each group tried to collect as many provisions as possible at one time. Larger quantities of food required more people. Sometimes a food mission included as many as 25 men. In the Naliboka forest, the Bielski Otriad was in continual flux. Some of these changes had to do with the building up of the base, others with the arrival of fugitives. Once, on the way from an official partisan assembly, Tuvia and Malbin met a group of 15 Jewish men, led by the attorney Volkovitsky from Baranovice. The group had a letter from the head of a Russian brigade asking Tuvia to accept these men into the Bielski Otriad. Although not openly stated, this Russian commander implied that these men were burdensome, and he had to be rid of them. Tuvia's assessment was different. The group had 5 rifles, which, of course, was the best possible dowry. I was captivated by Volkovitsky. He made a wonderful impression. He asked me if I would accept his group, to which I answered that we take old people, why not take in fighters, especially when led by him. He was happy to hear my reply, and I was very pleased with this meeting. He subsequently became integrated into our group, carried out important missions, and was very helpful. This Russian commander and some others used the Bielski Otriad as a dumping ground for Jews they did not want. Anti-Semitism, rather than realistic evaluations, was often behind these decisions. At times, anti-Semitism would lead to more serious consequences, forcible disarmament before dismissal or death. Some Jews, although themselves accepted into Russian detachments, were not allowed to bring their wives or parents with them. A few sent their parents to the Bielski Otriad. Starting in the summer of 1943, devilish rumors began to circulate about Jews. It was said that the Germans were sending Jews into the woods for the specific purpose of poisoning Russian partisans. Another rumor was that Germans were dispatching Jewish women infected with venereal diseases into the forests. Behind these accusations was the assumption that the Jews let themselves be used for the purpose of destroying the Soviet partisan movement from within. For some anti-Semitic guerrillas, such widely circulated charges justified the mistreatment and even murder of Jews. In addition to seriously affecting Jews, these charges also affected the lives of some non-Jewish partisans who were attached to Jewish women. Józef Marczewski was a Polish communist, second in command of a Russian Otriad. He was also married to a Jewish woman. Marczewski received a letter, signed by the head of his brigade and co-signed by General Pleton, stating that his wife and one other Jewish woman, married to another partisan officer, would be transferred to the Bielski Otriad. When Marczewski's strong objections failed to change the order, he, his wife, and the other couple joined the Bielski group. As an old-time communist who had spent years in Polish prisons, Marczewski was a prominent figure in the Soviet partisan movement. His communist past, by itself, challenged Tuvia's authority. In the Bielski Otriad, he had no official position, yet people expected him to wield power. Tuvia and his staff were cautious. It would have been imprudent, even dangerous, to oppose an old-time communist. Tuvia pretended not to mind, not to see, when Marczewski took over some important duties. From the start, this newcomer objected to what he regarded as blatant lifestyle inequality. He was convinced that in the Bielski Otriad, the majority suffered from hunger while an elite minority ate more and better foods. To improve the lot of the underprivileged majority, he took over the economic dealings that the Bielski Otriad had with other partisan detachments. He claimed to have made the Russians pay more for services rendered, and that this in turn had improved the economic situation of the entire Otriad. Marczewski also gathered around him a group of teenagers whom he indoctrinated with communist ideology and taught to fight. Later, some of these youngsters participated in anti-German moves. Most adults in the Otriad were suspicious of Marczewski's motives and felt uncomfortable about his presence. However, a minority not only welcomed him personally, but also welcomed his pro-communist propaganda and activities. Grisha, the Russian partisan who had joined the Bielski detachment before it came to the Naliboka forest, was part of this politically conscious minority. Another was Goldwasser, a recent arrival with attorney Volkowiecki's group. The third openly to join the others was Arki Lubchansky, who had given Tuvia trouble before, when the group was settling for the 1942 to 1943 winter. Supposedly, during the Soviet occupation, Lubchansky had cooperated with the authorities by denouncing rich Jews. In the forest, dissatisfied with Tuvia's apolitical posture, he talked against him to any Russian partisan who would listen. While Marczewski, Grisha, Lubchansky and Goldwasser were politically active, there were others who might have been tempted to join them but did not. One potential candidate was Israel Kessler. Earlier, the Russian commander Panchenko had threatened Kessler and his followers with death unless they joined forces with the Bielskis. Reluctantly, they did. A common, uneducated man, Kessler was an illegitimate child, born to a lower-class woman. As a professional thief, he had spent many years in prison. Without denying Kessler's shady past, some people admired his leadership qualities, his independence, courage, and love of the Jewish people. Like Tuvia, he refused to go to a ghetto and had collected a group of Jews whom he succeeded in arming. Those who came with him to the Bielski Otriad, including his new wife, Rachel, looked up to him as their leader, and he seemed to care about their welfare. Tuvia gave Kessler a great deal of autonomy. Some say that Kessler admired Tuvia. Others are convinced he was envious of the commander's authority. Perhaps there is truth in both assessments. All agree that Kessler was smart. He flirted with the new politically active group but did not join it. He watched and waited. Tuvia also watched and waited as Grisha became the spokesman for the group. First, Grisha talked about the need to have political reform. Then he petitioned his commander to appoint him the Otriad's commissar, a political position tied to the Communist Party and to the Secret Service, the NKVD, later known as the KGB. When Tuvia refused, Grisha attacked him in the presence of two high officers, Panchenko and Sinichkin, Tuvia reports. Grisha claimed that I was interfering in government procedures, opposing party activities, preventing the establishment of a party branch. Sinichkin heard him out. He then asked me for my reaction to these accusations. I felt that self-defense would not be advisable under the circumstances. It would be much wiser to attack. This I proceeded to do. It does not behoove me to defend myself, I said. I am here to carry out Stalin's command. At a time when people like Grisha were prisoners of war, waiting for the German handout of 100 grams of bread a day, my brothers and I united to fight the enemy, to save the lives of Soviet citizens, and to destroy all those who oppressed us. Even before receiving orders from our homeland, we formed an alliance with Commander Viktor Panchenko. Together, we executed attacks upon the enemy, killed and gathered booty. Together, we destroyed a train station. There are hundreds of members in my company. We've never been a burden to anyone. Grisha came to us to heal his injured hand, and I will not permit him to become master over me. 21. This confrontation led to 2 victories. Tuvia retained his position of commander, and Grisha became the commissar of the Otriad. Since a commissar was under the authority of the commander, it was not at all certain whether Grisha would be satisfied with his promotion. He wasn't. Once more, Tuvia was asked to appear before a Russian commander, Platon's deputy. This time, the plotters, headed by Grisha, demanded the removal of the Bielski brothers from the Otriad. Tuvia was accused of not caring that at one time his chief of staff, Malbin, belonged to a Zionist organization to the right of the political spectrum. Malbin, they claimed, was a fascist. Tuvia argued that Malbin was a good friend, an excellent fighter, knowledgeable and experienced in military matters. What else could I ask for? Placated by this answer, the interrogators continued by demanding an accounting for a large sum of money, 40,000 rubles, money that they felt belonged to the Soviet Union. Although surprised that his accusers knew about these financial dealings, Tuvia was ready to answer to the charges. He explained that this money had been obtained by confiscating German goods that were being transported by a Belarusian farmer. In fact, the Bielski Partisans protected the man by giving him a letter stating that they had taken away the provisions. Such a letter they had hoped would shield him from German reprisals. After they sold the goods, they gave this farmer a small share of the money. When this transaction took place, the partisan headquarters sent an order to the commanders of the Otriads to try and supply motorized partisan units with gas. Tuvia delivered gas worth 20,000 rubles to them. Additional funds went to the procurement of arms and other necessities. He was fortunate that Panchenko was there to verify all these dealings. This hearing ended with the Russian investigators saying, "Make them work hard and they won't be occupied with nonsense." Tuvia had no illusions. This was a fragile truce. Many powerful people, for a variety of reasons, resented the very existence of the Bielski Otriad. Around him he could hear grumblings. Why should Jews amass so much power? One wrong move and the Bielski brothers could lose their positions. And if that happened, who would take care of the people? But then, changes that went beyond the powers of the adversaries took place. Marchwinsky, the man with the real political muscle, had to leave. He was transferred to the Komsomol Brigade, which consisted of Russians, Belarusians, and Poles. He was assigned to important duties. As a Pole, loyal to the USSR, Marchwinsky was a political asset. Soon he was offered an even higher position. He helped establish a special Polish division that was subordinate to Moscow. Marchwinsky's promotions reflected the competition for the control of Poland that existed between Moscow and the Polish government in exile in London. But it took a while for the effects of this conflict to reach Western Belarusia. By mid-1943, the Soviets had succeeded in establishing a firmer grip over the Russian partisan movement without, however, exercising full control. Unwilling to lose the power they had, they compromised by bowing to some local demands. They continued to tolerate a variety of subgroups with distinct, at times even hostile aims. The Soviets were numerically and politically dominant, but most Russian partisan units remained an ethnic mixture of Russians, Belarusians, Ukrainians, Jews, Poles, and Lithuanians. Each ethnic group was, in turn, politically and socially heterogeneous. Predictably, most Poles resented the Soviet domination over the area's partisans. Still, this did not prevent some of them from joining Russian ranks. Poles who became part of the Russian units were under direct Soviet domination. Some were communists, others found themselves there by chance. The majority of Poles, however, had refused to be under direct Soviet command and insisted on forming their own fighting detachments. Quite possibly, if given a chance, most Poles would have preferred to be under the authority of the Polish government in exile in London. Before the summer of 1943, a local Pole, Lieutenant Mileszewski, organized a separate fighting group called Kościuszko. Most members of this Polish otriad identified with the AK, Armia Krajowa, Home Army, the official fighting force of the Polish underground that was under the command of the Polish government in exile in London. Mileszewski, although an AK man, cooperated with the Russian headquarters, coordinating his anti-German moves with theirs. Politically, his partisans were heterogeneous, ranging from the left to the right. Some were even affiliated with the fascist part of the underground, the NSZ, Narodowe Sily Zbrojne, National Armed Forces. But Mileszewski and his men never openly admitted their nationalistic inclinations, which would have placed them in a precarious position. For quite some time, the Soviets were under the impression that the Kościuszko Otriad was made up of local Poles free of political aspirations. A communist and partisan leader, Hirsch Smola, explains, "Only gradually did we realize that Mileszewski and his men were connected to the Polish government in London. I guessed it only from the kind of literature they gave me to read. We were quite isolated for some time. We did not know who they were and what they were after." Mileszewski's men had a reputation for being courageous fighters. For the Russians, determined to fight the Germans, they were an asset. This Polish detachment was divided into a regular partisan group and a cavalry group. Estimates about the size of the entire group range from 400 to 600. In the summer of 1943, with the approval of the Soviet partisan authorities, the Kościuszko Otriad established a base in the Naliboka forest. They were separated from the Bielski Otriad by only 1 kilometer. Mileszewski and Tuvia took an instant liking to each other. Both had a passion for chess, and they would meet and play in each other's camp. Without expressing it in words, the two had a certain basic understanding, an appreciation of each other's needs. And yet, despite this affinity, Tuvia admits he did not quite trust Mileszewski. In fact, he referred to his Polish friend as a bandit. Then, with a chuckle, he added, "I was as much of a bandit as he." Their friendship continued for as long as both remained in the Naliboka forest. As the Bielski partisans were adjusting to the new place, echoes about an approaching storm kept invading their lives. These involved the German determination to destroy the partisan movement and block all future regrouping. Although frequent, these messages contained few details. A German document dated July 7, 1943, describes how and when the partisans in the Naliboka forest would be attacked and eliminated. This operation was known as the Hermann Undertaking. Several of these official communications show Nazi awareness about the difficult terrain of the Naliboka forest and the obstacles their men would be encountering. It is not certain if and how many of these documents found their way into the hands of the Russian High Command. Shortly before August 1, 1943, the official starting date of the Big Hunt, a food mission headed by Asael, returned to the Naliboka base. With 15 cows, many horses and wagons filled with all kinds of provisions, this journey had been a success. The Otriad had reason to rejoice. However, the news accompanying these acquisitions prevented a celebration. The Germans were getting ready for a major assault. For this important undertaking, they had committed several divisions from the front and other specially trained units. No place would be safe, not even the Naliboka forest. The partisans could not stand up to these superior forces. An order went out to all commanders: do not engage the enemy in open battle. Still, the partisans refused to remain passive. They were eager to reduce the effectiveness of the attackers. In the Naliboka forest, each partisan detachment was asked to send a portion of their men to headquarters. These fighters were to participate in a collective effort. 100 armed men were sent by the Bielski Otriad. Some of these arrivals were organized into special ambush groups and dispersed at different entrance points to the Naliboka forest. These units were charged with placing mines on roads that German vehicles were expected to travel on. Then they were to hide on both sides of the mined roads, ready to attack those who survived the explosions. A few ambushes failed because of spies who warned the enemy. A Jewish partisan from the Ponomarenko Otriad tells about a successful ambush. As a truck with 30 Germans approached, it exploded. They all flew into the air. All were killed. This was on the road leading to the Naliboka forest. But after 2 days we realized that we could not fight them openly. They were a well-equipped army and we did not have enough power. Indeed, while many of these ambushes were a success, they failed to block the enemy's entry into the forest. It appears that the Germans wanted to surround the guerrilla forces, trap them in one area, and then destroy them. In anticipation of this strategy, Soviet headquarters devised a plan for curtailing the enemy's mobility within the forest. Although the swamps and wetlands themselves interfered with the movement of military vehicles, the partisans wanted to further obstruct the mobility of the marchers. Ideas about what happened next diverge. Some reported that the partisans built a bridge or bridges over the swamps with cut-down trees. One person claimed that a huge bridge was built only as a diversion to make the Germans think the partisans would use it. The enemy, eager to engage the guerrillas in battle, would try to follow and use the bridge. In the meantime, the partisans would go in the opposite direction. Others assumed that a huge bridge was built for the partisans. One partisan noted, "The main command decided that they would build a bridge over the wetlands, the marshes, to run for a few kilometers. When no longer able to withstand the pressure of the Germans, we would run away on this bridge. Then we would destroy it, and the Germans would have no time to build another one." Still others denied the existence of a bridge. Indeed, the Chief of Staff Malbin said he never heard about a bridge. He talked about the huge space and asked, "How could one have built a bridge? It would have been like a pin in the sea. No, we built no bridges." Perhaps those who mentioned a bridge or bridges are referring to trees cut down by partisans to block the forest roads. Tuvia and others spoke about partisans who were busy putting down trees to slow the enemy's progress. Beyond the 100 fighters, headquarters demanded nothing else from the Bielski Otriad. With the threat so close, Tuvia turned to his superiors for advice, but they had none to give. Uncertainty was in the air. Tension within the Bielski camp was mounting by the hour. Tuvia's neighbor, Milozevsky, came to visit with a few of his men. As the two talked, riders stopped to announce that the Germans were only 2 kilometers away. Tuvia remembers that it was noon. Milozevsky got up and shook my hand. "Be brave, sir," he said. "We're surrounded." He was not concerned for himself. His entire company consisted of fighters. He saw the women, children, and elderly in my camp. He turned, and accompanied by his entourage, returned to his camp. Tuvia watched Milozevsky leave. A few fighters from a Russian detachment stormed by, and they did not even stop to greet him. Some distance away, one could hear shots. Eager for news, for suggestions, Tuvia went to see the Russian commander, Kovalov. He told me that the Polish partisans had a skirmish with the Germans and had to retreat. The Germans were coming closer. They would certainly reach us by morning. They would not advance at night. "What do you intend to do?" I asked Kovalov. What a silly question. Obviously, since we cannot stand up to the Germans in open battle, we have to get away. But where to? "The road is open." He said no more. He was very nervous. I tried again. "What do you think I should do?" "Whatever you think best." I went back to our camp. Everyone was tense, waiting to hear what I had to say. It was essential to encourage the people, to strengthen and warn them at the same time. I addressed them and said there was no alternative. We would have to leave the camp. More shots were heard. This time they seemed close by. Some people panicked and started running haphazardly in circles. Persia Bayrach was among those excited runners. Her husband, Moshe, thinks that Persia wanted to reach the Moscovici Otriad. A good friend of theirs, a courageous fighter, Baruch Lewin, was in this Russian detachment, and she probably expected him to protect her. But she had no way of knowing that the Moscovici Otriad had already abandoned their base. Bayrach tried to stop Persia from circling around. The chaos continued. People screamed at each other, and at no one in particular. Nobody listened. Bayrach recalls that it was as if Persia had lost her senses. I ran after her but could not stop her. Suddenly a rider, Tuvia, appeared from one direction, and Zeus from another. With gun in hand and curses, Tuvia screamed, "All of you return to one place. I will shoot you like dogs if you don't." Tuvia came closer to me and saw how I begged Persia to stop. He shouted at me, "Bayrach, take her back right away. If not, I will kill both of you." Still on horseback, he collected the people and threatened that he would shoot anybody who tried to run away. Then Tuvia made them stand in rows, and he spoke to them in a most painful voice. "Jews, have mercy, don't lose your minds. If we don't keep together and calm, we will all be lost. We have hope that we will get out of this. You must only listen to me." As Tuvia tried to establish order, he was thinking, weighing the next steps. He made a supreme effort to appear self-confident and continued to address the crowd before him. At his side, he noticed men from the Pervomaisky company. He remembers turning to these Russian partisans. "I asked where they were going but got no reply. I guessed at their plan. I then saw the Jewish Zorin company following them. This was an otriad made up of people who were unable to fight. These were Jews from Minsk and its surroundings. I again warned my company about discipline and repeated that I would shoot all rebels. In truth, I was quite confused myself and could see no way out. Some unknown instinct told me not to follow the Russian partisans. I stopped Zorin and warned him not to follow them either, but he would not listen to me. They continued to walk over the trees that had been placed there by the partisans not so long ago. The tree cutting had been a collective effort, but now, with the enemy advancing closer, the cooperative spirit seemed to have evaporated. The Russian detachments with their able-bodied young did not want to bother with those who could easily become a burden. While Tuvia was agonizing about what to do, two of his partisans, Michal Mechlis and Akiva Simonovitz, came up with an answer. Before the war, Mechlis had been a surveyor of these woods. Akiva had also worked in and around this forest, selling and buying second-hand goods. Both men were trustworthy, and both felt at home in the Naliboka forest. Mechlis approached Tuvia. "Let's go to the big swamp. 12 kilometers within this swamp there is an island, Krasnaya Gorka. Once we reach this island, we can hide there and wait for the Germans to leave." Tuvia asked, "How can you be sure that the Germans would not come to Krasnaya Gorka?" "One cannot be certain, but should they come, the forest is always before us." Akiva agreed that this was their best chance. The Germans were unlikely to enter treacherous, unfamiliar wetlands. Another possible alternative would have been to follow one of the Russian detachments that kept passing over the cut-down trees. But Tuvia had a strong feeling that the road these partisans were taking was unsafe, so he decided to follow Mechlis's and Akiva's suggestion. He then had to make sure that their departure would be properly executed. To calm the crowd, he announced that they would be leaving soon for a safer place. They would have to travel light. Except for weapons and food, everything else would stay behind. Tuvia gave the order to untie all the animals and let them free. He had the food storage place opened and invited his people to fill their pockets with non-perishable items. When all pockets were bulging with bread, grains, beans, and all kinds of groceries, the people once more were asked to arrange themselves in rows. The crowd, anxious but silent, awaited instructions. To the side of their camp, covering a huge part of the ground, were the cut-down trees. Several partisan detachments had already used these trees as a pathway, and the Bielski partisans were convinced they would go this way too. Calling these fallen trees a bridge, one partisan comments, "We see that all the other groups move onto the bridge, but Bielski keeps us back. Bullets were practically over our heads. It is night." Suddenly, Tuvia gives an order that we are to move in a different direction, not to the bridge. He had decided that the bridge was very dangerous. Later on, we discovered that he was right. Tuvia told his people that they were going toward the big swamp not far from their camp. No one objected. He told them to be patient, to wait their turn, and all would be well. Mechlis and a few armed young men went first. Tuvia stayed. He wanted to make sure that no one would be left behind. Tuvia describes the move. "The children were carried on our shoulders. The people with the children went up front. The swamp began several hundred meters from our camp. It deepened as we progressed. The mud thickened and stuck to us. However, there was no fear of meeting anyone in the swamp. The stronger ones, and the ones carrying arms, walked last. In some spots, we sank up to our navels, though this was not for long distances. We finally crossed, but by supreme effort. The water became more shallow. After each deep spot, we had to stop and check to make sure that everyone had crossed safely. We made very slow progress in the water and mud. It took 3 hours to cover a distance of 3 kilometers. We found a dry spot and sat down to rest. People fell asleep in spite of being wet and weighted down by mud. It was not even cool. The swamp was stuffy. We did wake the snorers to maintain quiet. I made it clear that we had to go back to whispering just as we did in the first half year when we were unarmed. At dawn we talked it over and decided that it might not be a bad idea to stay there all day. They rested. All was quiet. Encouraged by the calm, Tuvia and Meklis went back to investigate in the direction of their camp. Just as they were beginning to feel reassured by the surrounding silence, they were startled by a barrage of shots. Bullets flew past their heads. Tuvia and Meklis fell to the ground. Rough, excited voices speaking German kept reaching them. "Hurrah! Catch the Jews! Catch! Catch! Catch!" The attackers had probably hoped that hidden Jews would start running and thus be hit by bullets. When these voices began to fade, the 2 partisans, half crawling, half running, rejoined their people, who must have heard the shots. Then Tuvia saw them lie in a living, convulsive heap, on the ground, petrified. It was a terrible sight, men, women and children lying there in utter confusion and helplessness. Meklis and I had decided not to tell them of the seriousness of the situation, but rather to encourage them, for things really looked bad. From our deserted camp, we could still hear the shouting and shooting. We got everyone up and continued marching forward. Soon the Germans were close by. They were talking, "Sigi die Kuhe, halt. Sigi the cow, stop." In silence, the Bielski Otriad moved on. For a while, the enemy seemed to be chasing them. With the mud getting deeper, the Germans gave up. Although these pursuers were gone, they continued to shoot. Shells passed over people's heads, exploding some distance away. Charya's brother, Avramale Dzięciołowski, carried his 6-year-old daughter on his shoulders. Another man, Kolodniki, had 2 children, aged 2 and 4. He placed each on one of his shoulders. Chava recalls, "The more we walked, the deeper the mud was. My mother became weak. She could not move her legs. The mud reached up to her hips. My brother tied her with a string to himself. He dragged her after him. We walked and walked, but were still close to our camp. The mud covered a wide area. The reeds in it were high. When you step into the marsh with one leg, it is hard to pull out the second one. But if hundreds of people enter at once, then everyone sinks more deeply. To avoid drowning or getting lost, others also attached themselves to each other with whatever they had, belts or ropes." Bayrach says that there were trees in this mud. "We tied ourselves to the trees when we were resting. We were sinking in the water. We rested while we were tied to the trees. We were holding on to the bushes, trees, whatever we could, in order not to drown." They would stop walking during the day and resume marching at night. Tuvia urged his people to eat in moderation, to save whatever they could. They ate what they had put into their pockets, dry beans, grains, potatoes, and other foods. All their provisions were covered with mud, and it was hard to recognize them, but they ate despite that. The children were very quiet and ate the little food that was given to them. They were hungry, but did not ask for more. Somehow they must have understood. All of them were silent and undemanding. A few people from the Otriad were not with them. They had been sent on special missions that were already underway when the main group left the camp. One of them, WROI, went to the Lida ghetto to obtain special goods unavailable anywhere else. Tall and blonde with blue eyes and an upturned moustache, WROI looked like a typical peasant. On the way back from the ghetto, he heard about the big hunt. Eager to join his people, especially his wife and 2 teenage daughters, he caught up with them after they had been on the move for almost a week. The WROI sisters recall that father came with a big loaf of bread, dark peasant bread. He said that we must give the bread to Tuvia Bielski to eat because he, as a leader, must be well fed. But Tuvia refused to take it. Our father begged him, but he would not. You must give it to your children. I cannot take it from you. Tuvia cried like a child, but he absolutely refused to touch the bread. I will never forget the picture, how these two men argued about the bread. In the end, the WRECI children shared this treasure with other children and made it last a while. Even though the situation was deteriorating further, with food becoming more scarce, the children did not demand a thing. People suffered, yet they cared for each other. All through the march, no one tried to run away. Only size and circumstances made them break up into smaller groups. Occasionally, a few would stop and rest and then try to catch up. Tuvia continuously moved back and forth and checked. He also made others go and see if anyone was missing. He would try to encourage his people. At the same time, he warned them about the importance of discipline and order. After more than 7 nights in the swamp, sinking beside the tall grass, not knowing where they were, hungry and tired, they found it impossible to move. Tuvia recalls, I loosened the strap of my submachine gun, tied it to my belt, and wound the two around myself and the tree. I then sat down. I drowsed. Almost everyone followed my example. Some actually climbed the trees and slept up there. We spent the night just sitting there. The morning broke sunny and bright. We came to very deep water. It was almost impossible to check the end of the line to see if everyone crossed safely. We were certain that here we might really lose some of our people. After several hundred meters, we suddenly came upon dry land, a lovely hill, Krasnaya Gorka. We felt removed a fair distance from the enemy. They, Germans, would not cross the swamp and alternate routes were distant. We began drying out our clothing and underwear. The sun shone, we were warm, we sat and relaxed on the grass. We were very hungry, but the joy of survival strengthened our spirits. The hunt in the forest was still on. We had to wait here. On the first day at Krasnaya Gorka, the people were counted. 6 were missing. Kolodniki and his 2 children, old Sioma Pupko, Monik Pozepiorka, and another man from Lida. 3 men volunteered to go look for them. After a day they found them and brought them back. The missing group had simply been too exhausted and too weak to keep up. Now the entire group settled down in the hope of not being disturbed, but it was not to be. As one of the first to keep watch at Krasnaya Gorka, Bayruk describes what happened. My job was to stand guard. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, my partner and I heard some noise. We stopped the person. It turned out to be a woman, a Belarusian. She claimed that she lost her way. This was suspicious. I left her with my partner and went to the camp to see what they suggested we do with her. Tuvia and someone else came and began to ask her questions. She mumbled. They hit her. She admitted that the Germans asked her to go and check if there were any partisans in this area. She was a spy. The unwritten partisan law demanded the execution of spies. The woman was shot without delay. This spy was the only person to pay them a visit. Other outside intrusions were limited to shooting and sounds of explosions. Undisturbed by outsiders, people collected mushrooms and berries. These they mixed with the remnants of food still left in their pockets. Only very few had flour or beans. As a last resort, they made flour out of tree bark, added to it water and whatever little else there was to eat. Tuvia reports, 10 days had passed since we had left our camp. I noticed that one of our women had blisters around her eyes. Our doctors told me that those were symptoms of starvation. Our doctors collected the bits of food that some still had and divided it up among the sick and the children. One night I sent Akiva and a few others to the village of Kleshchaisi to see if he could get food. He came back empty-handed, but the information he brought was important. He found the village lit up by the headlights of many German vehicles full of German soldiers. Finally, the shooting ceased. We heard later that the Germans had moved out all the residents of the village Kleshchaisi in vehicles and torched the village itself, burning everything in sight. The farmers were taken to Germany except for the few who had escaped. Some animals the Germans took, some they shot, others perished in the flames. During that period, the Germans put to the torch 17 villages and hundreds of homes on estates. The town of Naliboki was in ruins. The Germans wanted to eliminate the partisans' sources of food and hiding places. Hunger and the expectation that the Germans were winding up the big hunt made Tuvia dispatch a few scouts in the direction of their abandoned base to determine whether it was safe to return. On the way, without being seen themselves, these scouts encountered a large group of German soldiers. No, they could not return to their camp, but neither could they continue to stay on this island. If they stayed, they would starve to death. Zeus, who was particularly sensitive to the gnawing hunger pains, wanted to investigate the possibility of breaking through the enemy's ring and leaving the Naliboka forest. It was decided that if after 2 days Zeus and his men did not come back, this would be a sign that there were openings and that the enemy ring around the forest was not tight. 80 armed young fighters left with Zeus. For a few kilometers, Tuvia, with 20 men, accompanied Zeus's group. Tuvia reports that, "I met a Jewish woman carrying a child in her arms. Both were barely alive. She was a member of the Zorin company. She told me that the Zorin detachment had been destroyed, many had been killed, and the rest were scattered about. Among the dead were many children. I sent her to our base. After a while, the Zorin company regrouped, and she rejoined them." On the road, Zeus split his men into several units. Separate yet close to each other, they came upon fires only recently abandoned by retreating German soldiers. Scattered around these fires was leftover food, a most welcome reward. At night they reached the banks of the river Niemen and found a boat. They crossed the river and still no Germans. It seemed that the big hunt and the Naliboka forest were behind them. Those who remained at Krasnaya Gorka were getting ready to leave. Some were very weak, some were resigned and unwilling to move. Tuvia encouraged them. The war was coming to an end. They must try. Monik Przepiorka suffered from a lung ailment. He was one of the 6 who had been lost and brought back the volunteers. The stay on Krasnaya Gorka had depleted the little energy he had left. During the ongoing preparations, feeling sickly, Monik came over to Tuvia. His feverish eyes were glued to the commander's gun. In a resigned voice, he said, "Please give me your gun, just for a minute." Tuvia was startled. Tears filled his eyes. Gently, he patted Monik on the back and said, "I will not abandon you, nor anyone else. Either we will survive together, or die together." A basic rule of the Bielski Otriad was not to leave anyone behind. Yet there was one exception. A youth who suffered from a leg injury and was totally incapacitated. Without medication, the doctors had no way of treating him. The injured boy begged Tuvia to shoot him, but Tuvia refused. He explains, "Before our group left, we provided the injured youth with some water, matches, a bit of flour, anything to help him survive. He could see no chance of survival. I tried to encourage him and said, 'There are no dangerous animals about. You'll be able to survive for a while on the food we're leaving you. Your leg will get better. Other partisans will be passing this way and will surely share their food with you. By that time, you'll be able to join another group of partisans.' I later heard that the Zorin partisans found him and took care of him. When we returned, he rejoined us, well and happy." There was still another exception. Israel Kessler had an unusual request. He and about 50 of his followers were asking permission to remain in the Naliboka forest. They argued that as natives of the nearby small town of Naliboki and other close-by communities, they were familiar with the area. They could easily elude the Germans, especially now when the Germans seemed to be retreating. Besides, the Otriad could benefit from their staying. They would prepare the place for everyone's return. Tuvia agreed. Before they left, Tuvia announced that since they would be splitting into smaller groups, they were bound to lose sight of each other. They should all assemble in the Yasinowo forest close to one of their former camps. He had expressed the hope that everybody would be there within 2 weeks. We staggered the exodus so that a group left every hour or 2 so as not to march together. It was impossible to keep an equal number of people in each group. There were undisciplined members who could not stand certain leaders. They would quarrel with them, stay behind, or return to the camp. Thus, there were smaller and larger groups. Some people stayed behind and waited for me. I had planned to be the last to leave to keep track of the move. Asael and the Chief of Staff Malbin were with me. Not all the young leaders were equally willing to take the weak and the old. Sensitive to this possibility, Tuvia repeated again and again that no one will be abandoned and that they had to protect each other. And because he watched over each departure, no one dared disobey. Persia, who was close by, says, Tuvia waited until everyone left, only then did he go. I could have left earlier with Moshe, but I refused. I was convinced that with Tuvia I would be safest, so we waited. At the end there were 50 of us, and he went with us and took good care of us. On the road, even the smaller groups were often forced to split into still smaller units. For a variety of reasons, people would continuously lose sight of each other. The journey was rough for Tuvia's own group. Food was scarce. All kinds of partisans and unsavory characters were swarming the region, and all were in need of food. The local people who remained in their homes had little to give. More than ever, their meager offerings were mixed with fear, hostility, and anger. When Tuvia and his people came close to the river Niemen, a farmer warned them that the German police were on the way. He advised those who could swim to go as quickly as possible to the other side. One young man, Gornofelski, although he knew how to swim, still drowned. There was one boat for non-swimmers. Tuvia waited until all of them crossed. This other side of the river promised some safety. After the crossing, 2 families, the Dworekis and the Taubes, told Tuvia that they would like to remain in the area, in the homes of Christian friends. The Dworeki sisters explained, We were in a terrible condition. We had wounds, lice, we were filthy, exhausted. My father felt that maybe we should stay for a while with my father's Polish friend, G. Filipowicz. When father asked Tuvia what to do, Tuvia said, Do as you like. But if you want to return to us, do. We indeed went to the pole. We were there for the winter. They helped us build a ziemlanka in a nearby forest. But then we decided to leave. It was hard. We were afraid. Also, Polish partisans would come there. It was getting dangerous. We went back to Bielski. A part of Chasha's family, including her old parents, also made arrangements to stay in the home of Christian friends. The big hunt resulted in tremendous loss of life and the breakup of partisan units. Discipline eroded and robberies became the order of the day. Often their targets were Jewish fugitives, less frequently armed men. One Bielski partisan told about his experiences while separated from the large group. Because we were split into many small groups, some Russian fighters took advantage and attacked us. A friend of mine and I met a group of these Russians. I had old, torn shoes, and they had nothing to take from me. They forced my friend to take off his boots and made him give up his shotgun. Then we met our people and we reassembled. Those I met were brave young men. Once I joined them, I had no problems. We were in a small forest. At night, we would go to the peasants for food. Finally, the happy day arrived when I came to the forest of Jasinowo, where we met our commander and hundreds of people. Others continued to appear. Undisciplined, rough behavior was not limited to Russian partisans. When most of the Bielski people reassembled, complaints about one of their own group leaders, Kaplan, were also heard. Local farmers on whose goodwill they depended accused Kaplan and a few of his men of robbery. These forcible confiscations included money and valuables. Before the big hunt, Blacker, Tuvia's aide-de-camp, went to lead a ghetto on official business. He rejoined the Bielski Otriad only after it had left the Naliboka forest. In her husband's absence, Blacker's wife and her little child were assigned to Kaplan's unit. After they reassembled in Jasinowo forest, Blacker's wife accused Kaplan of trying to chase her away and of screaming, "Go to Tuvia, he took the gold, let him also take the people." He was accusing Tuvia of collecting money for his personal use. When Zeus confronted Kaplan with this incident, he got a similar reaction. Those who took gold from the people can have the people. Zeus got angry and reached for his gun. "I will shoot you like a dog." Kaplan started to run. Asael warned his brother, "What are you doing? Don't shoot!" Too late. Zeus touched the trigger of his gun. A shot. A body hit the ground. Kaplan was dead. Right away, Zeus regretted what he had done. Over the years, the regret turned into guilt and refused to go away. Chapter 10. Building a Forest Community. With the manhunt behind them, the Soviet partisan leaders were eager to re-establish order. Through this reorganization, they had intended to get a firmer grip on the different partisan groups in the area. The Bielski Otriad, caught in this effort to reorganize, became officially attached to the Kirov Brigade. Vasilyev, its head, had special plans for the Bielski Partisans. Tuvia was told that his unit would get a Russian deputy and a Russian chief of staff. He recalls that, in the guise of advice, we were asked to send all of our non-fighters to the Naliboka forest. The fighters would remain here and would from time to time send food to the families in the forest. I realized that our independence was being seriously threatened. All kinds of thoughts occurred to me. Perhaps I should detach myself from the brigade and leave the area. But Tuvia knew that headquarters would not tolerate this kind of disobedience. They would probably kill him. And if this happened, his people would be unprotected. When he consulted Malbin and Volkovitsky, both thought he had no choice but to agree in principle to the Russian proposal. During the negotiations that followed, the commissar of the brigade told Tuvia that the area they were in had to be cleared of all civilians within 5 days. Tuvia's efforts to negotiate were only partially effective. In the end, the Bielski Otriad was split in two. The family group became officially the Kalinin Otriad. In reality, it continued to be called the Bielski Otriad. The second group, with 180 Bielski fighters, was named Ordzhonikidze. This newly formed unit had a Russian commander and a Russian commissar. Except for Zeus, the head of reconnaissance, a position he held in the Bielski unit, all other high posts went to Russians. One positive note in this new development was the permission to include in Ordzhonikidze the fighters' wives. Among these women was Sonia, Zeus's wife, Dr. Eisler's wife, a nurse, and Luba Rudnicki, the wife of Yanek Rudnicki. Ordzhonikidze never succeeded in becoming an integrated community. There was always a wedge between its Russian leadership and its Jewish majority. The Soviet command was eager to see more fighters leave the Bielski detachment. Because of Asael's reputation as an experienced and excellent fighter, they ordered his transfer from the family group. Not to cause trouble, Asael joined the headquarters of the Kirov Brigade and became head of intelligence. But, determined to save Jews, Asael felt that his place was with his people. Although it was a risky step, after a few weeks, he returned to the Bielski Otriad. After Asael's arrival, he and Tuvia went to General Platon to legitimate the transfer. The general agreed on condition that Asael would participate in attacks against the Germans. From then on, whenever Asael organized moves against the Germans, he had to report about them directly to General Platon. At that time, Tuvia Bielski, Lazar Malbin, Herzl Nachumovsky, and several other Bielski partisan fighters successfully declined invitations to join Russian detachments. Shortly after the big hunt, the Germans left the Belarusian woods, including the Naliboka forest. They also relinquished control over some surrounding territories. Once more, parts of western Belarusia were identified as partisan lands, and again, Naliboka forest became home to the partisan headquarters, with General Platon as its head. Similarly, many of the recently regrouped Russian detachments began to reconstruct bases in and around it. Some camps were used for specialized needs. For example, the Iskra Otriad built a hospital at their forest base, while the rest of its partisan unit made their home in the surrounding villages. In addition to the Bielski Otriad, Soviet headquarters ordered all other unprotected civilians who roamed the countryside into the forest. In the past, practically all homeless civilians had been Jewish ghetto runaways. However, by the fall of 1943, there were also Belarusian, Polish, and even Gypsy refugees. Most of these non-Jewish fugitives had been left homeless as a direct result of the manhunt. While destroying the communities in and around the Naliboka forest, the Germans divided the local people into two categories: the fit and unfit for work, the useful and the useless. Those defined as useful were deported to Germany for slave labor. Of the remainder, the majority were murdered and a minority succeeded in escaping. Some of these runaways joined partisan units. The rest were ordered by the Soviets into the Naliboka forest, where they became a part of special family camps. As part of the new Soviet directives, the Bielski Otriad, reduced in size, headed by its commander Tuvia Bielski, was soon passing through ghost-like communities emptied of all human life. Here and there they were joined by some of their former members, by recent ghetto runaways, and by fugitives directed to them by Soviet partisans. Not only did Tuvia accept all of them, but he left behind special scouts with instructions to help Jewish fugitives to catch up with the Bielski people. Although the Germans had wrecked many communities and many more lives, they left much that could sustain life. The fields were filled with potatoes, wheat, and all kinds of vegetation. Trees were laden with a variety of ripe fruits, and beehives were filled with honey. Burnt skeletons of animals covered much of the ground, as live animals continued to roam the area, no doubt in search of food. These homeless creatures seemed to be welcoming the humans who might have reminded them of their former masters. And while no buildings were left intact, doors, windows, and other items were still in usable condition. Inside these partially demolished structures were many undisturbed household goods and building materials. Winds and rains must have conspired, preventing the fires from completing their jobs. A portion of the Bielski Otriad, Kessler with his 50 partisans, had never left the forest. When German hostilities stopped, this group set to work. They began by building a new base, some 7 kilometers from the ghost town of Naliboki. One part of this group collected the homeless horses, cows, pigs, and fowl. Others assembled the abandoned carts, fixed them, and then used them to gather potatoes, wheat, vegetables, fruits, and items deemed useful for the establishment of a camp. They also built special warehouses for storing these newly acquired goods. The Kessler Group, just as its parent unit, continued to grow. In their case too, some of the newcomers were people who had once belonged to the Bielski Otriad and were only now finding their way back. Others were Jewish fugitives who had recently escaped from ghettos and were rejected by other partisan detachments. By the time Tuvia and his people reached the new base in the Naliboka forest, the Kessler unit had grown to about 150. Perhaps in recognition of Kessler's diligent work, at this point his lifelong career as a professional thief was only whispered about, nor were people likely to mention that he had learned how to write his name only in the forest and only with great difficulty. Instead, Kessler, the man, was showered with adjectives like ambitious, energetic, enterprising, brave, and capable. Those who were close to him described him as someone who would share his last slice of bread with the needy. Inevitably, Tuvia's return cast a shadow on Kessler's authority. As commander of the Otriad, Tuvia had control over Kessler's unit, but instead of challenging the man's independence, Tuvia seemed to be giving him special freedom. This he did by announcing that the building of the main camp would take place more than a kilometer away from Kessler's camp. Kessler and his people remained in their recently established base, which called for a separate kitchen and thus control over the distribution of food. In addition, Kessler was entrusted with a new assignment. On his premises, he was to build a ziemlanka that would be used as a hospital. While Kessler had been busy supervising the building of the hospital, most of his people were incorporated into working teams involving all members of the Otriad. These cooperative efforts helped erase the differences between those who belonged to the Kessler group and members of the larger unit. Tuvia improvised, continuously adapting to new conditions. He divided his people into teams and sub-teams, each assigned to different tasks, to help build a new community, to collect food and materials to sustain such a community, and to protect the community within a hostile and unstable environment. The building teams would search through the deserted villages and small towns and bring back window frames that sometimes had intact glass, along with ovens, boilers, barrels, and all kinds of kitchen utensils. Among the rarer finds were items that were important for setting up services such as a flour mill, a communal bath, and a variety of workshops. A less specialized group would go and plough the fields, dig for potatoes, search for other foods, and then store them. A separate team stayed at the campsite and concentrated on building living quarters. Initially, these were temporary bunkers made out of woven tree branches that were covered with soil, dry leaves, blankets, and whatever else people thought might protect them from poor weather. Sometimes even these accommodations were in short supply, and members of the Otriad had to sleep in primitive tents. Luba Garfunk, who joined the Otriad toward the end of September 1943 with her husband and 4-year-old son, remembered how her boy used to ask in the evening, "Mummy, under which tree will be our house today?" Eventually, the rush to meet the approaching winter led to the building of more protective quarters, with engineer Rybinski in charge. First, rectangular foundations were dug, 80 to 100 centimeters in depth. These were lined with tree trunks wired together. The spaces between were filled with moss, covered with unplaned boards, and then a layer of earth. As usual, the roof was camouflaged with tree branches. The age and size of the Naliboki trees created special building opportunities. For example, already in August, the bark of the trees would come off in a single piece and would be used as roof coverings. Built in a tent-like shape, 2/3 of the structure was buried in the ground. The rest, mainly the roof, rested on top of the soil. The upper part consisted of wooden sticks that touched each other, forming a triangle. These sections of wood were in turn covered by the bark sheets. At the entrance of each ziemlanka, there was a door with a few steps leading into the hut. On entering, one was enveloped by darkness. Soon the eye would become accustomed to the little light that seeped in through the tiny window and the opposite door. One could discern wooden bunks along the walls on both sides. The bunks, upholstered in straw, served as beds for up to 40 people who slept lying next to each other. As in other ziemlankas, in the middle was a stove, salvaged from one of the demolished homes. These living quarters were built in 2 rows, on both sides of the camp's main street. Each ziemlanka had a number, sometimes a name descriptive of its inhabitants. For example, hut number 11 was known as Intelligentsia because the residents were Dr. Hirsch, a dentist from Minsk, the attorney Salomon Volkowski from Baranowice, and others who were better educated or from a more privileged background. Going back down Main Street was a large square, the nerve center of the camp, with the headquarters of the camp on one side and different workshops on the other. The collective camp kitchen was located at the end of the street, some distance from the huts and practically across the street from headquarters. Outside Main Street was a fenced-in area for the camp's cows, and not far away was the grazing area for horses. Carts were also kept there. Cows were milked early in the morning. A hut serving as a clinic stood close to the commander's ziemlanka. Here Dr. Hirsch, the chief physician, the dentist and nurses would attend to patients. In the morning, one could already see people lined up in front of the clinic. Construction of new structures continued almost up to the time of liberation. Also, until the end, special scouts circulated within the region whose main assignment was to gather intelligence. In addition, they would search for Jewish refugees and bring them to the camp. Whether with scouts or on their own, new people constantly arrived at the Otriad. The Jewish partisan from the Russian detachment Iskra, Jashka Mazowi, recalls a scene. "I came close to Ordzhonikidze. There I saw Zeus stand at the edge of a small bridge. Around him was a group of Jewish refugees. They looked disheveled, exhausted. Rejection and disappointment were written over their faces. But then I heard Zeus say in a warm voice, 'Come to us, brothers. Don't worry. Later I will bring you to our family camp.' This scene made a deep impression on me. I will never forget it. Zeus took them to the Bielski Otriad. In my detachment, Jewish fighters felt okay. But we knew that if something happened, we could always go to Bielski. Bielski was for us what Israel is for the Jews now, an insurance. Indeed, Jashka Mazowi told about his stay in the Bielski camp. In our Otriad, we had one machine gun, a heavy one. One man carried it. It was our best gun. I was usually the one who carried it. We went through a forest. This time the one below me in rank carried the machine gun. 2 other youths had carried the boxes with the bullets. Suddenly, Germans began to shoot at us. We dispersed. I could not find my men. I was responsible for the group. To come back without the gun would have meant death. If someone lost a gun, he would be shot by the partisans. I walked around looking for the gun, and it was not there. I inquired, but no one knew. I came to the Otriad empty-handed. I told the story and they believed me, but they asked me to go and find the gun. He searched in vain. On the way back, he stopped over in a village where he met Tuvia and told him about his predicament. Tuvia said, "What do you care? Come to us. I will give you another machine gun." I stayed with him a week. They suspected that I was at Bielski's, so a Razvedka patrol from Iskra came. Tuvia said to me, "Run." I was so sure that I was right that I stayed. The Russian said, "We found the youth with the machine gun." He fell on my neck and embraced me. Tuvia turned around and spoke to me. "Yashka, don't believe them. They will shoot you." But I could not desert. I went back to my Otriad. All was well. Mazowi was only one of many Jewish partisans in Russian detachments to whom Tuvia offered protection. But even for those who had no direct contact with the Bielski Otriad, just the promise of unqualified acceptance gave them courage and hope. When runaways from Ghetto Lida continued to pour into the Bielski Otriad in the fall of 1943, Zorach Arluk recalls one expression of their acceptance. "I returned to Iskra. Tuvia was there visiting us. I told him, 'I just met 20 people. They were going to join you. How will you take them in? How will you manage?' Zorach, you know what a Belarusian bread looks like. It weighed 10 pounds and was round. We have a man in the kitchen who cuts the bread. He has an order from the cook to cut it in 20 to 30 pieces. After the new arrivals, his order will be to cut the bread into 40 pieces, so each of the slices will not be as big. To the bucket of soup, we will pour another pail of water and we will add some more potatoes and wheat. Rest assured that from hunger no one will die. If more and more will come, that is good." Not only was Zorach impressed with Tuvia's attitude, but he also had reason to be personally grateful. In his Russian Otriad, Iskra, Zorach had become a distinguished fighter. But the commander of Iskra had refused to accept Zorach's relatives. They were civilians, unfit for combat. Tuvia was happy to take them. On Asael's return from the Kirov brigade to the Bielski Otriad, he was officially reappointed as an assistant to the commander and commander of the fighting forces. Responsible for the safety of the Otriad, Asael and his men also participated in joint military moves with Russian partisans. Some remember Asael as a young man who seemed to be constantly everywhere, in camp riding his horse, inspecting every corner. He was brave, dedicated to his missions, and carried them out faithfully. His simplicity and honesty were mirrored in his blue, straightforward-looking eyes. His handsome, smiling face was open and friendly. He was liked by his friends as well as by his superiors. Asael's good nature was expressed in some specific gestures. When, for example, he noticed his cousin shivering from cold, he took off his warm jacket, saying, "Take it, I will get another one." Nor was his generosity limited to family. Asael's wife, Chaha, recalls that one day in the winter outdoors, "I saw a tall man in a black coat, stooped shoulders, long legs. On the feet, he has rags instead of shoes." I went back to our Zemlanka and said, "Asael, I saw an old man with rags on his feet. It is so hard for me to see it. We must do something about this." He took off his boots and said, "Chaha, take them and give them to him right away." I did not know who the man was. I inquired where he lived and brought him the boots. I told his men that Asael had no boots. He was so devoted to them and they loved him. Immediately they found boots for him. This old man was Dr. Amarant, who became the official historian of the Otriad. When comparing the two brothers, Asael and Tuvia, some say that Tuvia was harder, more domineering, more rigid. Asael was more open, more easygoing. Asael would come to the different Zemlankas, talk to the people. Tuvia kept a distance between himself and those that were below him, his subordinates. More accessible and more visible than his older brother, Asael would smooth over internal conflicts that came to his attention. However, with more serious problems, people would go to Tuvia. Tuvia would in a minute cut through the difficulty and impose his will. He had a no-nonsense attitude. They listened to him. The difference in the accessibility of the two brothers may be an expression of differences in personality and the positions each held within the Otriad. Tuvia comes close to the ideal of a charismatic leader. He had a special intangible gift that made people want to follow his orders. Asael lacked charisma. Tuvia was a gifted diplomat while Asael was direct, to the point of being blunt. Asael was devoted to his fighters and they had a great deal of affection for him. Tuvia was admired and listened to because of his special charisma, not because of personal attachments. Tuvia's trait of distancing himself from his people came together with other traits expected in a charismatic leader. Thus, he left the management of everyday routine activities to his subordinates. Also, as with most charismatic leaders, Tuvia was surrounded by a special entourage. Some feel that those around him created a wall between him and the rest of the Otriad. In a negative yet tentative way, it has been suggested that he listened too much to his inner circle. Perhaps he should have paid more attention to those who were removed from the center of power. Others note that, particularly in the last year, from the fall of 1943 through the summer of 1944, people had little access to him. Some even allow that the power he wielded might have gone to his head. And yet, even those who object to Tuvia's distance concede that under the circumstances this was inevitable. After all, Tuvia was in control of a large community that eventually grew to more than 1,200. This was a socially heterogeneous, undisciplined group of people with many contradictory demands and expectations. Tuvia had to supervise the running of the Otriad as well as its relationships to a hostile and unstable environment. He commanded wide respect. Free access to his person might have reduced his prestige and interfered with his effectiveness. With all these unusual traits came an ability to compromise. And in this spirit of compromise, Tuvia had accepted into the Otriad a Soviet commissar sent by General Platon. Although officially under a commander's authority, a commissar wielded much political power. Unofficially, a commissar's main loyalty was to the Communist Party and to the Secret Service. For a head of an Otriad to have a commissar was a little like having a political spy. But the new commissar, Nechama, was different and special. A loyal communist in his late 50s, he was a heavy man with bear-like movements. His slow, heavy walk contrasted with the alert expression of his deep-set eyes. When the German-Russian War began, he had lived in Minsk with his Jewish wife and daughter. Soon after the German takeover, his wife and child were murdered. For a while, Nechama continued working as a railroad official, a job he held before the war. Nechama is remembered as being free of prejudices, as someone devoted to helping the persecuted, particularly the Jews. Through his railroad connections, he made it possible for Jews to travel on trains, an illegal activity at the time. After the establishment of the ghetto in Minsk, he cooperated with the Jewish underground. Warned about his impending arrest, he escaped to the forest and became a partisan commander. In the forest, Nechama met an 18-year-old Jewish girl and her father, took care of them, and became the girl's lover, husband. The two men were approximately the same age. Nechama was a communist, his father-in-law an Orthodox Jew, preoccupied with prayers. Although the Russian had no illusions about their future life together, he was devoted to his mistress and her father. When he was ordered to send them to the Bielski Otriad, he refused to separate from them. Instead, he accepted a demotion when he was appointed commissar in the Bielski Otriad. Tuvia welcomed these new arrivals and was soon glad to discover that the new commissar was interested in two things: how to ease Jewish suffering and how to find vodka. Nechama identified with the Jewish plight and spoke on behalf of Jews at headquarters. He participated in running the Otriad only when he could be of help. Unobtrusive and cooperative, he became the camp's valuable addition. With the exception of Nechama and Asael, all those who worked at the headquarters were Tuvia's appointees. Charismatic leadership, unless backed up by an organization, by a bureaucracy, is unstable. There is, however, a certain inconsistency between bureaucratic and charismatic authority. Like all large, expanding units, the Bielski Otriad had to rely on bureaucratic procedures. Soon, the group established a balance. The head, Tuvia, was a charismatic leader. Those below and around him were not. Tuvia's power was absolute, except for instances where he himself chose to share it. He was surrounded by people he knew well. Most were relatives and friends. They were loyal, but not necessarily capable. Tuvia must have recognized their limitations, and because he was not particularly bound by rules, he made exceptions. Lazar Malbin, not a friend, not a relative, was one exception. On meeting Malbin in the summer of 1942, Tuvia offered him the important post of Chief of Staff, a position he retained until the summer of 1944. Malbin was responsible for most bureaucratic innovations and was known as a stickler for order, precision, and efficiency. At the headquarters, in addition to Asael, Shematoviets, and Malbin, there was a chief of special operations, Salomon Volkovitsky, the attorney from Baranovice. He dealt with disciplinary and investigative problems. His job gave him the opportunity to suggest punishments. Transgressors would often be sent to prison, which was a special hut located behind the food warehouse. As a rule, prisoners were guilty of transgressions like falling asleep while keeping watch, stealing, or refusing to do a job. Gordon, another member of headquarters, was the official assistant to the commissar. Pesach Friedberg retained the position of quartermaster in charge of food distribution. Similarly, Raja Kaplinsky continued as the secretary of the Otriad. The two clerks were Weiner and Bedzowski. The Otriad's headquarters consisted of 2 rooms with maps hanging on its walls. Later, a typewriter was retrieved from the ruins of one of the surrounding communities. Work began at 8 in the morning. Twice a week, headquarters employees met to discuss special problems. During these meetings, Raja took notes. Official reports that must be sent to General Headquarters or to different Soviet officials were written here. Here also, people were assigned to different jobs. Most had the job of guarding the camp. Information about watch duties was posted outside headquarters, and everyone was required to check the lists. Those who did not have any special skills were likely to move from one job to another, as were those who simply liked changes. Women more often than men were moved from job to job. Of the women sent for guard duty, some were afraid, particularly of the wolves that would come close to the camp at night. Skilled workers were assigned to more permanent positions. In general, there was a wide range of reactions to work. A small minority was eager to keep busy and would accept any job. An equally small minority was reluctant to work at all. Some even objected to doing guard duty. One partisan observes, occasionally, Tuvia himself had to step in with a, "You must go and guard. Why I, Commander? Why not someone else?" With the Russians, they would not dare to argue. Among those who wanted to contribute to the Otriad was young Herzl Nachumovsky from Ivja. He was very interested in defending the place. At first, when he arrived, he had to cut trees and carry water. Nachumovsky recalls, "But I got tired of it and asked Boldo, 'How long do I have to carry water and cut trees?' 'When the commander decides on something else, he will let you know,' came the answer. I went to Tuvia with the same question. Tuvia said, 'You don't have to do that.' 'Since when?' I asked. 'Since yesterday.' With this, I ended my career as a water carrier and woodcutter. Instead, I would join all kinds of groups and for different expeditions. Soon, Nachumovsky distinguished himself as a hard worker and brave partisan. Despite Tuvia's organizational talents and the establishment of bureaucratic procedures, certain underlying currents interfered with the group's order. Many members of the Otriad were connected to each other by familial and friendship ties. These attachments led to nepotism and a refusal to follow rules. In addition, the open and unrestricted admission policy of all Jews brought in a diversity of people. Diversity sometimes translated into contradictory demands and disobedience. Another closely connected yet basic reason for nonconformity can be traced to excessive Jewish individuality. The Bielski Otriad was an extraordinary community that emerged in extraordinary times. It went through several phases of development. Despite these changes, certain basic social realities and arrangements continued throughout its existence. This was true for the community's social composition, general lifestyles, and its basis for prestige rankings. The history of the Otriad shows that for most of the time about 3/4 of its members were older people, women, and children. Similarly, the group of its young armed men and those capable of using weapons fluctuated between 20 and 30%. The overwhelming majority was poorly educated. Not unexpectedly, a small minority had an upper or middle-class background. Of this minority, most were women. The majority of the fighting men, the skilled and unskilled workers, were poorly educated and before the war belonged to the working class. As special targets of the Nazi policies of annihilation from the beginning, the Jewish elite, particularly many of its men, were murdered. A few Jewish leaders succeeded in escaping. Those who stayed and survived the initial waves of persecutions were ill-equipped for life in the forest. They were city dwellers, and only a few moved into the woodland. In contrast, working-class men were more resourceful and better prepared for life in the countryside. Basic activities like riding a horse or milking a cow came easily to them. Not surprisingly, in the forests they were more likely to fight, more apt to go on food expeditions than former city dwellers. Because their jobs were fundamental to survival, they became important. They switched social ranks with the pre-war elite and became the new elite. The continuous struggle for survival and the accompanying social upheavals made politeness and good manners irrelevant, almost inappropriate. In the forest, life was reduced to its basics. Physical strength, an ability to adjust to the outdoors, and fearlessness were qualities that mattered. A man's prestige depended on the extent to which he exhibited these qualities. Women were usually not included in these calculations. Because the working-class people were better suited to life in the forest, they looked down on those who had a hard time adjusting to the rough conditions and to manual work. In fact, they resented behavior that signaled a higher-class background. Tamara Rabinowitz recalls that, "Once my husband and I spoke Hebrew with each other, and one of them told us, 'Do not speak Hebrew. This is Russian territory, and you are not supposed to speak Hebrew.' We did not. After that, when we did want to speak Hebrew, we did it so that no one could hear us." At another time, she was approached with the following questions. "Did you study in high school?" "I did." "Did you study at the university?" "I did." "So what does it give you? Can you make a thicker soup out of it?" "No." This anti-intellectual posture was also expressed through the use of coarse language. For the few who came from an upper and middle-class background, this could present problems. When Sela Sawicki met an old friend in the forest who, already well-adjusted, greeted her with a string of vulgar words, she was shocked. "My ears stood up and I said to my husband, 'What will be?' He said, 'We will get used to it.' I never got used to it. I could never use this kind of language." Similarly, right after the well-educated and refined Sulia came to the forest, a few of the common women called her a whore, for them a frequently used expression. In her innocence, Sulia argued that she was sexually inexperienced and therefore not a whore. Among the Russian partisans, cursing was widely accepted, as was heavy drinking. Lower-class Jewish youths had no trouble adjusting to these patterns. The disapproving voice of the intellectual Geller says that people did drink before an expedition and after an expedition. In the winter, people drank to feel warmer, and in the summer, not to feel the heat. Everyone did drink, even women. It was seen as proper behavior. Some partisans paid with their lives for this weakness. Sometimes they were attacked when they slept after a drinking spree. People in the Bielski Otriad did drink. Tuvia, his brothers, and the rest of the members of the headquarters gave a poor example to the rest. When bread was not plentiful, they would take bags of flour and make out of it vodka for the use of the commander and his relatives. People saw these abuses, but did not talk much about them. While Geller's assessment might be too severe, no one denies that drinking made life easier. It helped them to forget. Tuvia's wife, Lilka, at the time not yet 20, admits to drinking a cup, a glass, but not more. "All of us used to drink. I was never drunk. The doctor told me to drink. It kept away illnesses." In fact, some feel that Tuvia's success as a leader was enhanced because in his continuous dealings with Russian partisans, he could outdrink them and he could curse like they did. As in all groups, here too people were ranked in terms of their importance. The elite were the Bielski brothers, their wives, relatives, and friends. A part of this top echelon included all those who worked at headquarters. Next in importance were young men with guns. Below them were craftsmen and artisans. Particularly after the group had come the second time into the Naliboka forest, these people had acquired more privileged positions. The bulk of the people, those with no special skills and no guns, were at the bottom of the social ladder. In the fall of 1943, the Bielski camp focused on becoming transformed into a less nomadic and more stable community. Indeed, this otriad was soon organized into a shtetl, a small town with many different workshops. Chapter 11. The emergence of new social arrangements. When you are in the forest, you see individual trees. Only when you leave it, outside from far, you see the entire forest in all its glory. The same happened to me. I saw much more as a tourist than the people that were there. I was amazed at what Tuvia did. I saw the workshops, the children cries. I saw an Orthodox Jew pray. People worked, they fixed watches, made shoes, they made leather from cowhide. People from all the surrounding areas came there to have things fixed. My position in my otriad, Iskra, was very good till the last day. But if I did not like something, then they could all go to hell. I could always go to Bielski. The speaker, Zorak Arluk, never transferred, but was a frequent guest in the Bielski camp. Once, when his otriad confiscated 23 cows from the Germans, Zorak was assigned to deliver the loot to their base in the forest. On the way, he left one of the cows in the main kitchen of the Bielski otriad. This was only one of Zorak's many gifts. Each time he visited the Jewish camp, he felt emotionally refreshed. Hanan Lefkowitz, a member of the Russian otriad Stalin, more isolated than Arluk, had thought that except for a few scattered Jewish partisans, all other Jews were dead. While in the hospital being treated for a serious injury, he overheard some men talking about a Jewish detachment 3 kilometers from their base. Soon, not even fully recovered, Lefkowitz went to the place. "I was amazed," he said. "I thought that it was all a dream. I could not get over it. There were children, old people, and so many Jews. When the guard stopped me, I spoke Yiddish. I met people who knew me. That first time I could stay only an hour. After a few days, I went back and then again and again. Once I saw a roll call. Soldiers stood in rows with guns. I saw 2 men come out, tall, handsome, leather coats. I asked who they were and was told that these were the Bielski brothers. They were giving orders to the fighting men. They were going for an expedition, Tuvia and Asael. The 2 jumped on the horses like acrobats. I imagined Bar Kochva to look like that. Maccabee, King David. It gave me hope. Like Arluk, Lefkowitz wanted to help. His otriad had a storage room with weapons and parts of weapons. Each time he went to the Bielski base, he would smuggle guns and parts of guns by hiding them under his coat. He would give those to old friends and people he just met. Although to these outsiders the Bielski otriad looked like a unified whole, on the inside it was a differentiated community with different social arrangements and lifestyles, all closely connected to food. From the very start, Tuvia insisted that all who joined the otriad were entitled to food, regardless of who they were and whether they did or did not contribute to the group. Being fed was a right, not a privilege. In principle, everybody was supposed to have the same amount and kind of provisions. In practice, this did not happen. Even the official rule that entitled everyone to a share of food had some built-in exceptions. Children, the sick and the weak were given extra nourishment, usually milk and fat. During the first year of its existence, the otriad was frequently on the move. Meals were prepared in groups of 10 to 20, which in itself led to the preparation of different meals. More important, those who participated in the dangerous food expeditions felt entitled to extra provisions. While this never became an official rule, in practice the food suppliers got their way. In addition, those in control of the otriad and those close to them, the top echelon, ate better than the majority of the otriad. In the fall of 1943, after the return to Naliboka forest, some eating differences became formalized. 2 separate kitchens were established, one for headquarters and their families, and another, a big one, for the rest of the otriad. For this new arrangement, some blamed the flatterers who surrounded the Bielski family. One, the cook Engelstern, was particularly vocal in his support for separate kitchens. Tuvia Bielski feels that headquarters should not have allowed this to happen. Even before the creation of this special kitchen, everyone knew that a connection to headquarters meant better food. These people were regularly served cutlets, pancakes, eggs, and all kinds of delicacies. Indeed, more than 40 years later, when Hirsch Smoller talks about meals he had at Tuvia's place in the forest, a nostalgic smile spreads across his face. Still, these informal preparations of special meals were not as demoralizing as an official separate kitchen. Because this special kitchen created too much anger and resentment, it was soon eliminated. But removal of a separate kitchen did not guarantee equality in eating. It only meant that those who had extra provisions would be less conspicuous in the preparation of meals. The elite were reluctant to admit that some people, the Malbushim, could be hungry. Even some who were not part of the elite but had acquired a little extra food refused to accept the idea that others did not have enough. One of them, Pesia Bayrach, argues that a big pot of soup was cooked several times a day. Everyone received food 3 times a day. No one was hungry. If someone told you that they were hungry, it is a lie. There was a time that I lived only on what was given to everybody else, and I was not hungry. They complained not about lack of food, but about the fact that others had more or better things to eat. Riva Reich, the nurse, defends Tuvia. Once I went to fetch milk for my sick patients who had typhoid fever. I was told that they had taken the milk to the headquarters. I went to Tuvia and told him, "Comrade Commander, I need milk for the sick." I was told that they took it to the headquarters. He said, "What do you think, that I take a bath in milk? I don't need milk for myself. Go and take as much as you need." Some of those around him did take extra food for themselves, but this was not because of Tuvia. He was always ready to give, to share. There were people that were flattering him. They knew how. He tried very hard to be correct, to be right. He would listen to everybody. I know that he did not like the flatterers. He liked hard-working, decent people. A wife of a fighter, someone who had enough to eat, says that it was very hard to be just. They called Tuvia's family and his friends the Romanov court. If it were my family, I would have seen to it that they should also be well provided for. He could not be more just. He did not know everybody. There were too many people. They had to fend for themselves. The Bielski Partisans draw contradictory pictures about the character of their commander. While some described Tuvia as being surrounded by flatterers, others were convinced that he was wary of them. Similarly, some felt that he listened to everybody. Others regarded him as someone who distanced himself from his people. Quite possibly, these different traits existed simultaneously but surfaced at different times. The young men, the fighters of the Bielski Otriad, devoted most of their energies to gathering provisions. Coming back from a food expedition, they would drive up in the wagons to the storage place and leave all the food there. If they had brought luxury items like cream, eggs, etc., they could take them for themselves. This was their privilege. But the basic goods belonged to the camp, then it was distributed. There was a special person that gave flour to the bakers, vegetables to the kitchen, etc. At first, Tuvia tried to enforce the rule that everything collected during a food expedition must be delivered to the Otriad. But when the food collectors refused to obey without formally acknowledging defeat, Tuvia pretended not to see. Taking part of the provisions before delivering them to the Otriad became a semi-legal activity. One participant describes how it was done. When we would come back from a food expedition with 7 or 8 cows, about 3 to 4 kilometers before our base, we would select the best cow, kill it, and divide it among the 10 to 12 of us who were a part of the expedition. We had people among us who knew how to slaughter a cow, take the skin off, cut up, and clean it. In the winter, we would put the meat into the snow, and it would be preserved. As expected, most of those who benefited did not object to these inequities, but members who ate only what was allotted to them by the Otriad reacted differently. Some accepted the situation as they said, "We were not starving, we also did not have an abundance, some had more than others. We had enough. We would collect berries in the forest, mushrooms, this helped too." Others seem to support this view when they report that people were neither hungry nor full, adding that there was enough bread and that the bread was of excellent quality. But some people were less satisfied. In fact, quite a few insisted they were hungry. One recalled, "When I would come to the kitchen, I was dizzy from hunger. I am telling you the truth. I don't accuse anyone. The Bielski family ate better. It was their right. It was coming to them." Others too, although resigned to their situations, emphasized the differences. Those in power had to eat better. There is no equality in any place, and there was no equality in the forest either. Garfunkel, who insists she was not bothered by her limited diet, continued, "I was not a communist, never thought that people should have the same. Those who did not go for expeditions would get soup, sometimes bread and potatoes in peels. There was no salt. If the cook liked you, you would get a piece of lung or some such object that was swimming in the soup. If he did not like you, you would get watery soup." Riva Reich was convinced that Tuvia always worried if people had enough to eat. He would come where they were distributing food and look on if people had adequate food. No matter how people felt about it, food assumed a central place in the forest. For most, the day started with a trip to the kitchen, which in the morning consisted of a huge hole filled with burning wood. Suspended over it was a big kettle hanging from a tree. The kettle contained brewed chicory, a substitute for coffee. With this drink were added 2 unpeeled boiled potatoes or bread. This was breakfast. After that, people went to work. The midday meal was more substantial. Long lines of people carrying food containers would form around the kitchen. Those present pushed and shoved to be at the head of the line to receive the soup at its thickest. There was no lack of fighting and quarrelling over the place in line. Frequently, the daily bread portion was given out at the same time. On festive occasions, such as May 1st, they would distribute portions of sausage. With time, many availed themselves of the unlawful opportunities to acquire extra food which they cooked near or in their huts. The camp kitchen gradually deteriorated to serving the weaklings of the camp, who had to resign themselves to accept whatever rations they were given. In addition to a limited diet, being at the bottom of the social ladder had other disadvantages. Silla Sawicki, who before the war had belonged to the educated class, talks about her situation in the forest. "The intelligentsia was down. We were depressed. We were not worth much. They made fun of us that we were malbushim. We were not fit for this kind of life. We had no experience with horses, nothing. The rest, the majority of the people, were uneducated, close to the soil. I had little in common with them. I really did not know them. I wanted to be closer to them, but they did not want us. I worked all the time so they would not make fun of me." A young girl, a teenager, describes her father, who used to have a high position in the brewery in Lida. In the Haute Triad, he became a malbush. He did nothing. He was intelligent, educated, but not resourceful at all. He was dirty, neglected. He was not counted as a human. No one would have recognized him. There were many disappointed people like him. Garfunkel's husband also had a low social position. She wonders, "My husband came without a gun. He was not a great fighter. He had a high school education, and he finished a technical school in Vilna. How the heroes are made is a question one always asks. In general, the intelligentsia was not prepared to fight. We had one, Baran, a common man, limited in many ways. Till this day, we don't know if he was a hero or an idiot. He would only want to fight and wanted to go on the most dangerous expeditions. He was a great fighter, not afraid of anything." The Malbushim seemed more apathetic, less interested in what was happening. They saw less and found it more difficult to elaborate on different aspects of the Otriad. For example, 3 intelligent women, all former Malbushim, could describe practically nothing about the workshops. Each was almost unaware of their existence. Placed at the bottom of the social structure, they were uninformed about the workings of their camp. As in all communities, in the Bielski detachment, people could somehow improve their lot. A man, a Malbush, could change his fortune by getting a gun. He would then be included in food expeditions which could provide more food and reduce dependence on the Otriad's handouts. Occasionally, the transition from a Malbush to a full-fledged partisan fighter was bumpy. Gela reports about his own experiences. Once I got a rifle, I was sent for food expeditions. First, I did not know how to do it. Therefore, they would have me stand guard while they were collecting food from the peasants. Later on, I joined the others. During one of those expeditions, I saw a woman's fur coat. My wife could use such a warm coat. I turned to the Polish peasant. "Will you allow me?" For an answer, the Pole cursed me and took away the coat. Next to me stood a butcher from Nowogródek. He swore at the peasant, promising him a beating. The butcher looked at me with anger and said, "You miserable intellectual, you don't ask permission from the peasant. Did they ask permission when they were robbing Jews?" Then he added, "Even with a rifle in hand, a Malbush remains a Malbush." The warm fur coat was soon on the butcher's wife. Eventually I learned how not to ask permission. Other members of the pre-war elite also experienced the difficulties of shaking the role of Malbush. In this connection, Sila Sawicki talks about her husband. Usually one was permitted to take some of the food for the family or for himself, the extra. But my husband was not lucky at all. If he did get his special share somehow, he would lose it. At times his friends would steal it from him. At one point he had a few loaves of bread that he put at the back of the wagon, and the horse that followed the wagon ate it all up so that he had nothing. My husband had no idea how to deal with a horse. He had studied medicine before the war in Italy for 2 years. Toward the end, he got used to this life. Being a Malbush had other less tangible, although painful implications. At 14, Riva Kaganowicz-Bernstein joined the Bielski Otriad. She had lost all her family. In the forest, she met a woman of 40 with her young daughter. The older woman took an interest in Riva and adopted her as her own. In the camp, like most unprotected women, the three automatically were placed into the category of Malbushim. Although Riva admires Tuvia for the protection he gave to so many, she feels hurt when she relates that he never even noticed her. She was not important enough to be visible. About Tuvia's youngest brother, Arktzik, whom she knew quite well and who was her age, she says, "Arktzik did not pay attention to me. Who was I? A poor, poor girl." As a Malbush, Riva was hungry and tried to supplement her meals by extra work. She would volunteer for jobs in the kitchen and was paid with soup and potatoes. What she earned, she brought to her Ziemlanka to share with her adopted mother. But a little more food did not change Riva's low position as a Malbush. Occasionally she would approach the quartermaster, Pesach Friedberg, and ask for things to which she was entitled. These contacts proved painful, often humiliating. She felt that Friedberg played favorites, but she was not one of them. Her negative views of the quartermaster seemed to be supported by others. One way in which a Malbush could improve his or her lot was to volunteer for guard duty. All those who watched the camp were fed first. Riva often did extra guard duty. Sawicki also supplemented her diet this way. She recalls that, frequently during the day, I would sleep because for hours at night, I would keep watch. When I was keeping watch, I would have enough food. There was a special supply of food for those who kept watch. Before Gela got a gun, he too would volunteer to do guard duty. He described the job. Each post consisted of 3 people. Those who were keeping watch but did not have their own weapons got a rifle from headquarters. 3 to 4 times a week I kept watch, once at night and once during the day, then again at night, and so forth. After a guard stood for 2 hours, he could rest for 2 hours. This is how they changed: 2 hours watch, 2 hours sleep in the nearest Ziemlanka. In the winter, at night, the hours were very long. I was always tense, listening to the quiet, to every noise. My task was never to let a person come close to my place. Whenever one heard steps from far, one had to call and ask for the password. Whoever came close to you had to answer with a second part of the password. Sometimes people from headquarters would come to check the guards. I used to stand, and my eyes would close themselves automatically, but I resisted. I knew the responsibility and also the punishment that would await me. One waited continuously for the relief. The rest was very welcome. One night, Gela decided to join his wife, who had guard duty. It was quiet. One could only hear dreamy moos made by the cows. We had 30 to 40 cows. The milk was kept for the children. Each day a glass per child, sick, older people. I and my wife had not tasted milk for months. I had an urge to drink some milk. This strong craving overpowered all my other senses. Without much thought, I took a small pot and began to milk a cow. I had difficulty. 1 drop went into the pot and 10 around it on the ground. The cows, disturbed in their sleep, tried to push me away or run off. After hard labor, I succeeded in filling half a pot with milk. My wife and I tried to decide what to do with the 2 or 3 glasses of milk. We thought of warming it and drinking it. Then we thought that it was a shame to waste at once such a valuable product. Finally, we had decided to cook some milk soup with potatoes. We could even feel its taste. It was becoming light, dawn. Soon we would be able to leave. But a visit by 2 supervisors destroyed our beautiful plans. The 2 noticed the pot and the milk. One of them asked, "What do you have in the pot?" The second one, without waiting for my answer, kicked the pot with his foot. The white liquid spilled all over the green grass. At 10 in the morning, we were ordered to appear at headquarters. I was ashamed to look into the eyes of my commander. Tuvia Bielski until then had always treated me and my wife with consideration. We stood there, beaten, with eyes cast down. I answered Tuvia's questions. "Is it true that the supervisors found milk at your guarding place?" "Yes, Commander." "Did you have permission to milk the cows?" "No." My face was burning from shame. There were all kinds of people around us. Bielski also felt embarrassed by the entire business. He knew us well. He knew what kind of criminals were standing in front of him. Still, with a stern voice, he gave his verdict. 3 days of imprisonment. 2 guards took us right away to prison. In the Bielski Otriad, one of the Zimlankas served as a prison, but they did not stay in prison. Instead, they were immediately transferred for special duty, guarding an airport. In addition to sending military and political men into Belarusia, the Soviets were also supplying the forest fighters with arms, ammunition, clothes, medicine, and other necessities. Usually such cargo was dropped by plane, but sometimes the planes would land. If a Soviet plane landed, it would pick up wounded men who required more extensive care. Contacts with Soviet planes called for well-coordinated arrangements. In places the partisans deemed safe, they had built special airports that were, in effect, clearings. Not surprisingly, such illegal airports needed to be continuously watched and protected. Groups from different detachments would stay in the vicinity of an airport and guard it. In addition to keeping watch, those assigned to airports had to signal the approaching planes in a prearranged way. Communication with planes involved making signs with fire or light, with the particular sign either in the form of a square, a triangle, a snake, or another shape. If a pilot's mission called for a landing, these signs would inform him where and whether he could safely land. The airport functioned as the nerve center of the partisan movement, and watching the airport was a serious matter. The Soviet headquarters would request people for airport duty from different otriads. On the day the Gelers went to prison, Tuvia received an order from Platon to dispatch 20 partisans for airport duty. The Gelers were included in this group. Udal Bielski, Tuvia's cousin, was in charge. There they met 2 other units from Russian otriads. Meals were prepared for all of them in one kettle. When off duty, there was much friendly talking and banter. Soon the guards became a closely knit group. Next to the airport was a Ziemlanka that housed wounded guerrilla fighters who were to be flown to Moscow for medical treatment. Geller says that one never knew if and when the plane would land. The wounded waited, some of them a long time, even a few weeks. In the Ziemlanka of the wounded, there were always a nurse and a doctor. Sometimes the headquarters sent partisans to check on us to see if we were guarding the place well. Once the 3 of us who were keeping watch heard a suspicious noise. Then we noticed how an armed man was crawling in our direction on all 4s. In a second, the stranger was surrounded. His argument that he was a Russian partisan did not help. We disarmed him, tied him up, took him to the headquarters. There we found out that he was really a partisan. He was sent to check if the Bielski people were doing a good job. After the big manhunt, Luba and Janek Rudnicki joined the newly formed fighting detachment, Ordzonikidze. During an encounter with Germans, Janek was injured in the leg. The couple came to the Bielski camp for treatment. At the same time, another wounded Jewish partisan, Gedalia Tokar, was brought there as well. Because Tokar's condition was grave, he needed to go to Moscow for treatment, but first had to be moved to the airport, some 60 kilometers from the Bielski base. His mouth was shattered and he was fed cream and butter through a straw. On the way, someone had to attend to his needs. Luba Rudnicki, who came to the Bielski Otriad with her husband, volunteered. She says, "I did not believe that there were planes, but I decided to go. When I reached the airport, there were many injured lying all over. It was full. Because there was little space, they decided to take only those who had leg injuries. The rest would have to stay. But I felt that my patient needed help fast. I took a white sheet, tied his leg. He was small. I took him into my arms, screaming, 'Make way! The injured cannot walk! Make way!' I had difficulty climbing the plane. There was some kind of a ladder. I pushed myself up, brought him there, and left. He survived the war." As in most groups, in the Bielski Otriad, those who came to the unit early had more privileges than newcomers. Most old-timers came from Nowogrodek, and most were relatives or attached to each other by friendship. Those who had come from other communities sometimes complained that people from Nowogrodek fancied themselves more important than those who had come from other places. Where one came from, plus the time of arrival in the forest, affected a person's social standing, and this social standing in turn was reflected in people's lifestyles. For example, those who belonged to the top echelon could be seen riding their horses, wearing leather coats, riding breeches, with a gun stuck in their belts. Their clothes and guns served as status symbols. Many were anxious to demonstrate their superiority in the social hierarchy and their membership in the upper strata. The members of the fighting units who were responsible for the safety and the supplies of the company were on the next level of the social ladder. Their rifles were always carried on their shoulder, inseparable. Not as well dressed as the top, they were aware of their importance and looked down on the unarmed members. These were tall, stalwart young men whose parents used to be in inferior trades, peddlers, wagoners, and artisans. The workshops and those connected to them were a very important part of the Bielski Otriad. Quite early, whenever the Otriad experienced a period of stability, it would set up workshops that had involved gun repair, tailoring, shoe repairs, and a smithy. These early shops came into existence without any special planning. Malbin explains that when we needed something built out of wood, we asked a carpenter to do it. We had a bakery. In a bakery, you need all kinds of special tools, so we asked the carpenter to make the shovels out of wood. With the establishment of a more permanent base in the fall of 1943 in the Naliboka forest, the Bielski Otriad concentrated on its workshops. Conscious of their advantages, Tuvia insisted that, as a community, they had the potential to take care of their own needs and the needs of other partisans. He urged his people by saying, "Whatever we will need for setting up such workshops we will find, even if we have to unearth it." The order was to bring machines and other tools that could help create all kinds of jobs. Occasionally, the craftsmen themselves came to the Otriad with their tools. More often than not, however, such tools had to be searched for or improvised by some of the creative mechanics. Workshops developed slowly and continued to grow. From the beginning, special rules applied to these workshops. However, these rules were not always followed. According to one basic rule, all members of the Bielski Otriad were entitled to all services free of charge, and any member could have something repaired: a pair of shoes, a coat, a gun. Although there was no need for permission, people still had to wait their turn. If a member of the Otriad wanted to order something new, he or she required permission from headquarters or from Tuvia. Transactions that involved other partisans had to be arranged by headquarters, often by Tuvia himself. Payments for services were usually in the form of food, medication, and, less frequently, arms. All profits belonged to the Otriad, not to individual craftsmen. New rules were constantly emerging as new and specialized workshops continued to develop. Most workshops were situated in a very large hut, The din emanating from this hut could be heard from afar: banging of sledgehammers, sawing of wood, clatter of sewing machines, laughter, lively conversations rich in partisan slang. The huge hut, with its raised ceiling which looked like a large machine shop in a factory, accommodated tens of workers who were divided up according to their trades. Large windows provided proper lighting for the various workshops located in all corners of the hut. The different workshops were separated by wooden partitions, and a number of people worked in each cubicle. More workshops were spread out throughout the camp. All spheres of production were intertwined. All materials provided by nature in the forest were put to use. New productive areas were added. There was more variety in the type of jobs to be done, and almost everyone at camp was employed doing useful work. Headed by Shmuel Oppenheim, the gun repair shop retained its honored position. Oppenheim's son, also a capable locksmith, was his assistant. The elder Oppenheim was known throughout the region. Eventually, his fame brought Soviet newspapermen who were on a visit from Moscow to the Bielski Otriad. They were amazed. One said, "This is the first time that I have seen such an Otriad. When I write about it in the newspaper in Moscow, no one will believe me." This workshop offered substantial earnings in food and sometimes weapons to the Bielski community. It also improved the Otriad's safety by keeping its gun supply in good condition. Finally, by fixing some broken down or defective weapons, it transformed some unhappy Malbushim into proud gun owners. The tailors did important work for partisans whose clothes were shabby or in need of patching. Partisans were often forced to wear a single shirt for many months. In addition to servicing their own members, the tailors had orders from distant companies. A special group of seamstresses was busy sewing shirts from the rough linen woven by local farmers. Tailors would sit around a long table, and as they used scissors, needles, and thread, they would sing. Sewing machine noise would mingle with their songs and jokes. There was a lot of gossip about different commanders and their mistresses in the various isolated farms. They talked about men who at night went to the wrong Ziemlanka and slept next to women other than their own wives. All this chatter was mixed with laughter and jokes. The entire atmosphere was friendly and warm. Contrary to what was expected, the tailors seemed too busy to attend to the needs of the average Bielski partisan. Clients who paid with goods were served first, and those with nothing to offer were kept waiting. And so, for example, after Kopold received a gun and went on a food expedition, he acquired some warm clothes, but they needed altering. Only when he paid a tailor with cheese and meat did the tailor agree to do it. Reva Reich was given a coat by her mother as she was running away from the ghetto. Tuvia ordered the tailors to remake it into a pair of pants. Without his intervention, she would have had to wait a long time. Too many people needed help, and Tuvia could not possibly devote himself to them all. Hanna Stolowicki and her family were Malbushim, unable to offer the tailors anything. In the winter, the girl caught a bad cold and coughed. There was no medication, and the doctor could do nothing for her. The problem was solved as follows. Someone took pity on me and gave me an old coat. One could make pants out of it to keep me warm. But the tailor did not want to work for nothing. We could not pay him. Mother decided not to eat bread all week and give it to the tailor. The whole family did not eat bread for a week. Indeed, this is how it was. I had warm pants and recovered. Like the tailors, the shoemakers were also overburdened with work. People would reach the camp barely dressed and often barefoot. Sometimes they were robbed of their good boots on the way. The distance they had to cover when coming to the forest would destroy their shoes, and in the forest itself, leather would quickly rot from the mud and wetness. Not surprisingly, there were always long lines of people ordering shoes, and in addition there were customers from other companies who came to order boots and paid for them with other essential products. Frequently, there were other deciding factors. Gifts of food and other items brought by young men returning from their missions bribed the shoemakers and expedited the orders of the young ladies. In the shoemakers' workshops, one could see about 10 artisans bent over their benches sewing new soles, mending old, affixing soles to sandals, and making use of old tires, converting the rubber into soles. Tanners, some of whom came from Kolditsowo, built a tannery in a distant part of the camp. They supplied the shoemakers with leather. Several weeks after they started operating the tannery, one could already see partisans in the camp in locally made boots. They were of a peculiar light yellow hue. The people made saddles and harnesses for the horses, as well as belts for the partisans, and put the finishing touches on the tanner's products. Occasionally, Tuvia would intervene on behalf of a needy person. When, for example, he saw Mrs. Geller arrive in the camp with wet rags on her feet, he said nothing. But shortly after, she was called by the shoemaker to come and be measured for shoes. In a week, she had new boots, a luxury that lifted her spirits. Tuvia also ordered a pair of boots for the nurse WWII. New boots were too important not to be noticed. Among those who shared Riva's Ziemlanka were Mr. and Mrs. Pupko, former owners of a brewery in Lida. It was rumoured that the Pupkos had brought with them a lot of money, jewellery, and numerous valuables. They had a reputation of being misers and kept all their treasures hidden. No one, including them, benefited from their wealth. Riva tells about Mrs. Pupko's reaction to her new boots. Mrs. Pupko begged me to go to Tuvia and ask him for shoes for her husband. I went, in a naive way, I said, "Commander, Pupko does not have shoes." This was the first time that Tuvia raised his voice to me. He was always so polite with me. "For them, they have so much money. For them, you come to ask. Can't he take out some of his money and buy shoes?" I excused myself and left. In the Bielski camp, very few people owned a watch. Most had never had one, while others lost theirs in different ways. For Russian partisans, a watch was a precious possession, and they kept the watchmaker very busy. The watch repair shop was yet another source of income. The forest was generous with its materials. Carpenters were inventive, creating all kinds of items: wooden parts for weapons, sandals for the summer, barrels that were used for the production of leather, and much, much more. As in the past, the Otriad had a smithy located not far from other workshops. The blacksmiths were kept busy attending to the horses from the camp and surrounding Otriads. They also repaired wagons, particularly wheels. They too were creative and tried their hands at non-conventional tasks. Among the highly praised places was the sausage factory. Located in a separate building, it had an oven for smoking meat and a meat grinder, confiscated during an expedition. Although salt, pepper, and onions were hard to find, the sausage produced in the Bielski Otriad was famous all over the partisan region. People would bring live cattle to exchange for sausage and smoked meats, with such transactions beneficial for all parties. A hut was also transformed into a barber shop. Their implements were very dull and scratched unmercifully, but for lack of anything better, the partisans were forced to use their services. The gossip during the process sweetened the chore. Partisans who were at leisure liked to come to the barber shop to exchange news of the front, to gossip and to tell jokes. All of this was done in typical partisan spirit, in Yiddish intermixed with crude Russian expressions. The preference was for pungent male jokes. The young women were uninhibited, outdoing their men on many occasions. In principle, everyone was entitled to a haircut and a shave, but since the barbers were also very busy, this rule was not always followed. Geller's experiences are revealing. When a Malbush came from whom they could expect nothing, they would shave him with an unsharpened instrument. Such a customer would almost collapse. Once I felt it on my own cheeks. The dull knife took off my hair together with almost half of my cheek. From then on, I stayed away from the barbers. Later on, when I stopped being a Malbush and was going on food expeditions, I gave one of the barbers a piece of pork. After that, my face felt the pleasant sensation of a sharpened instrument. The barber even told me elegantly, "Thank you." 54. A very useful part of the Otriad was the flour mill. 2 old horses moved around, turning heavy grinding stones that made flour. Not far from the mill was a bakery. On winter evenings, the bakery was transformed into the Otriad's cultural centre. The Bielski workshops and production centres had far-reaching consequences for those who received the offered services and those who did the jobs. Skilled workers in the various workshops enjoyed a higher social standing than unskilled workers, or those whose skills were of no use to the company. Not only were the craftsmen more highly valued, but they also had more food than the Malbushim. People who did only manual unskilled labour, such as kitchen duty, chopping wood, or taking care of the cows and horses were part of the lowest strata in the camp. One could easily pick them out in the crowd on Main Street. Their appearance was careless, their clothes worn and patched, their faces pale and thin, their movements slow and plodding. Beyond the many visible exchanges of benefits, the Bielski production units created important connections within an unstable and hostile environment. Despite the officially friendly posture of the Soviet partisan movement, unofficially, Russian partisans continued to grumble that the Jews ate too much and did not fight. Often these critics would point to the size of the Bielski camp as proof that too much food was consumed there. Perhaps the Russians envied the Bielski Otriad for having family members with them while they were far away from home and relatives. Some think that Tuvia as a special individual provoked envy among partisans. He had good looks and presence, and could easily outshine most Russian commanders. Some peasants treated Bielski like a general. The Russian commanders were jealous because he was so respected by the natives, by the population at large. Several powerful Soviet partisans were opposed to Tuvia. One of them, General Dubov, saw the Jewish Otriad as a disadvantage for the Soviet partisan movement. Eventually, in the late fall of 1943, the commander of the Pervomajskaya Brigade demanded a death sentence for Tuvia Bielski. Hirsch Smola, a prominent partisan and a member of the Soviet headquarters, knew that the accusation was that the Jews had been robbing the peasants. They take clothes, not only bread. Platon let me read the document. It was indeed true. There were some Jewish partisans who took clothes. The partisans were not allowed to take anything but food, but the Jews did take other things. This created a difficult situation. When Platon showed me the paper, I said, "Why pay attention to scraps of paper? In the forest we should not rely on such evidence. Come, let us go to the Bielski Otriad and see what it is all about." 60 Platon agreed. At the camp, Tuvia invited them for a tour. He wanted them to see the workshops. They faced a hard-working, well-ordered community. When they came to the tannery, they saw several older Jews pray, swaying from side to side. Platon was curious about these men. He wanted to know what they were doing. Smola reports that Tuvia's answer to his question was, "They are studying the 4th chapter of the history of the communist movement, a chapter written by Stalin about the philosophy of Marxism." They started to laugh, and that was it. When Platon saw huge pots with soaking animal skins, he was amazed to hear that these would be transformed into leather. He appreciated the coordinated efforts and complimented Tuvia on these efficient enterprises. Platon was sufficiently impressed, and during the next meeting at his headquarters, he said that every military body has suppliers of goods. People who, instead of fighting, provide all kinds of services for the fighters. This, he emphasized, was the function of the Bielski Otriad. He felt that such services were indispensable for the partisans. This changed the situation. Platon's attitude decided everything. His insistence that the Bielski Otriad's contributions were essential to the partisan movement saved the life of Tuvia Bielski. Although important, Platon's protection only took care of dangers lurking from the Soviet partisan movement. Soon, Jewish partisans were threatened by Polish partisans, known as White Poles. The traditional Polish-Soviet hostility was responsible for this development. With considerable success, Stalin was undermining the legitimacy of the Polish government in London. Churchill and Roosevelt agreed to a return to the 1939 Russian-Polish frontiers, but Stalin was not satisfied. Eager to establish control over the rest of Poland, he was searching for Poles who would become a part of a puppet post-war government. In Western Belarusia, as elsewhere, the Poles and the Russians were competing for control of the region. For a while, perhaps to neutralize the local Polish underground, the Soviets maintained an officially correct posture toward Polish partisans. The Poles reciprocated by cooperating with the Russian guerrilla movement. During the Big Hunt, the Polish detachment Kościuszko, under the command of Mileszewski, had coordinated their moves with the Russians. At that time, the Poles fought valiantly, broke the German ring, and lost many men. In September, reduced in size, Mileszewski's group returned to the Naliboka forest. Soon, a group of Polish officers came to join this Polish unit. They were sent by the Polish government in exile with instructions to undermine and contain the Soviet power in this area. Some of these officers belonged to the fascist NSZ, Narodowe Sily Zbrojne, National Armed Forces. Throughout the war, the NSZ had waged multiple battles against the Germans, the Russians, the Jews, and Poles who disagreed with them politically. Only in 1943 did a part of the NSZ agree to join forces with the AK Armia Krajowa, the Home Army, the fighting unit of the Polish underground in Poland that was loyal to the Polish government in exile in London. The Soviet-Polish cooperation was shaky. For a while, each side was not prepared to openly challenge the other. The Poles expressed their hostility toward Russian partisans in limited ways. When they caught a Russian partisan, they would beat him up. After they took his weapon from him, they would free him. In contrast, Jews caught by these Poles were not as fortunate. Unprotected small groups of Jewish civilians in bunkers or Jews who were roaming the countryside were attacked and killed. A statement by Bor Komorowski, the head of the AK, offers some clues for this double standard. Noting that independent forest dwellers made their appearance, he says that they were wild bands of all sorts of refugees living by robbery and were a terrible plague to people in the neighborhood, who were visited nearly every night by bandits who gradually deprived them of their last belongings. In agreement with the government delegate, I issued orders to the regional Home Army commanders to undertake the defense of the population against the violence of disturbing elements. My order was immediately used by Communist and Soviet propaganda as an accusation against the Home Army, the government in London, and myself for opposing Soviet partisans. They knew that my orders were forbidding clashes with Soviet or Communist partisans. A Pole sympathetic to the government in London seems to be justifying and clarifying this order when he says that Jewish bands in the forests were robbing and looting the peasants, and the Home Army moved against them to protect the local population and to order. In line with Bor Komorowski's directive, the White Poles were using Jews as shooting targets. A group of 12 men from the Jewish family camp Zorin was attacked on the way back from a food expedition. Only one escaped to tell the story. When I asked Tuvia about this incident, in his characteristic manner, he cut through the ambiguities. They attacked the Jews because they were anti-Semites, and obviously because they were afraid to murder Russians. All along, the Soviets saw the Polish underground's loyalty to the Polish government in London as a serious interference. When the Red Army moved into Polish territory, particularly in late 1943 and 1944, it was ruthlessly destroying the non-communist Polish resistance. In the late fall of 1943, Russian headquarters in the Naliboka forest ordered a surprise attack on the Kosciuszko group. Several Otriads were asked to contribute fighters. The Bielski unit sent 50 men. At dawn, the Poles were surrounded, and without a single shot were taken prisoners. About 50 who were away from the base were not included among the captured. One of the participants in this attack, Greenstein from the Ponumarenko Otriad, says, "When we took these Poles prisoners, we divided the soldiers among them into small groups and sent each group into a different Russian unit. Many of them had come from the surrounding villages and towns. Soon, most of them ran away. For a while, these Poles were watched closely, yet the ultimate fate of most of them is not known. In contrast, the Polish leaders were arrested, including Mileszewski. Kept in a bunker, they were guarded closely until an order came to send them to Moscow. The same plane that took these prisoners to Moscow had earlier brought Poles from the USSR for the explicit purpose of organizing pro-Soviet Polish partisan units. Although a large Polish Otriad had been disbanded, this did not eliminate Polish underground fighters from the region. They remained active in the surrounding villages. When Russian guerrillas would come to such a village for food, they were told that they were protected by Poles. Jewish partisans in particular tried to avoid areas dominated by White Poles. Poles preferred not to enter the forests and stayed in surrounding villages. Well organized and strong, they continued to attack unprotected Jewish civilians. Bielski partisans who went on food expeditions would occasionally stop over at the Ordzhonikidze Otriad. the part of the original Bielski group now commanded by Russians. As head of intelligence, Zeus would supply them with important information about road safety. Occasionally too, Ordzhonikidze would offer them luxury gifts like salt, vodka, eggs, fat, and more. Placed at the edge of the Naliboka forest as a fighting unit, Ordzhonikidze gave a measure of protection to its parent, the Bielski Otriad. Chapter 12. The Fate of Women. I was walking alone in the forest. A man with a rifle stopped me. I thought it was a partisan, but I was not sure. I was frightened. He pretended to be arresting me. He was 40 or so, maybe a Belarusian. He told me to follow him and took me to a tent. Then he forced himself on me. He did not ask. He just did it. He raped me. Inside me something broke. I was sick. This feeling stayed and stayed for years. I could not look at men. I had some kind of an inner conflict. I was excited about sex, but I was scared, turned inward. I did not like the physical part of sex. I did not put sex in an important place. I am glad I don't need it. I imagine that many women had similar experiences. Shocking, this rape, horrible. A young teenager at the time, this girl escaped from a ghetto and lost her way. She spoke about the rape only at the very end of a lengthy interview. When she did, her voice was monotonous, halting, as if pushing back some invisible force that demanded attention. After this hurtful experience, the girl moved on, finding comfort from other fugitives to whom she became attached and with whom she joined the Bielski Otriad. I heard about the fate of some other women ghetto runaways from Hirsch Smola, a prominent communist partisan. One day, Smola received an unexpected visit from Tavel, a one-time rabbinical student, a brave partisan, and a personal adjunct to a respected head of a Soviet brigade. One glance at Tavel told his host that something terrible had happened. Smola recalls that, short of breath, in a strange voice, Tavel tried to tell me something. At first, all I could figure out was his, "You must come." The boy had a horse ready for me. Then I heard that we were going to Niemen, a major river. This was quite a distance from us. When I asked what it was about, he answered that I would soon see for myself what they do. During the long ride that followed, the two barely spoke, and Smola sensed that this otherwise friendly youth wanted silence. He kept wondering what it all meant, but said nothing. They reached the river Niemen, the side identified as partisan land. When their horses stopped, the older man saw the answer to his questions. Scattered on the ground were bodies of young women who were clearly Jewish. They were dead. It was obvious that these women had tried to save themselves. They had succeeded in swimming through Niemen, and then they were murdered. They had come to our side. On our side there were no Germans. We stood there stunned. After what seemed like a long time, motionless, with eyes on the ground, Tevel whispered, "What should I do?" His question was addressed to the man next to him, a man who, because of his communist convictions, had spent many years in Polish jails. Now this man was speechless. When Smola recovered, his answer was, "Tevel, say Kaddish," a Jewish prayer for the dead, and Smola did the following. "I went to our headquarters and I made a big fuss. I screamed. I told them that our people had murdered the Jewish women. I demanded justice. To this, the commander, who was sent to us from Moscow, said that after all this was war and we have received a notice that the Germans were sending Jewish women to poison our food kettles. This was an excuse for the killings. Nothing changed." In the forest, physical strength, perseverance, fearlessness, and courage were all highly valued. No one associated these characteristics with being a woman. In the rough, jungle-like environment of the forest, most men were convinced that women were unfit for combat and therefore burdensome. The Soviet government did not support such views. On the contrary, the government officially praised women's contributions to guerrilla warfare. In fact, it claimed that women partisans symbolized the supreme dedication and patriotic struggle for the country. Although widely publicized and backed politically, women's participation in the Russian partisan movement was limited. The estimated proportion of women among these forest fighters ranges from 2 to 5%. In contrast to approving governmental attitudes, the partisan leadership in the forest was convinced that this small number of women was all the movement could effectively absorb. Usually, women who joined Soviet partisan detachments were relegated to unimportant duties. The closest they came to combat was working as scouts and intelligence agents, but even these jobs were performed only rarely. Eagerness to participate or special fitness seldom tipped the scale in their favor. Instead, most women were assigned to service jobs involving the kitchen, cooking, and keeping the place clean. It has been argued by some that women's acceptance into Russian partisan detachments was due largely to their usefulness as sex partners. Indeed, officers from a brigade commander down to battalion commanders would select sexual partners from among the women enlisted in a unit. When this happened, these women became the property of the officers, which by implication gave them officer status, with the privileges that went with the position of their partners but without combat assignments. Most high-ranking Russian partisans had mistresses. In recognition of this arrangement, such a woman was called a transit wife. Most Christian women stayed in the forest because of a special relationship with a man. Only a fraction came because of a desire to oppose the Nazis, and even a smaller proportion because their lives were endangered. Within the forest, non-Jewish women were a defiant minority. Unlike their Christian counterparts, Jewish women came to the forest to avoid death. Before entering the woods, such Jewish fugitives knew that for a woman alone, it would be much harder than for a man, and that the possibility of rape and murder was real. They also realized that powerful men could give them some protection, and the more powerful the man, the better the chances for staying alive. Indeed, actual acceptance into a Russian detachment usually depended on a woman's readiness to become a partisan's mistress. It was common for young girls to sleep with Russian commanders, political heads, or whoever was in power. On the other hand, if a partisan, any partisan, helped a woman, he expected to be paid with sexual favors. While most male partisans were eager to have sexual relations with women, they also accused them of promiscuity. The very women they desired as sex partners, they viewed with contempt. In male conversations, for example, whore was often substituted for the word woman. In the forest, Jewish women in particular encountered dangers and refusals to become members of partisan units. Threats and rejections became more pronounced with time when more Nazi collaborators were joining Russian detachments. Jewish women were doubly disadvantaged, as Jews and as women, because of ethnicity and gender. As a result, a large but unknown proportion of Jewish women perished on the way to and inside the forests. Of those who stayed alive, some found refuge in Soviet units and some in Jewish detachments. Only a small fraction survived in small scattered family groups. Of the Jewish women accepted into Russian otriads, the majority became mistresses of partisans, usually officers. But officers with Jewish mistresses were under pressure to terminate their relationships. Sometimes such partisans would send their mistresses away to the Bielski otriad. Sometimes, as in the case of Marchwinsky and Shematoviets, they would go with them. There were always exceptions. Some partisans, because of their special contribution to a Soviet otriad, would be allowed to keep their women. Also here and there, a Jewish woman would be allowed to join a Soviet otriad because of a connection to a powerful partisan, unrelated to sex. A brother or a father might keep his female relative if he was important enough for the otriad. A Jewish woman's acceptance into a Soviet detachment sometimes had nothing to do with her relation to a man. Not all women were ready to trade sex for protection. Significantly, too, only a fraction of women qualified for such transactions. Most women lacked two basic requirements: youth and good looks. Yet special skills could overcome misogynist attitudes. A physician, a nurse, even a good cook would be accepted into a Soviet detachment without becoming anyone's mistress. In sharp contrast to most Soviet otriads, the two Jewish camps in the Belarusian forests, the Bielski and the Zorin otriads, had a policy of unconditional acceptance of all Jews. Sex, age, or any other characteristic of a Jewish fugitive made no difference. Any woman who reached the Bielski otriad was automatically accepted. The problem for Jewish women was learning about the Bielski and Zorin otriads, and once they knew about them, reaching them safely. Most women realized that alone in the forest, their chances of reaching a haven were slim. A connection to an appropriate man could ease the move from the ghetto to a safe place in the forest, shielding a woman from hurtful experiences and death. Men who could do that were usually the more resourceful lower-class youths, and because such youths could promise some safety, they had the freedom to choose their women partners. A simple, common youth had no trouble getting a socially superior girl, someone he could have only dreamt about before the war. Everyone wanted to live. Still, for an upper-class woman to become involved with a lower-class man was not easy. Sometimes upper-class Jewish parents preferred to see their daughters dead than sexually involved with a crude and uneducated man. These situations often resulted in painful confrontations and misunderstandings. For example, in the ghetto, one upper-class woman was courted by a crude lower-class man who had lost his wife and child during an action. He was determined to save this young woman. When he heard about an impending raid, he asked her to run away with him. The young woman had a father, mother, and sister in the ghetto and refused to leave them. The man pressured her, saying that he had consulted her father, who told him they should do what was best for them. Preparations for a ghetto escape were set in motion. Shortly before the couple's departure, when the daughter went to say goodbye to her father, she heard him say that he did not mind dying because this way he would not have to see her as the wife of a common man. The couple left as planned. Both survived in the Bielski otriad. They were married for over 40 years. After his death, the woman explained that he became my husband only because he was going to save me, not for any other reason. Do not mention my name in this connection. I would have never married him before the war. I would have never met him. We lived in very different worlds. Often women would move out of the ghetto if they thought that on the outside they would find shelter. A man in the Bielski otriad, particularly if he was young and a fighter, would sometimes invite a woman via letters or verbal message to come to the Bielski otriad in a group led by a guide. Sometimes the partisan in question was the group leader. Sulia Rubin joined the Bielski otriad because of an invitation from the partisan Israel Kotler. When she arrived, she realized he was involved with another girl. Sulia knows that she would have never reached the woods if a male partisan had not asked her to come. Kotler's invitation had told her how to escape, as well as how and where to reach the Bielski otriad. It also promised her a welcome. Other women were invited, but not necessarily by a boyfriend. Sometimes the invitation came from a relative or friends. To be sure, some women like Sulia arrived at the Bielski camp in a group, but without an invitation. Some came alone. Others happened to stumble on the Bielski camp by chance. Sometimes such women had not even known about the otriad's existence. Still others were picked up by Bielski scouts searching for Jewish fugitives in need of a haven. No matter how a woman arrived, no matter who she was, when she reached the Bielski otriad, she could automatically become a member. Often critical of Tuvia, the nurse Lily Krawitz tells how without any hesitation he had admitted her girlfriend with a sickly and elderly mother. Inevitably, the older woman became a burden for the otriad, yet this was by no means an isolated instance. Tuvia's policy of unconditional acceptance of every Jew, man, woman, and child no doubt accounts for the high proportion of women, a proportion that fluctuated between 30 and 40%. Inside the camp, a few basic rules applied equally to men and women. Every individual was entitled to a minimum allotment of food. Tuvia permitted no deviations from this rule. All adults, men and women, were also required to do guard duty. Only a few were excused because of physical handicaps, age, or excessive nervousness. Tuvia wanted to see his people occupied. New working opportunities were created in the Naliboka forest when the people settled there for the second time, with the establishment of more permanent workshops. In addition to offering a measure of personal satisfaction, work could lead to extra food earnings and thus supplement the official diet. This, for example, was true for nursing jobs. A nurse was automatically entitled to some additional food. Many women took advantage of different job opportunities. As for overall improvement of positions, women had fewer options than men. Besides, the road that led from a malbush to an improved social position was different for men and women. As noted earlier, a man could change his situation by acquiring a gun, which usually meant going on food expeditions and ceasing to be a malbush, and some men, after receiving a gun, distinguished themselves as scouts and fighters. No such opportunities were available to women who were discouraged from carrying arms. They were also barred from food missions. Men felt that during an expedition, the presence of women would increase the danger of these missions. The few women who possessed weapons were excluded from participation in food expeditions, except for Chaha, Asael's wife. She accompanied her husband on a few missions, and Asael's high position in the Otriad made this possible. When some women complained about these restrictions, they were told that every army needs a large supporting group and that women belong to this part. In the very rare instances when a woman with a weapon reached the Bielski Otriad, it would be confiscated. Guns belonged to men, not to women. This was the law of the forest. Raja, an independent woman, justifies this custom and insists that Tuvia needed these guns for men who went on food expeditions. Usually, the single, unattached women were dressed in rags, with shoes that threatened to fall apart or no shoes at all. A woman without shoes had to wait for her turn with the shoemaker. But if she had nothing to bribe him with, her turn might never come. If a woman was single and young, men would court her, sometimes in unusual ways. Before Sulia Rubin got a steady boyfriend, at night, in the collective Zimlanka, men would find their way to her bunk. She had difficulties fighting them off. An older woman advised her to keep a twig next to her and hit whoever would approach her. When she did, she would notice a number of bruised faces the morning after. The men soon stopped bothering her. As a rule, such unsolicited nightly advances did not result in a steady relationship. But most people felt that a woman needed someone to take care of her, and this someone had to be a proper man. A newly acquired lover was called a tavo. It is a Hebrew word, a masculine address, that within the context could be translated into come here. Because men with guns went on food expeditions, a woman who had a steady tavo with a gun had more and better food than an unattached woman. Whatever social value a youth with a gun had, it was automatically transferred to his girlfriend. And because a woman without a man did not amount to much, most young girls looked for an appropriate tavo. While many women made a stable connection to one particular man, some had casual sex with different men. Others made a decision not to become attached at all. There were no official weddings. When a man and a woman shared a tent or a bunker and acted as if they belonged to each other, others began to treat them as married. A majority of adults, over 60%, lived as couples. Opinions about the newly created couples vary. Some claim that forest unions were a result of sober deliberations. Some feel that love in the forest was physical and rarely anything else. Others criticized these unions on the grounds that women were selling themselves to men. Women who entered into marriages that improved their lot explain their decisions in different ways. Sulia, whose father was an oral surgeon and whose mother was a dentist, automatically belonged to the elite of Novogrodek. She readily admits that when in November 1942 she reached the Bielski Otriad, her privileged background gained her entry into the Ziemlanka of the equally privileged family, the Boldos. In the forest, the Boldos continued to have a top position because of their family ties through Sonia Boldo to Zeus Bielski and through Chaga to Asael Bielski. In addition, the two Boldo youths, Pinchas and Joseph, were fighters. Sulia explains, "The Boldos took me in because Arksik Bielski brought me there and asked them to keep me. He knew who I was. He was in awe of me." While Sulia's background gave her an initial advantage, it did not nullify her camp position of a malbush. She explains that every Ziemlanka had a nebich, a hanger-on, a malbush. I was it, not fit for anything. They took me in reluctantly. In fact, as soon as her teenage protector left, some of those in the Ziemlanka began to grumble. "What do we need another malbush for?" Others called her a whore. This name-calling was interrupted by the appearance of a man who, to Sulia, looked like a giant. Tuvia Bielski paid a visit to the Ziemlanka. She heard him say, "Shut your mouth. How many girls do we have like that? As many as there are, I will take them. Just let them come." He made me feel comfortable. He made me feel that I had a place. To me, Tuvia seemed like a legend, unreal. To see an armed Jew who was a leader, strong, I was so impressed. While this initial meeting with Tuvia made Sulia feel more protected, it did not help her adjust to the conditions of the camp. As a Malbush and a newcomer, she was assigned to low-level duties. She had to cook, but did not know how, nor did she know how to start a fire. To keep whatever little flame she had going, she would blow and blow. As a result of this constant blowing, her face, neck, and hands were all covered with sod and ashes. An old man in the Zemlanka took pity on her. Although himself weak, he tried to assist her. With his help came a lot of mumbling. "What will become of you? How will you manage? How?" Sulia had no answers to these questions. Instead of concentrating on her work, she was dreaming about a fur coat. She had reached the forest wearing only a sweater. Overwhelmed, Sulia became depressed. Her parents and sister were still in the ghetto. She was convinced that if she had them with her, her troubles would disappear. An appropriate boyfriend, she knew, could bring her family to the forest. This idea lifted her depression. She became actively involved in searching for a partner. Among her new friends was an older man who had recently lost his wife and children. He became a heavy drinker and had no interest in life or women. This man agreed that Sulia's troubles could be solved by finding a Tavo. He felt that his younger brother, Boris Rubiozewski, a brave partisan, a scout, and a constant food collector, would be a good choice. Soon, Sulia was introduced to a simple, uneducated youth who had guts and a gun. Boris had never imagined that he could have such a refined girl for a wife. Sulia, too, had never met this kind of boy. Repulsed by his common ways, she was impressed with his courage. For Sulia, it was not a question of love or attraction. She respected his strength and expected two things from him: to improve her economic lot and to rescue her family from the ghetto. Boris was interested. As proof of his intentions, he presented her with a fur coat confiscated during one of his missions. Although the fur signaled a deal, Sulia continued to keep him at a distance. Before taking the final step, she made her future Tavo promise that as long as they would be in the forest, he would not leave her. She was trying to avoid future humiliation. Boris readily agreed to her demands. Next, through guides, Sulia notified her parents about her decision to take a lover. Her mother was opposed to this union. Sulia knew that her mother was a snob and thought that he was not good enough. Her mother's letter said, "A woman who sells her body to exist I can understand, but you sold your soul because you will never leave him." Sulia did not listen to her mother's complicated message. She had reached the Bielski Otriad in November 1942. By April 18, 1943, she had a steady Tavo. Of the 6 months alone, she says, "It was like 6 years of Siberian torture. But in that time, I learned how to cook well. They taught me how to shoot. I knew how to clean a gun." Sulia notes that after the 6 months, "Right away I was dressed. Right away I got a pair of boots. I had a fur. To have a man who did not look at anybody else and who protected you was something marvelous. Soon we got a permit to build a Zemlanka. I told my 2 best friends, Raja and Lola, I have my Tavo. The 2 of you can wait till the end of the war. You will stay with me. Whatever I have, I will share with you. Don't rush into any relationship." 36. Almost 50 years later and married to the same man, Sulia explained that, "It was enough that I did what I had to do. At least I wanted my 2 best friends to have the freedom to choose someone they loved." Sulia's mother never met the son-in-law she so vigorously objected to. The family was murdered before Boris was able to arrange for their ghetto departure. Although Sulia was pushed into this union by her inability to adjust, saving her family was no doubt an important consideration. Some women insist that in the woods, male-female relationships were based on more than just an exchange or wish for services and goods. A woman, they argue, felt more secure if she had a man. Paisia Bayrach explains that, even though we women did not go out for combat and food missions, we had to deal with military actions. The Germans would attack us. A woman who had a man with a gun felt more secure. Lily Krawitz, an upper-class woman and a nurse, became attached to a lower-class man in the ghetto. She is convinced that without him she would have never left, nor would she have survived. In the Bielski Otriad, her husband became a fighter, which gave Lily many advantages. She thinks that women who married as she did were totally dependent on their men. Trying to understand these socially asymmetrical marriages, she points out that, after all, no one forced a woman to become attached to any particular man. About herself, Lily says, "I was young, hungry for love like so many other young women, and these men gave us love. For my husband, it was a great thing that he got a supposedly superior woman. He was grateful to me for it. He was proud of the fact that I wanted him and behaved very well toward me. I'm not even sure if he loved me or not. For me, his goodness was compensation for everything else. I don't think that a woman would have sold herself for food, more likely for security. During a raid, a man would look after her. It was important. One always lived in fear about what might happen next. How does one live with this fear all alone? A young girl needed someone. I do not agree that women were selling themselves, but it was not love either. To be sure, men rather than women would select a partner, but if a woman did not like the man, no one forced her. She was free to reject a man." The Bielski Otriad had many couples in which a resourceful husband protected not only his wife, but also her relatives. One of these unions was that of the Russian commissar, Shemetovets, his father-in-law, an Orthodox Jew, the same age as the son-in-law, and his 18-year-old daughter. Somehow his pretty daughter never smiled. As a neighbor, Tamara Rabinowitz had many opportunities to observe the Orthodox Jew at prayer. He prayed outdoors, and Tamara was struck by his unusual habit. As he swayed from side to side, praying, he would spit. He swayed and spit, swayed and spit. Intrigued, one day Tamara decided to find out what this strange combination meant, and if it was in any way related to his Russian son-in-law. She recalls, "I went out to investigate, to hear what he was saying as he spit. I passed close to him and heard, 'Drop dead.' Each time he prays and spits, he swears he should break his legs, let the earth swallow him up, and so on, adding all kinds of curses. He was saying all this in Yiddish. But some male-female relationships were short-lived affairs. In the Bielski Otriad, as in most other detachments, the powerful men had easier access to women than the rest, and Tuvia and Zeus took full advantage of these opportunities. In their defense, some say that although the two brothers had many affairs, each tried to stay away from married women and those who had steady boyfriends. Others accused them of trying to sleep with every attractive woman. Chaha comes to her brother-in-law's defense by pointing out that Tuvia was a man any woman could easily fall in love with. She admits that he was sexually active but insists the women were really after him. He was gorgeous and supposedly good in bed. Others echo her statement and emphasize that he did not force anyone. He never pushed himself on anyone. All the women in the Otriad were in love with him. He was extremely attractive and he was the commander. One always had a way out. Some women even bragged that they slept with him. Some partisans are convinced that Tuvia respected women, that he gave them a chance to be self-sufficient, adding that, if any of these women became his mistress, it was because they were chasing him. Talk about Tuvia's infidelities covers the time he was married to Lilka, the most beautiful girl in the forest. Not yet 20, Lilka was madly in love with her husband. Although she suffered because of his sexual escapades, she was willing to overlook his transgressions and made an effort not to interfere. Some think of her as refined but removed from the rest of the Otriad. Some see her as restrained, someone who knew how to keep secrets. She did not try to make an impression. While people might have had an inferiority complex when dealing with her, she herself did not act like the wife of the commander. As far as her husband was concerned, she tried not to see much of what was happening. Maybe it was better for her not to know too much. When she talks about herself, Lilka leans toward this last assessment. Others tend to disagree and say that Lilka was trying to show that she was the wife of the commander. Some suspect that she wanted everyone to appreciate her and bow to her. Actually, she was a young, inexperienced girl and, despite her beauty, not exceptional, just like so many other youngsters in the forest. Perhaps these diverse opinions are not as incompatible as they seem. Retiring people are often shy and give the impression of snobbishness and distance. Being Tuvia's wife in itself separated her from the rest of the people without her trying to do anything about it. Indeed, when asked to evaluate Lilka, Tamara Rabinowitz said, "In the forest she had her clique. Her people were those that belonged to the court. They were riding horses, they would wear pants, they had boots. Each one of them had a gun. When Lilka was on a horse and I, Tamara, walked, she would look down at me. What was I to her, the wife of a man who does not have shoes? Nothing. In the forest, people like us were not worth much. What counted was the gun and one's closeness to the rulers. My husband and I were removed from it. Nevertheless, they treated us very well, especially Tuvia and Asael." Despite Tuvia's infidelities, when Lilka talks about their marriage, she emphasizes the positive. She insists that he taught her a lot about life, about love. Wistfully, she recalls that, when there was danger, he always looked after me. He could rely on me too. I never interfered. I did not nag him. I did not force him to take me or stay with me. She even defends Tuvia's infidelities when she says that his private life was his business. If he went on a mission and slept with someone, I did not see, I did not know. Who cared? Even in front of me, women approached him. Others say that probably for Tuvia it wasn't a question of love. Lilka was young and beautiful. It was sex. His wife Sonia was killed. He began to drink too much after that. He wanted to forget. He stayed away for about 2 weeks. Before that, the family had lived together in one tent. He came back to his family, to the same tent. Lilka and her father were there. Lilka's deep commitment to her husband was atypical. Most forest unions began with a woman offering sex in exchange for goods, for protection, for security. Asael Bielski's devotion to Charja resembled Lilka's feelings for Tuvia. Some of those who speak about Asael and Charja are convinced that this marriage would have never taken place before the war. Although Charja might have agreed with this assessment, she learned to see Asael in a different light. About his attitudes toward her, she says, "He did not have any other women. He adored me. He felt that I was worth more than any other woman. I was a virgin. This he appreciated, especially since I had quite a number of boyfriends." Others also emphasize Asael's devotion and love for Charja. Charja came to value his warmth and generosity. Looking at her marriage from a distance of almost 50 years, she says, "I loved him very much. He was very decent. He had inborn intelligence. He was brave, daring, courageous. He was very handsome. He knew how to love. He did not touch me for a whole year. He went to non-Jewish women because he was afraid that I would become pregnant. When we were liberated, the same night I became pregnant. He wanted to make sure that I would not leave him. I would have never left him. He proved himself." Several women mentioned a time lapse between the decision to become sexually involved with a man and actual lovemaking. They seem to have a need to affirm that they did not go to bed with a man right away. Sonia Boldo, for example, insists that Zeus did not leave her for another woman because when she met him, she was able to resist his sexual advances. Sulia also made a point of telling me that although she agreed to become Boris's mistress, it took quite some time before she lost her virginity. I have no way of knowing whether this occurred or not, and perhaps the truth here is not so important. Just saying that they did not easily become sexually involved with a man may have restored some of their self-esteem. These women were brought up thinking that a good girl had sexual relations only with a man to whom she was properly married. Perhaps the upheavals and turmoil of war failed to erase these ideas. Old traditions do resist change. And even in the forest, these traditions were expressed in a variety of ways. The kinds of jobs men and women had reflected some old values. Each group gravitated toward tasks traditionally associated with womanhood and manhood. Not only were the men in charge of the Otriad bearing arms and supplying the group with essential provisions, but even the non-leaders, those who stayed inside the camp, were busy with the so-called manly jobs. Men who were not a permanent part of a workshop would cut trees, collect building materials, and build ziemlankas. The heavy job of digging wells also belonged to men. In contrast, women devoted themselves to traditional jobs that involved different ways of caring for people. Chaja, for example, busied herself with the welfare of others, particularly women's welfare. Washing in the winter was a problem. She taught the women that by rubbing their bodies with snow, they would achieve several excellent results. Snow would clean the skin, massage it, and raise the body's temperature all at once. Enterprising and energetic, Chaja was constantly working on new projects that benefited women. She was soothing and universally loved. The care of children was automatically left to women. The number of children fluctuated with time, ranging from 10 to 30. The Germans were determined to destroy Jewish children. By eliminating the young, they expected to do away with Jews as a people. An estimated 1.5 million Jewish children were murdered during World War II, and this Nazi obsession made the children who survived particularly precious. On the other hand, it was harder to smuggle children out of the ghettos than adults, and it was also harder to protect them on the outside. Indeed, all conditions conspired to make the rescue of Jewish children an exception. Although faced with insurmountable obstacles, Tuvia was eager to save children. He instructed his ghetto guides to bring back children, particularly orphans, and occasionally they did. Many members of the WWII had lost their children, so they doted on those in the camp. Informal adoptions of orphans were accepted and gratifying, both to the adopting parents and the children. During the manhunt of 1943, when crossing the swamps of the Naliboka forest, people willingly carried the orphan children on their shoulders. Of the WWII's youngsters, only a few were younger than 10. Most were in their teens. All children were dressed in clothes inappropriate for their age and height, a combination of anything within reach. With little or no parental supervision, they adopted the crude obscenities of partisan speech and loved to curse loudly in imitation of their elders. One of them, the Garfunk boy, 4 or so, would salute in front of Tuvia in the morning and say, "Commander, allow me to report that in our Ziemlanka whoring has been taking place." The adults in the WWII, including Tuvia, appreciated the boy and showered him with special favors. The children would roam around the forest in groups. They played at soldiers, pretending to take revenge on the Germans. Through their games, they reproduced life in the ghettos and around them. Sometimes they would become so involved playing that they would beat up those who assumed the roles of Germans. Much of their time they would spend spying on adults. They knew many secrets. In the morning after the cows were milked, one could see children head toward the cowshed with tins in their hands. They would come for their daily milk ration. Later they would go to the forest to collect berries. Even in cold weather, groups of youngsters would scatter in close proximity to the camp and search for the few leftover berries. Sometimes they were joined by adults who were on the lookout for mushrooms. The adolescents were mobilized into the workforce. Some tended the cows and horses, helping out in the cowshed and stables. Occasionally they would help with kitchen jobs, and some youngsters found work in workshops and served their apprenticeship as shoemakers and carpenters. Toward the end of 1943, it was decided that children, particularly the younger ones, should lead a more orderly life. A woman partisan, Chesia, was in charge. In a hut, each day, she assembled about 20 youngsters. This was a special kind of school, without books, pencils, or paper. There was no formal teaching. Instead, the children listened to Chesia's stories, played group games, went on excursions, exercised, sang, and laughed. For the Purim holiday, they prepared a show. The commander, his staff, and all other guests crowded into the large hut of the workshops where a stage had been set up. It was a cold day. A strong wind carrying gusts of snow howled outside. We watched the children ascending the stage. They sang and recited in Yiddish and Russian. They were dressed in white shirts and red ties. Their innocent charm lit up the faces of the dancers and gymnasts. The audience seemed mesmerized. Suddenly, in the middle of a dance, one of the partisans jumped up shouting, "Where are my children? Revenge! Revenge!" He drew his gun, ran out, and shot several times into the air. This outburst was met with total silence. People continued to sit immobilized. After what seemed like a long time, slowly, still without saying a word, they left their seats. Some quietly wiped their tears away. As if embarrassed, without looking at each other, one by one, they disappeared into the darkness of the night. The grown-ups loved children and would have welcomed newborn babies. But constant threats, harsh living conditions, and the severe weather all conspired against it. In fact, there was an informal rule against new births. Women had to carry the burden of unwanted pregnancies, and abortions were common. These were performed under the most trying circumstances, with inadequate instruments and without medication. Dr. Hirsch, the camp's physician and gynecologist, was kept busy performing abortions not only on women from the Bielski Otriad, but also on those from the surrounding Russian detachments. The ever-smiling, thin doctor, his instrument case always in his hand, was very busy. His surgical reputation spread far and wide. In payment for his services, the doctor would receive such valued provisions as fat, pork, flour, and other food articles. He demanded edibles from partisans who went on food missions and gold coins from those who could afford them. It was gossiped that his instrument bag and a special bag he had tied around his neck were each filled with gold coins. Women from the Bielski Otriad who could not afford his fees were accommodated free of charge. Although most people agreed that no child should be born in the forest, those who refused to follow this rule were not pressured. In fact, 2 or 3 babies were born in the woods. Of the young women who were sexually active, many had 1 or more abortions. 1 woman died during the procedure. After the war, some of these women might have had difficulty becoming pregnant. To this day, women from the Bielski Otriad find it hard to talk about these experiences. Some had several abortions and were bitter about it, blaming the men for not practicing birth control. Although still hurting, most are frank about their feelings. Basically, their arguments run as follows. After all I paid with my body, did I need pregnancies yet? It depended on him, not on me. Stories about sexual escapades were widely circulated with few facts to substantiate or deny them. Some people deplored what they saw as pervasive promiscuity, while others denied that people were sexually active. Still, within the Bielski Otriad, coarse expressions about sex were part of everyday language. Men would jokingly equate having sexual intercourse with being alive. When asking a woman to become his sex partner, a partisan would say, "Let me check if I am alive." Although many young women were sexually active, no one coerced them into a relationship. No woman was ever raped in the Bielski Otriad. On the contrary, compared to the Soviet detachments, in the Bielski unit, women had more options. They had the freedom to refuse a man. No woman was dismissed because she rejected a man. In fact, no woman was even dismissed at all. Some of the women who could have had lovers opted for celibacy. One of them explains that, "There were many vulgar men. I did not go for such men. I saw how the partisans behaved sexually. I slept in the same Ziemlanka and I felt nauseated by them. I preferred to remain a Malbush." Riva Reich, young and attractive, also refused to become involved with a man. She preferred to concentrate on her nursing job. She readily admitted that a woman with a lover was more protected, but this was not for her. She had not even considered this possibility. Besides, she felt that as a nurse she was in a more favorable situation than most other single women. About her life she said, "I did not have it difficult because I was working. I felt good because I was helping people. I knew who needed what and was able to do things for them. I was surrounded by respect, approval. Tuvia protected me, and I did not care about anyone else." As a secretary of the Bielski Otriad, Raja concentrated on her work rather than on men. Women who withstood the pressure and refused to become involved with a man were more highly respected by the people in the Otriad than those who gave in. Frequently, these unattached women drew an unflattering picture of the men in camp as crude and sexually unappealing. At times, such views were transferred to men in general, and after the war, some of these women were reluctant to marry. Even some who in the forest had a male protector agree with these negative assessments of males. For example, before the war, Sulia Rubin preferred men to women as friends. The war changed her attitudes. She explains, "I did not see one man sacrifice himself and go to the grave with his children. My cousin went. She could have survived. A German wanted to save her. She was gorgeous, with blue eyes and dark curly hair. She won the beauty contest of the town Druzgeniki. Her name was Mina Benkanovsky. During a deportation, a German wanted to take her to the side that was spared. She said, "Aber meine Kinder, but my children. Die Kinder kann ich nicht. I can't take the children," was his answer. Da gehe ich mit den Kinder zum Tod. Then I will go to death with my children. This was during the first big action in Nowo-Grodek. Her husband was caught at the very beginning of the occupation with 50 other prominent citizens. They were all murdered. Sulia continues. Not only did the men not sacrifice themselves for their children, but when a man's wife was barely dead, he would already look for a woman with whom to have sex. This happened to me. We were hidden during an action. There was a man whose wife was taken away not long before that. He was trying to make out, first with my sister, then with me. I wanted a prince on a white horse to come and take me, but there was no one like this. I was attractive, young. Sure, men wanted me only for sex, not for my soul. The war cured me of all men. I tell my husband when he is jealous, "Don't be afraid. I don't need any men. I don't want them." Many of my girlfriends feel that way as women. We had them up to here. She places a hand above her mouth. Yet, after the war, like Sulia, most of the women continued to stay with the men they had married in the forest. When I asked why they did not change their seemingly unsuitable partners, the women had no answers. Perhaps their decisions had to do in part with the cultural climate of the times. In those days, a woman who lost her virginity lost much of her self-esteem. Perhaps these women thought that good men would find them undesirable. Most of these young women had lost their entire families, and the only people they were close to were their forest husbands. Perhaps they opted for the familiar, something that reminded them of their families and their lost world. In the forest, both Jewish men and women continued to suffer. Compared to men, women had fewer options. Their suffering was more serious if they had not come directly to the Bielski Otriad. For those who reached the camp, most had no one. Some lost their families while hiding in the woods. Others were raped by Russian partisans on the way to the camp. For practically all these women, the Bielski Otriad was the last hope. But life was harsh, even in the Bielski Otriad. Still, women rarely blamed this Otriad for their difficulties. Instead, they repeatedly emphasized that if it were not for the Bielski camp, they would have never made it. Whatever influence a woman had was usually channeled through a man to whom she was sexually attached. These male-female distinctions were a reflection of the society that had such values, and the partisan movement was embedded in it. Despite the elimination of lives and the destruction of the social fabric, some old traditions survived. Perhaps one might argue that the very devastation surrounding these people encouraged them to pursue whatever superficially might resemble normalcy. Perhaps the social, cultural, and spiritual vacuum created by the war demanded some familiar structures. Chapter 13. Keeping Order. Put a partisan's jacket on the ground, and it will begin to walk. Lice, the permanent inhabitants of partisan garments, were credited with this unexpected motion. Overcrowding, no change of clothes, and limited washing all acted as an invitation to these insidious pests. Lice are stubborn. Once they establish residence, they are difficult to dislodge. Inevitably, filth and lice lead to disease. Aware of this connection, Tuvia supported those who could improve the Otriad's cleanliness. Because WWII qualified for such work, he assigned her to double duty, nursing and sanitary inspection of the camp. Every morning she walked through the Otriad checking its hygiene. When she finished this overall survey, she stepped inside the kitchen and into several zimlankas. But Riva was only one of several women who took turns watching over the camp's cleanliness. Those who did not live up to the inspector's standards were asked to correct the situation. If they did not change, they were given a warning. When this too produced no results, Tuvia intervened, which usually took care of the problem. People knew that if they disobeyed him, there would be a public reprimand, even an arrest. While most people tried to cooperate with these efforts, Dr. Hirsch, the camp's physician, had no trust in the positive power of cleanliness. On the contrary, the historian Amarant notes that the doctor did not avail himself of the bathing nor cleaning facilities which existed in the camp. I rarely saw him wash, and his clothes were in awful condition. When we complained about the unsanitary conditions around our common food kettle, he would seriously, and in professional terms, try to convince us that dirt in food has advantages, is good for immunization. He would interject several scientific terms into his arguments, and we had to swallow our food in spite of ourselves. It was rumored that the doctor was rich, yet his personal appearance challenged this gossip. Dr. Hirsch wore dirty, shabby clothes, and his boots threatened to fall apart at any minute. The doctor seemed to have found an original, although sporadic solution for the special condition of his boots that was illustrated by the experiences of a partisan admitted into the hospital. Unable to make a diagnosis, Dr. Hirsch prescribed rest to this patient. While the man was in bed, the doctor wore his new boots. When he began to feel better, the doctor continued to prescribe bed rest. The boots, the patient thinks, were responsible for his prolonged hospital stay. The doctor, he suspects, used this method with other patients as well. Unlike Dr. Hirsch, his nurses devoted themselves to fighting filth and particularly its companions, lice. Nurse Kravitz encouraged people to boil their clothes, which, in effect, reduced the amount of lice. Nurse Reich devised another system. She told her patients to wipe themselves with their urine, particularly in places favored by lice, armpits and genital areas. Urine contains a chemical that kills lice, she insisted. The application of urine did reduce the population of lice without, however, eliminating all of them. Another approach used in cold weather by those who had a change of clothes was hanging garments outside their ziemlankers. When they did this, the next morning the snow underneath was covered with tiny yellowish spots, frozen lice. Some lice, however, survived even this ordeal. The traditional approach of washing also diminished the amount of lice, but to be even partially effective, washing required soap. During the German occupation, soap was a luxury. The Belarusian peasants had learned to do without it, and therefore partisan expeditions yielded no soap. As a substitute for soap, the Bielski Otriad used ashes, which were also added to pots of boiling laundry. Although a poor alternative to soap, ashes did reduce the population of lice. In the fall of 1943, in the Naliboka forest, Tuvia heard that one of his partisans, Sioma Pupko, knew how to make soap. This led to the establishment of a soap factory. Ashes and animal fat were the basic ingredients of this soap. The end product resembled dark brown dough, and because the quantities produced were small, they were distributed only within the Otriad. The manufacture of soap was soon followed by the establishment of a bathhouse. The deserted nearby town of Naliboki had a public bath. Like the rest of the town, the bathhouse was partially in ruins. Bielski partisans, some of whom were locksmiths and carpenters, collected and transferred stoves, pipes, and other equipment to the camp. The Otriad's finished bathhouse had 2 inside wells. This large structure was divided into several sections. One part was used as a fumigating room. Here, very high temperature would destroy some of the lice, and no doubt other disease carriers. People were urged to bring their clothes to this place, and many did. Sometimes a garment was so well disinfected that it fell apart. The lice were killed, but at the expense of their living quarters, the garment. This is how the partisan bassist lost a cherished fur jacket. Besides a regular bathing room, one room served as a Turkish bath. Heated stones made up a large part of this room. When water was poured over these stones, it created steam. The Bielski Otriad was proud of this bathhouse and urged guests to visit it. One of these visitors, General Platon, was full of admiration and was particularly impressed with the Turkish bath. The bathhouse operated from early morning until evening. Bathing was compulsory. Special times and days were allotted to residents of different Simlankas. Men and women used it separately. One enthusiastic supporter tells of how the bathers, were luxuriating in the hot vapor, lying on the benches, pouring water over each other. But one could not enjoy it for too long. Half an hour was allotted for each group. Those who went on outside missions had special access and usually, on their return, would avail themselves of their privilege and visit the bathhouse. The chief cook, Engelstern, was one of the few entitled to a daily bath. As soon as he distributed breakfast, he would head for the Turkish bath. In addition to helping people stay healthy, Tuvia and the headquarters also made provisions for death. A special piece of land was set aside for a cemetery. Of those who were buried there, the majority were victims of enemy attacks. Dr. Amaranth thinks that death took a short holiday and let the remaining refugees from ghettos bear their daily partisan tribulations and wait for the war to end. Most people avoided visits to the doctor. Some say that Dr. Hirsch had only 2 diagnoses: you will live or you will die. In part, people stayed away because, for no known reasons, life-threatening illnesses in the forest were practically non-existent. Despite the harsh weather conditions, very few partisans suffered from colds, coughs, or sore throats. It was as if the body learned to cope with the extreme temperature changes. Still, the Otriad did not escape from all health problems. People suffered from various kinds of skin diseases: blisters, scabies, boils, and furunculi. Inadequate hygiene and malnutrition contributed to these conditions. With a shortage of medications, the doctor and nurses tried to cope with these ailments in unconventional ways. Bullets were a help. The powder inside them contains sulfur, a disinfectant that fights infections. When this powder is mixed with fat, the result is a creamy substance that cures all kinds of skin diseases, including boils and furunculi. Boiled milk in the form of injections was also used for a variety of skin infections. A patient injected with milk would develop a fever, and the body would then mobilize its immune system to fight the infection. In the winter of 1943 to 1944, the Zhukov Brigade was moving away from the Naliboka forest. The commander wanted to leave behind a few wounded partisan officers for whom travel was difficult, as well as some women he considered superfluous. Tuvia agreed to accept both. As a thank you, the Soviet commander gave the Bielski Otriad food supplies, horses, cows, arms, and different articles of clothing. Lily Krawitz, the nurse, was assigned the care of one of the wounded officers. When this patient did not improve, Dr. Hirsch decided that he should go to Moscow for more extensive treatment. The wounded officer had to be moved to an airport and then flown to the USSR. The patient requested that his special nurse accompany him to the airport. Krawitz refused. She was afraid to make the trip. When she did not budge from her position, Tuvia stepped in. He reiterated the order. She had to go with the patient to the airport, or she would be shot for disobedience. Krawitz stuck to her initial decision and argued that since she was the wife of a fighter, she never took the extra food allotted to nurses, and because she was not receiving those special provisions, she had no obligation to follow Tuvia's order. As the wife of a fighter, she had enough food and therefore did not need the provisions. Krawitz had counted on her husband's support and influence, but at the time he was away on a food expedition. Lily ran away into the forest and waited for his return. The next day, when her husband came back, he went to see Tuvia. He used the same argument. Since his wife did not get extra food for her nursing duties, she should not be forced to go to the airport. Unmoved, Tuvia repeated the order and the warning. If Krawitz refused to accompany the patient, she would be shot for disobedience. She gave in, but was convinced that she had been wronged and another nurse should have taken her place. Almost 50 years later, she is adamant about this incident. Still very emotional, she said, "I was crying all the way to the airport. I was so scared. In fact, Boris, Sulia's husband, took me and left me there." It was not that Tuvia wanted to please the Russian. It was more a question of an order which I had to follow. After a week, they came to take me back. Later, Tuvia acted as if he had forgotten the whole incident. I never had any contact with him except for that one time. I never talked to him. Lily Krawitz never forgave Tuvia for what she saw as a personal defeat and an injustice. Krawitz's refusal to follow a commander's order was a challenge to his authority, and Tuvia could not tolerate this kind of disobedience. Had he allowed this to happen, it would have undermined his ability to lead. Moreover, it is to Tuvia's credit that once the incident ended, he took no punitive measures and behaved as if nothing had happened. On joining the Bielski Otriad, people were required to hand over to the nurse or doctor whatever medication they had. These drugs were then used for the sick. When Moshe Bayrak came to the forest, he brought some anti-infectious drugs and gave them to Dr. Hirsch. Much later, Moshe returned from a food expedition feeling very ill. His arm was infected, swollen, and filled with pus. Pain and high fever would not let him rest. Moshe begged his wife, Paisia, to go and ask the doctor for help. Dr. Hirsch tried to dismiss her, and when Paisia continued to plead for some medication, all the doctor said was, "Come back in half an hour and I will give you half a koguchik," equivalent to aspirin. Usually gentle and soft-spoken, at that time Moshe Bayrak was not in a condition to tolerate this kind of treatment. Feverish and furious, his only desire was to kill the doctor. Not fully dressed, he jumped out of bed, reached for his gun and ran out. Half crazed, he burst into the doctor's ziemlanka. When Mrs. Hirsch saw him, she screamed. In no time, Bayrak was surrounded by men who overpowered him and brought him back to his place. Moshe recalls, "In half an hour, all the high-ups came to my ziemlanka. Tuvia, Malbin, the nurse. Tuvia said, 'Bayrak, what happened to you?' Instead of answering, Moshe uncovered his arm, red, swollen, full of pus. It had an awful smell. Tuvia turned to the nurse and asked, 'How do you allow this to happen?' She said, 'I have nothing to wash it with. What can I do?' 'I don't care. Unearth it, but find some medication. Take care of it.' He turned to me and said, 'Bayrak, I give you my word that from now on they will attend to you.' Then he added, 'A person in your condition should not have a gun. Give me your gun.' I said, 'What are you doing to me?' This was a terrible blow for him. He repeated, 'A man in your condition should not have a gun. You see what could have happened. Give me your gun, and I promise you that the day you feel well and come to me, I will return your gun.' 21 Moshe adds, 'He spoke to me gently, like a father to a son. All was done with concern. By the way, he sat on my bed despite the horrible smell that came out of my arm. All the others who had come with him disappeared as soon as they saw what it was all about.' Tuvia's interest in Moshe's arm continued. He invited a doctor from a different Otriad to check on his condition. This specialist thought that the arm would have to be amputated, but because of Tuvia's intervention, Dr. Hirsch and the nurses took special care and no amputation was necessary. In the winter of 1943 to 1944, for the second time, typhoid fever paid a visit to the Bielski Otriad. People suspected that the clothes left by the Zhukov Brigade were the carriers of the disease. The epidemic spread like wildfire, and the estimated number of typhoid patients ranges from 60 to 140. An additional ziemlanka had to be built to serve as a hospital. No medication for treating typhoid fever was available. All the doctor and nurses could do was to try to keep the patients more comfortable. And since high fever took away the patient's appetite, they were fed boiled water and melted snow. Only with their fevers down, on the way to recovery, did the sick develop a ravenous appetite. Tuvia ordered special food for all of them: meat, milk, chicken, and chicken soup. To this day, some of the former Malbushim remember these post-typhoid meals as veritable treats. The epidemic claimed one life, but soon allowed all others to return to their previous activities. The beginning of 1944 brought a certain measure of tranquility to the Naliboka forest, but fewer external threats did not necessarily translate into internal peace. On the contrary, for some detachments there seemed a peculiar connection between external and internal threats. As outside dangers increased, people became more cooperative. In contrast, as soon as they felt more secure, they became more competitive, more critical, and more disobedient. All groups have provisions for keeping disruptive behavior in line, behavior that threatens to destroy their social fabric. Among the Soviet partisans, unruly conduct was punished haphazardly and severely. For example, When at a closed meeting Smola dared to criticize what to him looked like irresponsible actions by some leaders, he was secretly sentenced to death. His superiors decided that Smola was to be sent on a mission and shot on the way. Warned by a friend, Smola notified General Platon about this verdict. Platon, in turn, ordered him to come and stay at headquarters. Mazarek, Smola's friend, was less fortunate. A brilliant lawyer, writer, and linguist, and as a member of partisan headquarters, Mazarek had access to a radio and listened to the BBC News. He shared this news with the people at headquarters. Since the BBC was the centre for wartime information, Mazarek offered his listeners accurate news. To a Secret Service agent, an NKVD man, this looked very suspicious. This agent decided to eliminate Mazarek on the grounds that he was an English spy. Both the accusation and execution happened in secret. Mazarek was sent on a mission with a man whose job it was to shoot him. The official report stated that Mazarek was lost on a mission. In most Soviet otriads, falling asleep while on guard duty resulted in a death sentence. Quite a number of partisans lost their lives this way. Others were shot for less obvious reasons. Yakov Greenstein, a partisan in the Soviet otriad Ponomarenko, tells about his commander, Shapajev, who used to shoot at random when drunk, which was quite often. Once, Greenstein lost a dear friend for a different but strange reason. It happened during an anti-German mission that called for an 80-kilometer hike. Greenstein's friend could not keep up with the group. His feet were hurting. And because this otherwise courageous partisan lagged behind, the Russian commander shot him. Greenstein is convinced that this kind of an incident would have never happened in a Jewish otriad. In the Bielski otriad, human life was highly valued. But like all other detachments, the Bielski unit had provisions for controlling deviants. In the Naliboka forest, one Ziemlanka was converted into a prison. Falling asleep while watching the camp, refusal to obey an order, or unauthorized taking of goods, all resulted in a jail sentence of a few days. Berl Kafetz, a rabbinical student, was a shy, awkward youth who did not quite fit into the forest life. He seemed totally dependent on his older brother, a man with a gun and a frequent participant in food expeditions. One day after Berl's brother returned from a food mission, he was put into prison. He was accused of taking too many provisions for personal use. Berl became frightened. He went to headquarters to find out if he too would be punished. After he explained the purpose of his visit, Tuvia laughed and said, "Don't worry, go home and don't think about it. It does not concern you." Berl stayed in the Bielski otriad while his brother chose to move to a Russian detachment. Both survived the war. When people were accused of more serious crimes, the lawyer Volkovisky was assigned to their cases. He was the otriad's prosecutor. His job was to investigate whether accusations and suspicions were justified. Volkovisky was a methodical man. Once he was satisfied with the collected evidence, he presented it to the headquarters of the Bielski otriad. Among the more serious cases were Jews accused of collaboration with Nazis. In the Bielski otriad, this happened to 3 different men. Each raised sensitive issues. Should such Jews be accepted in the first place? Does the otriad have an obligation to punish these collaborators? There was also a question of evidence and the possibility that the accusations were unjustified. Heated, emotional debates surrounded each case, and each led to a different resolution. The first man, Landsman, came in the winter of 1942 to 1943. His arrival was preceded by reports that he had worked in the ghetto Nowagrodzic as a Gestapo agent and was responsible for the deaths of many Jews. In the forest, even before his arrival, some people were eager to get their hands on him. Just before he came to the forest, in an obvious reversal of fortune, the Germans were about to execute him. Landsman managed to run away, but only after a bullet penetrated his hand. His appearance at the Bielski base created an uproar. At a special meeting, emotions ran high. Only after a long shouting contest were some people able to express their opinions. One of them, Alter Titkin, Lilka's father, said, "Every Jew who leaves the ghetto should live together with us. The trials and judgments have to wait till after the war." But Titkin was in the minority. The rest felt that Landsman was a menace. He could run away and report their whereabouts to the authorities. Then someone raised the question of how this collaborator had known about the location of the camp. Actually, no one trusted him, not even Alter Titkin. The only difference between Titkin and the others was that he was against a death sentence while they were for it. The majority prevailed. Landsman became the first Jew to be officially executed in the Bielski Otriad. More ambiguous was the case of Daniel Ostazinski. As someone who was at first a high Judenrat official and later the head of the Judenrat in Novogrodeck ghetto, he had many enemies. Ostazinski was accused of supplying the German authorities with lists used for the collection and murder of Jews. But when the remnant ghetto inmates were on the verge of total annihilation, he helped organize a ghetto breakout. His defenders argued that through this action he rehabilitated himself. Others disagreed. As a ghetto runaway, Daniel entered the forest while searching for the Bielski Otriad and met a few Bielski partisans. They knew about Ostazinski's past and considered him a traitor. They began preparations for his execution by removing his boots, a partisan custom. It is much easier to take boots off a living than a dead person, since a dead person's feet have a tendency to swell. By chance, Sonia and Zeus Bielski came upon these preparations. Sonia and Daniel had been schoolmates and friends, and she stopped her friend's execution. Later, Sonia arranged for Ostazinski's acceptance into the Otriad. Powerful protection and absence of clear incriminating evidence allowed Daniel Ostazinski to stay in the camp. Rumors about his past continued. He must have known that some of the Novogrodeck Jews wanted him dead. For safety, Daniel never left the camp, never went on food expeditions. He never became fully integrated into the life of the Otriad and kept pretty much to himself. In the fall of 1943, among a group of arrivals from Lida was the barber Bielobroda, who came with his wife Miriam. In the Lida ghetto, Bielobroda had worked as an informer for Nazi collaborators, the Belarusian policemen. When Jews employed outside the ghetto were returning home, Bielobroda would tell the Belarusian policeman who was trying to smuggle food. The policeman would then confiscate the goods and share them with Bielobroda. The Jews were satisfied that no more severe punishment followed. Bielobroda thought that no one knew about the part he played in these confiscations. He was wrong. People were well aware of his collaboration and hated him for it. When Bielobroda reached the Bielski Otriad, he was spared, possibly because he had come to the forest at a relatively stable time. Perhaps another reason he was treated mercifully was that his collaboration, while causing hardship, had not led to loss of lives. In addition, Tuvia's overall reluctance to kill, particularly to kill Jews, was of help. Tuvia appointed him chief barber of the Otriad and hoped that Bielobroda would rehabilitate. In a short time, however, Bielobroda's conduct became suspicious. From time to time, he would ask permission to leave camp. At Tuvia's suggestion, Volkowiski started an investigation. He learned that during these outside trips, Bielobroda used his gun for robbing natives of their valuables, gold and jewelry. This was strictly forbidden. In itself, such action called for a death sentence. Additional evidence revealed that Bielobroda was also plotting with Israel Kessler, who was in turn trying to undermine Tuvia's authority. There was a trial, and the prosecutor, Volkowiski, demanded the death sentence. Bielobroda was shot and buried. Most of the people approved of this outcome. Justice had to be done not only in cases of collaboration with the Nazis, but also with the Soviets, when this was a part of internal intrigues against Tuvia. From the very beginning, Tuvia was confronted by internal disobedience. As early as the winter of 1942 to 1943, he had successfully dealt with a rebellion by temporarily disarming the opposition. One of these early rebels was Arki Lubchansky. He continued to agitate. As a self-appointed spokesman for the communist cause, he had to be handled with care. Like so many others, he appreciated the power and privileges that came with the commander's job. In short, Lubchansky wanted Tuvia's position. He became friendly with Soviet officers, telling them about his commander's disloyalty to the communist cause. about his commander's personal collection of gold and valuables, and his lack of concern for the welfare of his people. When these stories reached the Soviet partisan headquarters, Tuvia was asked to defend himself. Tuvia succeeded in clearing his name, but Lubchansky continued to stay in the Otriad. At the headquarters of the Bielski Otriad, Tuvia was advised to shoot the man for treason. "I don't like to kill Jews," Tuvia answered, but added, "We will throw him out." Officially dismissed, accompanied by his girlfriend, Lubchansky left with an order never to show his face again in the Bielski Otriad. This girlfriend soon returned, begging Tuvia to readmit her. None of the Russian Otriads was willing to accept her. She was readmitted on condition that she would not meet Lubchansky in the Otriad. The two could get together only away from the Bielski base. Lubchansky's girlfriend, his brother, and his sister-in-law continued to stay in the Bielski camp until the arrival of the Red Army. Archie Lubchansky was by no means the only one who tried to inject communist ideology into the Bielski camp. Opposition to such pro-communist efforts was dangerous. When communist propaganda was free from personal attacks, Tuvia tolerated it. Frequently, he pretended not to notice. Tuvia's patience was reflected in his treatment of Israel Kessler, a man he had earlier accepted into his Otriad. As a head of a subunit, Kessler enjoyed more freedom and independence than other partisans in similar positions. For Kessler, this was not enough, but Tuvia was not prepared to give more. Eventually, these differences surfaced. Israel Kessler was well adjusted to life in the forest. Despite his shady past as a professional thief and years spent in Polish jails, people appreciated his leadership qualities, courage, and concern for the plight of the Jewish people. But Kessler's commitment to saving Jews had some limitations. This is seen in the case of Abraham Weiner, a teacher, then a school principal, and a native of Naliboki, Kessler's birthplace. While on the run from a Nazi work camp, Weiner had heard that Kessler had been in charge of a partisan group in the days before the Kessler group joined the Bielski Otriad. When Weiner tried to join this group, Kessler said, "You cannot stay with us. You are not made of the proper material. You will not be able to kill, to fight. You are not fit to be a partisan." Weiner continues, "I left. I had no choice. I was rejected along with 3 others. We were from the same class. We were all educated. We had no arms, nothing. I dreamt about coming to the Naliboka forest. It was not easy. After this refusal, it took me about 2 months to reach Bielski." Despite this rejection, Weiner still described Kessler as very ambitious, energetic, and brave. Others, who were close to Kessler, think of him as good-hearted, as someone who liked to share what he had with the needy, and as a just man. Removed from the main base by more than a mile, Kessler's group was a well-run, orderly camp. He was totally in charge of the camp's internal activities. When it came to official dealings with the Soviet authorities, the Kessler group was represented by the leadership of the Bielski Otriad, mainly Tuvia. This bothered Kessler. Kessler's supporters minimize his aims. They insist that all he wanted was to transform his own group into an independent detachment with himself as commander. Others doubt that this was all Kessler desired. They are convinced that his wish to separate was only a first step in a more ambitious journey. They argue that if allowed to happen, such a break-off would have led to Kessler's takeover of the entire Otriad. No doubt Kessler had some leadership qualifications and charisma. He was well suited to life in the forest, and because of his past, it was particularly easy for him to confiscate goods. He had a sense for guessing which peasants had hidden jewelry and gold. Shrewd and calculating, Kessler knew how Soviet officers felt about Tuvia. Kessler stayed away from General Platon, a supporter of Tuvia, while trying to get close to General Dubov. Dubov disapproved of Tuvia and the Bielski Otriad. It bothered him that essentially it was not a fighting unit. But he was aware of Platon's protection of the Bielski camp and did not act on his opposition. Kessler approached Dubov with gifts of jewelry, with a request to support his wish to become an independent detachment, and with a complaint about Tuvia's mismanagement of funds. Dubov agreed to act, but asked for more evidence. Kessler delivered more letters in which he reiterated the accusations against Tuvia and expressed the wish to form a separate Otriad. Dubov passed on this information to General Platon, who invited Tuvia, Asael, and Malbin to headquarters. The three were confronted with two issues: the establishment of a separate Otriad out of Kessler's group, and accusations about the unauthorized acquisition of gold, jewelry, and money by the commander of the Bielski Otriad. For Tuvia, the request to reduce the size of his Otriad, even by a small number, touched a sensitive nerve. He had given up almost 200 people to form the Ordzhonikidze Otriad, but only because he realized that a refusal could lead to the destruction of his entire unit. Now the situation was different. This was not an order from Soviet authorities, but a demand made by a disobedient member of his own group. In itself, this demand was a challenge to Tuvia's authority. He felt that it was something he did not have to agree to. Besides, Tuvia was convinced that if he granted Kessler's wish, others would be only too glad to follow his lead and ask for another part of the Otriad, and then another. This could result in a breakup and eventual elimination of the entire camp. From the very beginning, Tuvia had fought for and succeeded in establishing a large detachment. He successfully argued that its size in and of itself offered safety, and history was proving him right. Scattered, small groups of Jewish runaways, even if armed, were at a disadvantage. Most were attacked and destroyed almost as soon as they were formed. Russian, Belarusian, and Polish partisans, while sometimes glad to destroy small Jewish units, were reluctant to attack a large group. Moreover, Tuvia made sure that his potential enemies were not aware of his weaknesses. They did not know how few of his people could defend themselves. He also made a point of not revealing the Otriad's limited supply of weapons and ammunition, and was determined always to appear strong. A reduction in size meant danger and the likelihood of a breakup. With some justification, he equated the survival of his Otriad with large size. But Tuvia did not expect Platon to be concerned about the survival of Jews. With this Russian general, he knew he would have to use different arguments and take into consideration Platon's needs. And so Tuvia argued that Kessler's independent unit would pave the way for other independent units and the eventual breakup of the entire Otriad. Inevitably, the splintering of the Bielski Otriad would interfere with the operations of the different workshops and lead to the disruption of production and services. In the end, the Soviet partisans who relied both on production and services would be the losers. To Platon, this made sense. He agreed that the Bielski Otriad had to continue in its entirety. This took care only of a part of the problem. Denunciations about unauthorized acquisition of gold, jewelry, and money had to be dealt with next. Although easily used as weapons, charges about irregularities in money matters were hard to prove and hard to deny. A Soviet decree further complicated matters. After the manhunt of 1943, the Russians ordered the confiscation of gold and jewelry from the local population and their delivery to partisan headquarters. As a result, in the areas controlled by the Russian partisans, personal possession of such valuables became illegal. Not easily enforced, this rule left much room for abuse. Partisans whose job was to collect these valuables would sometimes apply force before peasants agreed to part with their hidden treasures. In principle, each Otriad was allowed to confiscate for its own use only basic food, but each needed more than just food. The Bielski Otriad suffered from a chronic shortage of weapons, ammunition, medication, and more. For as long as the surrounding ghettos were in existence, inmates would steal drugs from the authorities and give them to the Bielski guides. Occasionally, a cow would be slaughtered, and a trustworthy peasant would go to town to sell the meat and buy medication. For example, Bayrak's arm was saved from amputation because of Tuvia's insistence that it should be cared for regardless of cost. Money was spent for his medication. All along, members of the Bielski Otriad had contributed part of the necessary money. Chaja recalls an early incident when Tuvia turned to her mother for help. Chaja's mother owned a fur-lined man's coat. Tuvia told her that in exchange for this fur coat, he could receive arms from the Russian commandant, Viktor Panchenko. Without a word, she took off her coat and handed it to him. When in the summer of 1943 Tuvia sent guides to the Lida ghetto, A few ghetto runaways still had some money and offered it to headquarters. Some of it was used for buying guns, some for medication. Tuvia took only what people were willing to part with. No one was ever coerced into giving. There were also those who refused to part with their money. When the Garfunks ran away during the liquidation of Leader Ghetto, Luba pinned dollars and gold pieces into her hair curlers. In the forest, she was stripped naked and searched by Russian partisans. They found nothing. The Garfunks, their little boy, and the money reached the Bielski Otriad safely. Although Luba felt grateful to Tuvia and knew that the Otriad was short of money, the treasure in her hair continued to stay there untouched until the summer of 1944, when the Red Army came to liberate them. Even though no one was ever pressured into giving money, stories about unfair financial dealings were common. Some accused Tuvia of personally amassing a fortune. Others claimed that the Bielski Otriad demanded entrance fees, with the implication that the poor were refused entry. Once established, such rumors did not go away. For example, the Sawickis reached the Bielski Otriad penniless. After they were admitted, Tuvia inquired if they had any money. Silla Sawicki was offended by this question, and I in turn was curious why she thought it was wrong of him to ask. After all, he had asked only after she and her husband were admitted into the Otriad. Embarrassed by my questions, Silla reluctantly backed down, saying, "It seems that there were expenses. Certain things they had to buy for money, for example. This was true for salt. They needed the money. Tuvia certainly did not want money for himself." Another partisan was more emphatic in dispelling rumors when she said, "People told me that you had to have gold to get into the Bielski Otriad. That was all baloney. I had nothing. They received us and gave a place to live." There is no evidence to support the idea that people had to pay for being admitted into the Bielski Otriad. The overwhelming majority of those who reached the forest and the Bielski Otriad were penniless. There was, however, an important difference between informal gossip about financial irregularities and formal accusations made by Soviet authorities. General Platon confronted the leaders of the Bielski Otriad with official accusations. Taking the lead in self-defense, Tuvia reminded Platon about the deliveries he had made of gold and jewelry to headquarters. He showed receipts to back up his statement, and this evidence turned the tide. Platon dismissed the accusations about financial irregularities as unfounded. Together with the previous decision that no subgroup should be formally separated from the Bielski Otriad, the entire interrogation turned into a victory for the accused leaders of the Bielski Otriad and a defeat for Kessler. This confrontation also brought out into the open Kessler's denunciations and demands. Kessler was fearful of retaliation. His friends remember him as depressed, afraid for his life. Still, he was unwilling to run away. Instead, he intensified his opposition to Tuvia as he searched for protection from the outside. Volkowiecki continued to monitor Kessler's moves and learned about more letters that denounced Tuvia's conduct. Together with special gifts, these letters found their way to various Russian commanders and their assistants. In addition, Kessler had someone compose a petition against Tuvia that he asked some Jewish partisans to sign. Essentially, this petition repeated all the previous accusations. When Sulia heard that her brother-in-law was asked to sign this petition, she reported it to headquarters. In the Bielski Otriad, if a partisan wanted to leave the base, he or she had to ask permission from the commander or whoever else was in charge. One day when Tuvia was away on official business, Kessler slipped out of the camp without telling anyone. He went to see Sokolov, a Russian general. Kessler returned with a letter from Sokolov stating that Kessler was visiting him on official business and under no circumstances should he be harmed. It was, in effect, a letter of protection. When Tuvia returned, he was confronted with news about Kessler's circulation of a petition, about more negative letters, and about the unauthorized trip to Sokolov. Tuvia ordered Kessler's arrest. Given a choice, Kessler's wife Rachel came with him. Volkowiecki was stepping up his investigation. 3 days later, he had even more incriminating evidence. At headquarters, Kessler was tried and sentenced to death. Just then, Chaha and Asael returned from a food expedition. On hearing the news, Asael volunteered to do the shooting. Chaja pleaded with him not to, but he would not listen. The trial and sentencing occurred without any public announcements. With about 10 people, leaders and officials, Tuvia went to see Kessler in prison. In addition to Kessler and his wife, there were 4 more prisoners. All were ordered to step outside the jail. Each was then asked to give reasons for the arrest. The offences ranged from failing to show up on a job to stealing a minor item. Tuvia did the asking. When Kessler's turn came, his answer was, "You know what my offence was." Then he proceeded to speak rudely and not to the point. Asael shot 4 bullets into him and he died on the spot. Rachel was afraid Asael would shoot her as well, but no one bothered her. She stayed in the Otriad and was liberated by the Red Army. Echoes from Kessler's execution reverberated for a long time and represented a range of reaction. Some of Tuvia's supporters argued that Kessler's denouncements would have led to Tuvia's death. They were convinced that Kessler was aware of this and wanted to become commander of the entire Otriad. They were also certain that the elimination of Tuvia would have led to the breakup of the camp and the possible deaths of most members. From their perspective, Kessler's death was a welcome and inevitable development, but not everyone felt that way. For example, the nurse Riva Reich thinks that shooting Kessler made a very bad impression on the entire Otriad. She says, "To kill a Jew was not something we could have approved of. They referred to him as an enemy. But what kind of an enemy was he? Just another Jew who wanted to save some Jews." I think that Tuvia himself was not to blame in the whole affair. There were others who were spreading malicious gossip and making difficulties. Kessler's supporters were stunned by his death and saw no justification for his execution. At best, they felt it was a grave error, but fearing retaliation, they were reluctant to talk about it. Voices from a more objective direction were also heard. One of these, Kopold, argued, just the fact that a Jew went to a Russian, a Christian, to complain was already improper and wrong. Most people in the Otriad justified Kessler's death. More detached and more of an outsider, Daniel Ostazinski views Kessler's death from a broader perspective. He emphasizes that the Bielski Otriad with children, many older people and women, had a hard time maintaining itself in a hostile environment. Because of the dangerous surroundings, the Otriad's existence depended on internal discipline and order. Tuvia was responsible for that discipline and order, and it helped him achieve a balance. The destruction of this balance would have led to the destruction of the Otriad. For the sake of the group, Kessler's relentless opposition had to be stopped. A threat to Tuvia's authority was a threat to the existence of the Otriad. The two could not be separated. The Russian partisan leaders also reacted to Kessler's death in a variety of ways. In western Belarusia, Soviet control over the partisan movement was located in 3 centers around the towns of Baranovice, Iwieniec, and Lida. Each region was headed by a Russian general, the Baranovice region by Platon, the Lida region by Sokolov, and the Iwieniec region by Dubov. A generous and kind man, Sokolov supported the idea of saving helpless people. He would often come to the Bielski Otriad with gifts for the children and enjoyed watching them perform and sing. In fact, he arranged for one of the girl singers to travel to Moscow to study voice. Kessler's execution violated Sokolov's letter of protection, and he had reason to be angry. Nevertheless, he objected to Kessler's death only informally and only to Tuvia. Very soon, Sokolov dropped the matter. With General Dubov, however, it was a different story. For Dubov, this unauthorized killing only strengthened his otherwise negative opinion of Tuvia and the Bielski Otriad. Abraham Weiner, a clerk at Bielski headquarters, was Dubov's pre-war friend. Aware of Dubov's personal dislike for Tuvia, Weiner went to meet Dubov at his headquarters. Weiner was confronted by a furious general ready to punish, eager to avenge. Weiner pointed out that a move against Tuvia would lead to a rebellion. The Bielski Partisans would stand up for their leader. He also suggested that this conflict might spill over to other Otriads, creating serious problems for Soviet partisans. Apart from these arguments, General Platon's continuous support must have tipped the scale in Tuvia's favor. Although the case was debated by Soviet authorities, no official action was taken against Tuvia. Whether or not Kessler's execution could have been avoided remains a moot question. The only evidence is the history of the Triad, which shows that Kessler's disappearance eliminated the threat of effective opposition. No matter how the people felt about the Kessler affair, their feelings were not expressed as an organized rebellion. Tuvia thinks that after Kessler's death, people were more careful, less prone to meddle, a positive outcome. He believes that Kessler was responsible for his own death. Had he stopped plotting, he would have lived. Tuvia was convinced that it had been a choice between the death of the Triad or Kessler's death. Map of the Bielski Triad in Naliboka Forest. During the last phase of its existence, fall 1943, summer 1944, bathhouse bakery, metal workshop, soap factory, sausage shop, slaughterhouse, cattle shed, tannery, synagogue, blacksmith workshops, shoemakers, tailors, barbershop, watchmakers, carpenters, hat makers, leatherwork, stable, kitchen, health clinic, bread distribution headquarters, school, prison, food warehouse, assembly place, Kessler's camp, 1.5 kilometer away from main camp, hospital for contagious diseases. Unidentified structures are living quarters. All other structures are identified by the particular function each served. Chapter 14. The end of the Triad. By the end of 1943, close to 3 million Polish Jews had perished, about 90% of the pre-war Jewish population. In Western Belarusia, this Jewish destruction was evident in the German liquidation of surrounding ghettos and camps. In contrast, within the Russian partisan movement, informal anti-Semitism seemed to be losing its effectiveness, while official acceptance of Jews appeared to be increasing. The Bielski Triad continued to grow as more Jewish fugitives reached the camp. Some new arrivals had come after one or more stopovers at hiding places that for a variety of reasons became exposed. Some covered vast distances. For example, one family had travelled from as far away as Vilna. Still others were guerrillas who had left Russian detachments because as Jews they felt discriminated against. The Bielski Triad kept sending scouts into the region to find Jews who had been in need of shelter. At times this meant picking up fugitives who roamed the forests. Sometimes it involved going into a village and removing Jews from an exposed hiding place. Within the Triad, larger size and experience led to better organization and, with time, internal improvements of the Bielski Triad had given the people a sense of a real community, a Jewish shtetl. Fondly, some gave to this forest camp the name Bielsk, while others called it Jerusalem. Towards the middle and end of 1943, most Jews in the surrounding ghettos and camps knew about the Bielski Triad. Inmates from Nowogródek ghetto regarded it as their last hope, and an expectation of a safe haven gave them the strength to organize a ghetto breakout. The number of Jews in Nowogródek had shrunk to a little over 500. This group was forced to live in a former courthouse. Even at this stage, the Germans had assured inmates that their usefulness would protect them from future disturbance. But with these promises came a more vigilant watch. The ghetto was guarded day and night by 12 gendarmes. In addition, the entire place was surrounded by 2 walls. One wall, 2 meters high, was built out of wood. The other consisted of barbed wires. A distance of 2 meters separated them, and at night, a huge projector kept the area lit. Despite this vigorous watch, a few groups made their way into the forest, and each breakout was followed by a reinforcement of guards. The Jewish answer to these deteriorating conditions was an organized resistance. Among its various underground leaders, the 2 outstanding ones were Dr. Kagan and Berl Yoselowitz. These leaders planned an escape into the forest and contacted Tuvia Bielski. They wanted the Jewish partisans to attack the ghetto from the outside during the breakout. This request was made in the spring of 1943, when the Bielski Triad had no permanent base and its people were having a hard time surviving. This explains Tuvia's answer. I am ready to accept all of you, but we are not organized enough to send people to you. Whoever comes will be received well. Although not what they had hoped for, this letter pushed them into a more independent plan. The agreed-on date for the general ghetto breakout was April 15, 1943. This plot called for a group of inmates to stay close to the ghetto gate. They were to signal to another group when to move in and destroy the gate with a grenade. The rest of the population was told to be ready for a breakout on that date. They too were to be close to the gate. However, for security reasons, they were not supplied with details. Among the active participants of this rebellion was the Jewish police commandant, Salek Jakubowicz. His brother, a physician, had injured his leg shortly before April 15th. Clearly, this brother could not join the runaways. But Jakubowicz insisted that they should proceed with the breakout as planned. He argued that they had no right to sacrifice everybody because of one person. On the day of the planned attack, the man designated to destroy the gate was at his post, grenade in hand. It was evening, and he was waiting for the appropriate signal. A few moments were left. Just then, a large reinforcement of guards arrived, double the usual number. Without knowing how it happened, the rebels understood. Someone had exposed their plan. All the inmates dispersed. An investigation by the underground concluded that Mrs. Jakubowicz, the wife of the doctor with the injured leg, had denounced them. She did not want her husband to be left behind and killed. The Germans became more watchful than ever. At the same time, they distributed extra food, trying to give the impression that the inmates would be spared. Angry and disappointed, the underground leaders were not about to give up. They continued to plan. Before they could act, on May 7th, the Germans descended on the ghetto. Another action was about to begin. One survivor recalls, "They took us to the center of town. I saw how they selected my wife. Then we heard that 250 women and 45 men were shot that day. This reduced the ghetto population to less than 300. With this May action behind them, the underground was still busy with preparations for an escape, essentially a repetition of the Exodus plan at the gate, but the Germans were determined and alert. Each day toward evening, the number of guards increased. The enemy's readiness made it clear that a breakout through the gate might turn into a suicidal gesture. They had to consider a different idea. Dr. Kagan and Berl Yoselowitz proposed that a tunnel with an exit to the outside should become their escape route. Digging a tunnel called for technical know-how. But among the remaining ghetto inmates, there were no engineers. In the end, all the specialized knowledge came from carpenters, locksmiths, and electricians. Berl Yoselowitz was in charge of the actual building and had to coordinate the different parts of the job. Another person supervised the financial aspects of the project. Digging the tunnel required physical strength. Extra food had to be allotted to the diggers. This called for money. In addition, the organizers had to pay for certain building supplies, unavailable in the ghetto. Ghetto inmates suspected of still having some money were asked for contributions. They were told only in general terms that a mass exodus was being planned. The response was good. People were generous. 50 individuals were recruited for the planning and work. The actual building was to take place during the day. The silence of the night, they felt, would have made any noise suspicious. A space underneath a bed that belonged to a carpenter, a refugee from Zoludek, was selected as the tunnel's starting point. They had also decided on the place for the exit, which was separated from the nearest forest by a 10-minute walk. Small shovels were made by locksmiths. Later, these were sharpened in the workshop every day. One digger refers to himself as the strongest and explains that his special strength came from being small. Large men required more oxygen, something in short supply. For comfort, all the diggers wore loose kaftans especially made for this work. Because the tunnel was only 80 centimeters high and 60 centimeters wide, the men had to dig while crawling. The entire project was continuously challenged by new problems. Disposal of soil was the most difficult. The courthouse had a large empty attic that the organizers selected as a disposal site. Small bags were sewn for transporting the soil. First, a row of workers, each separated by a distance of 1 meter, covered the area from the tunnel to the attic. Bags filled with soil moved from hand to hand until they reached their final destination. They were emptied in the attic and sent back. Then the job of filling and emptying the dug-up dirt would begin again. When the attic could accommodate no more soil, they decided to put it underneath the wooden floors. Floors had to be pulled up and then replaced with the additional earth underneath them. When this space was used up, they came up with yet another idea. The courtyard had a huge garbage container. Every Sunday, Jews had to empty the contents of this huge box into several wagons and transport it to a special dump outside the ghetto. The craftsmen made an invisible hole in this box. The dug-up soil from the tunnel found its way through the opening, in with the rest of the garbage. The ghetto workshops became places where new methods and new devices were improvised. Protected by the inmates' solidarity, these secret solutions were never discovered. One device was a wooden box that moved on wheels. Its purpose was to speed up transportation of the soil. Actually, 2 large wooden boxes were constructed. An empty one moved to the digging site while the other, filled with soil, moved out and its contents were emptied into special sacks. These boxes had to be pulled by ropes. Since the ghetto had no strong ropes, people cut up rags and sewed them together. Every day the diggers succeeded in lengthening the tunnel by 2 to 3 meters. Inevitably, enlargement led to new difficulties. Increased moisture prevented oil lamps from staying lighted, and for a while the diggers had to work in semi-darkness. But then 2 electricians came to the rescue. One day, while fixing the ghetto's projector, they decided to establish a separate electrical line for the tunnel. From then on, the tunnel had ceiling lights. Every 3 to 4 meters there was a bulb, stolen from different areas in the ghetto. Electricity improved the workers' movement and speeded up their job. Another problem was lack of oxygen. Increased tunnel length decreased the amount of oxygen, and, to cope with this, craftsmen built special pipes, 5 centimeters wide. On the outside, from above the tunnel, in grassy spots, they pushed these pipes into the tunnel. Openings on top of the pipes allowed air to enter the tunnel. But then, during June and July, strong rains flooded the tunnel. At first, people tried to collect the water from within. When this did not help, they dug very deep holes, actually wells. These absorbed any surplus water, preventing flooding. Moisture also caused collapsed walls. The carpenters cut specially prepared wood that was later made into walls. Lined with stones, these walls were placed in the tunnel at intervals of a few meters, thus averting the danger of collapse. From its starting place to its exit, the tunnel had to follow a straight line, and this required checking. Every 8 to 10 meters, the workers measured the walls to see if they were straight. Sometimes they had to redo the job. The ghetto population was informed that an escape route was being prepared. They also knew that everybody would be included. However, specifics about the kind of escape and who was responsible were kept secret. The entire ghetto was preoccupied with the possibility of a breakout. Some people criticized the preparations for taking too much time. They felt that the Germans would murder them before the plan could be put into effect. Others objected to a breakout altogether. This group argued that the plan would be discovered by the Germans, and they would all die because of it. Faced with heightened emotions and growing debates, the underground decided to vote on the exodus. Over 70% favored a ghetto breakout. Despite lingering apprehension, some think that mere knowledge that an escape was being prepared had a calming effect. It gave people an important glimmer of hope. By July, the tunnel was about to reach its outside opening. The organizers felt that August would be an appropriate month for the escape. With wheat and grass still uncut, the fields were more hospitable to runaway fugitives. The tunnel was finished when news about the August 1943 big hunt reached the ghetto. Because the region was swarming with German soldiers, the move had to be postponed. Around that time, the German commissar, Traub, paid one of his rare visits to the ghetto. The Germans' departure was followed by a rumor that the ghetto would be liquidated and only 20 craftsmen spared. The underground leaders were faced with a serious dilemma. Dangers on the outside and inside seemed to be mounting. They knew that any escape would result in lost lives, but they wanted to minimize them. They also knew that a German liquidation of the ghetto would mean total destruction and death. In the end, they waited. The finished tunnel extended for more than 200 meters. Without a definite date, preparations for an escape were set in motion and 20 people moved to the tunnel to rehearse the breakout. They concluded that 2 to 3 hours would be needed for the entire exodus. The electricians temporarily disconnected the electricity in the entire camp several times. After a few hours, they would reconnect it, thereby showing the authorities that the projector could be out of order without any grave consequences. They planned to disconnect the projector during the ghetto breakout, which would give people a better chance to save themselves. The lights in the tunnel were placed away from any outside openings and were not connected to the projector. During the breakout, they intended to leave the tunnel lights on. The final date for the escape was set for September 26th at 9 p.m. According to the Jewish calendar, this was to be a moonless night. As the day neared, more difficult decisions needed to be made. The question of who should leave when and in what order was debated. One woman threatened that unless she was the first to go, she would reveal the entire plan. 6 underground leaders were busy with the organization of the actual move. In the end, people were asked to supply the names of those they wanted to leave with. On the basis of these preferences, they were told to appear at specific times at the tunnel opening. Only then were numbers distributed, entitling each person to a special place in line. At the actual time of departure, people followed orders quietly. Some participants were impressed not only with the excellent organization, but also with the warm and caring attitude of the organizers. Each person followed his or her number. Some people held hands, some tied themselves to each other with belts. Most underground leaders left last. The exodus lasted over 2 hours. At the end, something went wrong, but no one knows quite what. A fire broke out at the mouth of the tunnel inside the ghetto. German guards spotted it and called for help. When no one responded, they guessed that something unusual had happened and started shooting wildly. By then, all those who were supposed to pass through had left. As they exited the lighted tunnel into the gloomy, rainy night, some lost their way and began to move in circles near the ghetto. The guards intensified the gunfire and search. The estimated number of survivors from that September 26th breakout ranges from 100 to 150. For the runaways, the struggle for life did not end. One of them, a 14-year-old girl, all alone, after much hesitation, turned toward the direction of the woods and darkness. Rain was pouring, dogs were barking, and shots filled the oppressive air. From a distance she saw a house, and not far from it, an outhouse. She chose the outhouse. Although uninviting, it was better than the cold, unfriendly rain, and she was grateful for the dryness. For hours she sat there, listening to the shooting. When night made room for the approaching day, the girl left. Not to ruin her boots in the mud, she took them off and continued in the direction of the forest. After several painful detours, she ended up in the Bielski Triad. Kushner, one of the tunnel diggers, reached the exit, tied by a belt to his 2 teenage daughters. He had difficulty breathing. Kushner remembers, "I told my children, 'You are young, go save yourself, leave me here. What God wishes will happen.' 'No, father, we will not leave you.' Each took me under an arm. 'I am about to faint,' I said. One of my daughters had an onion and an apple. She smeared the onion over my face, and I felt better." By chance, the 3 reached the house of a friend, a Polish settler. He directed them to the forest, to the Bielski camp. On the way, they met a group of partisans. The commander of this group, a native Belarusian, both knew and liked Kushner. The commander's support led to the Kushners' acceptance into their Otriad. However, after a month, this partisan detachment received an order to join another Russian Otriad. At this point, with food and instructions on how to reach the Bielski group, the fugitives left. The Bielski camp became their last stop. Later, by March 1944, another special addition to the Bielski Otriad came from the Koldichewo camp. In 1942, the estate of Koldichewo, 15 kilometers from the town of Baranowice, had been transformed into a combination work and death camp. Known for its harsh conditions, Kolditsuo had the distinction of being the only camp in western Belarusia to gas its inmates. This Nazi-controlled compound was first populated by Russian prisoners of war. They were soon joined by Poles and Belarusians, so-called political prisoners. Of these two groups of prisoners, only a handful survived the conditions of the camp. After December 1943, with the liquidation of Baranovice ghetto, 120 inmates were brought to Kolditsuo. They were moved into a separate barracks that shared a wall with the camp's tannery. This tannery in turn was close to the barbed electrified wire surrounding the entire camp. When after a short time the 120 prisoners dwindled to 95, the group decided to act. Soon, with an underground organization in place and a man named Kushner, not related to the Kushner from Noah Grodek, as its leader, they devised a breakout plan. The plot called for the creation of an opening in the wall that joined their barracks to the tannery. With hand drills, they made tiny holes in the wall, thereby creating breaks. The inmates would not actually push through the wall until the day of the escape. While engaged in this job, the Jews had to be careful not to arouse the suspicion of the authorities and the political, non-Jewish prisoners who lived in an adjacent shack. In fact, while making the holes, they would sing, and their songs drowned out the drilling noise. Even after the job had been finished, the holes surrounding the opening were invisible to the uninitiated eye. The organizers succeeded in collecting a few guns. They also received help from a Polish policeman who gave them 3 grenades. In preparation for the actual escape, an electrician had created a short to give the prisoners a chance to cut the electrical wires close to the tannery. To prevent noise, special covers were placed on the ground connecting the barracks with the tannery. Before they left, each person drew a number from a hat circulated among the people. According to the numbers, each then moved through the opening in the wall. The exodus took place on a moonless night that was later marred by a vicious snowstorm. Of the runaways, 17 lost their way by mistakenly staying in the vicinity of the camp. Gendarmes who by then were on the lookout for fugitives shot 15 of them. Miraculously, 2 of these succeeded in escaping and the rest entered the forest. Searching for the Bielski Otriad, some met with rejections from Soviet partisans. The majority reached the Bielski camp. Most were skilled craftsmen, some were tanners, and they ultimately improved the output and quality of leather goods in the Bielski Otriad. Although preoccupied with rescue and survival, the Bielski Otriad had some room left for so-called non-essential activities. Especially later, at a time of relative tranquility, people seemed to take interest in leisure-type pastimes that touched on less basic aspects of life. During the winter months of 1943 to 1944, after working hours, small groups would go deeper into the forest in search of firewood. Old, dried-out trees were special targets. Once located, such trees would be cut down, split into manageable size, transported, and placed next to the living quarters. In the evening, inside the ziemlankas, people fed the stoves with this wood and would gather around the burning fires. While some concentrated on keeping warm, others would hold on to burning wood that served as substitutes for electrical light. Amarant recalls how the thin, flickering light would cast a shadow over the faces of men and women sitting around, over their straggly hair, the stubble of their unshaven faces, and over the pale, thin, weather-beaten faces of the women. Those huddled around the stove would enliven the evening with merry songs or stories of adventure in the spirited fashion of the partisans. Memories of recent horrors were not welcome here. An intimate family atmosphere prevailed in the circle around the stove. Sometimes Tuvia would go from hut to participate in these gatherings. Such get-togethers are remembered as being particularly heartwarming because they were neither dictated by nor approved of by the communist authorities. Indeed, because of the tolerant attitudes of the Soviet Commissar Shematovets, and after several unsuccessful attempts, other communists also stopped their efforts to control these evenings. Here the talking and singing was mostly in Russian and Yiddish. Like communism, Zionism too was absent from these gatherings. In this forest community, some people were drawn to the theatre, music, and dance. A few acted on their interests. Sulia Rubin, for example, established a theatre group that was busy with the preparation of shows. Sulia herself wrote several plays and performed as a dancer. One of the wounded Russian officers from the Zhukov Brigade was a playwright who supplied the Otriad with original plays. Special holidays served as outlets for these artistic endeavors, and the Soviet authorities were interested in celebrating all the official communist holidays. February 23rd was Red Army Day. As a gesture of loyalty, the Bielski Otriad was planning special festivities for that day in 1944. The camp had many musicians, but no instruments. Those who went on food expeditions were alerted to this need, and, as a result, the Bielski Otriad acquired a guitar, a violin, and a mandolin. These led to the creation of a trio ensemble. One participant recalls how one could hear the sounds from the newly created trio all over the camp. All rehearsals for the celebration took place at headquarters. The chorus sang to the accompaniment of the trio of musicians. All kinds of songs were included. Many were patriotic songs that had to do with the Red Army. During the preparations, Tuvia would invite the musicians to his Ziemlanka to play for him. He would give us drink and food, we would play, starting with popular Russian songs, and then without even planning it, we moved to Jewish folk songs. We were supported by all kinds of singers. One of them was Monik Przepiorka. He had TB, winter and summer he wore a warm shawl around his neck. He was a wonderful singer, a troubadour. A refugee from Lodz, this singer, like so many others, had come to this part of Poland to save himself from the Nazi menace. Perhaps in part because of his fatal illness, Przepiorka was perpetually depressed. His emotions were reflected in his songs, which were filled with pain and unfulfilled longings. In addition to the singer Przepiorka, the February 23rd program included the musical trio, a children's chorus, dancing, and a brief play. The evening performance was attended by Russian partisans from different Otriads, by Bielski headquarters, and by all others who were physically fit. The enthusiasm of this audience only added to the event's success. Partisan newspapers and radio supplied the forest dwellers with wartime information. By 1944, stories about Allied victories continued to spread. These stories added a hopeful air to the forthcoming May 1st holiday. The Bielski Otriad started planning festivities weeks before this important date. The actual celebration began early in the day with a military parade. All members of the camp gathered in headquarters square. Red flags were raised and the surrounding huts were decorated. It was a particularly bright spring day, peaceful. About 1,200 of us stood in the square. Three sides were flanked by the fighting units on their decorated horses, along with the reconnaissance units. The fourth side was reserved for the unarmed members who also stood in formation. Members of headquarters were in the center of the square, Tuvia Bielski, the commander, at its head. He read the Red Army order of the day, which proclaimed that fierce fighting was being crowned with success. Tarnopol had been liberated and the enemy had fled in panic. Loud applause and cheers greeted the announcement. The commander stated, "The war will soon move into enemy country, into Germany. There the Nazi beast will be totally annihilated." 38. The evening program was to continue at the neighboring Zorin Otriad. Smaller, including 600 to 700 people, and much poorer than the Bielski detachment, this unit also had an open-door policy toward all Jewish fugitives. Most of its members were Russian Jews from the Minsk area. Unlike Bielski, who was apolitical, the Jewish commander Zorin was a long-time loyal communist. Because he was politically active, he was supported more vigorously by Soviet headquarters. The two Jewish commanders, Bielski and Zorin, had friendly and neighborly relations. On the evening of May 1st, 1944, the Bielski performers and the rest of the Otriad moved to the Zorin base. In addition to the different artists who had prepared a program of music, songs, jokes, and games, the Bielski Otriad also brought food and drinks. With the festivities well underway, Zorin himself joined the performers. Exuberant and full of life, he danced the Russian kozachok, a folk dance that demands great agility. Then, in high spirits, this middle-aged communist led the people from Russian to Jewish folk songs. One partisan observed, "A strange man, this Zorin. He dances like a Cossack and sings Yiddish like a Hasid." When night began to change into day, an exhausted yet exhilarated crowd made its way toward the Bielski base. Not all leisure activities were as lively. Much more subdued were what people referred to as cultural pastimes. 10 people who saw themselves as serious intellectuals set up a cultural club. They would meet in the evening to discuss literature, philosophy, and social issues. 2 of these members were former yeshiva students. They and the others found these meetings intellectually uplifting, yet they realized that they had elitist tastes with little or no support from the rest of the people and continued to assemble away from the public eye. Among the more accessible cultural activities were Dr. Amarant's lectures. Usually these were devoted to current political events and the meaning they had for Jews. One other important cultural undertaking was Dr. Amarant's appointment as the official historian of the Bielski Otriad. Members would tell him about their wartime experiences, what happened to their towns, to the people they knew and to their families. With the assistance of his wife, Dr. Amarant tried to preserve this information by writing it down. Supportive of this project, headquarters gave the Amarants an adequate working space and paper. After the war, when the Amarants were on their way to Palestine, the Russians confiscated all their notes. As part of the communist partisan movement, the Bielski Otriad had no official provisions for religious observances. Still, Tuvia tried to accommodate the camp's Orthodox Jews. One of them, a man from Voronovo, was a professional shochet, ritual slaughterer. He was allowed to kill animals in the traditional way, and observant members of the Otriad were allotted special food that they could cook in their ziemlankas. Those who wanted to be excused from working on the Sabbath were usually permitted to do so. Each evening, some of the pious men would gather in the tannery for prayer. With the approaching Passover of 1944, a delegation of older Orthodox Jews came to Bielski with a request to bake matzah, unleavened bread traditionally eaten by the Jews during Passover. Not wishing to stir up trouble, Tuvia directed them to Shematoviets, the Russian commissar. He, in turn, gave the order to bake matzah, and so, in the forest on Passover 1944, matzah was available to all who wanted it. One partisan recalls that the matzah was primitive, mostly burned. "We had a seder with children asking the traditional questions. We had no kneidlach, dumplings made of matzah, no wine. Instead of talking about the departure from Egypt, we spoke about our departures from the ghettos." On June 6, 1944, the Allied forces landed in Normandy, France. On June 23 of the same year, the Red Army had opened its great offensive on the Belarusian and Baltic fronts. As Soviet troops pressed forward, Jewish partisans played their part in disrupting the arrival of German reinforcements by destroying vital roads and bridges. News about German defeats was soon supplemented by more concrete evidence. At night, people at the Bielski base could hear dull, thudding echoes of distant thunder, very welcome sounds. These war noises were followed by the appearance of groups of German soldiers on the run, pursued by Russian partisans. Fighters from the Bielski camp were eager to join forces with the Russians. Together, they searched for escaping Germans. Rapid developments at the front created mood swings. One minute, people expected to be liberated by the Red Army. The next moment, they feared an attack from the retreating Germans. Then, small groups of German deserters would be captured and killed, lifting the people's spirits. Amarant reports that the members of our armed units enjoyed the activity and looked forward to ambushes and clashes. Upon their return to the camp in the evening, they would excitedly talk about their exploits. Their faces shone with enthusiasm. The taste of revenge was sweet in their mouths. The Germans were like animals, panicky and starving, dodging in and out of the thickets, their desperate resistance weakening. How wretched-looking were the remnants of an army which had purported to conquer the world. Continual searches for runaway Germans undermined the discipline of the camp. The partisan fighters, sentries, and many others were all caught up in the fervour of going after the enemy. When sentries brought the first live Germans to the Soviet headquarters, Volkovitsky was asked to be the interpreter. Other Jewish partisans also became interrogators and interpreters. While doing the job, all the partisans were exposed to the same story. The prisoners had nothing to do with the Nazi Party. They claimed not to have known what was happening. They begged for mercy. Those in the Bielski Otriad who had no opportunity to chase after the Germans felt left out. They were disappointed. Then one day, the Bielski Partisans brought back 3 SS men. When word about the arrival of these deserters got around, the entire Otriad, more than 1,000 people, descended on headquarters. The crowd was agitated, and the few guards had trouble keeping order. When the situation threatened to deteriorate into complete chaos, Tuvia emerged and addressed his people. "Comrades, partisans, we have 3 SS murderers. At the moment we are interrogating them. Soon we will have a verdict. The bloody dogs will get their just punishment. We have lived to avenge ourselves. Be quiet. Do not disturb us in our work." Tuvia went quickly back inside. One of the few partisans admitted inside headquarters recalls that, "I will never forget it, how on their knees the SS men were begging for their lives. They pleaded for mercy because they had children and wives at home. They swore that they were not to blame for anything that had happened to the Jews." On the outside, the crowd was impatient. People seemed to be grinding their teeth. Tense yet quiet, they stood, waiting. Then 2 partisans came out leading a tall blonde German, his hands tied in back. The mass of people darted toward the prisoner, shoving each other, stepping over one another. The first to reach the SS man was Pupko, the oldest man in the Otriad, described by some as 75 years old, by others as 80. With knife in hand, Pupko screamed, "God, my grandfather was not a murderer. My father was not a murderer, but I will be a murderer." Something in the old man's voice stopped the crowd's advance. It halted with eyes glued to Pupko's knife. As if in a trance, this main actor began the job of cutting up the SS man. A murmur of approval escaped from the mass of people. This wordless conversation urged Pupko to continue, to finish the job. In a few intense, highly charged moments, the SS man was unrecognizable and dead. The 2 other prisoners were shot. More scattered groups of German soldiers continued to roam the forest. Propelled by fear, suspicious, often hungry, they tried to shoot their way through the woods. As Russian partisans intensified their search and destroy missions, Bielski fighters continued to join them enthusiastically. Relentlessly pursuing their enemy, the Jewish fighters became less inclined to think about the safety of their own people. Then, something happened on July 9, 1944. Many Bielski fighters were away on an anti-German mission. On that day at dawn, members of the Otriad were awakened by shots. This was followed by a strange commotion coming from the direction of headquarters. A witness recalls, "We clearly heard German voices, loud orders, screams and curses, all the while shots whistling over our heads. We burst out of our huts and plunged into the forest under a barrage of bullets. We descended into the swamp and hid among the bushes. We were petrified. The Germans had thrown hand grenades into huts and shot anyone who came their way." Although tired-looking, unshaven and hungry, these Germans still had their excellent weapons and discipline. When Tuvia heard about the raid of the retreating army, he quickly assembled a few men and launched a counterattack. Scattered groups of remaining Bielski partisans followed suit. Their counterattacks were haphazard. They aimed at giving the people, the non-fighting majority, a chance to run deeper into the forest and hide. Soon the shooting attracted Russian partisans from neighboring detachments. They rushed to the Bielski Otriad. In the end, none of the Germans survived. When it was over, 11 Jewish partisans were dead and several others wounded. After everyone returned to the camp, a few partisans dug a common grave at the top of a hill, not far from headquarters. In a brief and solemn ceremony, Tuvia eulogized the dead. A volley of shots bid them farewell. Just then, the first dust-covered group of Red Army soldiers reached the Bielski camp. People rushed to greet them with hugs, kisses, and handshakes. Inevitably, these expressions of welcome were muted by recent events. The Russian soldiers seemed to marvel at the very presence of Jewish partisans. Nudging each other, they could be heard saying, "Look, look, Jewish fighters." All were friendly. One of them, a major, also a Jew, looked in wonderment around him. Then quietly he said, "I passed from Stalingrad to Belorussia. I freed many towns and villages. I did not meet any Jews at all. I am happy to see real Jews alive." Fondly, he embraced the children. "I left my wife and children in Kiev. Now they are all in Babi Yar." It was hard to watch how from the eyes of this officer tears kept rolling down his cheeks. Glad to have met, the two groups mingled. They exchanged impressions, cigarettes and vodka, and then the Red Army visitors were on their way. This was July 1944. The war was still on. The same day, an official order came. The next day, the Bielski Otriad was to evacuate their base and go to Nowogrodek. With some Ziemlankas in ruins, the camp was partly in disarray. People were frightened, reluctant to enter the Ziemlankas from which, only a short while ago, they had been forced out. But since the coming move would be stressful, they had to rest. People continued roaming aimlessly through the camp, not daring to go inside. They obeyed only when Tuvia ordered them to retire for the night. Even in their own quarters, many had a hard time relaxing. Sleep refused to come, as tension continued to mount. Some tried to cope by turning to alcohol. Tuvia was one. That night he drank heavily. Some suspect that he continued to drink in the morning. During this last night, in the Bielski camp, the majority had to cope with conflicting emotions. Tuvia's feelings had to have been even more burdensome, no doubt more oppressive. One partisan muses that, on the one hand, Tuvia was happy that we were going to be free. On the other, he was losing his authority. For him, it had to be a crisis. After all, till then, Tuvia had had dictatorial power. But no matter what Tuvia's inner struggles were, he also had a difficult job ahead. Until the very end, he felt responsible for his people. He was determined to bring them safely to Nowogrodek, where he knew they each would be supplied with a protective document. The communists saw an enemy in anyone who did not have proper identification, and the trip to Nowogrodek would take care of this. Because the Russians feared that the Germans and some locals might use the forest as a base for anti-communist sabotage, they ordered Tuvia to destroy whatever could be of value to these potential opponents. And so, early in the morning, the Bielski partisans broke windows, wrecked bunks and doors, filled in wells with soil, and buried tools and utensils. For hours, the camp resounded with destruction and explosion. With this work behind them, the people assembled in front of and around headquarters. They were preparing for a long and perilous trip. The order was to travel light, with only small hand luggage. No one was to take goods that belonged to the Otriad. One partisan explains, "We wanted to arrive in town as fighters. We wanted to make the proper impression. We did not want to enter the town as robbers with property." Indeed, they planned to return cattle to their rightful owners or to the authorities. When assembled for departure, the Otriad extended for almost 2 kilometers. First came the scouts on horseback, followed by marching fighters. Then came the carts pulled by horses, followed by all the walking survivors. Only the sick and very weak were allowed to ride in the carts. A herd of cows came next to a unit of armed fighters on foot. Other horse riders came last. More than 1,200 people took part in this exodus. The move began in a subdued and orderly fashion. On both sides of this mass of people and goods were fighters. Their job was to protect this move from enemy attacks. Polonecki, a member of the Bielski Otriad, was one of the assembled. A blacksmith by profession, Polonecki had joined the Bielski Otriad a few months before the forest exodus. He had arrived with a wife and baby boy. Those who mention Polonecki describe him as ungrateful, manipulative, and dangerous. 2 different stories are told about his arrival in the Otriad. One says that a peasant who had been sheltering Polonecki's family changed his mind, denounced them, or threw them out. When the news reached Bielski headquarters, Tuvia sent a group of fighters to rescue the Poloneckis. Another version tells how Polonecki roamed the countryside, unprotected, with wife and child. By chance, Bielski scouts encountered the family and brought them to the base. Some say that Polonecki was friendly with many locals with whom he had been able to leave leather or other goods. 1 week before the liberation, Polonecki had gone to his Christian friends and collected his belongings. Hours before the company was to leave the forest, he put all his possessions into a wagon. Leaving with the rest of the Otriad, he pulled the loaded wagon while his wife walked next to him with the baby in her arms. Another account says that Polonecki's wagon was filled with leather owned by the Otriad. Polonecki took it thinking that the high value of leather would give his family an economic start. Whether he had leather or other goods, whether these goods belonged to him or not, would not have made a difference in what happened. Just taking a wagon filled to capacity was a violation of Tuvia's order. In fact, his action was the only flagrant violation. On horseback, riding among the moving mass of people, Tuvia spotted Polonecki's wagon. The commander's request to leave the wagon met with a refusal. Angry, Tuvia repeated the order. "Leave the wagon, take the child in your arms, and enter the road together with all the people." Instead of obeying, the man said, "You finished your career. You are not the commander anymore. If you don't leave the wagon, I will shoot you," Tuvia warned. After a defiant, "I am not leaving it," a shot was heard and Polonecki's body hit the ground. The forest had claimed its last victim. Most people say they did not witness the incident, and most doubt that Tuvia actually killed the man. 2 partisans admit to seeing the shooting. Although Tamara Rabinowitz says she saw Tuvia shoot the man, she does not know precisely what precipitated the deed. After the death of Polonecki, she was overcome by a feeling of deep sadness. She valued Tuvia Bielski, approved of all he had done for the Jews, and was grateful that he had saved her and so many others. But somehow this last act partly overshadowed Tuvia's great achievements. Still, she adds that it is difficult to judge, especially since she did not know what really happened. Pinchas Boldo, the second witness to the shooting, elaborates, "I remember that the wagon was filled with stuff. I do not remember what was on it, how he got it. I do not know who he was. Tuvia told him to leave the things. I remember it clearly. Tuvia was on the horse, he took out his gun, and he shot the man. I think that he reacted too fast. He could have arranged it so that the man would have left the things and stayed alive. It all happened too fast. Tuvia was under pressure. Perhaps he was under tension because he was losing his leadership position. I did not hear what the man told him. I was a few feet away, but I did not hear what was said. It was clear that the man did not want to listen, but if 2 or 3 of us could have interfered, we would have taken care of it. I don't know what they did with the body. I was there and I don't know. Had they brought the dead man to the town, I would have known it. For me, it was terrible. Many people were shaken when they heard about it. No one defends Polonecki, yet all were sad that the incident took place. Unable, perhaps unwilling to accept Tuvia's responsibility for the man's death, some partisans have woven far-fetched stories. However, many use the incident as an opportunity to defend and express admiration for Tuvia's overall wartime conduct. One partisan insists that Tuvia was an angel not to have lost his patience more often with his undisciplined people. Indeed, they marvel at his restraint and admire him for it. Specifically, Baruch Lewin, a Jewish partisan heavily decorated by the Soviets, on hearing about Polonecki's death, said to Moshe Bayrach, "If I were your commander, I would have shot half of you." Someone else, putting the incident in context, justifies the act. These were perilous times. They had to travel light, there had to be discipline. Their very survival depended on listening to Tuvia, who assumed the responsibility of bringing them safely to their destination. Polonecki's rebellion had endangered the entire group. Although understood and justified by some, Polonecki's death nevertheless lowered the already low spirits of the people. For days, a constant reminder, the crying of the dead man's widow, followed the mass of subdued marchers. Upset about the present, anxious about the future, overcome by sadness, they moved on. Here and there they came upon decomposing corpses of German soldiers and animals. Only after several days did they leave behind the Naliboka forest. They passed a village where the peasants came out to greet them. Their surprised eyes and equally surprised voices said over and over again, "So many Jews, So many Jews. One of the partisans recalls, "At first we marched in military order with the armed units leading the way and closing the column. Then the marchers dispersed and walked in groups at their own pace in the oppressive heat. We made slow progress. There was no joy in our hearts. As we neared the areas of Jewish settlements, we realized the extent of the disaster that had befallen us. It looked as if our very lives had been consumed by flames. We were walking into a wasteland. The houses of Noah appeared on the horizon. We stayed overnight on a neighboring estate, in the barns, granaries, and other structures. Travel weary, we lay on the straw. The next day, many of them visited Noah. There they were faced with Jewish houses now occupied by new tenants, none of them Jewish. The Jewish community had disappeared. The Bielski partisans made up only a fraction of the thousands of partisans swarming the town and its surroundings. All these guerrillas were treated to propaganda, speeches, and parades. They were supposed to rejoice. It was practically an order. Later, at an estate close to Noah, the Bielski partisans had their last official parade. Tuvia addressed the crowd briefly. To each he gave an appropriate document. With the ceremony and the distribution of documents, the WWII officially ceased to exist. Parades and festivities continued into the middle of July. During most of them, the achievements of the Bielski brothers were praised, but underneath this officially friendly posture loomed danger. Shortly after Tuvia's arrival in Noah, he was denounced to the Secret Service, NKVD, by several of his former partisans who, in the past, had not dared to act on their dissatisfaction. A few were former exiles from the Bielski Otriad, but it is not clear what their accusations were. Disloyalty to the communist cause, financial irregularities, or practically anything else could have had disastrous consequences. Before the authorities took action, Tuvia, Zeus, and their wives escaped to Romania. From there, with the help of a Jewish agency, they reached Palestine. Ironically for Tuvia, as for many other partisans, these former allies and liberators, the Soviets, became a real threat. Stalin saw all those who were independent and free in spirit as foes, as competitors for power. Tuvia fit into this potentially dangerous category, as did many guerrilla fighters. Indeed, the Soviet authorities had adopted a tough policy toward all partisans. One of them explains that all kinds of elements came out of the forests. The Russians did not want to bother selecting or differentiating between them. Whoever was of a military age they sent to the front. Those who were better educated and needed for administrative jobs they retained. My brother and I were in this last group. I became the secretary of the prison. The director of the prison was an illiterate Russian. He had lived 15 years in Siberia. Because he worked for the NKVD, they sent him to Noah to be the director of the prison. He did not know how to sign his name. I had to sign it for him. Those who ended up in the army were sent to the front line. Most of them fell on the front. Indeed, this happened to Asael. Asael and Chaja and part of her family went to Lida. Immediately, Asael was taken into the Red Army where he fell in battle, in Marienburg, Germany. Chaya and Asael were expecting their first child and Chaya, together with her family, settled in Israel. She gave birth to a daughter, Asaela. Palestine, soon Israel, became the home of the two brothers, Tuvia and Zeus, and their wives. Lilka's and Tuvia's daughter, Ruthie, was born here. Both brothers served in the Israeli army. In the forest, Tuvia was a powerful leader, widely admired, worshipped by some. He rose to his position of power during extraordinary times. Like most charismatic leaders, unbound by tradition, he improvised. Tuvia's charisma, intelligence, and special talents led to his success. Each time he performed a new miracle that gained a measure of security for his followers, his power and authority grew. But as soon as his historical moment passed, the authority of this charismatic leader faltered. When he came to regular society, he did not fit in. Tuvia had no formal education. He was apolitical and did not push, yet he had a family to support. When some leaders in Palestine inquired how they could help him, Tuvia asked for a taxi. Driving and owning a cab was a profitable business. His partisans, however, were shocked to see their leader as a cab driver. In different ways, they say that the minute he became a cab driver, he already stepped down to a level that led nowhere. Had he insisted that he was a hero, that he had to be recognized as such, he would have been given an important position. Agreeing with much of what has been said, another voice adds that Tuvia was a tribal leader, not a regular leader. The war was made for his kind of leadership, but nothing else. I believe that till the last day of his life, he missed this time, longed for it. Tuvia could not have been a leader of a political party. His brain was not built for political things. He came to Israel with an extraordinary record. After all, a man in the times of the Nazis had fought and saved over 1,200 Jews. There were no people like him. No one came with his record, and he did not use it because he did not know how. One of Tuvia's admirers, Hirsch Smoller, a prominent journalist, regrets that things did not work out for Tuvia. Like others, Smoller seems to be blaming Tuvia when he says that he did not recognize the Israeli reality, he did not know the Israeli bureaucracy. Israelis did not pay much attention to Tuvia. It had to be a terrible disappointment for him. During one of their meetings, Tuvia explained to Smoller that he did not know how to beg and that he could not behave differently. One day, Smoller delivered a lecture on the meaning of Tuvia Bielski with Tuvia present. Smoller said that Tuvia was a glow in the Jewish history, an exceptional phenomenon. He emphasized that what Tuvia had accomplished was unprecedented and extraordinary. After this lecture, Tuvia's comment to Smoller was, "I have not even thought about it this way." Zeus and his family moved to the United States. Disappointed and ill, Tuvia and his family moved as well. In America, the Bielskis had an older brother, a rich factory owner. This was the brother who had emigrated to America in the 1920s, and Tuvia counted on his help. Some think he expected the American Jews to make a fuss over him, to support him until the end of his life. The Bielski Partisans see the move to America as another grave mistake. Disappointment followed Tuvia to this new country as well. The rich brother was not as forthcoming as Tuvia wished. Here too, Tuvia had to support a growing family, a daughter and 2 sons. He owned 1 truck, then 2 trucks. At 81, partly forgotten and disillusioned, he died. Chapter 15. From Self-Preservation to Rescue. People who are exposed to extreme dangers may be paralyzed into inaction. Whether this occurs is in part contingent on the extent to which they define a situation as hopeless. As a rule, fighting requires hope, yet hope tends to fade with grave dangers. Those who have been sentenced to death tend to give up hope, yet hope dies reluctantly. For some individuals condemned to death, even a slim chance of survival turns the wish to live into an all-consuming passion. During the Nazi occupation, among the Jews in Western Belarusia, a clinging to hope and life was expressed in a variety of ways. In the summer of 1941, when the Germans occupied Western Belarusia, they were already experienced in the murder of Jews and seemed less concerned with keeping their crimes secret. And since, in this part of Poland, most mass shootings happened close to home, Jews who had eluded the killings had a hard time denying the grim reality. As special targets faced with overpowering destructive forces, many Jews obeyed German orders. Their compliance was based on a host of arguments. Some reasoned that opposition to the Germans, although personally gratifying, would only hasten the destruction of all Jews. Others claimed that by conforming to the German demands they would gain time. They had hoped that in the meantime the war would end and thus interfere with the Nazi plan to murder them. Others, especially older people, rejected the idea that the Germans intended to annihilate all Jews. They pointed out that it was to the Germans' advantage to keep some of them alive as part of the labor force. Still others argued that in view of the Nazi superior power, all Jewish opposition would be a suicidal gesture, resulting in immediate death rather than the possibility of survival. Some Jews had hoped to avoid death through compliance. In the end, practically all of them perished, as did most Jews who opposed the enemy. Those who refused to submit to German terror were the rebels. They were more independent and often endowed with leadership qualities. United in their refusal to become victims, they were preoccupied with opposition to the enemy through self-preservation. As these rebels continued to elude the Germans, they began to feel more self-assured. While they came to feel personally less threatened, the leaders among them were ready to consider other issues. Some of these rebels switched their attention from self-preservation to revenge. Although they knew that death was a real possibility, they opted for revenge through armed resistance. The more successful they were, the more absorbed they became in this nearly impossible struggle. Indeed, many Jewish partisans preoccupied with revenge had perished. Among them were such heroic leaders as Atlas, Kaplinsky, and Dworecki. If given the opportunity, these fallen heroes and others like them would have argued that their deaths had been different from the deaths of defenseless ghetto inmates. Indeed, they were. And yet, by fighting the Germans, these Jewish partisans speeded up their own deaths and the deaths of their followers. Tuvia Bielski's opposition to the Germans was different. Whatever feelings of revenge he had, these took a back seat to his determination to save lives. Refusing to become a victim, rejecting the role of avenger, Tuvia Bielski concentrated on gathering Jewish fugitives and protecting their lives. Tuvia's opposition to the Germans had the support of his entire family. The Germans, however, succeeded in murdering many of them. Defiance did not work for some of the Bielski family any better than it worked for the majority of Jews. Clearly, survival in a hostile and devastated setting was unlikely. Moreover, German terror led to the destruction of Jewish traditions, making Jewish pre-war leaders ineffective. But a strong and able leader could help improve the chances for survival. Tuvia Bielski was such a leader. His skills developed gradually, keeping pace with the community he headed. A one-time peasant, a resident of a small provincial town, Tuvia Bielski was an unlikely leader, an unlikely hero. He was both different from and more independent than most of his fellow Jews. Social upheavals propelled him into a position of prominence. Extraordinary times require extraordinary leaders, unbound by old traditions. And so, independent, set apart from traditional leaders, Tuvia's reactions to the German onslaught were unusual. With his two brothers, Asael and Zeus, Tuvia became a part of the small minority of Jews who, from the very start, vowed never to be ghetto inmates. Their refusal to become victims was linked to a determination to stay alive. The three brothers joined forces, enlarged their group to include more relatives and friends, and elected Tuvia their commander. From the outset, Tuvia was concerned with saving lives and argued that the survival of their group depended directly on its enlargement, and hence on bringing more Jews into their camp. Time and survival of the expanding group led to feelings of confidence. With some initial success came greater freedom to consider the welfare of others. At first, family and friends. The group grew. The group's growth and survival made Tuvia even more sensitive to the needs of other Jews, those who were not necessarily relatives or friends. Tuvia's concerns about the Jewish plight were further strengthened when the Germans stepped up their persecutions of Jews in 1942. That summer witnessed the liquidation of many ghettos and the resultant murder of most Jews. The longer the Bielski Otriad continued to oppose the Germans, the more involved it became with the rescue of Jews. While saving many lives, the Bielski partisans also participated in military moves against the Germans. But rather than inflicting damage on the enemy, preservation of life remained their major, all-absorbing mission. As an independent, charismatic leader, untouched by political ideology, Tuvia made no distinction among different kinds of Jews, the old and the young, the weak and the strong. Quite naturally, the rescue efforts of the Bielski Otriad came to include all Jews, no matter who they were. As an effective leader, Tuvia was able to persuade others to listen to him and to obey. With time, he converted more and more people to his open-door policy of taking in every Jew. The growing support for Tuvia's policies and the success of these policies were intricately connected. But Tuvia's achievements were sprinkled with criticism. Some of his partisans had argued that, after all, without the cooperation of his brothers, of Lazar Malbin, of the young fighters who followed his orders, he could not have made it. True, Still, Tuvia's leadership and vision brought these people together in the first place. Moreover, it was his ability to control, to organize, and to protect that made the people follow his orders. A general needs an army, and an army needs a general. Tuvia was a superb general, and he led his people to victory. Most prominent among Tuvia's victories was the rescue of more than 1,200 Jews, all condemned to death. But Tuvia's achievements went beyond such rescues. The Bielski Partisans stood for justice, attacking and killing local collaborators. By punishing informers, they helped reduce the Jewish death toll and at the same time intimidated other potential collaborators. This resulted in safer roads, which in turn encouraged more ghetto escapes. Eventually, the local population realized that the Bielski Otriad would punish all those who mistreated Jews. Such knowledge prevented some peasants from dismissing or denouncing their Jewish charges. It also prevented some from refusing help. Moreover, whenever Jewish partisans in Soviet detachments felt threatened by Russian partisans, they could count on finding protection in the Bielski Otriad. Indeed, on the eve of manhunt of 1943, 22 Jewish fighters from the Orlansky detachment found refuge in the Bielski camp. They came because they had been exposed to anti-Semitic threats. In a different way, the Bielski Otriad saved the lives of the Kessler group. They had come to the Bielski detachment reluctantly, but if they had refused to join, they would have been killed by the Viktor Panchenko group. These examples represent only a fraction of the Jews who were protected from Russian partisan threats. The Bielski Otriad initiated other forms of rescue. Special guides were sent into ghettos to help people escape, and scouts searched the roads for Jewish fugitives in need of protection. While most of those collected by the guides and scouts ended up in the Bielski Otriad, some did not. A few joined Soviet detachments, while others found refuge among the local population. Still, the activities of these guides and scouts added to the number of Jews saved by the Bielski Otriad. The degree of rescue was also affected by the losses of life. It is not easy to determine exact casualties of an expanding community like the Bielski Otriad. Nor is it easy to compare the attrition rates of different partisan groups. Precise estimates are hard to find, yet those available for the Bielski Otriad list specific names of places and names of the dead. Most other estimates seem to lack such supporting facts. Under conditions in which attrition occurred, it was extremely difficult for people fighting for survival to make precise records. In an environment so hostile, devastated, and devastating, people with limited hope for survival and with minimal resources are not likely to make systematic tabulations. Attrition had many components. The major part of attrition was probably death from enemy attacks. But death also resulted from disease, suicide, unintended injuries, punishment mandated by the group's authorities, and from incidents among the armed group members. Desertions, expulsions, and accidental separation also occurred. Thus, in the absence of systematic records, one cannot know either exact numbers or causes of the attrition that led to a reduction in the number of partisans who survived the war. Of course, merely to compare the survivors with the initial recruits is inadequate, since there usually was a continuing and poorly recorded influx of new partisans. It might also be inaccurate to make simple direct comparisons of the losses of the Bielski Otriad and those of other partisan groups. However, by reviewing the most reliable estimates and taking into account the many sources of uncertainty and the nature of the estimates, we can learn much about the relative attrition of these groups. Independently, two former Bielski partisans estimated that 50 people had died in their Otriad. One of the partisans, Tuvia Bielski, followed up her statement with a thorough search. The end results are very similar to the initial estimate. Listing specific names, places, and dates, the number of people who died in the Bielski Otriad came to 55. Included in this group are 4 people whose death was ordered by the Otriad's authorities, 1 suicide, and 1 person who drowned. When these special individuals are excluded from the 55, this leaves 49 people who died because of enemy attacks. Based on the conservative figure of the total number of Bielski group members, 1,200, The 49 deaths represent an attrition rate of less than 5%. When offering these estimates, Chaja cautions that her figures are approximate. In contrast to figures from the Bielski Otriad, one frequently quoted source says that the size of the entire Russian partisan movement rose from 30,000 in January 1942 to 175,000 by June 1944. The personnel turnover resulting from casualties, sickness, and desertions over a 3-year period brought the total of men who at one time or another participated in the partisan movement to about 400,000 or 500,000. These figures represent the number of partisans present in regular, permanently organized combat units. One can make a rough estimate of the attrition rate for the Russian partisan movement by assuming that the participation was uniformly spread out over the 3-year period, 36 months, for an average number of participants of about 14,000 per month. Thus, the estimated total number of incoming participants over the 30-month period from January 1942 to June 1944 was 420,000. This adds to the starting value of 30,000 in January 1942 and gives an intake of 280,000, of which only 175,000 were left in June 1944. This gives a conservative estimated attrition rate of 40%. Other estimates for partisan deaths in different Soviet otriads vary. For example, one partisan from the Ponomarenko detachment tells that they lost 1/3. Out of 150 partisans, 50 died. This is an attrition rate of 33%. For most detachments, such information is not available. An article in the Encyclopedia Judaica states that 1/3 of the Jewish partisans who served in Russian otriads perished. Another study of Jewish partisans in Lithuania estimates that 53% of them died. More vulnerable than guerrilla units were small, unprotected family groups. Indeed, of the single individuals who reached the Bielski Otriad, many were sole survivors of small family camps. Also, in some forests, family groups were abandoned by fighting partisans before a raid. Unprotected, such camps were easily destroyed. But even properly protected family camps suffered heavy losses. For example, in the Parkau forest in Poland, of the 4,000 Jewish ghetto runaways who found their way into this forest, only 200 survived the war. This shows an attrition rate of 95%. In contrast, the Bielski Otriad lost only 5% of its people. Indeed, no matter what group the Bielski detachment is compared to, it seems to have had by far the smallest losses. Much of the credit for this successful protection of lives belongs to the group's commander, Tuvia Bielski. Perhaps the Bielski Otriad and its charismatic leader can serve as a model showing the link between self-preservation and the selfless protection of others. In times of upheaval among the ruins of established society, those who are independent and removed from the mainstream of tradition are likely to see hope where there is none. Threatened by overpowering forces of destruction, those with hope will concentrate more vigorously than others on overcoming death. When this struggle yields a semblance of success, self-preservation makes room for concern about the welfare of others. While at first, these others are an extension of self, such as close family members, with time and with further success, they come to include friends, feeding on their own achievement and gaining more support. The protectors and the protected soon come to include anyone threatened by destruction and death. Each becomes transformed from a prospective victim to a rescuer, blurring the distinctions between the rescuer and the rescued. What had begun as an unrealistic glimmer of hope turned into a chance to survive, a cooperative effort. Armed with a trust in a better future, those who are independent and free from social constraints can more easily transfer their hopes, their possibilities, and their successes to the less hopeful and less resourceful. This transfer creates its own reality, a reality that opposes the life-threatening environment and death. And so, in times of crisis, when old established leaders fail, the uninitiated, the independent who are free from traditional constraints, have the opportunity to develop their leadership skills and their strategies of survival. At first equipped only with hope and a feeling of self-worth, they soon translate these hopes into actual gains. Success may carry them into the position of leadership and power. Hope, independence, ability to organize, and the resultant success lead to more opportunities and greater achievements. When the upheavals show signs of receding to previous societal realities, the skills of the independent charismatic leader become obsolete, in part by changing conditions, in part by their own inability to fit into these conditions. Such leaders are pushed aside. Although the leaders retreat, the fruits of their achievement remain. As commander of a forest community dedicated to the preservation of life, Tuvia Bielski gave to the Jewish people many precious gifts, hopes, dreams, and their very lives.